in Cuba. We already did that. So, like, it's called the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine was created by James Monroe. It's a doctrine the United States will not let a foreign power, a great foreign power, set up camp in the Western Hemisphere.
So you believe nukes are real?
Me?
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. I have no reason to believe they're real. I have no reason to believe they're not real. And I just explained it. It's not something that I want to risk. I don't want to, I don't think I want to risk, oh, nukes aren't real, and then finding out the hard way they are. I'd rather just assume they are and be wrong.
I kind of understand that.
Well, we just were talking about this. It's like believing in God, right? You believe in God and be wrong, so what? You lose nothing. Don't believe in God, and there is a God, you're fucked. Right?
Yeah.
Don't believe in nukes and there are nukes, you're fucked. Believe there are nukes and there aren't, so what? Right?
If you don't believe in quantum computers,
right?
And
if I believe in nuclear weapons and they don't exist, so what? No one got hurt. Like, nothing's gonna happen. It's gonna be a pleasant surprise. I'm not gonna be depressed over it. Oh my God, I was wrong about nuclear weapons. Oh my God, let's throw myself out a window. I mean, no, it's not gonna happen.
They offered me to be a nuclear technician in the Navy, and they said, you might be some risk to your reproductive organs, but that's the only reason why I said no. But now I'm kind of kicking myself, like, dude, you could have known. You should have known about, the how nuclear. No, I don't know what they're going to teach you.
Yeah, but a nuclear power isn't a nuclear bomb. That's different.
Yeah. Well, I would have known enough to try to, figure things out on my own. But IT is great, man. You guys should all learn IT. It's the future. But yeah, I mean, electricity, right?
Electricity makes the world not go round. But before I was interrupted, I want to say there is no Western Hemisphere. There's the Western world, and that's it. But it's not a sphere, so it can't be a Western Hemisphere.
But isn't that like believing? Isn't that kind of like believing in nukes? They tell us to believe in space. They tell us to believe in nukes, and they keep us in fear with both of them. With the asteroids or the nukes. So the benefit of not believing in them is that you don't have to live in fear.
Well, I'm not afraid anyway. Listen, I grew up in the 80s. Dude, I remember this fucking civil bomb shelters and fucking duck and cover and all that shit. I wasn't afraid then. I'm not afraid now.
But how is believing in them going to save you?
I think let's put it this way. The fact that other people believe in them is the problem. Because people act on what they believe. So there's this thing, like, a lot of people, they don't, like, people say numerology is bullshit, right? And that is complete bullshit. And that none of that stuff means anything. But if there's people in the world that believe it actually does mean something, and they act upon it, and then that action affects other people, it's just as real as if it was real. Because it's changing human behavior to have consequences in the real world. They make it real. They make it real. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but nuclear power is real too. It's just like, have we seen
nuclear power is
of a nuclear
power
bomb?
is real. It doesn't make nukes real. I know. I'm not trying to argue. I was just making a point. You were kind of making it synonymous.
I have no idea if nuclear bombs are real. I think their video that they've shown of nuclear weapons, I guarantee that shit's fake. Totally fake.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's like, why fake it? No, I'm not saying that real thing. I'm not trying to make an argument, but
there's also.
But it's not necessarily synonymous with believing in God, because there might be some kind of like there's the whole idea of heaven and hell that you might have to pay for not believing in them. I don't get that either, but the nukes, it's not like you have you're choosing whether. I was going to ask, you have a nuclear fallout. Is that the choice you're making? Like you're building a bunker just in case?
Well, no, no, I'm not building a bunker.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if you believe in them.
I'd rather die anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no reason to believe in them.
If you live like a couple 100 miles within, near a nuclear power plant, and that something happens to that power plant, like you could die from a worse nuclear
But
explosion.
that Fukushima thing turned out to be totally fake as fuck too, though.
I heard about that. Yeah, I heard it was fake. I heard it was
a
not
lot of that shit is suspicious, right? Because when Fukushima happened, I researched some shit, and I found out that there is actually an amino acid which basically makes you fucking impervious to radiation. Okay? So there was a study that came out in 2010. It's some sort of amino acid that's produced in the body. So they gave it to mice as a supplement to test them to see what it did, right? And they subjected these mice to a proton beam. This proton beam has the radioactive equivalent of 40 gray, which is, put it this way, it would be like walking into a nuclear reactor and hanging out there for like 5 or 6 minutes. These mice had no effects on them whatsoever. They had to stop testing the mice because it would have been unethical to subject them to higher doses of radiation. Even though the doses of radiation they subjected it to, the highest they're allowed to, had no physical effect on the mice whatsoever.
I wonder if it's the same amino acid they were saying helps with the age regression. Oh, recently, I guess there was a study that actually reversed the aging in mice or something, which it was talking about. But yeah, there's amino acids.
From what it said something like, when you're exposed to ionizing radiation, nitrogen in your body, I can't remember if it gets like ionized or it loses an electron or some fucking thing, right? In that it mediates oxygen the way oxygen is processed in your cells, the way mitochondria processes oxygen. Somehow this blocked that process. Whatever damage it was doing, the nitrous oxide. Now remember, I read this a long time ago. Now, like I could probably find it, but
the same kind of concept. The amino acid block the aging, whatever that is, that the breakdown.
Yeah, well, aging is actually related to that. So aging is related to Okay, so every time there's cell division, there's in your chromosome. So your cells divide, and then the telomeres, which is the end caps of your chromosomes, they shorten. Then when they reach a certain predetermined length, your cell triggers something called apoptosis, right? That's pre-programmed cell death. That pre-programmed cell death is done by something called cytochrome C or C45. That's the other name for it. But that is like processed in the mitochondria, right? So, and I know this shit sounds complicated, but it's actually not. So your mitochondria turns 80 what the hell is the name of it? I don't want to say ADHD.
No, DEAH or something like that.
And NAHD into ATP, right? This process, right? So that's what your body burns as energy, ATP, right? This happens in the mitochondria, but the way it happens, right? It's called the electron train transport. So basically, the easiest way to think about it is that there's a series of chemical reactions, and those chemical reactions are taking place because of there's extras electrons within the mitochondria, right? So it's like almost like they're sharing like this extra electron, right? So there's two chemicals that make this third chemical And when that's made, there's this extra electron, and that goes off and to something else. And when it gets attached to this other thing, that other thing attaches to some other molecule, and then that makes another chemical. So there's like a chain reaction. That's why it's called an electron chain. There's a chain reaction that this electric charge causes to make ATP. Now, this cytochrome C or P4, I think it's C45 or P45. This chemical is related to that, and it's also been indicated as prevalent when people have cancer. Because cancer is this pre-programmed cell death doesn't happen. So your cells. I know this is crazy convoluted.
No, it's great.
I got way off into the details.
No,
but the thing is, your cell's supposed to die, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your cell's supposed to die. A certain molecule tells it to die. This chain, this electron chain, this chemical is made in the mitochondria, not in the cell itself. So mitochondria is a separate entity. So you have your human cells, then the mitochondria is inside the human cells, almost like a parasite. But the human cells feed off of it. It gets its ATP from it. This chemical is made inside the mitochondria. It's not made in the human cell. So basically, the mitochondria's chemical tells the cell to die. But if it doesn't make this chemical, or there's something defective in the mitochondria, it doesn't release that, doesn't make it, and then it turns into cancer. What normally would happen is a white blood cell would kill that cell, right? Because it says, hey, this is a foreign cell. It says it's supposed to be here. Let's get rid of it. And then it would kill it. But
so do you think that there's an amino acid that they could use for to stop the aging process, or have they, or do they?
Yeah. It's called beta alanine.
And is it hard to get?
Yeah, you can buy it. It's a supplement.
Beta
alanine. ALANINE.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing about, right?
Yeah.
Beta.
So it stops this telomere shortening.
Well, it's only $16.
It's cheap. You can get it at GNC. I take it. I got some right now. Take a picture of
How young are you? How young are you?
How young am I? I'm almost 50.
Right, me too. But I'm saying, did it work? Did you notice?
Does it work? I look probably like in my middle 30s.
Right. Nice. So how long have you been taking it for?
Probably started taking it
nice.
Well, I started taking it probably like 12 years ago, but I didn't take it for probably 5 years. I stopped. But it's also that's not like its only purpose. It's also good as a supplement for weightlifting.
Okay.
Any new topics?
Okay, so let me tell you how it works. When you do exercise, right? Your body makes a chemical or a protein or an amino acid called carnosine. Carnosine is made from beta alanine and histidine, right? So your body manufactures this. Your body wants to build muscle tissue. It needs carnosine to do this. Initially, they thought carnosine was what increased longevity, but then they found out that it's like the beta alanine is what actually increases the longevity. In that people, because listen, if you say, I study someone, I go, okay, this person's lived longer than average. What were they doing? You go, oh shit, they were exercising. Oh, exercise causes you to live longer. Oh, no, it's not the exercise. We draw their blood. Oh, he's got elevated levels of carnosine in his body. Oh, it must be the carnosine. Then what they do is they supplement somebody with carnosine, and they're like, oh shit, doesn't do anything. Okay, so what else was in there? Oh, beta alanine is a precursor to this. Okay, let's supplement them with that. Let's see if they live longer. It turned out that it was the beta alanine that was causing people to live longer and was causing telomere shortening to slow down. So this telomere shortening, like I told you, every time you have cell division, right? Your I don't know if you've ever seen a video of cell division, right? The chromosomes split in half, and when they split in half, they the ends of them shorten, and when they become too short, this pre-programmed cell death happens. So you get into a what's called a catabolic state, right? When more cells are dying than are living, then like your cells are dying faster than your body can recreate them by cell division. But if you slow down the cellular dying, the cellular aging, then it goes to the reason that you live longer.
So do you need to take carnosine along with the beta alanine if you're not working out?
No, I mean nobody supplements. When they first found out some of this stuff about 20 years ago, carnosine was a supplement, and you still can buy it as a supplement, but I don't think it's kind of been like debunked as an actual like weightlifting supplement, that it doesn't like that it kind of doesn't work, or doesn't work as well as other supplements.
But it could produce more beta alanine, but then why not just take the
beta alanine is produced in, well, alanine as a chemical is produced in the liver. So let me go back. Every amino acid in your body has an alanine molecule. All of them. Every single one. Alanine is the base from which all other amino acids are built. Those are produced in the liver. You can get it from eating turkey. That's how you can naturally get it. Because the molecule is chiral, they have beta, and there's also delta, but you can't buy delta. You can't buy straight alanine as far as I know, so you can only buy the beta form. So you can buy this beta form, but your body also produces it. Your body produces it by exercising. So when you exercise, your body actually breaks down muscle tissue. So in that muscle tissue is carnosine. That's like the protein has carnosine amino acid, and that shit is cleaved, and the histidine and the fucking beta alanine are separated. So carnosine is these two molecules, histidine and beta alanine, together. So when they're cleaved, they become separate amino acids. That histidine goes through what's called the lactate metabolic pathway. And when there's too much of this shit in your body, that's why you get muscle soreness. Because I don't know if you've ever heard that, right? When you exercise and you get muscle soreness, it's because of lactic acid buildup.
Mm-hmm.
So have you heard this before?
Yeah.
Yeah. So histidine is part of this lactic acid pathway. So when you exercise, because of this cleaving process of splitting the alanine from the histidine, you get this lactic acid buildup. Now there's ways to defeat that. So one way is to supplement with creatine. So creatine forces water into your tissues, right? So it lets so that it becomes more dilute, so you don't get a buildup of lactic acid in your muscle tissue because it's diluted because water is forced into the muscle cells. So anyway, the point is, I don't even know what the point is. I lost
no, it's
my
good.
point.
No, it's cool. We were talking about nukes and how that, the amino acid help with the mice not being affected by it and all that.
But there's a lot. There's actually more to this. There's more to this, which gets kind of fucking weird.
Keep going. I love it.
Okay, so this is it. This is the weird part, I guess, is that so you have anaerobic. So your cells, because it's mitochondria, right? It can produce energy two different ways. So there's anabolic and anaerobic respiration of the cells. One comes from eating sugar, the other comes from exercise. Right? So this is this electron pathway thing, this electron chain thing. Metabolic process, exercise is a metabolic process, and then if I remember this right, it frees some of the electrons that bind the amino acids and shit together. And that these free electrons are floating around in your body. They get turned into energy in the mitochondria. The other way is sugar. So sugar can also be burned, quote unquote burned. I mean, there's more to it than this. This is kind of like the fucking like brief version. Plus, I haven't thought about this in a long time, so my memory's kind of dull.
That's cool, yeah.
But so there's the what do I say? Anabolic respiration, which comes from the metabolizing of sugars. So the metabolizing of sugars is not good for you compared to. So you can get energy from eating sugar, and you can get energy from exercising, right? So think about it like this. If I had nothing but a protein diet, right, I can get energy to function, right, by eating nothing but protein and exercising. I can also get energy to function by eating sugars and doing nothing, right? One is better than the other because the anabolic pathway, it has byproducts. One of those byproducts is acetaldehyde. And acetaldehyde is a known cancer-causing agent, right? So here's where it gets fucked up. Okay. So if you drink alcohol, you don't get drunk from the alcohol. You get drunk from acetaldehyde. Your body metabolizes alcohol into acetaldehyde, and you get fucked up from that. Now, there's a I wouldn't call it a disorder. There's a genetic variation called alcohol flush syndrome. A friend of mine had this, and when they drink alcohol, they can't metabolize. They don't metabolize alcohol. They don't metabolize the acetaldehyde properly, right? So they go from alcohol to acetaldehyde, but the acetaldehyde does not get metabolized properly in the liver. So they get a flushed face every time they drink. I don't know if you've ever seen people with this condition.
Oh yeah,
very common in Asian populations.
Ding, it's like 1 in 4. But my friend wasn't Asian; he was fucking Italian, which makes no sense to me. Yeah, so this alcohol flush syndrome, this is a byproduct of this acetaldehyde metabolism. So the funny thing is, alcohol can be used in the place of sugar, but even though it is in the anaerobic pathway or the anabolic pathway, it's processed in the mitochondria as if it's the anaerobic pathway, which is really fucked up, right? So, and I'm talking like at the mitochondria level, because all energy is processed at the mitochondria. Mitochondria are pretty much the evidence that we weren't created by accident. Okay? If you think human beings were created by random fucking processes, look up ADP transferase. ADP transferase proves that human beings were not fucking created by accident. It's literally it's basically an electric motor in your cells. It's a one-way electric motor / pump.
Yeah, like the irreducible complexity.
It pumps protons into the mitochondria. That's what it does. It pumps protons into the mitochondria. It's fucked up, dude. It's literally shaped like a little electric. Like when you see it, when you see like a diagram of it, it really, they mark it as if it's an electric motor. A stator, that's an electric motor. Like, dude, it's really whacked, man. It's so like.
So you can actually see it, or is it a diagram of it?
The diagram, I don't know if they actually imaged it, if they've imaged it, but it's a molecular motor.
Mm-hmm. That would be cool to actually, if they do image it, or if they could image it, to see how close it is to the diagram. Not more pictures that make us think small things, work. I'm sure it works the way you're saying, but maybe not necessarily the way the diagram shows. But yeah, even the irreducible complexity of even like a single cell organism seems to show those kind of mechanical, ingenious unbelievable traits.
Here, look at Livestream voice text. This is a diagram of it.
All right.
ATP synthase.
Wow.
So this is inside, like, so where it says a lipid bilayer, that would be the wall of the mitochondria. So one end is sticking outside the wall, one end is on the inside of the wall, right? But so see that H plus, protons need to get into the in, or no, protons need to get, which way is it? Sometimes they need to get in and sometimes they need to get out, but this particular motor is one way. So they it needs the protons for ATP to be turned into ADP. It's really like, I'm going off of memory, and I can't even believe I remember that.
Yeah, you did a great job. That's awesome. That's really good.
This is old shit to me.
Yeah, you'd think you have a biology degree or something.
It's just something I looked at. When I look at something, I dig in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You could ask me any other question, and I won't know shit.
Look into nukes. Look into nukes. You'll stop believing in them.
Well, yeah, I have. Like, listen, I don't really care about them enough to like look into them. All I know is the videos I've seen. They're definitely fake. Like, there's no doubt about it. Yeah. Especially the artillery one. Ugh, that one's so bad.
It's kind of like, well, they faked the moon landing, but they're really going to space. You know.
Yeah, they faked the moon landing on the moon. Didn't you know that?
Yeah. Right.
Dude, Globers believe that shit. They went to the moon and found a Nazi alien base. So they had to fake the moon landing there.
Oh yeah, secret space program. Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead,
I think my favorite fake nuke. Sorry, no, that's fine. I think my favorite fake nuke video was the one where the blast is coming from the same direction as the camera, and yet the building is blown up, but the camera isn't.
Yeah, you gotta love it.
Yeah, it doesn't even shake. Yeah, it doesn't even shake.
Yeah, it doesn't even shake. And like the trees are obviously like model trees. Like they don't even try to make them look realistic.
Well, no, now there's subterfuge there, and a lot of these things we'll find that they actually have a documentary. And I was looking into this recently to send somebody some videos asking about fake nukes, and they have a documentary. And they're like, okay, so we built this model town to blow up with the nukes, so we could see how the reaction is. So they admit to making models, but if they show, then some of these videos will show it to you as if, oh, that looks fake. Look, they're just models. They're just paper houses. But that's the way that they presented, or maybe they repurposed it, or issued this to with the footage that makes it look like they're making models. But I think this actually is the way that they originally sold it. You know, these are model houses that were going to show you the effects that that the nuke would have on your real house. But yeah, the camera doesn't shake, and there's lots of other things to it. But the bottom line, just common sense, if nukes were real, every country would have them by now, not just the ones that can afford a space program.
Yeah, you kind of have a point there, because they're actually not difficult to make.
Yeah.
According to them, according to what they say is in a nuclear weapon, they're actually not difficult to make. And if you really wanted to make one, there's enough radioactive material and fucking smoke detectors that you could get together to make a goddamn... You could make it wouldn't be like high yield, but it would be a nuclear weapon.
For what they say, yeah. I mean, but yeah, every country, even if it costs a lot,
true,
I mean, the country would have enough to buy a scientist to make it for them, even if it was difficult. You know, but it's like you're in the club, you're in the fake space program. Now you can be in the fake nuke program.
Yeah, there you go, the fake space program. Well, you got to think of when they said that they made nukes, right? 1945.
Well, the atom bomb is different than the nuclear bomb, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, the atom bomb is different than the nuclear bomb, but no, none of these countries have the atom bomb either.
Right. It's all fake, right? But it's the perfect weapon, because I mean, you just bomb something with fire. You firebomb something, like we've been shown seems to be the case with Hiroshima or whatever. And then you claim responsibility, and then you have your finger on the button for the rest of existence, or for however long that country's in power. And you finger on the button's a pretty threatening thing, especially if you hire somebody to say all the things, and you think that countries are run by like single men that are just idiots with their finger on the button. That's a perfect psyop.
Well, yeah, it's a great intimidation tactic if the other side, right, that you conquer thinks that you can annihilate him at any moment with the push of a button.
Yeah, but Japan's in on it too. They knew we didn't do that. I mean, the whole world's on all of it. Don't you think they've already planned the end of this war that's coming up, or that we're in right now? They've already planned the end of it before it started. I mean, that's the way things work these days, right? I mean, they're funded on both sides by the same whoever, Jesuits or whatever, just to play. And a lot of the stuff we're seeing from over there is fake. Oh, but I put a thing I've sent you this too. The Leak Project put a video out. Somebody was telling me that, and I looked at you have to just catch what she says about it. But the slant they put on this is that UFOs, and it's a story that she's heard from somebody that was on the ground there, and his village is surrounded, and his grandfather tells him just to pray. And so he does. And then he goes out and sees UFOs in the sky shooting at Russian tanks and saving the village. And their take on it is, well, we think it's our military or our reverse engineered alien technology, but it seems like there's help for Ukraine that doesn't have to come from us, but it could come from us as posing as the UFOs.
Oh boy.
That's the slant they're going with, right?
I almost can't take it anymore.
Right.
Well, listen.
So
I don't
Russia
know
has
how
everything
this
we have.
is going to play out.
Do they have UFOs?
I'm sure
right?
our fate has been decided. Yeah. And that fate is going to be austerity. As they used to call it. Less of this, less of that. Work harder, get less.
Mm-hmm.
More mindless entertainment, so you don't have to think about anything.
Mm-hmm. Free cell phones.
Yeah, probably. But like anything that connects you into the freaking metaverse, that'll be cost almost nothing. You'll be given just enough rations to survive, just to plug yourself in. But the thing is, I don't like. Why even bother keeping anybody alive? That's just blowing me away. Like, what's the point of that?
It's because we're a big experiment. I mean, if they wanted to kill us, they could have killed us off anytime, And they wanted to just like make us sick to pay hospital bills for as long as possible.
I don't really get on with that idea. Sorry, Bong. I don't really get on with that idea of thinking about things, because if you look at the world, at least what they're saying, everyone's below replacement level anyway. So, I mean, these people look at the long term. I mean, even when you look at say the Arab world or parts of Africa, the places that used to have, say, like 5 or 6 children per woman are now having 3 children per woman. Most European nations are down to 1.5 children per woman. I don't think they have to kill anyone. They just have to wait.
Well, I think we're just like human beings are just the chips on the table. That's all I think about. I don't think they want to kill everybody off. I mean, sure, some. I think it's more like, dude, what's the point of being in charge if there's nobody to be in charge of?
Exactly.
If you kill everybody, there's nobody to be in charge of.
No profit. Yeah, you need the masses.
It's a competition between narcissists to see who can control and fuck around with the largest amount of people compared to the other guy, and that they're like in some fucked up competition with each other, right? They're in competition not with just each other, but they're in competition with the history books, right?
Yeah.
How can I manipulate the world enough so that I can ensure my name goes down in the history books? You know how hard that is to do? Not only do you have to control your era, you have to set up a structure that's good enough to control the future so that they don't erase your name from the history books.
Yeah,
I
but
think
don't
that's
you
the
think
game
they're
they're
all
playing. They're
controlled?
just playing just another level of fucking narcissism.
Yeah, but don't you think they're all controlled? I mean, don't you think it's like already like they're just puppets, and it's not about their narcissism,
Controlled
even
by
if we
who? For
interpret it
what?
that way? Because
Controlled for what
the
purpose?
world
Though there has
order,
to be a purpose.
well, because they're eventually going to lead us all into smart cities after the Phoenix rises out of the ashes that they agree on before it even starts.
Yeah, but why? There has to be
Well, there's
a
probably
reason.
outer ponders and other lands and places where you can go that none of this affects you, and we're just an experiment.
Ugh, that's a scary thought.
Seems like it would make a lot of sense. I mean, we're not just like the land that is here. It's not like the Earth is just the continents we know about. You don't think that?
Yeah, I just think it's like Lord of the Flies. That's what I think it is. Just Lord of the Flies. Bunch of psychos fighting over the big shit pile. And they think that the shit pile is so important, for whatever reason, that they want to fight over it. And that, yeah, they're all. I just think it's like they're playing a game, right, with each other. We're pawns in this game. How they're playing it, what their rules are, what they're after, we can't even conceive of because we're not them, right? We're not up in that echelon. They have these are people that don't have to worry about money. They don't have to worry about am I gonna have clean socks today? They don't have to worry about who's doing the laundry because they're not doing their own laundry. They don't worry about any of the mundane things that we think about on a daily life. Imagine having that existence, right? That you have so much time to think of other things when you never have to worry about going to the store, fucking ironing your clothes or anything, man. So they're
Think
playing
about
some
it.
other game.
What about the if they actually think about the psychology that it would take if one man really were in charge of these larger decisions? I think it makes a lot more sense that there's a council of people that are not at all affected, whether it's just Switzerland or people in Switzerland or people at the IMF or whatever it is. It's these bigger decisions and the beginnings and ends to war that are funded on both sides are decided and then blamed on these narcissistic quote unquote people that are just outrageous, and they so it's easier. Then you can just wipe your hands clean once that guy's not in office anymore or whatever, and his legacy is just going to be what they wrote it to be, not what he makes of it.
Yeah, and that's the trick, though, man. I don't know. I don't think the ruler of this world is men anyway.
Maybe not. Well, what do you think? Outer ponders?
No.
What? Are you mean God?
No, God is not the ruler of this
What do you
world.
mean?
The devil's the ruler of this world.
Right. Maybe that's another excuse. Maybe that's another patsy or
That's what
way
God
of
said.
pawning it off.
God said devil rules this world.
Yeah, but what if that's just another way of saying, "Oh, the devil did it," and then just excusing it all and saying, "No, well, we can't do anything about it. The devil rules this world."
Well, they're spending a lot of time trying to convince us that the God and the devil are a bunch of bullshit. I mean, why are they doing that?
It kind of makes sense. Say
No.
it kind of makes sense that like okay, if God wants to have a kingdom and rule all these stupid people, let him do that. But if this is going to be our world, let it be our world. Only the people we want in it. All right, I mean, it's kind of worth going for it. You know what I mean? Fuck humanity. You know what I mean? It's kind of worth going for it. Living as long as you can live, maybe try to, immortality. And if not immortality, you know what I mean? Leave behind a legacy that's, something very rebellious, some kind of, you know what I mean? I mean, it feels that.
You're saying
Why?
that's the way they feel, or that's the way you feel?
That's the way they feel. I mean, that's the way a person feels. Like after you have everything, once you start living a certain way, right? Like you got all the things, you don't have to do shit. The thing you would start worrying about is dying. You know what I mean? Is death. And you start, trying to prolong your life or trying to I don't know what.
Oh yeah, I think they probably figured out what India was just telling us, and 10 times that, and they probably live to be a lot longer than we think, and that's probably the trick. It would make a lot of things make sense if there's a lot longer lifespans amongst some of these people. Not the ones we know about, probably.
And then whatever your religion is, because you're probably going to find some kind of religion, God, or thing that accommodates your lifestyle. You want to call God, a group, a secret society, whatever. But it's probably going to be made up of a bunch of rich, powerful guys like yourself, if you're one of them, right? You're not going to be going to church with some poor ass dude from some neighborhood. If you're some billionaire, you're not going to go to some local church with some poor people, are you? Be a part of their community. Like, what would be your community? Other rich billionaires. And what would be your religion? Probably something that we wouldn't support. That we would probably, that, people would say no to.
They don't have much of a community, and that's why they hate us. Like, you ever heard that idea that they hate us? Because we have a real community. We have, I mean, it's always a give and take. Becoming a billionaire has, drawbacks, as well as not having no money has its upside.
Right. It's a cult.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. They plan things and come up with crazy ass ideas.
Right. Welcome to the show. That's crazy. That I wonder if there's other stations or other channels or shows that are going to try to, also push that idea that UFOs are helping Ukraine defeat Russia. And then how much truth is there to that? Because we know there's stuff up there flying, right? So, and we know it's probably our tech, but then is that going to lead into this whole fake alien invasion? And then are they going to say that it's outer ponders, or going to go with the alien scenario? I think the former. I think that they're going to use the outer ponders and absorb the flat Earth and say we're inside a dome, and then tell us the air's contaminated. Tell us we need to get in these smart cities to, these other little domed areas to protect us from the other domed areas' air. I think that's that's their best move. I don't want to give anyone ideas, but I'm sure they've thought of this.
Oh, it could be those Generation 7 airplanes India was talking about.
They said it was one of those triangle pyramids, like the one that everyone saw. I guess a lot of people witnessed it in Arizona. There was a ship that was hovering with the three lights, the triangle UFO type thing.
Yeah, I saw that.
I know too many people that have seen them. I've seen stuff that definitely something flying around up there. Not just.
Have you seen that? Have you seen the largest drone light show in the world? It's like, you can Google it. It's like as big. It's bigger than a city.
Really?
So I think. I mean, I'm just saying, like,
biggest drone show. Yeah, it's amazing what they can do with the drones now. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, what can you do with lights? Like, what kind of you do? Can we trick a bunch of people? Can we make a bunch of people think UFOs in some suburb?
Most people at least think that UFOs are real at this point. As far as like aliens from outer space, I don't know that many people believe that. And they made the distances way too long. I mean, I think this is probably like a 1,000-year plan, and they're probably planning on trying to, have scripture seem to come true and have Jesus come back and have us all on a plane by then, so we could all witness it. But
they can be on a globe Earth though, but they can be real. Yeah, you just can't.
Well, I mean, the distances to other galaxies is too far away, though. Like, I'm surprised they didn't make it seem like to do the fake alien invasion. They should have said they should have already prepped us with, like, there's other beings on other planets nearby with that idea. Good evidence to show that there's other beings close enough to get to us, but they haven't done that. It would take lifetimes to get here from wherever they say that these things are. Weird.
Yeah, if someone sees a drone at night, good evidence that there could be life on other planets near us. That was my drone. Oh shit, was it? Oh, sorry. It was live. It's already aired.
It makes much more sense just to say it's outer pounders, because then it's an immediate threat. That would scare the shit out of people way more than from other planets, because you'd have they could tell us we're surrounded by outer pounders, and we had to lie to you. We had treaties. That's why we lied. But with those people that lied to you are now gone, and you can trust us again. So now we're telling you the truth to get into the smart cities, because that's the only safe place.
You know,
I think you're underestimating the globe brainwashing on people, because in order for this hypothetical futuristic psyop to work, where they'd actually use the flat Earth somehow, the subject of the Earth being flat, somehow use it in a psyop against us, hypothetically, in order for them to do that, you'd have to keep people brainwashed about some kind of subject matter, while at the same time revealing to them while at the same time excuse me, while at the same time revealing to them the truth that the Earth is flat, and getting them to accept that openly. And what I'm saying is that step, with so many people, enough people, like, you're not going to do that. Like,
well, it's something that it would get everybody on the same page, and it would follow scripture, like the big truth revealed, right? What bigger truth could there be, right? And it would get people to think that it was scripture that prophesized it, rather than them just making it happen, you know. And that's the whole idea of this new world order. Everybody's supposed to be on the same page or the same plane across from each other instead of around the world from each other. And it would be like the one world religion of this truth, this truth that they revealed, and it would get everybody, you know, because we all are here because we realize the same thing. And if they and you know, we're just the predecessor maybe to them getting everybody to realize it, and then in that way, they could really have their new world order.
Well, yeah. See, it functions. Flat Earth as an observation functions, and as a piece of knowledge functions as a foundation of truth. So it's for this reason alone that I'm pretty damn sure it's actually. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I'm not going to really claim it, but I'm going to say, like, I'm guessing it's actually impossible to use to make a psyop of any kind, or a plan of any kind, where you actually use the knowledge of the Earth being flat against humanity, against mankind. You know, like, I don't think they can do it. Like, I can understand you're thinking, like, you know, oh, maybe they could fool people this way or this group of people that way, and you know, I don't think it works that way. I think it really just functions as a foundation of truth so well that it's actually impossible to use the knowledge of the Earth being flat for bad. I don't think you can do it. I mean, unless you can demonstrate it.
But that's why it would work. That's why it would work, because we all realize it. It's not like they have to get people to believe in anything. We can all prove it to ourselves. They get everybody on the same page and use the truth to sell more lies. Why wouldn't they?
There's the six.
Well, I mean, I guess we'll just find out, but I don't see it as happening that way. Because I mean, thinking, like, you know, just yesterday was the first time I talked to the last of one of my brothers. So now I've had conversations with all 5 of my brothers, my older brothers, about the Earth being flat, you know, directly. And this guy, I was trying to, you know, this brother, I mean, I was trying to get him to, you know, realize that the Earth was stationary by asking him for evidence without saying the words "the Earth is flat and stationary," you know, to him before, trying to get him to, like, accidentally prove it to himself that the Earth is stationary. But he never even got on that. So I just kind of, like, gave up, you know, because he didn't want to, you know, trigger his mind or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, if that brother of mine, if he accepted the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary and openly acknowledged that, I don't think. What I'm saying is, I think he'd be much more willing and capable to be critically thinking about other things too. Like, what I'm saying is, I think I'm not saying he couldn't be fooled again.
Backfire on him is what you're saying.
I think it would be harder to fool him with other stuff. Like, he'd have to admit he'd potentially been lied to about a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is the foundation of Western civilization. This teaching that we live on a spinning ball.
Right.
Because it's such a big lie.
Right.
It would trigger. Everything else. Like, I could have been lied about other things too.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing. It would be so powerful in that way if they did use it. So I'm not bringing it up to try to say that's what they're like. That's what I believe.
I don't understand what you mean by that, though. I don't see your logical connection of they could use it. I don't see that logical connection. How you're illustrating that. I don't see that.
Because if they revealed it in whatever way, they wouldn't have to make people believe it. People just prove it to themselves, and it'd be like in Scripture where the great truth is revealed, and it would be that powerful that everyone wouldn't be able to deny it, because they would be the only reason that they're not accepting it is they haven't been told it yet. Yeah, but once they've been told it, it's not a belief.
I still don't understand how they use it against us.
Well, they could say that the Earth is flat and we have a dome and the air is contaminated, and now you have to get in the smart cities. That's just the only idea I was throwing out there. It'd be the perfect way to escort it.
Hold on. With that scenario you just illustrated, if they openly told people, at the high up down quote unquote if they told people that the Earth is flat and stationary, and then said, oh, and we're inside this container, the whole world inside a big container, but the air inside this container is fluid, you got to get inside the smart cities. At that point in time, those people would be like, what? You lied to me about that, and now you're telling me to get in this this confined area? Like, no,
Yeah, they would have to make it like they did away with the people that were lying, and a small example of that would be like Trump coming back into office. Not that he's necessarily going to do that kind of move right away, but like the Trump is going to come back, and maybe Fauci goes to fake jail, right? The fake Fauci goes to fake jail, and it seems like there's this battle that's been won, and we start trusting Trump, and he seems to give us everything we want, but he has a truth app now. He came out with a truth app. So now truth is going to be something that you have to adhere to, because fake news is not allowed. But that might include everything that is not allowed to be said by anybody. So it could be like a reverse psychology of it. Like, I'm giving you the truth because we're going to get rid of fake news, but that means that you don't really have freedom of speech as much as you thought you would. That's the kind of weird thing I'm talking about. They use the truth to sell the lies.
I understand what you mean, but still, I think it's worth stating that the subject of the Earth being flat, more so than, and the lie, effectively is a lie about the Earth, teaching us that telling us that we live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, when in fact we don't. The lie involved with that, and the critical thinking that gets someone to come to the realization that it's a lie. That's, as far as I can tell, that's the highest level of, realization. What I'm saying is there is no lie bigger than that one. So the idea of telling someone the truth about that lie and getting them to openly acknowledge that they were lied to about that, and then trying to fool them about something that's all a bunch of smaller lies, like, I think they'd be willing to dig up the truth on those other ones. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I hear you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hopefully that's the way it goes. I'm not saying that's what they're doing or what I necessarily think is going to happen, but it's something they could do. And I think if they wanted to kill Flat Earth, they could have done it a long time ago. With the algorithms.
Going just by what I see when I type in 24/7 Flat Earth into YouTube, because the channel this is broadcast to comes up, as the first thing. But everything below it is just the most clownish bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life. Just anti-Flat Earth bullshit that's just really just so far out there. Like, I really don't see them going the other direction, not even an inch.
But it's interesting, because if Flat Earth ever does go mainstream, then it's going to suck.
No, that doesn't make any sense. That's my point. That doesn't make sense. It's just an observation. It's not like it's a culture. It's not like it's a dance style.
Right, I know, that's what I'm talking about. If they make it a dance style, if they try to commercialize it, that would be going mainstream. Like, if there's mainstream acceptance of the Flat Earth, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Then people, even the normies, would know, right?
Just because everybody knows the Earth is flat and we've been lied to doesn't mean that it's going to fix our problems. And if anything, it's an awesome catalyst or launch for the Antichrist, for somebody who's going to solve all the problems of the world. But it's not going to fix our problems. I think it's the first step to look. Whoa, look. This is my reality. I shouldn't listen to people. But then the second step, you know what I mean, is because the Earth used to be flat. Remember? people we're still trying to create a one world order.
I disagree. I disagree. I think that telling people the Earth is flat would solve not all of our problems, but I'd say half of our problems at least. And I'll tell you exactly why. Because people don't think critically, and if they realize that the Earth is flat and stationary, and they realize they were lied to about that, and openly acknowledge that, then they would be thinking critically, and half of our problems would go away.
Yeah, but it's not going to solve the problem of control and propaganda, deception. I mean, because people wake up to that truth doesn't mean they're going to wake up to the actual truth or to real science or the creator. Because we're still going to have to sort that out. We don't have an origin story or the flat Earth, a consensus. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think the masses, getting the masses on our side seems like seems like the goal in a weird way, but it's not really necessarily the best thing for us, because then that means that they're accepting it and pushing it themselves. Because the only way the masses would ever get on the page with us is if the streams are open up for the dissemination of information to actually get to them, and that means that then they're using it rather than they just can't deal with 24/7. That I mean, it's an organic movement in my opinion, but at the same time, I think that they're helping it for whatever reason, just for the separation it causes, maybe, but maybe something bigger than that. Maybe that's following scripture would be a great device of control.
But it is. That's why we have to get rid of all religions, because it's always going to be the thing that divides the new world order, I guess.
Yeah, it's spirituality and religion are totally different, right?
But I don't hold on. I don't think we should get rid of all religions. But I think that if everyone on Earth knew that the Earth was flat and stationary, I think that there would be less religious extremists that are violent, and less extremists that are violent, period, for that matter. Political ones even as well.
Well,
they just started saying God is watching you, and we know we have the connection to God, and now you're judged for everything you do. And what if they started using it in that way to make the religious indoctrination even worse?
The authority of science would crumble, because now science has to be thrown out because it's bullshit. This whole evolution / Big Bang / all these theories. Gravity. It's going to be destroyed.
That part of science, not all of science.
And no one's going to trust anyone. No one's going to trust anyone as far as real science / God, the creator. It's going to, I think it'll probably cause more division.
It could, yeah.
That doesn't have a consensus, as far as science and religion, or I don't know if religion will even be a thing. If there's a creator, people will probably fight even more who the real creator is and try to prove science. This is real science. Look, cause and effect. Look, experiments. These are real experiments. You know what I mean? Oh, and then there's the 60-degree then there's the Atlantic Treaty. It's like a fence. Like who's gonna fight to go out and figure out what's really out there? How does that work?
Well, that's why I think if they did absorb it and they used the outer ponder idea and had the UFOs, which they do, and used directed energy weapons and use these outer ponders / secret government or whatever, even if there are outer ponders, they could fake the outer ponders and say that that's why this neighborhood got zapped, because they didn't do what they were told. And you just have to have that example, and you'll have real-time gods you could control people with or inspire people with. There could be a good and a bad, and they'll use both. You could even make a heaven outer ponder and a hell outer ponder, and you get to go to that heaven outer ponder for good, and the hell outer ponder is where you don't want to be sent.
Valhalla,
kind of
or have a Valhalla for warriors that die with honor.
It makes a lot more sense than the aliens from space, because then they wouldn't have to use costumes for the aliens. They could just use humans and dress them up like they're more advanced.
Yeah, but again,
that would work
this
regardless.
idea of yours just keeps going on with the idea of letting people know that the Earth is flat, and then trying to fool them about something else. Like, I mean, yeah, some people like, hey, on this same subject, I think is fascinating. Like the sheer number of people, and I've mentioned this before on here, the sheer number of people that I hand out these cards to and tell people the Earth is flat too, and who accept the truth, but yet they're still maskies. And they'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, the Earth is flat and stationary. All right with that, yeah, okay, I can accept that, yeah. And then I bring up the Miley Cyrus subject and how you shouldn't have that thing strapped onto your face, and they're like, oh, no, you think you're wrong about that.
Yeah, they're not going to get it.
The Earth is flat and stationary. So I mean, like to a certain degree, it's true. You can have someone accept that the Earth is flat and stationary, and they can be fooled about other things. But I mean, like, I don't know, the things you're talking about, them being fooled about, like, I don't know. Like, my point is, it's still the minority. Like, I think the most people, they I don't think you can fool them about that sort of stuff.
If they actually made some kind of like fake war about the whole, like if they had it be that the people that were, giving us the lies, are somehow banished, right, or conquered, and then the people that are telling you the truth are the new people in charge, then you would believe it. You would say, okay, well, those, not that you'd believe the Earth is flat because it's not a belief. I'm just saying you might trust those people if they're revealing the great truth and getting rid of the people that were lying to you.
I mean, it's just an experience, right? It's not like you can fly up into. What if the Earth is? What if your experience is just a simulation?
Well, you have to observe a place outside of this place for this to be a simulation, but we don't observe a place outside of this place.
Not yet.
What about a place inside?
Yeah, so like your PS2, Grand Theft Auto.
We don't even know where we are right now, so you can't say what we have, like what we know about where we are currently. Even like what any of the countries look like. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you've only seen what they present to you, unless you can. I mean, how many people have really experienced all these places they see on TV? You guys been to Africa?
Even with the ball that they're showing us on one side of the ball, it's like all water, So like if this pond is the area, pretty much what they're saying, there's lots of room in that whole other side of the ball that's pretty much all water to have lots of continents and lands and stuff, even in this pond.
I mean, the thing is, you have to be awake to experience this thing, that we call the real world, right? Like, but when you're asleep, you're experiencing another world, right? Like, so do we really know the difference between the two worlds? Just because we're in this world a lot longer, in this reality, a lot longer than the sleep realm. Think about how our brains process the senses, the information coming from the senses, the light from the eyes and the pressure from the air, the ears, the sound pressure, temperature on the skin, the nose, picking up all this data that the brain is interpreting or converting to an image or a hallucination or a dream that we are all experiencing or in. That makes sense? Okay, never mind. That was crazy. Sorry. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? It's like
you were nailing it. You were nailing it.
We're in the same dream. And like, when you're hallucinating, not seeing, when you're seeing things, that's different, but we're all seeing the same hallucination. I don't know. I'm just trying.
I want to agree, but it seems like people are seeing something else, But yeah, we should be seeing the same thing.
Right. And then there's that, what you see in your mind's eye of the world, right? is what is real to you. Okay? Like because whether somebody fooled your senses, right? And you believe it, the lie, you believe the lie, that's still real to you, and you're still going to act and behave according to what you believe is real. So it's unlike, a dream. We accept the reality we are presented with, Truman, you know, on TV. The matrix is all around us. When you wake up, when you go to work, when you pay your taxes. What does that mean? Like, what the hell? I'm not trying to say this movie knows shit, but
It's
The globe is a prison for your mind.
yeah,
like your
it's the
whole
world.
everything you're doing isn't what you're supposed to be doing. It's what they want you to be doing.
It's what they want you to
Even
think.
like what you want to do. Even
Yeah,
what you want to do.
yeah. You
For
do what.
example, college demand, like what's in demand for like what you should even go for, what you should learn about in college so that you feel the demand. It's whose demand is that? You know? Are
It's
you
programmed the world. Yeah, it's like this is how the world is.
exactly?
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth?
Could be something simple like separation from nature.
I was thinking the other day, like, how did people used to brush their teeth before toothpaste? Like, why don't we know this?
Yeah, no
How?
doubt. That's so weird. It's just
What,
gone. All that information's just done.
hey,
Goes
like,
away.
what about showering? Like, what did we used to use for soap or soap? Like, why don't we know these things? Like,
It's sad, man. Another thing is this seems I don't know how much of history is real, but this seems real. Ancient um Chinese and Japanese certain portions of the country. They had the timelines, the family trees, and the scrolls, you know what I'm saying? Like family mattered so much more, if that makes any sense. At some like enough that they're tracking all their family lines for a long time, with these scrolls, like family trees.
oh yeah, our culture does that too. Samoans, they have it's oral, and now it's written. It's written down now, but it used to be oral, and it goes all the way back to the first, the beginning of time. The first man was crazy. Eh? I
No
know how
way.
much.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
That's crazy.
it's crazy, but science comes along and be like, you know, this is real science. That's you get your people were superstitious and crazy. They didn't really know this is real science. That's this is real magic. That magic is weak. It's like yes, this magic is pretty weak. I like your magic better. It's very strong. Bang. gunpowder and metal. That's the good stuff. Especially metal. The iron, the steel, and the gunpowder. Pretty much like the chemistry, because our chemistry is like more like botany chemistry. It's like plants. We didn't have the metal and the all those other cool magical elements. Yeah.
Yo, for the person that asked, what did we use before toothpaste? There's a tree, literally called the toothbrush tree, where they just took they took like little pieces of it, like the root of it, and they used it as a toothbrush. They still do it today, actually. A lot of like Muslims still use it today.
Yeah. I heard it was a tree. The thing you chewed, yeah.
Hey, real quick, Orion, I just put a couple commercials in the live stream voice text. One's Ewan McGregor, and he's walking through like a set, and they show astronauts on strings, and then he walks behind a TV, and then there's astronauts like they're in space, right? So that's a mainstream commercial they keep showing over and over again. The other one is Matthew McConaughey, and he's like in the beginning going space, the final frontier, and he's looking out into space, and he goes, nah, we need to worry about what's going on down here on Earth, and they pan out, and he's in a balloon, not in space. So that's mainstream flat Earth, right? Your face, right there.
Hollywood. How easy it is, eh?
Hollywood.
Oh, well, wait. That sounded like more like an environmentalist kind of ploy thing you were describing with the Matthew McConaughey thing.
Right, but he's saying it's all started with like space, the final frontier. Like we need to go to space. Nah. He goes, nah, and he's in a balloon. So they're showing us the illusion. Get it?
Yeah. In your face.
Well, so I'm kind of wondering, do you think that the people that are responsible for that commercial existing in the first place are the same kind of people that are responsible for the content that shows up on YouTube below the channel that this one's broadcasting on?
I think they control both sides of it, yeah.
Well, because one is, as you're saying with this, showing people that the Earth is flat, right?
Well, at least alluding to it.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. That why would they be doing that over there and the opposite over here?
Because that's how they do everything. They always control both sides.
Matthew McConaughey.
I don't see how that doesn't make any sense. Like I don't get that. Like I understand controlling both sides in a war. Opposition.
Yeah,
but
that's how they do everything psychologically.
I mean the flatearthsociety.org, who or whatever the hell runs that. Yeah, that's controlled opposition. But are you saying the commercials controlled opposition? I don't get it.
Oh yeah,
yeah, it's all controlled.
Matthew McConaughey transcended space-time with the power of love to save the world in the movie Interstellar. I mean the power of that man's face. It's like this is the guy in that awesome space movie that's sick. Yeah, let's save our planet. Love. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like the very powerful.
Don't you think it's safe to say anyone that's paying any attention really already knows that we're not on a spinning ball? Like a lot more people than we'd ever even imagine.
Yeah. So it's like
it's either they did it on purpose or it's too late and they have to absorb it, or they're just going to gaslight us with those kind of things and keep the conflict going forever.
It's like get your mind off.
Take a poll.
It's like that's the message.
Take a poll if you want to know for sure if that's true or not. You gotta go out with a clipboard, talk to 100 random people, ask them if they think the Earth is a ball or if they acknowledge that it's flat and stationary.
A lot of them wouldn't admit that they even think that, though.
Well,
people might know it without wanting to admit it to themselves still.
Well, it doesn't
like all our friends.
Then you're going into, just guessing what people are thinking, which is.
I mean,
what the hell would you do that for?
In the 2 years, like when I went out in Hollywood with Flat Earth Dude and was flat smacking people on Hollywood Boulevard almost 3 years ago, even within the first year, we saw a big difference. It was like the way that people reacted the first time was like basically get the fuck out of here. Then a year later, it was like a lot more people had heard about it at least. And then a year after that, there were people high-fiving us. That's how fast it's changed. That's how fast the general populace, and you could tell just by the reactions people have when they walk by your stand. And the kids know. The kids know because they have the internet. They've looked on both sides. They're savvy. They realize that it's not a spinning ball. A lot more than we'd ever think. So either we can continue that, the cool people just get to be the ones that looked into it and have lots of cool friends that know the truth, but they're not telling us the truth. I'm just saying if they do tell us the truth and it goes quote unquote mainstream, they're doing it for some kind of reason.
Well, make sure to point out when that's happening because I don't see it. I see it going the other direction. Lots of media organizations that like to spend a lot of time talking about other things and don't ever talk about the Earth being flat.
Well, they have subtle ways of doing it. I think they're faking space poorly on purpose and showing us the ISS fakery. Like they don't have to show us shit. They could just take the money and do whatever they want with it. Tell us they're going to space. They don't have to put on a show and do it badly on purpose. So they're gaslighting us. At least we know that. Those harness videos didn't just leak; they were shown to us, right?
I still just find it remarkable how it scares some people. Just the subject of the Earth being flat. Like the other day, I was walking through Trader Joe's, and this woman, she must have been like 50 years old or something, and she was just asking me how I was and how my day was going. I was asking how she was doing. She's like, yeah, doing fine, And like as she's like handing me my change as I'm walking out, I'm like telling her the Earth is flat and stationary. It's like, wait, what? What do you say? I lean closer to her and I say so she could hear clearly. The Earth is flat and stationary, and I'm like, holding my hand up to make a flat physical shape with my hand, flat, not a globe. And she didn't say anything from that on, or no, she did because I said, have a nice. She didn't say anything in response to that, but just had this look on her face like she was just
like
just scared, like she just was absolutely scared. Like the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary scared this woman. I don't know why, but it just did. And I said to her, like, hey, have a nice day and everything. And she's like, yeah, you too and everything. And they're like, I'm just like, I don't. That's what I'm saying is like, when you say like, you think, they might tell the truth about the Earth being flat, but then somehow fool these people with other things. I don't know, man. I don't know what that kind of propaganda would do that woman. Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah, I always say it's like offering them a permanent hit of acid. Because you might as well have just said, I just dosed your drink with a permanent hit of acid. Like if she had learned that, she'd be anybody would be terrified. Even we would refuse that, but that's what it's like pretty much.
Because you're probably also.
But I mean, would you even get her to accept it to begin with? Like would she even like be like, oh, the shit, the TV says that the Earth is flat now, but do I even believe it? I mean, I guess, or do I even acknowledge that? I don't know.
If the TV says
really
it's true,
that's the where I would go with that kind of individual.
Isn't it funny when you talk? Isn't it funny when you talk to people like about flat Earth or whatever, and they like friends that they know you're right, but they don't want to talk to you about it anymore, or they don't want to accept that you're right, and they say, well, if it ever comes out, and even flat earthers will say, if it ever comes out, it already came out, it's out, people know. So if it comes out in the quote unquote way they mean, that means that the media is talking about it as, like that's the truth now. And they will believe it if the news people tell
I
them
mean,
it's
it
truth.
has to come out on social media. It means it has to be like tweeted as it's cool, like
Well, it already
rappers
has. It
about
already
it, and
has,
these have to be made about it and shit.
hasn't it?
Like,
There's been lots of tweeting
things that
and memes, and I mean, people. It's something you find out. It's not something you believe. So and it's something that has gone through social media. It was trending or whatever, right? So
I don't know, man. I said because they associated with anti-government and the other thing. That's why if you think of a person like that, like okay, this guy's a flat earther. He's also all these other crazy things. I bet. Just get away from
have
me,
you
man.
seen that show Space Force? Somebody
Yeah,
put a clip in that stream the other night. They were talking about it, and that was like
all season one.
basically like a flat. Like the clip was basically saying, "Yeah, the Earth is flat. Come on!" Like it was like us sitting there. Like they had scripted us into the Space Force program, where it's like we know it's flat. Come on, people figured it out. Anybody that's
Uh,
paying attention already knows. I'm sure there's
the
tons of
stars,
Hollywood actors. There, some people don't want to know still, but most people that are have
they had
half
flat earthers.
a
I think
brain
they had
know.
on it, but it was
Yeah,
flat
most
earthers.
people aren't going to watch that and think of that as the truth, though. I mean,
No,
you
it's
know,
gaslighting.
they're not.
Gaslighting. No, no, not yet. But anybody that's actually looked into it realizes it. It's not like it's not a belief, So
It was a wedding, and I think there was Flat Earth Society on it, was it? Or am I thinking of another show? I think I'm thinking of another show. It's a cartoon. Never mind.
yeah, there's that. What is it called? Inside Job. The show's called
Yeah,
Inside
yeah,
Job, I think, right? So they've made conspiracy commercialized already.
Yeah, yeah. I mentioned that on here before. That's the only example I can think of where they've actually gotten malicious with the sort of propaganda against flat earthers. Like, so what I mean is that's the only example I know of where they actually actively depict people saying that the Earth is flat and stationary, flat earthers, as violent as they do it in that cartoon. They have them show up at some government facility with guns and be like, "Oh, take us to the edge, take us to the edge,"
Yeah,
makes
but
them
they
look
were
all
harmless
retarded and
still.
shit.
Yeah,
It,
at least
it
they were
makes them look like a
harmless.
bunch of slack-jawed
yeah.
yokels with guns saying, "Oh, take us to
Right.
the edge" and shit like that, and they try to take people hostage, and it's just a bunch of bullshit. But the point is that that's their that's their low shot. That's their foul ball. I
But
forget
they
what
could
term
have
I'm looking
done
for. The
much
point is
worse.
it's a
They
cheap
could have
shot.
done
It's a
much
cheap shot, is what I'm saying.
right, but they could have done much worse. Oops. They could have done much worse by now. Like if they really wanted to stop flat Earth, they could have made one of these school shootings totally like directly a flat earther or some other fake thing and made it like made us enemy number one. They've
That,
made, I mean, there's hit pieces, but they make us look, and people have to laugh at it before they accept it.
nah,
That's
that
I think the
yeah,
strategy.
that wouldn't work. That would fuck everything up.
They could fuck it up if they wanted to, but they're using it some way, whether it's just to divide or whether they have a longer plan. I don't know. I mean, the videos were all suggested to us, at one point.
Well, look, they teach pilots, they teach professionals that work with long distance land, right? That's assume that it's a non-rotating, flat,
Yeah,
stationary plane.
exactly.
Okay, and at the same time, they believe that it's a ball. So I mean, it's a success.
Well, all
There's
the kids
nothing.
playing video games know that their environment is a stationary level environment, right? And it doesn't match what they're saying about the Earth.
I mean, I don't know how long they can keep it up, but that's why I bring up simulation theory, especially with the metaverse, especially with
They're
AI,
pushing
open
that too. They're totally pushing that.
Elon Musk, yeah, Elon Musk, especially this AI thing. I don't think the AI knows anything, but they're pushing it because they're like, if you could ask the AI anything, like, what would be the most important question you'd ask him? And he said, "What's outside of the simulation?" And I was like, "What the fuck, man?" There are all these fucking questions you can't ask, and you ask the dumbest fucking. I was like, see, this guy's pushing fucking simulation. But they are definitely gonna try and use, the metaverse, this whole blockchain, um, technology, 5G. But anyways, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that
Mike Jack.
they may just let it be anybody's interpretation and not make an announcement about what it is or isn't, but make it a little bit more even within all these areas. So like you could say you believe that it's a simulation, or it's the outer space. That just let the religion of outer space continue, and then people that think there's outer pounders or think that it's a stationary Earth might interpret the alien invasion as outer pounders, even if they don't tell us it's that. Maybe they don't. They want to keep all. It's not like they don't want to ever kill any narratives. They just want to control them all.
Well, if you can control reality, if you can control people's reality and what they believe, this is before technology, but now after technology, you can augment reality. It's called augmented reality, virtual reality, and it's basically things you do in the metaverse, in the on the internet, in the spiritual world. That's what I call it. It affects the physical world, and things in the physical world affects the metaphysical world. That's what I call it now, metaphysical, metaverse, whatever. But you know what I mean? Like it's like freaking the Matrix almost. Like how can like now like if people don't believe their senses now, like how are they gonna believe anything? Their senses in the future when their world like people don't know how to grow food and provide for themselves. Well, in the metaverse, when everything is provided for you because you're in the system, like how do you, and you don't know anything and you rely totally on the system, probably safer to stay in the system and be provided for, maybe be on some kind of IV, I don't know. Or maybe in those little like in the Matrix, those little pods. That would be cool, right? Everything the human body needs, all the proteins and amino acids. That's just, I'm speculating crazy.
Sounds good though. Sounds good. It's something we should all think about actually. So good bit of speculation there.
Oh, Jin CBR1, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Behold, the flat
The one
earth,
and only.
loudest flat earther you'll ever meet.
The loudest and
Behold.
proudest.
Say that again.
What's up, G?
Don't worry, I've been out there smashing those delusional scumbags. I've been
What
giving
else?
it to them good and hard. The truth, that is. The truth, that is.
Good addendum right there.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know that some people like to go into the gutter, keep it clean, family show, and all that.
The way you said it sounded like it came straight from the gutter. Like I gave it to him good and hard.
No, I've been reminding them that these characters don't have the excellence and the integrity of a blade of grass. For when you behold the beauty and the integrity of the blade of grass, yeah, it's something to behold. The magnificence and the splendor. They don't have any of that. Yeah. You see?
No,
Words
they do.
can really destroy people.
Jin's on some Bruce Lee level shit.
I don't think it's fair to say that they don't have that. They have it, and they don't.
No, they don't have it.
They do what
They
they
don't
have.
have it. No, they don't have it.
Design.
They don't have it. They've thrown it away. They have thrown it away. They have turned their back on it. They don't have that excellence. They don't have it. When I speak to them like that, I'm trying to get them back to that excellence. But they have to make some concessions. They have to concede that they were wrong, and they haven't done that yet, so they don't have it. They are less than elephant and rhino feces, poo mixed together. They're less than that. But that mixture can fertilize earth. You can grow substance. You can live. They are less than that. They're lower than the belly of a snake. That is low, man.
Oh,
That is
jeez.
right.
Forgive them.
That's intense.
Forgive them, for they know not how they err.
I'm telling them how they err. They can't say they don't know because I'm telling them. No, they're not getting away with that either.
It's a malfunction, man. Sometimes people just they're dumb and they just can't take the criticism. They don't understand it and stuff like that. You have to feel pity for them.
Self-love.
That's why I'm doing it. That's why I'm doing it. That's
Yeah,
why
they'd rather
I am
hear
doing
from Antonio Banderas,
That's why my
That is
uncle
why
said
I'm
after
doing
he
it.
kicked my ass, he's like, I did that because I love you. It's like, uh-huh,
That's right.
uh-huh.
That's right. That is exactly right. You got to be cruel. You got to be cruel to be kind, as the song goes.
What's that phrase? Forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Not what they do. That's from Jesus Christ. But they know what they're doing because I'm telling them what they're doing. Come on. No, that they're not going to get away with that. Nah.
Yeah, what you're
No
talking about
forgiveness
is
there.
the distinction between willful ignorance and ignorance. So when someone cuts you off, they probably don't know that, they probably didn't realize they cut you off. Just chill out, relax, keep driving. Right? But when people are willfully ignorant, that's different.
There you are.
How would you distinguish between willful ignorance and malice?
It's like when you
quite easy.
There's a scripture beginning of Romans. I often hear Helio quoting it, but it talks about how, only, I think it says, only a fool says there's no God because his, fingerprints are on everything. And, when you really look and study the world, and then you think that, we came from just like some rocks and, the table of elements, that's where we came from, just all random like. That would be the willful ignorance, I think.
So would it be fair to say that if there's no harm caused, then it doesn't cross the line to malice? It's just willful ignorance?
There's a lot of harm caused because it's been educated through the education system, which is an indoctrination system.
That's exactly where I was going with it, Jin. Like, is the hiding of truth, can you argue that causes harm? Because I think you can.
It's flat, but people say it's not flat, it's a ball. Or when something looks like a male because it has a penis, but people are like, oh, you don't know that.
There you go.
No, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. No.
You don't know that just because it has a penis.
It's doing immense harm because imagine now the way I feel now. Imagine the way I'm feeling now as a flat earther. If I'd known this in my youth, man, I'd be unstoppable. Doing good, that is. Doing good, yeah? The world would be a much, much, much better place. They've set us back centuries, as far as I'm concerned, at the moment. And this Ukraine nonsense, humanity is involved in this. It's the fault of humanity because humanity is voting for its devaluation, expecting something. But look at what's happened. Go get your jab, for example. Now it's raining bombs. We are all to blame for that. Well, those of us who went out and voted for the so-called democracy, which is actually dictatorship. So no. I'm real, man. I'm telling you now, man, yeah? We are to blame for what's going on. Until man stands up and gets the soldiers to put down the guns and get them on our side as well, and then throw out the scum, expose them for what they are. No, we're going to get more of this. And we are to blame.
Drag them down the street and then hang.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind.
Drag them by their ankles on the street.
I'm going to own that. I'm going to own that one. We're all to blame. Humanity is to blame for what's going on in Ukraine. We know it's well planned in the Bilderberg group and that. The fact is, we shouldn't allow them to have that meeting as such. We shouldn't be voting. I mean, that is the worst act ever at the moment. Thinking you are doing something for your benefit. Are you mad? Look at what's going on. Look at what's happened in the past. They're laughing at us, man. You know what I did today? I revisited a movie that I watched in Britain when I was a kid. It's called Lord of the Flies. Right? Lord of the Flies. Some kids were being evacuated from the Second World War in Britain, and their plane crashed over a Pacific island, so uninhabited island. So they're there now, okay? And you can see how we. Do you know the film? Does anybody know that story? Lord of the Flies.
I had to watch it in school.
1963. I watched it as a kid myself. Yeah, and I just see that is what's going on at the moment. Scumbags in control. Weak,
bullies,
spineless scum in control, and the masses are just following like dumb, ignorant fools. Yeah, Lord of the Flies.
What could happen to us, the people, if left to our own devices?
Yeah, we can do better though. We can do better, because if I was on that island, that scrawny little skinny scumbag boy would have been slapped up completely, because there was no black boy there, all British. If I was there, that boy would have been smacked to smithereens, because my ethos is we all live together. My best friends at school were those boys who were being bullied at school. I stopped the bullying. That was me. So I know that I'm not here to be the leader. Lead comes from everybody. Yeah. I'm not the leader as such. I'm more the protector of the group and the leader. Yeah. That was my role as a kid. As a kid growing up, going to secondary school, my best friends were those boys who were being bullied, because I stopped the bullies bullying the kids.
Yes.
Yeah. Those are my friends. So I know that boy in that movie, if that had been a reality, he would have been taken out, smacked up, not killed, but reminded that no, you do not have any say in what goes on. Stand back. Let the ones who really want things to happen speak up, because they're the ones that are going to make the new world, not you. You have to follow us. Otherwise, go your own way. Yeah. But that's what I'm living in. That's what I'm living in, you see. So there you are. I come to Japan. I'm the only school that's refunding money. Kids are sick. Adults are doing overtime. They're getting 100% refund. I make 0 They say no one does that in this country. I said, I know. But I can't live by making money because you are sick or because you had to make overtime. So you lose money. I wouldn't want to lose that money. So I cannot take it from you. So you hear it is in return. So that's my integrity. And I'm not gonna go down without fighting for that. Believe you me. And that's what we need to be doing. So when it's happening in Ukraine, humanity is involved in that. That's what's wrong, because that's us allowing that to happen, because none of us are standing up. We are voting. If the worst act we could ever do. We were born free. The earth was made for us to live on. So if we're going to be looking to others, with bombs, taking our money, right, and then they bomb us to death, and then we pay to be bombed to death. I mean, look at what's going on. Right. Be real, yeah? You're a flat earther now. It's time, you got to stand up. You got to scream this reality till people wake up. You've got to do it. And that's what I'm doing. Went into a shop yesterday. The man saying to me, the first time in 2 years, the man saying to me, "Where's your mask?" I said, "What do you mean, where's my mask? Please pass me what I need." Shut up. Pass me what I need, yeah? Okay. If you are scared of the virus, that's you. I haven't been sick 44 years. Do you understand? 44 years not sick. 20 years in your country not sick. You're doing something wrong, not me, yeah? Give me my bloody stuff I want. You idiot.
You actually told him to shut up?
Yeah, of course I told him to shut up. I goes, yeah, and I said to his wife, if you're scared of the virus or whatever, do some research. You have a smartphone, or smarten up and do the research, yeah? I've been in your country 20 years. You know me, Dean's English School. You know me, right? You see
me all in Japanese?
Oh, of course.
Dude, you're a gangster, man.
Of course. I said,
Just
you see me,
imagine it.
see? Right. So she says, but the other customers. She said, about, I don't care about the other customers. When they come in, I will educate them, I said. I will educate them on their mistake. Okay? Don't think because I come in here, I know nothing. I know more than you. I'm a gaijin, yeah? A foreigner. You copied the foreigners. That's your history. Is it not? Right, then give me my goods. Bloody cheek. I went mad yesterday.
Savage.
Yeah, man. Fucking man. They know me. Yeah.
Gaijin
And I'm the
crazy.
man that's cleaning up. Look, I go and empty my rubbish. These idiots are so scared of catching COVID from the rubbish that they don't even put their rubbish in properly. So it's a big mess. Who tidies it up? Who's been tidying up for the last 3 years? Me.
The entire neighborhood?
Pissing down with rain, it's snowing, whatever. That area is cleaned up because I'm showing them. I'm not scared of your fucking COVID, am I? Right, and it's your rubbish. There you go. I don't have to do it, but I do it to show you that, one, I'm not scared of catching COVID. Two, this is how we do it when we're in London. We don't do this. Do it like animals, okay? There you go.
When's the last time you were in London, man?
Well, 22 years ago.
There's some neighborhoods that are pretty dirty.
No. We got in London, when you go and do your rubbish, there's all bins set up. Paper, cardboard, recyclable green bottles, brown bottles, what? It's set up beautifully.
Yeah.
Because that's why you pay your residential tax. So it's done. Here in Japan, it's all happening under a net, all like animals. But I tidy it all up.
For the entire neighborhood, or?
For my neighborhood, yeah.
Yeah. That's admirable.
Right. I'm trying to show them, and this is winter, jeans in shorts, lycra, t-shirts. Because they said that we black people are more susceptible to this virus. We can get it easy, yeah? Look at me. Am I getting it? No. Right, there you are then. Thank you. You think I'm living for nothing? Don't be silly. You think I've worked this hard for some scumbags in America and from the WHO to dismantle my truth? You're mad. Absolutely. Wherever I go, I'm going to be talking about this. Bars, toilets, fucking laundrettes, shopping malls. That's all I'm talking. Flat Earth, vaccines. That's it. That's what they've got to get in their heads. Yeah, so you're scared of the virus, are you?
Yeah, Jin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's cool down on the sea stuff, okay?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I got
It's,
you. But you know what I'm
saying. Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah. I follow you.
You're doing good work, man. You're doing good work. We are talking to people directly in real life. It makes more.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more productive than.
It's more productive
almost
than
all of this stuff right here.
Well,
and also, but again, this server is meant for Flat Earth, and the coming new Discord terms of service will.
I totally understand. Yeah, I'm aware of the new, the revised regulations that are coming in, and we can't. Yeah, so by the end of March,
I'm not aware of them. What's like the key thing that they're
Flat Earth
changing
related, which
that
is
affects
fine.
us?
Everything's happening on the Flat Earth. What I'm talking about, anyway, folks.
So Discord is hammering down on disinformation. Yeah, so Discord is hammering down on disinformation and misinformation.
Yeah.
That's all they say, just disinformation, misinformation? Those
disinformation.
Key
yeah,
terms.
That's right. I understand.
Those
Behold the beauty of the flat line. The most beautiful flat line you'll ever see. It's the horizon, signaling and officially stamping on your head that the earth is flat. That's the beauty of that straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have had a DM percentage. You should have had a DM from Discord. I think if you search your DMs, Discord sent you an official one, which they state the new terms of service.
No, I blocked Discord.
Oh. You should go on the website. It's everywhere.
They kept on spamming me. I just blocked their asses.
28th of March will be the new terms of service.
Cool. Yeah, Gino saying the horizon, the flat line of life. You'll see it until that flat line.
I heard about it anyway. I heard about it. Yeah. All right. Behold.
Till your heart stops beating. And, the flat line of death, which is the second beauty.
Yeah. When you've done your best and you pass on. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, you have to stand up for the truth. It doesn't matter whatever. Even with Discord and its regulations, it can never stop you being who you are. That can never happen. And that's never going to happen.
Are you saying they're trying to ban Flat Earth?
Sorry?
Are you saying they're trying to ban Flat Earth now?
I don't think
Well, I mean, they're trying to... No, they're
That's
not trying
not
to
what he
ban
said.
Flat Earth. They don't want any side
What he said
dishes.
was, yeah, we don't want to get banned for anything but Flat Earth. We know we only got a limited amount of time. We don't want to speed up that time.
Yeah, we want to be able to give as much help to people.
Can you
who come
expound
to the
on
server.
how you know you have a limited amount of time? What do you mean by that?
Well, I think that what they've done is they've tried to do everything but directly attack us to see if that would work. And I think eventually that's not going to work, because if the Earth really is flat, people can really go out and measure it for themselves, and 95% of the people live by the sea, and the rest of those people live by probably a large body of water, it's only a matter of time.
That's right.
That they
Remember, folks,
shut down the Flat Earth servers in Discord, you mean?
It's only a matter of time for they have to shut everything down, because once you start to control the narrative, you have to really double down every time.
Of course they do. Of course they do.
I'm with you. But in terms of the context, you guys are speaking as if the Flat Earth servers are going to be shut down. It's a matter of time, that they're going to shut down.
It is a matter of time, honestly.
That's been established. I think that's just, a speculative claim, and the way you guys are saying it is as if it's a certainty. And even if it were to happen, we would just go to a different medium. So I don't think
exactly.
a bigger worry.
That's what I was saying, that they can't stop us no matter what. Even if they shut the server down, doesn't mean we're gone. No.
I mean, it does show, it's indicative of, the establishment's propaganda and how they're, trying to censor everything and stuff, if it does happen. But I don't think it's a deal breaker.
That's why you wear Flat Earth clothing and you initiate Flat Earth conversations wherever you go, Even if you're on the train taking a ride. Flat Earth, folks. The Earth is indeed flat, okay? Do not say you weren't told. Gin CBO1 speaking on the train as we're all on our way to work. Diddly-dee, 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 diddly-dee on the train, yeah? Okay. Good morning, folks. Flat Earth, all right? Thank you. And then I'll just go back to reading the newspaper. What fucking news has he got? I don't know. Probably Motorcycle Magazine. But that's what I'm like. That's where you've got to be at now. When they do that, you've got to be in their faces with it, literally. Just blast it out on the carriage. Just blast it out. Do some research. Look for it. Go and find it. Beware of the debunking videos, because they're obviously, if you read a debunking video and you believe in that, then you've given up. What are the odds that somebody like me on the train on the way to work in the morning, everyone's aftershave perfume overwhelming the carriage, talking about Flat Earth? Okay? Start to think, are you a sheep or are you somebody who wants to know the truth?
Jen, let me ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you talk to people about Flat Earth, is your goal simply to just raise awareness about the Flat Earth, or is it kind of indirectly to make them start thinking about God and that they were created, and to work towards
well, you see
that?
You see, that's it. That is it, because Flat Earth leads people to God. You see, that's why I use the word, the beauty of the Flat Earth, the Creator creates for us. You understand? So I'm not a religious man myself, not by any means, but those words will come out, that I know that this earth was not made by man. And it's flat, it's level, and they're going to know that, of course. The idea is for them to connect with nature, which brings them back to God, obviously.
So would you agree then that Flat Earth, in and of itself, isn't really, important, but it's just the ramifications of it?
No, it's important. It's very important.
Why?
Very important.
In and of itself, I'm saying, per se.
It's encompassing of the Creator. Has to be.
Yeah,
because once they realise that the earth is in the ball and they've been lied to, the next thing is they're going to think, wow. And then if they're thinking logically, they're going to think, how did this earth come to be then? And it's flat. The creator. No one else could have done it. No man did it. No human being.
Yeah, it's like the gateway to what comes after, which is like, you know, the real important stuff. That's the real meat of it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They will reconnect with God, and in whichever way they choose to do that.
That's what science is supposed to be, but instead of revealing that, science is, right, as if it's doing it on purpose, and it doesn't make any sense. And all the stories we're told about not God doesn't make any sense. But we're supposed to believe, you know, the nonsense.
Ridiculous. Oh, that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
But the evidence will always lead, you know, that's what science does. You know, when you study things, it leads you to how it came to be, right?
Yeah.
And then you're either gonna follow the evidence or you're gonna make something up to hide the real understanding, knowledge, science.
Such true words. Because I was 6 years old when I realized I couldn't put the leaf back on the tree that I pulled off. Pulled the leaf off the trees for this nature study project we're doing at school. Ladybugs, insects in a jar, put a paper on top or a tissue, you know, elastic band, little holes so the thing could breathe. But I wanted to put the leaves back because I knew that the leaves were going to die. But that's when I realized, yeah, the creator created this. I'm destroying it. I'm never going to do that again, is what I said. I made that mind up at 6 years old, and I couldn't wait to get the insects released back into their habitat after the project. So, and I knew. I just knew, the power.
Understood what life was. Is that life came from a creator that it couldn't have. It's not something that you can just you know, find somewhere like a rock. You know, that once you kill it, it's gone forever. Like
Gone forever. You see, I can't bring it back. And I knew that. And that's when I connected. I said, yeah, this is, you know, I was really sorry for what I did. And after that, I said, I'm never going to destroy anything. And with my children, when they stamped on an insect, I said, now, okay, you see that insect? What if that insect had a family now and it was trying to get food to go back out? You just stopped them from doing that now. That's what I said to my kids. I said, whenever you're with me, make sure you touch nature with your eyes only. You hear me? With your eyes only. Not with your hands or your foot. Yeah? Okay. Don't do that again. And they learn.
And your nose.
Yeah. They learned. They learn quickly. They learn very quick. We go camping. Don't break up the fresh branch. That's the ones that are dead is what we use, yeah? Don't kill fresh. Take the ones that have dropped down. Let's make our fire with what the old stuff. It's going to burn quickly. We're going to have a fire soon. Okay, let's go. Don't destroy what we didn't make, yeah? All right. Go on. Go get the wood and the stuff we need. Yeah. Oh, I loved it. I mean, we're the ones dancing in the campsite with our music and everything else. Because we're living good. We're enjoying it. We're not harming nature, but we're enjoying nature. Nature's giving us good time. Everybody thinks nature is bad because of the insects, the mosquitoes, everything. No, that's the reverse. It's the best place to be. If there's an earthquake, which would you rather be, in a tent or a bloody house? They said a tent because they understood the tent can absorb. The house is going to come down on them and kill them. There you are. So you see? Okay, boys, you understand there? Okay, you're getting there. You're beginning to understand that nature is what we are. The buildings we make not always the best. Okay? All right. Yeah, my boys, they know. I'm alive. What? My second son is currently snowboarding in a place called Niagara with his friends. You know, he's staying overnight. You know, in a hotel one night there. But he's snowboarding today. Yeah, I wanted to go, but I had to work. I said, I was screaming, because he could go and I couldn't go. But you know, got to appreciate what.
Are they being chaperoned by the boy's parents?
No, because he is 19. Excuse me, black belt in judo, 19. And the ski resorts, ski lifts are free for the 19 and 20-year-olds because they're becoming of age, so it's free for them during the spring holidays. So they've gone.
So your 19-year-old son would be perfectly cool with you joining him and his friends for like a snowboarding trip?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I'm not going to be in their way. I'm accompanying them. They're going to do what they're going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And then we meet up for something to eat.
Yeah, that's good. I think that like shows that you have a really good relationship with your son. Because most like teenagers and guys like that, they don't want their parents anywhere near them when they're doing different things.
Exactly. But the thing is, I said to them, I'm not going to be in your way because I just want to snowboard. So if you're going to go up with your boys, I understand that. Go ahead, man. Don't even think about daddy. But daddy's here if there's a problem. That's all. And I'm going to enjoy my snowboarding myself. And then we can meet up and have something to eat. Yeah, no problem. So that's cool, isn't it? We're there, but they're doing their own thing.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
That's how it's always been. Yeah, that's how it's always been. As such.
Inshallah.
They've always had that real democracy, real independence. They've had it. I've never been the autocratic dad. Only when we go to the supermarket when they were little and there's cars moving around. If I look and don't see you, you're going to get a conk on your head. You understand? So when I look, I must see you. That means you've got to be near me, yeah? Oh, okay, let's go shopping. Let's go shopping now. Let's see if we can do that.
Did you spank your kids when they were younger?
Oh, I conked them on the head because I didn't want them to be in the way of others, causing accidents, raising heart levels, pulsating hearts, because my kids ran out in the middle of the road when they were trying to park their car and whatever. So
no, I mean, aside from that, like if they misbehaved in the house, did you ever spank them?
In the house, not really, no. It was more say on the street when they were doing things that were mega dangerous. In the house, I just had to raise my voice and that was it. And they knew what they had to do. But on the streets now, it's a little bit more serious. They got a conk. So the embarrassment of getting conked in public sorts them out. That's the psychology there. That's all. And it wasn't often. If you ask them, was your dad strict? They're going to say only when we did something wrong. That's it. And that's it. Nothing else. Other than that, I've been very much liberal. I even told their headmaster and the teachers, guess what they said? Don't be too liberal with your kids. Don't tell me how to bring up my children. They're not going to be like the Japanese kids, like robots, yeah? They're going to be free to think for themselves, okay? Don't tell me. Don't ever tell me how to bring up my children. Fucking cheek. They're telling you, don't be too liberal. I said, shut your mouth. I was totally annoyed with them. The reason why, there was a dispute over haircuts and hairstyles, okay? And then they sent me a letter. So I phoned them up and shouted down the phone, don't ever call me about my children's hairstyle. You're an education authority only, and that's all you are. Your Japanese government doesn't tell you what hairstyle to have. You have no right to tell what haircuts my children have.
was
I went
one
to
of your sons rocking a fro or what?
Sorry?
Was one of them rocking a fro?
One of them had an afro hairstyle. Then the other ones had the ones they were complaining about was the cropped hair, where you know like the military style, where you have nothing on the back but just a little bit on top. Right. They were complaining. So I went to the school and said, look, you see this hairstyle? This is what's known as the poor man's hairstyle. It doesn't cost anything to do. It is not a fashion statement. It doesn't have Nike or Honda or Coca-Cola on their head.
Yeah.
Okay? Or Calvin Klein.
Just a simple fade.
It is hygienic and easy maintenance. And if you're in London, you would be losing your job today because you don't have the authority to tell any children what colour hair, length, style to have. Because children, when they leave your school, have a life outside of school. They could be in acting school where they may need to keep a certain hairstyle because of their private hobbies.
They're expressing themselves. They're in that's a phase in life where they're the way they express, very expressive, but it's through their
individuality.
Fashion. Yeah. They're trying to find themselves. They're trying things out.
Exactly.
You found that,
Experimenting.
So you mentioned how in the store you were very kind of assertive, forceful with the shop owner regarding masks,
just talking about their
and with like the school, you sound like sometimes you have kind of these aggressive, assertive exchanges. Have you found that it's served you poorly, that like bridges have been burned or people avoid you, or it has hurt you somehow in the future when you do that?
What it's done in the school is that it's made them. Well, for me, I mean, the relationship between me and the school is I wear a flat T-shirt because I'm a real teacher. You're following the system, so we don't get on in that sense. But when I go there, they have to I am free to do what I have to do, and they have to just step aside.
And they've
There's
never
no
once
control.
faulted your kids because of your
No, they
actions,
can't do
your
that.
demeanor?
They can't do that because the kids in the school come to my house anyway. 16, 20 kids in the house. So it doesn't matter what the school says. The children know the truth because they come to this place. They come to learn English, but not only that, they come to stay with their friend, my sons, and they're having a great time of it.
Okay, what about like being like adamant with like a shop owner and they say that you can't shop anymore or
No, they can't say that. They can't say that. They can't say that, you see, because one, they lose money themselves and they don't want that kind of hassle.
You
They
hurry
don't
up and
want
buy.
that kind of hassle, you see.
Jin, you hurry up and buy.
Say that again?
He said, you hurry up and buy and get up.
What does that mean?
He's trying to say hurry up and buy.
Oh,
sorry, Jin.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. No, I just go in there and just do what I got to do.
Crazy gaijin.
Yeah.
It's from not Boys in the Hood. It's from...
might see me as that, yeah. Some of them might see me as that, but that's a very small number. You know, it's not even a 0 point something percent. It's not even that.
It's impressive. Like people should know to be that assertive, to not back down, to not be kind of scared of confrontation and stuff like that. Because you gotta be like you gotta believe in, you gotta have conviction. It's integrity. Yes. It's honorable to have conviction, and people, whether or not they disagree, like they could disagree with you, but they would still respect you for having your opinion and being, standing by it. So it's definitely an impressive quality. It's a virtuous quality to have, in my opinion.
Right. That's exactly what they see in me, is that this guy is doing it his way. He's not Japanese. He's not harming anybody. Okay? And maybe we can learn something, because that's what I say to them. Don't think I know anything. I don't know anything. Think, what is it he knows that you don't know? That's what you have to think when you see me. Because I come here to bring you the truth. That's all I'm here. I know about your history, and the embargo you had with America, Holland, and Britain. That's why you started to attack in the Pearl Harbor. But you don't even know that. I've had to tell you that. So then you can go and research it. Because you didn't. You just listened to the narrative. So don't think I don't know anything. Think, what does he know that I don't know? That's what you've got to think before you even ask me a question. All right? I'll tell them.
Your interactions with people. Sorry, go ahead, Hank.
Just wanted to say my dad said that all the time.
Yeah, that's it. Because my intention is to be honourable, respectful, and let's all live on this earth together. The good that you have in your culture, I'm going to use. What I don't think is good, I'm not going to use. And I'm a free agent, and I will always be a free agent. That's how I'm going to be. And remember, this country, you don't even own it. It's owned by your government. That's your problem. You don't even own the country. Your government is owning it.
I was going to ask you, Jim, what's, like, from all your kind of exchanges and conversations about flat Earth and the truth of the universe, what's one thing that another person, the person that you're talking to, has taught you, like something that you didn't know, which kind of like, caught you off guard?
Oh, yeah, whaling. Because I came to Japan with the idea that the whaling and the tusks that they use to make their, what's known as the hanko, they have these seals, like royal seals that they, I thought that the Japanese were killing elephants in Africa and taking the tusks to make their seals. But when I came, a woman corrected me on it. One of my students corrected me on it. A female student corrected me on that. She literally lived 3 minutes from where I was living, and she corrected me on that. And I think, thank you very much, because she went home, printed out all the information from her computer and brought it. I've still got it. She stapled it together like a book. I've still got it. So, yeah.
So they take, the blubber of whales, or what?
Well, no. The Japanese use every facet of the whale. So the whaling problem was not due to the Japanese. It was due to the West. And after she gave me the book, fortunately for me, the BBC put on a program that I watched here in Japan on TV, showing how the West harmed and hunted the world to extinction almost. It had nothing to do with Japan.
So
Japan was not there.
So they would use like the blubber of the whale to make tusks. I don't understand.
Yeah, the tusk from the elephant is used to make the seals even today. Okay, but this tusk is coming from stocks from elephants that were killed years ago, and they're buying old stock. I thought they were killing fresh elephants, so that was corrected there. And with the whale, they've been whaling. The Japanese have been whaling for over 10,000 years.
I see.
So every facet of the whale is used. The blubber and everything is used to make a glue. The bones are used to make tools and whatever. They eat every facet. They waste nothing. So I learned a lot.
Yeah, when you mentioned the tusks and the whales together, I thought they were like part of the same point, and I was confused. But now
the tusks are coming from the elephant.
Yeah.
And I thought that they were killing African elephants to take the tusks to make their seals. But no, the ivory seals, no. They're buying old stock that's lying around in the West. They're buying that and they're using that. So they didn't kill the elephant as such. So my conceptions from what I had going to Japan changed.
Well, I'm sure they still kind of create a market for the continued hunting of elephants, right? If they're still using these seals and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, they're still using seals, but they're not hunting. It's coming from old stock from years and years and years ago.
How much does old stock last? At some point, they're going to start dipping into new stock and hunting and like.
Oh, I think hunting elephants has since been curtailed somewhat. So, and there's quite a lot of tusks that are in stock at the moment. That you can feel safe that if you go and buy a seal, it's not going to be from an elephant that was killed in the last 30 years.
Mm-hmm. And also that you can feel safe that they've kind of regulated the market and the harvesting of them, so it's sustainable, and you don't have to worry about these animals going extinct or what have you. Hopefully, they use the elephant, every part that they can, just like they do with the whales.
They do. They in Japan
That's like really the most kind of the biggest kind of bombshell that you learned as a result of talking to the people.
That was the one for me. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that was the one because I brought that all the way from England. I carried that. That Japanese was a whaling country and they're harming the world. But when I then looked into it properly, it turns out it was the West that were killing the whale for a piece called the blubber, and then they'd throw the carcass away. And the blubber was used for oil for the Industrial Revolution. That's all they were using it for. What a waste of an animal. They didn't even send the carcass to Japan so they could eat it and use it. They just threw it back in the sea. The Japanese, on the other hand, even today, they've since recently, they've left, I think 4 years ago, they left the monetary system because Iceland violated it. Japan was the only one honouring the actual treaty for the whaling. Japan was the only one. Iceland and other countries were breaking that treaty.
Like the Kyoto Accord?
Yeah. So they gave up. It was a proper official treaty where they mustn't be hunting for certain species. So Japan has now left that only 4 years ago, mind you. Now the others broke it like 10 years ago. They were breaking this treaty. So now Japan, even though Japan hunts for whale, they're within the legal limits. And remember, the industry in Japan has died almost. People have gone bankrupt because of this monetary system. Okay, because they want to replenish the population of the whale. And remember, the only reason why the whale was going extinct was the West, not the Japanese. They always fish.
Honestly, Jenna, I was expecting like something a little bit more. Like, for instance, I was thinking maybe you talk to someone from Hiroshima or Nagasaki that has has insider information in terms of mutation rates or whatever, and can tell you like without a shadow of a doubt that it wasn't
I'm glad you
an
said
atom
that.
bomb or something like that.
Yeah, I did talk to some survivors of the atom bomb because I went to Hiroshima twice with my family and the in-laws. We went out there to Hiroshima 2 times, and I met up with the survivors, at ground zero. But all they had to say was, they were happy to be alive today, and that they understand that the West understands the wrong that they suffered. That's what they said. You know, that's all I can take away from that. I said it was actually a fluoride bomb. Did you know? I said, I don't think it was an atom bomb. And they said, fluoride fuso? See, fuso is fluoride in Japanese. I said, fuso bomb datta yo. Fuso, fluoride. And they said, really? I said, yeah, that's why you shouldn't use fluoride toothpaste, because it's chemical waste. And she said, really? I said, yeah. And then I showed her on the phone. And in Japanese, I've got it written. The site is in Japanese kanji, right? And I showed them. I said, you see that? Read it. She said, oh, really? Yeah. So now you've got to do the research. So no, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it, because I taught them that fluoride is dangerous. It gives you curvature of the spine. It's in toothpaste. It's toxic waste. You shouldn't be putting it in your mouth. My children don't use it, I said. We don't use fluoride. I stopped it when I was 20, because I was independent, living by myself, and I couldn't afford to buy toothpaste and Listerine mouthwash. So I had to choose. So I thought, because the toothpaste was so messy, I stopped the toothpaste. Not because of fluoride. I didn't even know about it. Remember, I'm only 19, 20. But the mouthwash was easier to use, more user-friendly, because you gargle, you brush it with your mouth, liquid, it's clean. With the toothpaste, it tends to dry into a chalk, and it leaves your toothbrush with a little bit of chalks in the bristles. So that's what I mean by not user-friendly. But with the liquid now, it's antiseptic, it's clean, leaves your brush clean, less work to clean your brush. There you go. That's why I stopped it. Not because of the fluoride poisoning. I didn't even know about that until 2004. And I'm 19 back in London. That's a good 30 odd years later. So, you know, isn't it? If you're looking for the truth, you'll find it. And that's what I did with the... So when you mentioned the nuclear bomb, yeah, I spoke to many survivors, but I kind of like put a positive spin on that by introducing them to the dangers of fluoride, because I'd learned that the atom bomb was actually a fluoride bomb, because fluoride was the most unstable chemical. When they combined it with other facets to that bomb, it was the main chemical of the major concern. And I got this from Richard Bryson, the fluoride deception, 30-minute video. That 30-minute video was like, it just filled in such a gap. Unbelievable. 30 minutes and you learn a lot. 30 minutes, that's all. Damn. Richard Bryson, the fluoride deception. BBC reporter.
Yeah, I've seen that actually.
Yeah, he's working at the Rockefeller Center, okay, in America. And then in England, Leeds, back in 2003, they were going to fluorate the water in Leeds. And all the population and the citizens of Leeds complained to the mayor that we don't want fluoride in our water. No. So the mayor contacted Christopher Bryson, and said, what do you know about fluoride? What is the Yanks angle? And then he replied, I don't know anything. I don't know the difference between fluoride and a hole in the wall. But I'll get back to you. Said he does a research and produces a book from his research. Wow, that was it. You know, it's called The Fluoride Deception. So, you know, and that's how I learned. I thought, wow. So I was lucky at 19 stopping the toothpaste. But purely by luck, that I stopped the toothpaste. You know, so I'm quite pleased with myself there, you know what I mean? Because
what product do you use, Jin?
I use Listerine citrus flavor mouthwash.
That's it?
That's it.
What about shampoo?
I don't use shampoo. I use Body Shop body soap. Because I keep my hair short, it doesn't require shampoo or conditioner. All my children are the same. Yeah. No need.
What about lotion?
Lotion, I use what I've been using for donkey's years, a combination. One is Johnson's baby oil, because I used to, with my mum, that was from the 60s. And then I use Body Shop, cocoa butter, cream.
I can't believe you, Jin. You're supporting Johnson & Johnson? Using Johnson?
Well, I've been using that for such a long time, and it hasn't harmed my skin in any way at all.
Jin.
It's clear liquid.
Jin.
I know the scandals. I know of the scandals. I know of the
Yeah.
scandals. But
What about
that's all I have.
deodorant?
I don't use any deodorant except for aromatherapy oils, natural oils. I use. So I
Do you
don't
like
buy any.
rub them into your armpit?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah. I don't buy. I used to use when I was growing up, like you said, through the teenage years. If you pulled out the drawer in my bedroom, it was like the a shop because I had every brand of aftershave and cologne in my drawer. Every brand, I had it all. Okay, literally had it all.
I think that's a British thing because I know a lot of like Brits that have a bunch of different bottles of cologne and stuff.
Yeah. I had it all. Okay, but then when I worked for the body shop, I stopped instantly. I said, never going to use that anymore. I just want natural, and that's when and that was back in around about 1985, 85, 86. I decided to stop using cologne and that, and started using aromatherapy oils. I was working for the body shop for 1 year. Best company I worked for because they were into. Remember, Anita Roddick's company was the force behind recycling as we know it today.
Into what?
She was the catalyst and the force behind businesses recycling today.
Yeah, but I didn't hear what you said.
Anita Roddick.
Interrodic.
Yeah, Anita.
Oh, Anita Roddick. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Anita Roddick. She's since passed away.
Anita Roddick.
Yeah. No. Anita Roddick, she was the CEO for the body shop, okay? And she said when she came to my shop and my stockroom, which was in Great Marlborough Street, Carnaby Street, London, she said she could eat her breakfast off my floor. It was that clean. I said, you're welcome to, as a joke. And then she said to me she was having problems with other shops in the King's Road and on Oxford Street. Could I help her get the other stocks organised? I said, look, are you going to pay me for it? She says, yeah, no problem. I said, okay, I can do it. You know what I mean? And then I went to the annual meeting and she created a new job for me, aerial stockroom manager, new job because of my zeal. And then she gave me the opportunity to chaperone her daughters at the annual meeting in Littlehampton. And there's an amusement arcade. And she said to her daughters, can you go with Jin? Jin will take you to the... And I was glad. She gave me 2 daughters to look after. Can you believe that? It's Anita Roddick, the boss. She passed away in the end.
Did you how old was she?
Anita Roddick? Oh, she would have been in her 40s when I joined the company.
And you were
40s, maybe
20-some?
late 40s.
You're like young adult, 20-some or what?
I was in the 20s. I was in my 20s, yeah. Yeah, I was in my 20s. 25,
you saw
26.
your potential.
Yeah. I did really well there. But the only problem was that the salary wasn't good enough. So I only lasted a year because I wanted to make more money. I had to move on. I needed more money. I was living in a nice area. The rents, the bills, I wasn't making enough at the body shop, even as an aerial stockroom manager. How did she react to that? Oh, she was devastated. And all the women, because Body Shop is a women really, it's a more female organisation. There are some men in certain positions, but in the stockroom, it's a man. So I'm leaving now, and I've still got the card, the goodbye card. I've still got it. I left in 87, I think. I've still got the card. I've still got it. I brought it with me to Japan because the love was in the card. The love is in the card, yeah? You know? So I brought that with me. I didn't let that go. I kept it. I raised money for the Boys Town in India we had this kind of like charity event in England. My team got the silver medal. We were cheated out of the gold, but never mind. We really should have got the gold medal, but they cheated us. Never mind. But we raised money for children in India. Charity event. And we did that as well. I've got the T-shirt still. You see, these things I keep because I cherish them. There were watersheds in my life, my history. More watershed moments. Yeah. I still use Body Shop products today. My children use it because they know it's clean, it's biodegradable, no chemical testing on animals and stuff like that. And that's important when you're living on this flat earth. Yeah, man. My children use Body Shop. 35 years now I've been using it. Good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You couldn't like give the loyalty of your service to Anita Roddick, so at the very least you gave the loyalty of your business.
That's correct. She died from blood transfusion, unfortunately. Tainted blood. And I think she was hit. She was taken out because she won best business on several years. Okay, best business, and she was inspiring companies to make sure that they recycle and don't do wasting. All right, and you know what companies are like; they can't keep it up, can they?
Yeah.
But Anita Roddick, together with Greenpeace, this is Anita Roddick, Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth. She was wrapped up in those organisations were together, and that's an important force on the earth if you want to keep it clean and healthy and reduce pollution and all that. So she was part of that group. It's since been tainted though with what's his name? The one that Bush beat. What's his name?
Al Gore.
Al Gore, that's it. Yeah, Al Gore did a bad one there with with his scam. Anita Roddick's
the organization
integrity.
just like they tainted her blood.
Yeah, they tainted her blood. Yeah, she died from a blood transfusion which was tainted. Poor woman. I think she was about 63 or 60 something when she passed away. Young as far as I'm concerned. Her children went on. One of her daughters has a sort of like a lingerie line, women's underwear line, So that was quite funny that But I haven't connected with the daughters because I've been in Japan for 20 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So
is it a well-known brand or just like some pledges?
I would imagine so. I haven't actually had a deep delve into that because again, it's none of my business really. At the end of the day. But
in any case, may she rest in peace and may God grant her paradise.
Yeah. Body Shop joint with kind of merged with a company called Max Factor, which I didn't like because they use chemicals. They weren't biodegradable. So I felt that Body Shop had tainted itself slightly by aligning itself with Max Factor. I don't know if they still are with them, but I'm hoping not. So I shall revisit Body Shop to check. But if I was going to promote any company, that would be the company that I would promote. If I was a famous sports personality, I wouldn't be doing the tobaccos. It would be Body Shop. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I use the product.
Any kind of natural brand that promotes, natural living and stuff like that. For me, it gets a little dicey because the more natural the brand, the less of a brand it is. It's just stuff that you harvest.
Yeah,
aloe vera
exactly.
From plants or something like that.
Yeah. But I think these companies realize. You know what I was going to? Do you know what I was thinking of doing? I was thinking when I became a flat earther back in 2015, right, 2016. I was thinking about contacting the Body Shop at the headquarters, reminding them of who I am. I used to work for the company, and said, "How about promoting the flat Earth on your because these Body Shop glass windows are so beautiful, and I think it would match because you'd be telling the truth, and people would be you've got integrity already from your products to promote the flat Earth would enhance you to another level."
Absolutely.
I was thinking of doing that.
I'm going to save you some time. They will not do that whatsoever.
Yeah, I know. I since realised that for myself that they probably wouldn't want to do that because they would see it as negative press and perhaps they might the fear of losing customers.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But if I had a franchise, it would be a flat Earth one, without a doubt.
Yeah, you call it a flat chise.
Yeah, flat chise, yeah. But yeah, I think Body Shop is perfect for flat Earth. Don't you think?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of like consumerist culture and stuff like that. So in terms of like natural products, I feel like the best thing is kind of to work towards sourcing it yourself and kind of like self-sustainable, and maybe like, you know, trading with people and stuff like that. But I try to get away from the whole having to go to a place and shop and money and all of that. You know, it works towards bigger government and taxation and stuff like that. And I'm not
I agree with you totally on that. But then when you live in a concrete jungle and you don't have access to that, if a shop can bring all that to you and you just pay a little price, you know, and you're getting it, if you can't do it yourself, then you're providing
I guess the
service.
ideal would be out of a concrete jungle, you know, don't live in the cities. But I mean, there's only so much kind of that you can do, right?
Yeah, you know. So if you work and live in a concrete jungle now, you haven't got the access to do that. So you're bringing it to them as such.
Yeah.
So
in that case, it's definitely like, it's definitely an admirable and good service that you're providing by being able to source this stuff from the natural kind of ecosystems.
That's
that
the
you
whole
get from
point, you see.
Bring it to these people.
That's where I'm at. Do you know that I used to have, right? All my mates' mums wanted Body Shop, you see, right? So I used to have a massive list of the things they want, and I used to get what was known as the staff purchase. So you're going to get like a certain percentage, maybe 25%
employee
off.
discount.
Yes, exactly that. Now my manageress was complaining, and I said, "Look, the people I'm shopping for can't come to the shop. Number one, so if they don't come to the shop, you don't make any money at all. That's £0 coming in. But because they know me, I work here, they want me to do them a favour and get it. Do you get it now?
Yeah, it's a win-win. They get a better price and they get the business.
Exactly. And then, so her name was Melanie. She said, "You're right." I said, "Thank you very much, Melanie. You see, it all works well. I'm not stealing your money. Okay? No, you're making money. And everybody's happy." Yeah, so sweatshirts, everything. They wanted the men wanted the mostly men range because there was a small section for men. And when they knew that I was working there, they said, "Yeah, Jim, because they were kind of like shy to go into the shop." So I said, "Yeah, I'll get it for you. Give me a list. What do you want?" Make a note of everything, and then all my saddlebags on my motorbike, making a little deliveries to the people's houses. Here's your stuff. Here's your stuff.
Hold up, so they just gave
Wasn't
you a list
making
of
any
like the
money.
general item, and then you just basically chose the exact kind of like variety?
Yes, I'd give them a pamphlet so they could choose.
Oh, yeah, they had a pamphlet. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'd give them a pamphlet. Give them the Mostly Men catalogue, the women's sundries and all that. And then they'd choose it all. I'd make a note. And then I collected. I had my motorbike at the time. So I had my saddlebags, fill it up, and I'd be going around my neighbourhood, dropping it off. Didn't make a single
These are
penny.
days before internet.
That's correct. Before internet, yeah. I didn't make a single penny because these are my people that I know. I know them. They know me. It's not about money. They wanted the product. I worked there. Great. I was glad that I could be of service.
You got the good deeds. You know.
Yeah. It wasn't about the money for me. It was like helping them to receive something that they really wanted, and I felt good that I could connect for them. You know, I mean, they might have given me a drink or something to eat. You know, that's good enough. In that sense, come round for a meal tomorrow, Gin. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. You know.
Yeah, you got all the good vibes, good intentions. You know, the blessings.
Yeah. I used to love all that. That was my life back in London. Yeah. I was always that kind of person. I tried to help the public. Remember, I grew up with a whole heap of racism around me. So I could have been very negative, hate white people and bashing them on the head and be very, very bitter. But my bitterness is reserved for the governments of the earth.
Well said.
Yeah, that's it. That's what.
Have you always been kind of like an optimist? Yeah,
of course. Because that's how I grew up. I mean, I'm going to school with my brothers, okay? Let's say in the summertime, we're walking back, and people we don't know would say, like, if we're going to school in the morning, they'd be saying good morning to us. And we'd say good morning, and that we don't even know who they are, but they're saying good morning. You know, how many black children they meet? They don't meet any, okay? So now we're coming back, and they'd say, do you want a glass of orange? It's a hot day and a biscuit. And we'd say, yes, please. And they'd give us a drink and biscuit. Now, when people are doing that for you, the world is a good place, isn't it? Isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, the world is a good place Bloody hell, people we don't know. They're giving me drinks, they're giving me biscuits, they're talking to us, sending us off home, go home safely. Yeah.
The thing is,
and we
like,
say thank you.
for instance, you and your brothers, you know, two people could go through the exact same thing, and then just because of their natures, one person, you know, remains optimistic and doesn't let it affect them too much. Another person becomes jaded and bitter, you know?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of it is just the nature of the person.
That's
I don't
correct.
know if your brothers
Now,
are like, you know, the type that
yeah,
less,
I have
more
one brother
pessimistic
like
or
that.
something. Yeah,
I
you
do have one brother like that, and that's I am number 5. There's 7 of us as kids. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so I am number 5. So boy number 6 now, he's a little bit bitter with the white people. He can be, okay? Even though he had all this good stuff happening to him. So I have to remind him. I said, but don't forget when we went to Fairfield Play Centre and all those hippies helped us to have a good time. Do you remember that? Okay, they were white people, Shamsi. Do you remember that? They were white people. Okay, Don't forget that, yeah? Don't forget that. Because when you get bitter, you have to remember the good that the people did for you. And how many times were people bad on you or bad towards you as opposed to being good? And you've got to go back in all your history. Okay, that's what you have to do.
Yeah,
so
they
don't
forget the
carry
99
the
good things
bitterness.
and remember the one bad one.
Yeah, exactly that. And I said, don't carry the bitterness, because if you're saying you're a Muslim, Islam, it teaches you to love the world, not hate. So you can't do that. And I'm not a Muslim, even though I was born under the Muslim religion. I don't practice it, but I know that. Do you know what I mean? So so I have to remind my brother of this. You see?
Mm-hmm. Did you say 7 boys?
Yeah, 1 sister. So number 4, that was my sister. So 3 brothers, 4th is a girl, and then 3 boys, 7 of us.
So you're just like your dad, straight shooter. Because I understand you only have boys too.
Yeah, mostly boys. I've got 4 boys, but my brothers are in Nigeria. My elder brothers are in Nigeria. My sister is in London, and my 2 younger brothers are in London. So I'm the one that's in Japan.
Yeah.
You know, I've moved out to meet the world. You see what I mean? Because I've always been that person to go out and meet the world. Yeah.
Meet the what?
Meet the world.
Oh, like flame to metal, hey?
That's correct. Let's go meet the world. Let's go see what there is out there. 6,000 miles. Can you make it in Japan? Let's go have a look. Far East. I was very impressed with my wife because she came to England to learn English and to learn to become a masseur. So I thought, and she was speaking pretty good English, and I was very impressed with that. Could I do the same? I thought, and she said, you'd be a very good English teacher. Why don't you come and help the Japanese learn English? I said, yeah, that might be an idea, maybe. I thought about it, and then I went. She left me in 1998. 1999 June, I was in Japan.
Nice.
I've been there ever since. Yeah.
Suge,
yeah. When people hear the story, they think, you should make a film. You should make a film, yeah. Suge is correct as well. That's the correct pronunciation. Suge, that's more of the youngsters use that more. The elders say Sugoi, but the youngsters say Suge. Yeah, so you got it right. But yeah, people would say, you could make a film of your life.
You could,
I could, couldn't I? I said I could, couldn't I? Yeah.
Yeah, I tell the same to my dad. I say that you should, write an autobiography.
Yeah, I should, really.
Because my dad has an interesting life as well,
Would people buy the book? That's the thing.
Even if they don't, just for posterity's sake.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about even if it's just something that's passed down within the family, a record of his life.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, because I'm always talking about to my children. I say, look, you can't know more than me. I've lived longer than you, and you've only been in Japan. Okay, you've traveled to Hawaii, Guam, Saipan. You've been to Singapore. You've been to Los Angeles, London. So they've traveled a bit. Okay, more than the average Japanese boy, but you still can't know more than Daddy. Come on now.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Don't settle down, young pups.
Yeah. Yesterday, last week, I went upstairs to the and I went to use the toilet because I use the toilet downstairs more than the upstairs one, really. But it reeked. Fucking I thought, well, my wife's not cleaning the toilet here. Okay.
The upstairs one?
Yeah, this is the one that's in. Actually, if people come into the house, that's the one they're going to use because we got one in the school, we've got one in the massage parlor. Then we've got two upstairs, one on the top floor and then one on the. So the top floor would be the second. Hang on a second, ground floor. Yeah, second floor and first floor. The first floor was a bit ponging a bit. So I thought, wow. So yesterday I just gave it the gin once over, right? The proper, and it's like, with aromatherapy oils. Yeah. So I said to the kids, can you smell the toilet? Who cleaned it? Daddy. I said, that's right. I went, why did you let it? But I said to them, why did you let it get like that? You're being lazy, you lot. As I said, you're being lazy. Why did Daddy have to go and clean the toilet to remind you? Remember, if you
did you include your wife in that talk?
No. But my wife's busy. My wife's busy. The boys have got to do something. Wife's busy doing the massage. When you're massaging people, that's physical. But you can be physically drained after that. You don't want to stop bending down over a toilet now, do you? Do you? After you breastfed your children and they're grown up now. Now they should be thinking, how can I help mummy? That's what they have a chore list? Say that again?
Do they have a chore list?
Yes, exactly. So they've been neglecting. That's what I said. I said, you guys have been neglecting your duties. That's why it's smelling nice, because I did it. Now, why did Daddy have to do that? Why did Daddy have to do your job for you properly? Okay, so you get it done next time. Okay? Keep an eye on it. Don't let the toilet become a place that nobody wants to go in. All right? Fuck. I said to them, my toilet, Daddy can lick it, ne? Can Daddy lick his toilet? Because they've seen me put the bog brush in my mouth, in my teeth. The bog brush. Because I cleaned it. The integrity of the clean. That's why I can do that. Okay? So I said, if I can do that, it tells you that that's fucking clean, isn't it? Right. Make sure you do the same. That's the army military style. Plus Daddy on top.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I said to him. So, Daddy can lick his toilet now. Yeah, right. Make sure that this toilet is a place where people want to go and have a good, relaxed poo and piss. Not go in and it stinks like the public on the street in London where you're dying from ammonia stink. Come on. What the fuck's going on? Yeah. So I told them off yesterday. Yeah. Fuck. But it smells beautiful in there. The smell of spring. I used, we've got the aroma of chamomile pouring out of that toilet now. After I cleaned it with bleach and everything else. It now smells of chamomile. Beautiful smell for spring. Lovely.
Oh, chamomile is delicious.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, it smells nice.
Even like tea.
Yes, chamomile tea, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
nice
I said,
aroma.
see that? Okay. So they've learned. They're learning. They're being a bit lazy because they got their homework and they got their little sports activities, right? And cleaning the toilet and that, and washing the dishes. They think that's a job below them. I said, look, you eat off the plate, so clean it. It's not below you at all.
So did they apologize? We're like, "Sumimasen, oto-san."
They didn't.
Do they
say
speak
that,
English or Japanese?
They
in the
said,
house?
because we speak English as well as Japanese. They said, yeah, okay, Daddy. Okay.
So they speak English more in the house?
I said, okay, good. No. They speak Japanese to Mummy, English to Daddy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It should be the other way around. So that that your Japanese gets stronger and her English gets stronger.
Well, yeah, but her English is good. My Japanese is the one that has to be worked on. So I tend to speak English first and then Japanese as well. I mean, when they were growing up, I was Japanese and English, both. I had to speak both so they could understand what I was saying. I had to do that.
Yeah.
So I might say, go and get me the bag from the corner over there. Kado no tokoro kaban the vinyl bag kashite. Go and get me the bag from the cupboard. Can you get it in the corner? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So double it up all the time. All the time. People used to say to me, like when we go to their school and that, you are speaking Nihongo to Eigo de. Hi. Sugoi na. You know? Because they could hear me doing it naturally, you know? Like it was just like no problem. I said, yeah. Well, I said, I have to because I want them to learn English. But we're in Japan. So the only way they're going to learn English is from their dad, of course. And then the TV programs. And when we go on holiday, of course. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. So we used to watch like all the sports programs, Dakar Rally, WRC Rally, the Olympics. That would all be in English. And then the Marvel Adventures, Captain America and Spider-Man and all that. You know, Iron Man, that would all be in English. Yeah, lots of programs. Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet, Stingray. They were watching all that in English. I made sure that the childhood I had, I gave to them, even though I was in Japan. You see what I mean? So they had a very rich childhood as they were growing up, because not only did they have the Japanese culture, they had the British. It had to be British because that's where I grew up, and it's English, and they got that as well.
English breakfast from time to time.
Oh, they love that, of course.
Overrated.
I'm the man with that. Yeah, man. Yeah, sausages.
Baked beans are overrated.
Sorry?
I said baked beans are overrated.
Yeah, I would agree. When I do an English breakfast, it's no baked beans, but it's like mushrooms, sausage, tomato, and sunny side up eggs, toast and marmalade. That's good enough.
That sounds
with Italian herbs and a little bit of black pepper on top. Yeah, they love it, man. And a little bit of like the size of a 10 cents amount of tomato ketchup, just a blob, and then you just dab that. You don't have to coat it all over the food. No, I said to them, none of that. No, don't cake it on, just dab, and the flavour is there because it's only sugar. It's there's no tomato there. It's not even real food. Oh, really? No, it's not. You see. Right. That's why you got the real tomato to eat. That's the real one. This is just, a little bit of flavour. But yeah. No, they eat the English breakfast. Not only that, shepherd's pie, chicken pie. What else do I make for them? Then I do the Daddy's Gin's Pasta Extravaganza, which is like king prawn, king, what do they call that? King prawn. Yeah, king prawns with garlic, sweet corn, broccoli, onion, pasta, and a beautiful bit of salad dressing, all mixed in. Fantastic. And black pepper, and then cover that with Parmesan cheese when you serve it. And they love it. Yeah, even my son, who doesn't like garlic, but when I slice the garlic up and mix it in, he doesn't even notice it. Says it's fantastic.
Slice it real thin, like in Goodfellas.
Yeah, Gin's Pasta Extravaganza. Then Daddy's chicken ramen soup. That's a good one. Chicken ramen soup.
What's chicken in Japanese?
With sweet corn. Chicken wa toriniku. Toriniku. Yeah, tori is bird. So toriniku.
Cool.
Mendori. Mendori is hen. The female chicken. What mendori?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, toriniku no ramen. It's beautiful. Fantastic. About the flavors, you've got sweet corn, you've got broccoli and carrots, and then that chicken and a boiled egg, and half a boiled egg. But I do one boiled egg, 2 halves. So they get.
Wait, I'll be back in a bit.
Full stomach, and then I put a little bit of olive oil in. Sorry? I didn't hear you. You broke up. I must be breaking up. Mic check.
Testing,
You're
testing,
good,
1,
good.
2, 3.
Oh, okay,
Percentage said
great.
he'd be
Yeah.
back in a sec. Percentage said he'd be back in
Okay,
a sec.
right. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So basically, with the chicken ramen soup, I do the one boiled egg, but cut it in half, and then I use either olive oil or my favorite is hemp oil, which I get from Australia, and you can get it online, and it's delivered. Big massive bottle of hemp oil. Put that in there, and that just uplifts that flavour. Yeah, the kids love it with a lot of sesame seeds on top. So yeah, I do like cooking. I've always liked it, and of course, I spend wisely and I cook economically. No panic cooking, no wasting of any ingredients. Yeah, but I love it. Yeah, and they like it and they've enjoyed it. They're independent now because we've got one who's 20. Next month he's going to be 22. Then we have one at 19, going to be 20 this year. Another one that turned 17. The youngest one turned 13 last month. So yeah, they're all doing their own thing. But occasionally I might cook for them something. But they also trying to cook themselves as well. And my main concern is let's not have a fire yet. So don't panic cook. Don't cook on a high flame. It's not necessary. Take your time. Tease the food to existence. Succulent is what you want, yeah. So when you fucking put it on a high heat and the food is shriveled up ugly, tough, that's not good. But if you coax and encourage it, low heat, bring it up, and then you can see it's bursting with flavour. You can see it's almost good to pop. That's when you know it's time to stop it, put it on your plate, and then sizzle. Nice, yeah, lovely. Yeah, when you're cooking meats. Vegetables you just stir fry lightly because you want it to be a little bit crunchy when you eat it. So there's a little bit of a rawness. The outer is sealed, but the inner is still raw. That's what you're trying to aim for. Yeah. Steam your vegetables if you can. Stir fry, lightly stir fry in a wok. And don't use hemp oil because it's not good for that. Hemp oil you pour on when the food is hot. It's not a cooking oil. Yeah. I thoroughly enjoy all that. It's all fun. Whilst all this madness is going on. Yeah. But I've had to tighten my belt greatly the last 2 years. But that's okay. I'm a man who can do that. Don't use the car as much. I use my bicycle and the bike trailer because I'm a man who can and will because I want to. So I use the bike trailer. Yes. And people think, oh, that's really nice. I said, yeah. Because I used to take my kids to school in that. Yeah, and to the kindergarten in that. So I still use it. It's in good condition. Cover it up so it doesn't get the ultraviolet rays killing it. I bring it out and I put my water in there, the shopping and the laundry, yeah. And I go out to the laundry with the bike trailer. Fuel prices have gone up recently. I don't really need to use the car at the moment, so I don't use it. Although I do charge the battery up, so that in case I do have to use it. So the battery gets charged, but haven't used it as much as I have done in the past years. But that's fine. I use the motorbike more than anything. And that, again, is only on a leisure ride. I haven't got anywhere really. I'm not really... I work from home, so I'm not commuting anywhere. So the motorbike, again, is a leisure ride. And I'd rather do that than use the car. And then, of course, there's my exercise. And again, it's the bicycle comes out again for my exercise. Turned 60 November, which is 6 months ago now. Yeah, I'm happy about that. 5 months ago, sorry. Still trying to keep my health.
What day in November were you born, bro?
I was born on November 18th.
Okay. Mine's the 29th.
Okay, yeah, right. So you'd be.
It's the
I'm a Scorpio.
333rd day of the year. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a Scorpio.
Okay.
If you're looking at the horoscope, yeah.
Hey, my birthday's the 333rd day of the year.
Wow, 33rd day.
Trip, huh?
Yeah, nearly the end.
Right.
Yeah. You're right at the end, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
That's all right. That's all right.
Well, you know what I just realized? Your birthday is the 322nd day of the year.
That's right.
You're born on the 322.
Yeah, three. Oh yeah,
Trip, huh?
322. The skull and bones.
Yep.
Look at that.
Trip out, huh?
Yeah, the skull and bones. As soon as you said that, I knew exactly what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, the skull and bones. Yeah, isn't that
Trip,
strange?
huh?
Yeah, that is strange. Hmm.
You know what?
Yeah.
The skull and bones is the 322. The 3 is the C in the alphabet, and 22 is the V. So the symbology is the pyramid and the dome.
Okay. There you go. Let me tell you something. Since I've been in Japan, the number 11 has come up rather a lot. In fact, number 11 comes up a lot. It can come up like 92, that's 11. Or, what is it? 83, that's 11, yeah? Or 79. No.
Yeah.
Business with the immigration office and the government. That number comes up a lot.
Yeah.
It's almost like keeping an eye on me.
You ever seen the number 846 a lot?
846, no.
They made 2 movies called 846.
No.
So 846, the first
I don't
movie,
remember that.
it was made in 2012 because the first plane hit the first building at 8:46 in the morning.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And then
right.
fast forward 8 years later, when they made the second movie called 846, it came out in 2020 with Dave Chappelle, where he did a comedy performance at George Floyd's funeral and called the movie 846 because they said he had his knee on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
That's right. That's not the one. Not Floyd.
Yeah.
That was 90. No, but that was 9 minutes and 11 seconds, wasn't it?
No. Well, they're saying now it was 9 minutes and 29 seconds, but for a whole year they had
9
the
minutes and 29 seconds.
846. They even made the movie called 846. But they had Minneapolis on that day that he supposedly died at 8:46. It's a sunset ritual, bro. The sunset ritual is symbolic of taking the left knee. So right after 9/11, George Bush made the bullhorn speech where he goes, "America, today I come to you on bended knee," right? And then think about what the cop did on George Floyd's neck.
I remember that.
It's a ritual. It's the martyrdom of Pyramid Biff.
So they're definitely gaslighting us. Look, they're definitely gaslighting
for sure,
us,
bro.
okay? And then those who are making more waves, those of us who are more or less unruly, they target you. And I think that's what's been happening with me with this number 11 number, but I couldn't give two shits. I'm the man that you see outside the immigration office shouting out that the earth is flat. Get smartphones out, get smart, wise up, check it out, look it up. And I've got an orange jacket on, white and orange motorcycle boots, I have to go in February when I go get my visa and that. And people are cold, but I'm just marching up and down right outside the immigration office. Make a big hit there, big splash. Yeah. And I say to them, what are the odds? Think about this, What are the odds that somebody like me, I'm here to get a visa like you, but I'm telling you the earth is flat. It's not a spinning ball. Do I look crazy? Am I crazy? Remember, you're the ones that are cold. I'm not cold. I came out on a motorbike. Yeah. Okay. So think. Yeah. All right. Who's more independent? How did you get here? By train. Yeah. How did you by train? By train. I came by my car. Okay. I came by motorbike. How many black people you see riding motorbike in this country? You don't see any. Only me. Right. So wake up. Think about it. Look at the message I'm telling you. Check it out. The earth is not a ball that is spinning. We're not living on a ball. It's not spinning. Look at the information. And then I show the memes that I got from the Discord. Look at this. Look at that. Does the plane do that? Did the plane follow the curvature of the earth? When you came to Japan, it didn't. It was level, wasn't it? All the way. It didn't. Yeah? Right. Have you seen the curvature? Yeah, I'm really into it, man. How do you know it's curved? I've never seen it. I'm older than you. I've never seen it. So you could never have seen it. If I've never seen it, you ain't seen it. Where did you see it? I've lived longer than you and I've never seen it. Yeah. Yeah. Love it. Talking to the Chinese, the Philippines, the Arabians, Americans, Africans. They're all there getting visas at the immigration office. And Jin's dressed in orange. Big, massive, loud, fluorescent orange jacket. Flat Earth. And then vaccines are dangerous. Yeah. Love it. Yeah, man. Has to be done.
You live in Australia, right?
No, I'm
in Australia?
I'm in Japan.
Oh, Japan. Okay.
Japan. Right, yeah. But you do get foreigners who are there on business or they're there studying in universities and that, so yeah.
I just gave you some memes for some people in Australia in the live chat.
Yeah, I'll look in a minute. I'm just going to use the toilet. One sec. Sorry. Yeah, there's nothing like, introducing the flat earth to people who have some of them never heard of it, and some of them have, but, they think it's wacky, it's way out there, it's kooky. But when I say to them, what are the odds that a man born in England, from African family, here in Japan with his family now talking flat earth, what are the odds of that happening in your life? Okay, start to think, yeah? Who are you living for? Why the hell are you living? What is the meaning of your life? What is the point of your lives? Yeah, I love it, man. It's been a really good journey so far with the flat earth. Last 7 years. Very empowering and enriching, I must say. Not making money, put the amount of work that I've put in. Check that. It's been fun. And very people have heard about the flat earth from Guam, Saipan, Hawaii. Some of them whilst they're at work. So I'm at the restaurant and I'm flat smacking.
That's right.
At the restaurants. Yeah, I'm looking at some of the images you posted. That's a beautiful image there. I mean, look at that. I'm saying to people now, I'm winding up people in the Gem Panda server, behold the straightest line you'll ever see. The beauty of that straight line. the horizon, signaling and stamping with authority. The earth is flat. Behold the beauty of the straight line. Yeah. I'm winding up. Yeah, beauty and power all in one. That straight line. No curvature. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Lovely images, man. Lovely images. Well, are you in Australia?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm in California.
Oh, you're in California. I've been there.
Yeah.
Los Angeles. Nice place, man.
Yeah. I live like
I
an hour
flat
north of Los Angeles.
Yeah. I flat smacked for 2 days, each day up to 6 o'clock in the morning. Flat smacking.
That's right, bro.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. Now, the image you got here, there's one image, the falling man. But I knew he wasn't falling. Was he really falling, or was that superimposed?
I'm sure it was all superimposed, bro.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. I don't think he was falling. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. No one falls like that.
No.
Do you know what I mean? That's what I thought. I thought no one.
The story behind that. The story behind that is that the guy who took the picture sat there all day taking pictures of people at that building, and he just got the perfect shot. And then the next day, Time magazine decided to go with that picture.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. He said he was taking pictures of people, falling out. He said that. Yeah, I looked. Yeah. I followed his story, but I said when I look at this picture, nobody falls like that. You know, no one's that reside. You're not that reside. No, you're not that reside. Okay, I'm going to die now. So I'm going to keep my hands in my pockets, kind of thing, and look like I'm walking upside down. No, sorry.
Yeah.
No, you don't die like that.
I don't think anybody would jump out the window, even if they were faced with smoke inhalation. I think somebody would stay rather than jump out the window.
Yeah, but if they were to jump, you're going to jump like flying like a bird, feet first, not head first. You're not going to dive. You're going to jump out, and then you're going to be flapping your arms and hoping somehow you're going to make it. You're not going to jump head first, upside down. I mean the way you've got the image is how I visited it. So you did a good job there, discerning the deception with this man. Falling down. You did a great job,
Oh, thank you.
That's exactly how I saw the image. I'm not going to dive. Look at this man falling down. Relax, please.
I know.
Ridiculous.
Hey, look what he's wearing. It looks like he has a beanie on and like a thick white jacket.
It's an insult. Yeah.
Yeah. Like something a stuntman would wear,
He looks like.
Hey, I just found out some crazy stuff the other day. Do you know the Pentagon?
Yeah.
You know the day that they broke ground on the Pentagon in 1941.
To me, he looks like he's dancing.
Yeah. So I found out that that they broke ground on the Pentagon when they built the Pentagon. When they built the Pentagon, the date it was September 11th, 1941, when they broke ground on the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
I remember. I checked it. Checked it out. Of course it's weird.
Yeah.
They're crazy. They're letting us know that they've got that much control.
They built a hot dog.
That's what they're telling us.
They built a hot dog stand. They built a hot dog stand in the middle of the Pentagon, and it's called Ground Zero Cafe.
Look at that. Ground Zero Cafe. I mean, if they're not gaslighting us or what,
right?
And then when you look at the picture that the plane supposedly hit before before it landed into the Pentagon, those lampposts should have fell towards towards the Pentagon. But when you look, they way
Yeah.
opposite direction, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's obvious that the plane did it because they were too clean, no impact marks.
Yeah.
And if ripped
Yeah.
out of the ground,
And all they got the best footage of the plane hitting the building from a 7-Eleven that was across the street. A 7-Eleven.
mud, nothing, clean as a whistle, too clean, like they were placed there, ready to be installed, going to be installed rather than being ripped out from their no footage from the petrol stations across. So no, he was the rogue. Not only that, and then they gave us this 5. Not only that, it's also confiscate with the rocket day. The
We lost him. He's not there no more.
Yeah, he disappeared, man.
Yeah. So what's up, Flatty?
Not much, dude. I've been enjoying your YouTube channel, though. Awesome.
Oh, yeah, I had to create a second channel because I'm on 2-week strike for my first channel.
Damn. Fuckers.
Yeah, whatever. I think somebody complained about one of my videos because one of the video was up for like 2 weeks before I got a strike for it. Normally, so I think somebody complained about the video.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Fucking arseholes.
Hey, do you know anything about? Have you ever heard of the Church of Set?
Yeah, I've heard people talk about it, not really in depth, though. What do you
Okay,
know
so
about it?
it's gotten really big, but it's not like they don't advertise it. It's like really low key, right? Well, the church was actually consecrated in the summer of '78 in the town that I live in California, in Santa Barbara. And the dude who started running the church, his name's Michael Aquinos, and he was head of the NSA back, like, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago, and he specialized in microwave frequency mind control. Anyway, the church is big and it's all over the world. What they do is they worship the setting of the sun. So everything they do, because they always try to mock Jesus, and Jesus is the sun. So all their like all their the traditions that they have and stuff like that they do are all geared towards the setting of the sun. So they call that like the sun dying. either the sun setting or the sun dying, right? Just like how on the day George Floyd died at 8:40, the 8:46, the sunset at 8:46 there. It's a sunset ritual, right? Well, everything to them is they do everything like the duality, the opposite of stuff, right? So I always like to get the anagrams, which is like you take a word and you rearrange the letters in it, which is what they do, and trip out on this. So they said that Tesla and Edison both came up with a light bulb around the same time. So they illuminated everybody, right? So if you rearrange the letters in Edison, you get the word die sun, like the sun dying. And if you spell Tesla backwards, you get the word all set, like the sun setting. So I know I don't even think those people's names are real. I think they're fictitious names that they gave as part of like a sunset ritual.
Yeah, man, I'm with you on that.
You know what I mean? So weird, dude. And then I look at words like the person who invented like one of the optical lenses or refraction. His name was Snell, right? You've heard of him, like Snell's law.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So Snell spells backwards as lens.
Yeah, it's like when you when they use on like TV on like news things and they have experts on and their name like matches what they're talking about.
Yeah, dude, all the time. It's ridiculous, dude. Yeah, so stupid, dude. Do you remember that the George Floyd's teacher who went on the news? Her name was Waynell Sexton.
Yeah.
Dude, that shit's so funny, dude. Waynell Sexton.
It's like having a woman talking about trees and her name is Teresa Green.
Yeah, exactly. Or somebody, a newscaster talking about a fire and his last name's like Burnt or Char,
Yeah, it's all the time. It's throughout like modern history as
all
well.
the
When you
time,
look
bro.
back.
Yeah. Even the word horizon, it's the eye of Horus's sun, and it's the sun's. You know what I mean? Like the sun's on the horizon, like the eye of Horus's sun.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Shit.
So weird, bro. I think you can find out a lot of stuff by just breaking words down.
Yeah, I've spoken about this before. I've listened to a lot of people talk about it, not a lot, a few people talk. They seem to think the English language was created for like this symbolism, this kind of spelling, this spells, this magic.
Yeah, I totally believe that. I see it in things every day, bro.
It's there. It's definitely there. There is a case to answer. So you're right. No doubt about it. No doubt about it at all that they're using that kind of psychology on the human race. Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a very, very strong case for it. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. My father used to say he was getting messages from the TV and from newspapers because he was a kind of like an entrepreneur. He had a business with Volkswagen of Germany, Opel. Okay, Opel Volkswagen. He had a car dealership with his brother, my uncle, in Nigeria. So he was always traveling to Germany and that. Okay, but he would, I don't know, somehow he was saying to me that something wasn't right. He was getting messages. I remember I'm only a boy going to elementary school, and he was telling me how he felt there was messages in the newspapers and messages on TV. And he says, can I spot anything? I said, Daddy, I can't spot anything. I don't know what you look at. I don't know what to look for. He showed me the articles. I said, well, I don't know. I'm just reading the article. It's an advert, Dad. Dad, it's an advert. I mean, what do I know? I'm only a kid. It's an advert, Dad. But he seemed to think that there was a message underlined, some kind of message to discourage him from doing what he was doing. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Like the powers that be were on his case because he was always going to Germany a lot. I don't know.
Well, I know there's messages in the papers and the news. Like, I can't look at an article without the letters rearranging and finding like their alphanumeric value. It's hard because it's hard for me to read stuff because I'll start reading a sentence and then I just start decoding the words.
Right. And my dad was trying to get me to do the same, you see.
Yeah.
He kept telling me that there was messages coming from the TV programs and all this. I said, Daddy, but I can't. I'm how old? I would have been like 10, 11, 12. You know?
Yeah.
8, 9, 10. What
Yeah.
would I know?
Yeah.
Yeah, what would I know?
Yeah, I think some people just like it's just embedded in them to decode stuff, and other people just don't. You know.
Yeah, I said, Daddy, I see that as an advert, but I now understand what my dad was saying, because when I go to the the immigration office, anything government official, I seem to be drawing the number 11 a lot. You know.
Yeah.
What I even said, let me see. I even write down the numbers of all the 11s and see which one I'm going to get before I go there. And then you know what I do? I put my lids down on the table like that and show them. You see, I knew you was going to give me one of these numbers. I said to them, I knew I'd get one of these numbers, because I'm telling them that I'm not scared of you. You don't scare me. You're going to have to kill me to stop me. I know you. I know you know. I know who you are. You know that. So you don't. I don't give a. Why do you think I wear orange? So you know I'm coming. I'm not scared of you at all. That's the last thing I am, is scared. Okay, and I'm going to blow your game right out of the water. As long as I live, I'm going to make the most noise. And I'm going to use the psychology that you use in the reverse so that people can wake up. That's what I'm going to be doing. You're not going to shut me up. Your rules, I'm going to break every single one. I am a rule breaker. I don't follow your rules. I don't care about your rules. I break your laws. That's who I am. Do I pay your tax? No, I don't. Look at me in the eye. Am I a criminal? I am not. Fool, you think I'm stupid? Yeah. Come and get me. That's what I'm like now. I'm going to go out with a bang. That's how I am. That's how I roll now. So when I go to these places and that, they look down. They can't look at me in the eye because they can see the venom, the anger. They can see it. And then I've got that smirk on my face as well. I smile in my passport photographs. I'm always smiling. Yeah. They say you shouldn't smile. I smile. Don't tell me how I look in my photograph. This is me. Yeah, go on. Tell me how I'm smiling in a photograph. Bollocks to that. Got a nice little smirk on my face. Letting them know that I know their game is up. The sooner people wake up, the sooner we can have this revolution. Because that's what I've always been about. Revolution. It's the only way we're going to stop this nonsense. It's the only way. So I hang on to all the good values from the past. All the good points, all the integrity, things that are going to help us in the future. And remember all the atrocities that they committed. Remind the soldiers, you didn't fight for my freedom, mate. Okay, I didn't vote for you. I didn't vote for your sorry ass. Number one. So you did not make my life free. We're not free at the moment. Okay, so you haven't done that. And I was in the army myself. Okay, so you can't even begin to talk to me about how you didn't do shit for me. Okay, and I didn't send you there. Okay, so don't come to me telling me you owe us, in fact, all the food you fucking ate and all the medical care that you got and the uniform and the equipment. You owe me, soldier. You didn't do anything good. You've been used to imprison humanity. That's what you've gone and done. And if you went out to any war and killed any innocent children and that, then you've done a bad thing there. The child that doesn't know right from wrong yet, still relying on nappies, diapers, but that child is now dead because of your weapons that we paid for. We didn't send you out there. So don't come and tell me, you helped to free humanity. Humanity is still enslaved. You're in place to make sure that happens. Foolish soldier. Idiot of a soldier. Yeah, I can easily reach those soldiers. Easily. I said, yeah, you might want to cave my brain in, but that's only because you don't want to hear the truth. Cognitive dissonance. Okay? Start thinking. How do you get peace? How? Does it come by killing, or does it come by putting down the gun and saying, no, I'm not going to fight. Let me extend the hand of love, and then let's try and get on. Or is it a butt in the head and then a bullet in the mouth? Think. Yeah. It's easy. So that's my existence from now on. I don't care who they are. My question is, do you want peace? Okay, so if you want peace, work for peace then. Work for peace. Don't tell me you can't do it. If you tell me you can't do it, it means you don't want peace. Reporters. Scum. That's what the reporters are. Remember, all those reporters. Kennedy was warning us. He was asking for the reporters have a responsibility to inform the public so the public can make an informed choice. So I'm calling for your help in getting this message across to the average citizens in the US in particular, because I understood what he meant. He knew that the media was bought by this time. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, my thing on this Ukraine nonsense is that it was planned beforehand, well beforehand, and humanity is to blame. No doubt about it. Because you've all been busy voting for your democracies. That is actually dictatorships, because they tell you what to do, and they've already selected the one that's going to be your puppet leader. Okay, because no one's got a real leader working for the public, but the public are so delusional. They think that it's working, and then when it don't work, they're disappointed. But then they listen to the next hope. That guy's going to do it. I'm going to vote for him. Stupid fools. So good luck with that. Good luck. Don't look for me for sympathy. I'm not going to give you any. I'm going to call you a cunt because that's what you are. You didn't fucking think it through. To think this beautiful flat earth has got all this shit going on it. Unreal. Unreal. And it is beautiful. Yeah. To see that flatness, that expanse. Wow. Just unbelievable. That humanity has carved an existence on a flat earth. Keep going back on my flights that I've travelled. Yeah, gorgeous. Gorgeous it is. It's level. All these countries are there, all on one flat, like a giant tabletop with water on it. Wow, man. It's amazing.
Jim, what was your blade of grass analogy again?
So the grass analogy. Oh, my grass analogy is that the grade of when you look at a blade of grass, the color is magnificent. It's full of integrity, and it's nutrition for animals. Yeah. So anyone who doesn't have that excellence in them is disconnected from nature, and that's the gem panda server. They are totally disconnected from reality and from nature. They are lower than cow feces and rhino feces. elephant pieces mixed together. They don't even have that excellence. They're lower than the belly of a snake. Yes, the grass is an excellent, it's a beautiful colour. When you put it with the rest of the grass, when you pull one up and you look at it, and then you put it back in with the bunch, you know, you just want to go and have your picnic on there. You roll around, you have fun. It supports you, grass. Those human beings who don't have that excellence, they don't support the human race. They're not connected to nature. They're divorced. Toxic. They're not good. Lost. Less than a blade of grass. A blade of grass can have more integrity than a human being when you look at it. All it wants to do is do good. That's its essence. Dogs eat it when they've got stomach aches. We go there when we want to have a picnic. Yeah? You know, I don't go to those toxic bastards. They're not offering anything of any use. They are useless human beings. Literally useless eaters. Yeah. That's why I go to the Gem Panda, to remind them. They have to mute me because the truth is unbearable. Recently, they're saying, you think you're better than us. I said, no, I don't think I'm better than you. That's not how I think. What it is that the truth is better than you. The truth is better than you, and that's what you're fighting. You're not fighting me. You're fighting the truth. It's the truth that is better than you. The next day, you think you are God. No, I don't. How can I think I'm God? God created all of us. So if you think I am God, it's because the truth that is coming from me is coming from God. You see that? So I've never heard me say I'm a God. I'm never going to be a God. I don't want to be a God. I just want to live my life in peace and harmony. That's all, with the rest of the human race, without wars and bombs and taxation and devaluation. That's all. And I don't want lies like 9/11 where the fire brought down buildings. I don't want to be around people who think that. Okay? So don't call me God, fool. Such is your lost, delusional, cognitive dissonance, pseudoscience world you live in. Yeah, man. I think I'm better than... I don't think I'm better than anybody. I don't go around living my life like that. You're lost. I'm here to bring the truth and the spirit of those who died in 9/11. As my car is 9/11, that's the registration of my car. That shows you that I have the highest respect for those who died and those who have died since then. Those first responders and emergency workers and the firefighters and police. Okay? Right. And dogs and animals who died in that event as well. My car is 911. None of you can even begin to speak about that. So if anybody's showing respect, I am the one that's showing respect. I walk the walk, I talk the talk, I drive the drive, I do the do. What are you doing? No, you're telling me fire brought down the building. Fuck. Where's your compassion? Where's your humanity? And then all the time, I'm hammering them with flat earth ground zero images. Wow. Into their server as well. Literally hammering them to death. And I've been doing that for the past 4 weeks or more. Yeah, they feed off of it. So I'm expecting some concessions here because everything I brought to you is irrefutable. Doesn't matter what you say, as long as I breathe, it's coming in. It's the truth. Nature doesn't lie, just like the flat earth. Yeah. So yeah, the blade of grass. When you have that excellence, you're indeed an excellent human being. But those guys are not there. They're not of that excellence. Simple blade of grass. Vitamin B17 is its content, which the animals use to set, especially dogs and that, to settle their stomachs. The blade of grass. Humble. You look at it. Beautiful. The integrity is within. Yeah. These people on that server, they're not of that. They don't have that quality. You think you're better than everybody. No, I don't think that at all. From where you get that idea. It's the truth. The truth is better than you. That's what I said to him.
So when you say them, If you were to write a meme about it, who would you say they were? Like the Gem Panda servers, or the Globies, or the Sheeple, or the Normies?
Toxic human beings, not fit for this flat earth. Sorry. Not even fit to be fertilizer. They're that toxic. We can't use them. They're just inhumane, literally. And I'll tell them that. I'll tell them to that. I'll tell them. I said, you can ban me, but this is the facts. Truth. You are of no use to humanity at all. Your listeners are listening. I've mentioned the names of the servers that I go to, the sources of my knowledge, so they can check it. But you keep muting me because it's damage control. Calling me a liar, but they can say I'm not a liar because I keep coming back. Why would I lie? What is my aim? How am I making any money from this? What do I gain? So I can't be lying. I'm saying to you that what you've said is wrong. The earth is not a spinning ball in space. Every human being needs to look at themselves and say, what have you been doing all these years not checking? Because I never checked 53 years. And now that I've checked under good scrutiny, last 7 years, definitely not a globe. I knew that within 5 minutes of being of it brought to my attention. And what was brought to my attention was my laziness to check it out by giving my trust to those who I thought were worthy of it. The scientists, the astronomers, the astrophysicists. But now I've made an error. 53 years. So the next 53 years, you better believe, I'm going to be whipping you glowheads into shape. The youngsters who come along, I have all the time in the world. There will be no whip. They will probably whip me with their delusional, and I'll take those whips, those lashes, but I'm still going to come through by saying, I'm here to honor you. I'm not here to deceive you, but honor you as an adult. That is my number one duty as an adult who has lived for 60 years. You haven't got that. So obviously I have information you need to be picking up on. That's all. You don't know me from Adam, but I'm not here to lie to you. Why would I want to do that? Right. And you can easily just switch off. But the point is, you can go and, what I'm going to tell you, you can go and check for yourself. And then you will know. Simple as that. What is my motivation? I want to mass an army to bring down the powers that shouldn't be. That is my motivation, of course. Because I want Earth to be under peace, harmonious living, utopia. That's what I want. Utopia with the value of the earth that was created for us to live on. That kind of utopia. Not the freedom to be killing one another. No, that's wrong. Where at the moment, certain countries are way too free that they can have wars going on. At our expense, we the fools are paying for that. And it's just a crime. That's a crime against humanity. It's a real crime. We pay for the wars we die in. Shit. Come on. When are we going to wake up? So yeah, that's how it is at the moment. That's the reason for my existence. My family, of course, but they already know that they're safe. They're not going to be getting anything unnecessary from the doctor. They're living a life where they don't need to go to the doctor. That's how we should be living. The Creator has created us good enough to be able to do that. Okay, that's how you should be thinking. I'm going to live a life where I don't need to go to the doctor. Right. Good. And the doctor should be promoting that. I don't want you to come to me and say, can you live a healthier life, please? That should be the doctor's job. You don't hear that from the doctor. Right. So that's what the flat earth is all about. A real living, real harmonious living on this beautiful created flat Earth for us to live on. It's uplift. Flat Earth is uplifting. Flat Earth is inspiring. Flat Earth is the way. Flat Earth truth.
Check the voice chat.
What's going on in the voice chat? I haven't been checking. People going berserk.
No. Just I made a little present for you.
Oh, cheers. Yeah, I'm looking now. Yeah, nice. I'm photographing it as we speak. Got it. It's true though, isn't it? I mean, a blade of grass, when you look at it, there's a lot of... I do anyway. When I look at a blade of grass, I see excellence in it. And then when you see animals eating it, like my dog used to eat it up, and I used to think, wow, and now you're going to eat that. You're not going to eat the food that I bought because you're not well. You're going to eat the grass, and that grass is going to make you better. And then when I learned that it contained vitamin B17, I thought, bloody hell, what do I know? I know nothing. You know? And in the grass, I pulled one up and I looked at it. Yeah. I pulled one up and looked at this thing. You know, like a samurai sword, almost. Because a samurai sword, there's a lot of integrity in that, you know. That's been forged, the sword of a samurai. That's the best sword you can ever get. Okay? But then the blade of grass, I just saw excellence in it. I said, yeah, look at that. Look at that crate. Look at that. Just a humble blade of grass. And there are people out there that can't even see the beauty in that. Do you know what I mean? If you can't see the beauty in that, you're less than that grass. People don't even connect, do they? They just don't connect. Even when they're having their picnic. They're enjoying, but they're not connecting. Taking it for granted. So thank you for that meme. That's a brilliant meme, man. Thank you. I'm going to be using that.
My pleasure. My pleasure, dude.
Yeah, I'm glad you connected with me, man. Thank you. Because that's what it's all about, isn't it? We're all together in this. Like I said, I watched that movie again that I watched when I was a kid. The Lord of the Flies. I posted that in the Jen Panda server. The Lord of the Flies.
What are you talking about that,
yeah. That's what they're about. You know, that's what they exhibit. All that confusion. Even though they're kids, but they're the adults. They're like kids at the moment. You know? And like I said, if I was in that group, that number one bully would be taken out. Because those were my friends in my school. The ones that were being bullied were my friends. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I've always felt sorry for the kind of bullied and the underdog or the less fortunate. And when you see groups of fucking alpha idiots picking on them, you just want to fucking protect them.
Yeah, exactly. Instantly, you just think, slap them down, bang, get out of here. Right? I came from Africa. I arrived at the school late, okay, in England, because I was in Nigeria. I arrived a couple of weeks late to start school in September. When I arrived, I walked into the classroom saying, oh, not a nigger. That's what I walked into. I'm walking in to the classroom. Jesus. Oh, not a fucking nigger. And then Mr. Smith, who was a rugby teacher, and he was my tutorial and history teacher, he said, yeah, shut your mouth, you guys. Behave yourself. He goes, Jim, you sit in the front, right up the front. I said, okay, sir, thanks. And I sat down. Okay, you know, and I was getting all the abuse as the weeks went by. And then one day, when you become like a sponge, you can only take so much, right? And I grabbed this bastard that was giving me a lot of grief, and I headbutted him in the chest because he was taller than me, right? So just where his heart was, and he collapsed. He had a hole in the heart that no one knew about. He had a hole in the heart. He collapsed in the classroom, right?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. That same hospital, right? And guess what the teacher said? He said, the teacher said, "I told you not to leave him alone, didn't I?" Woohoo! So I had a good teacher on my side, right? And then the kids in the class are instant respect that day. They'd never seen anyone. Because I said this, I just kept swearing and calling him a cunt and everything. And I was repeated headbutts. Bang, 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 non-stop. And then he just dropped on the floor. He had a hole in the heart. We didn't even know. Yeah. His name was Guy Flood, the guy who I headbutted till he collapsed. Yeah. And then Gary Montebello, who was the hardest kid in the class, he was very quiet for a while. And then he started creeping back in with his little snide, smarmy remarks. But I used to just give him the look, and he knew that, if it was going to be a fight, it was going to be hurtful, so he just calmed down. But that's how my life was, I ended up having a fight with the hardest kid in the school. I didn't know he was the hardest kid in the school. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't even know this guy. And I was using a magnifying glass and burning ants at school. As kids do in secondary school, you use the magnifying glass, burning ants. And then this guy called me a nigger and all that, this kid. And I go, "Shut your mouth, you white honky," as we used to say in the 70s. And then he goes, "Who are you talking to? I'm talking to you, you cunt, And then we started fighting, grabbing shirts and school blazers. And the teachers broke us up. He goes, "I'll see you after school." "Yeah, I'll see you after school." And you know what he had on him? He had a dinner knife. You know what we had at school? The school dinner knife? He had one of those. That couldn't cut you. I laughed at him, and then I took him down. Yeah, it was rather blunt tool, you know what I mean? Anyway, I took him down anyway. His name was Tony Ballard. That was it, Tony Ballard. Hardest kid in the school, but he went down. And after that, I was the hardest. But I didn't care. I didn't even know I was the hardest. Other kids told me. I didn't know I was the hardest kid in the school. I never knew that. Other kids were telling me, but I didn't feel I was. Do you know what I mean? Because I wasn't in that frame of mind. I thought there were harder kids than me in the school. That's why. You see what I mean? I thought there were kids in there that I thought I couldn't take down. So I didn't go on like I was the hardest kid in the school. I didn't. But the kids were telling me, "Jim, you're I go, "No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not." That's what I kept saying. "No, I'm not. I'm not."
You didn't have nothing to prove, though, did you? You didn't have that mindset of a bully, though.
No, that's right. That's right. I didn't have that. Although, there were times when I had like five fights in a day. That happened because the school I went to was in a place called Somers Town in Camden, notorious as a racist area, really bad. But I didn't mind. I mean, I grew up in East End anyway, so that's another racist area for black people. But I say that, but then the amount of lovely people were there, I met more lovely people than I met racists. Okay, wherever I've gone. So the racist thing was just, it's minuscule compared to the amount of good people I met. But it was always there, though. Racism was always there, but it was like water off a duck's back for me. And when it came to the kids who were being bullied, I was there stopping that immediately if I saw it happen. I became a prefect at school in the end anyway. I had a school badge and underneath it had prefect. So, I excelled in my secondary school, comprehensive school. And the kids that I had as friends, they were, good friends. Still keep into contact with one or two of them now. Especially Kevin Burdikin. He taught me how to play chess. He was a brain box, Kevin Burdikin, very intelligent, wore glasses, but he was a chess master. Best in our school, beat all the teachers. He went to the Islington Chess Club, and Russia's third best, came to England, went to that Islington Chess School. My friend Kevin Burdikin drew with him. And he was in the local newspapers that Russia's third best drew with this kid.
Amazing.
Kevin Burdikin, his name is. Right? Kevin Burdikin. That was his name. And I learned to play chess from him. And I thought, boy, you drew with the third best, Russia's third best, an adult, a man, and you drew with him. Fuck. You must be good. Yeah. So that was my friend, Kevin Burdikin. Very intelligent boy. And I joined the chess club in the school. And I used to play with my English teacher, Mr. Madison, very distinguished man with the Sherlock Holmes type pipe that he used to smoke. And he had chess clubs at lunchtime. So if I wasn't playing basketball or football or rugby, then I'd be in the chess club with Kevin, playing chess with Mr. Madison and that. Great game. Taught my brothers how to play it. Yeah. So when I look back on my life, I'm always thankful for all the people that I met. They made me the person I am today. Yeah. And now you guys are doing that. You guys, that little touch with the meme proves that, the truth is in us. We are succeeding. We are going forward. We're not decaying. Okay? That's what it shows. I'm black, you're probably a white boy, but you can see that I'm with you, and I can see that you're with me. And that is the excellence of life on the flat earth. That's what it's all about. I've always known that. You're proving it. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Pleasure, man. I think we just all destined to find each other like that anyway.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it's all about. We are together. I know that if we were on an island and we're living together, we would be living at the highest and laughing at the hardest. When you laugh and you can't breathe and your stomach's in stitches. That's what it would be like. Yeah, yeah. That's what I know for sure. Things I'd be doing and the things you'd be hearing, you would be cracking up, and vice versa, no doubt. That is the beauty of the flat earth. That is what I remind them at Gem Pandas. They don't have it. They don't have it. I say to them, how can you be in a server like this and you don't, not once have I heard you speak to uplift humanity? Not once. 3 years, 4 years? You guys must be paid shills. You can't be ordinary people. This is a job. Gotta be. Gotta be a job. Because no humans are like this. Your intellect is exposing you. You are not that stupid. Flat Earth is child's play. Children can understand this. So it doesn't require a degree, a mastership, what am I looking for? A degree, a doctorate, a PhD, a master. It's not required. Not to understand the flat Earth. It is not required. But you guys exhibit those level of intellect, that high an intellect. So I know you know that this Earth is indeed a flat plane. I know this. I know this. That's why I'm so angry at them and the venom comes out. So I have to find ways of psychology to reduce them. The blade of grass was one of them. Lower than the snake of a belly is another. Less than cow dung, rhino dung, and elephant dung mixed, for with that we can enrich the earth. You cannot do that. You people are not of that excellence. Yeah. And I'm still allowed back into the server. Fuck. I don't know. Well, that's mad because if I was there, I wouldn't hear that again.
That server confuses me, man.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Because I went in there saying, I went in there saying that I bring you honor and integrity. I don't come here to belittle you people. But then they start insulting. When you start telling them about the flat earth and they insult you, call you retard and everything else, well, that's it. Now I have to work it out. So I'm working it out now. And now we're they're exposing themselves through their intellect. Like you said, that self confuses you. Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear you say that. Not at all, because it does that to me in a way as well. But I'm beginning to work it out. They obviously are the controlled opposition. That's what they are. They have to be.
I was in there one day, Jin, right, and I was just listening. You might have been in there left, or someone was in there, maybe Gabby get. And I sat in there after he left. I sat in there for a while. And as soon as there's no flat earthers in there, they turn on each other.
Yeah, there you go. They turn on each other. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, then once or twice, I heard a glimpse of humanity, and I'll say something, because sometimes I go in there and I don't say anything. I just go in there, you know. I'm ready. I'm gonna let off, but let me just listen to what they're talking about and see that, you know. They can see Jin's in there. They can see it, because I'm not going to change my icon. That icon is forever. Don't need to change it, so they know. And yeah, I'm listening, and then I'm hearing some humanity, and I join in. Am I hearing some humanity from this toxic group? Is there a glimpse of hope? Really? You know? But they soon switch off. They soon switch off. But I know what you mean, though. Turning on each other, yeah. Yeah, I've heard them do that, yeah. But I still think that they are the controlled opposition. There are people in there that are agents in place. They have to be. They cannot be ordinary citizens like me and you. They're not. Sorry. Because what we are trying to introduce to them is the truth, which doesn't require a high intellect. Remember, they fooled us when we were kids, when we were innocent, when we were trusting. And then that lie and that deception has been reinforced all the way through your life. And of course, as you get older, you become more self-aware, okay? And you don't want to look stupid. So when they say flat earth is silly and that, you think, yeah, it is. I'm not flat. What's stupidity, you know? Because you don't want to look the fool, do you? You don't want to be the butt of the jokes, you see? And they've got you on that psychological one. You know, it's a ball, but you can't see it nowhere now. Yeah, it's there, but it's level. Like the recent expression, curved is level. Level is curved. Really? Oh. Stupidity like this. You know why they said that? Because the flat earthers just destroyed them. Now we're, you know, that's a chink and a kink in their armor when they speak like that. Why do you think the situation with the injectables are happening right now? That was due to the flat earth, without a doubt. Flat earth. Why do you think they keep saying, we're going to flatten the curve, or we're going to beat the pandemic because the earth is not flat? That's what they said. So they know that we are a formidable force. They know this. They know this. So we've got to be on our toes, flat earthers. We've got to be on our toes. We've lost one or two along the way. What's his name? Oh, bloody, how can I forget his name now? Hang on a sec. We lost, fucking hell, come on. How can I forget his bloody name?
Rob Skiba.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Rob. Rob Skiba. And the other one, the Indian.
Oh yeah, there was another one. What's his name?
Yeah, nice guy as well.
Yeah, he used to talk about the. He was really on about the map projections and all that. What's going on,
Yeah.
Jim?
Yeah.
Hey, Miggy, how are you, man?
Vladdy, what's up?
How you doing?
Good.
Not much, man. Just enjoying another beautiful day. Coming into the server and checking to see what the conversation's about, man.
Oh, yeah, we're just talking about being uplifted by flat earth, basically. That's all it is. Great to hear your voice again, by the way.
Yeah, I've been stopping by quite some time now. I got some time on my hands, so I'm gonna come in here and see if there's any conversations that stir up to the flat Earth and globe Earth discussions. Most of the people that come in here, though, are just people that have been victimized by this secondhand information that they really, honestly think that they are living on a globe Earth. Others are kind of just lurking, and for the most part, the ones who are still staunch globers are clinging to an idea that I guess they don't want to let go. But it's really, to me, it doesn't matter at the end of for me anyway. At the end of the day, if they want to continue to believe the Earth is a globe, I don't care. They can still believe that, but the argument is not substantiated. So
That's
that's
right,
all.
Biggie. Yeah,
That's all.
that's right.
Like for me, that's all I care about when it comes to like us discussing this matter. If they're able to bring forth any verified evidence for the claim, then we can move forward and then have probably a worthy conversation.
Yeah, that is
But
it exactly, because
but
it
it always
requires their honesty and integrity. Yeah,
falls out that they don't want to talk about it. You know, like there's
yeah,
been a couple of fellows that come in here. You know, when you say, well, they want to talk about celestial navigation and so on and so forth, but they don't want to say that are you talking about the claim that the Earth is a globe? Well, I never said that. They'll say, I never said that. I'm not talking about that. Well, what are we talking about then? Like, isn't that the main crux of the argument that
well,
the
that's
Earth is
what
a
this
globe?
server's about, isn't it? Yeah, exactly.
I mean, isn't that what we're trying to figure out here? Like,
Yeah.
it's weird, but they don't want to outright say it because they know that it's damning to their argument.
Well, damning to their way of life and their beliefs, you see. It's called separation anxiety disorder. SAD. SAD. That's the actual psychological term for those who are hanging on to a globe that they cannot prove. Like I've said, 2022 is the year we, the flat earthers, put the heliocentrists under the psychological magnifying glass and ask them why is it they desperately want to believe in a ball globe that they have not proven to themselves. Why do you want to do that? That is the question that I've been asking since the beginning of this year.
It's a heavy spell, man. It's a heavy spell, and some people are entrenched than others. Psychologically, it's a war for the mind, and so for them, it's something that they've never been able to muster up the fortitude to face when it comes to the question and actually scrutinize it. So they're better off leaving things as they are in their mind and kind of prodding the flat earth as to like, well, what do you guys think? Kind of come in here and look at your map. That doesn't even look what it's and I've been in here and I've been talking to flat earth and I've been telling them like there's a lot of arguments on the flat earth side that you guys have been using that need to be corrected or rather not used. Because there has been ever since we began our journey, like when the movement began, I think it's somewhere like late or early 2014 or late 2014. I'm not really sure around what time, but I came in on like late 2015. But
Yeah, me too.
The movement really spun up around that time, and we're looking to now making sure that everybody is not speaking about what we're about truth about the earth or the shape of the earth in the sense of like where we began, because there has been a lot of incorrect arguments that flat earth has been using, and still I think sometimes there's a big part of the movement that are still kind of using old arguments that don't have any foundation, or they'll point to things that don't have any foundation. So over the course of like maybe a month or so, I've been popping in and out of the server and making sure, but people are not still using these recycled arguments that haven't been useful. At the same time,
We still use the three points.
Yep.
That's definitely what we use. But I'm sticking with those. Okay, and only we don't claim to have any idea of a shape. How deep is it? 7.6 miles. That's how deep we've dug. And if you compare that to the Mariana Straits underneath the ocean, it's the same depth. That's all we have. We do not have a shape. I can't even begin to imagine what it can be like.
Well, just to be clear, It's not that deep. That's just the deepest we've went.
Yeah, that's the deepest we've gone. That's correct. Yeah. But I always say deep enough for us to have life on Earth, because we're living on it, and we're supposed to be getting on at the moment. But at the moment, we've got wars going on at the moment, so it's deep enough that life can exist. Okay, the fruits are growing, the vegetables are growing, the flowers and the trees, the animals. So it's deep enough. We're living on it, but we're living on it wrong at the moment.
It's deep enough that life can exist and it bears fruit. That's what she said.
But you're right there, Miggy. Miggy's correct in what he said. Yeah, we've got to be careful how we present the flat Earth and go with what we know and what we don't know. Clearly state that we don't know.
We have to be good stewards, man. I mean, that's what it comes down to: being good stewards of the truth.
Yeah.
And in order for us to do that, we can't go off into the weeds. I always talk about that in the sense of what they are arguing.
Can I just correct you real quick? We don't call them stewards anymore. We call them being good flat attendants.
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
Flat color, man, but it's still a horse. Like, it's. I have heard, like, I mean, there's these, I don't know, man, like, you want to call them sophists or, characters that come in here and they portray themselves to be knowledgeable and, whatever, give them credit because they have a head knowledge of whatever information they've learned. But that doesn't mean a hill of beans when it comes to actually verifying the subject. Yes. So I don't care that calculations to something if you can't verify the thing you're talking about, or you point to the sky and tell me that there's a sky vacuum, or that it's ridiculous, man. This whole nonsense of globe has warped people's sense of reality, and we're dealing with repercussions of the people that are misled.
Yeah, I fully understand that. Yeah,
being stewards, ambassadors, whatever percentage.
Stalwarts. Yeah.
We have to make sure that our efforts are not going towards the way of how shall I put it?
Our enemies, the astronomers and the astrophysicists, and we're into the speculation too much. Yeah.
Yeah, it falls. We can do that with some people that come in and they'll start prodding, asking questions, but we need to be more saying things like
basic foundation.
We need to be comfortable with the words "I don't know" as well as they need to be with it. So it's not, and it hasn't been something very strong in our community. Our community does say that, but for the most part, there's certain gaps that we want to fill so that we can have more of a winning argument. Like, let's say when we talk about what the Earth is, like as far as like maps, and we talk about the terrain a little bit. We get into we can lean towards the and all that, and that's kind of, I think, when we talk about the Earth and the maps, and we start looking at the AE and Gleason's, and we start really portraying the Earth to be looking something similar to that, as in leading them into this idea of like, well, this isn't what it is, but here's what I can present so you can look at. And I'm always, when I see that happening, I can see almost like you're jumping out of the frying pan into the fire kind of thing. Like, that doesn't help anyone, because when they start leaning on that information, because you're helping them like get out of the grasp of the globe, and you have a visual or something they could lean on, then it becomes detrimental to their knowledge of what the Earth is, because now they're leaning on something that's still not correct.
Yeah, but Miggy, hang on a second. We have a man by the name of Flat Earth Banjo. Yeah. Now he's using the Gleason's map, showing how flight paths work, and they don't work on the globe, to the point where he has solved a 1970s mystery where the Russians took out a plane forced a plane down over its own airspace, but it didn't seem to be working on a globe, but on a flat Earth it made sense.
Yeah,
what are you going to say then?
There's a 1942 aerial map. I've seen this before. The topic itself has value. Maps are useful, right? They're useful for certain ways of navigation, but their map is land, and the land is not the map. So there has to be a way that people can meet across the table because you can use the Mercator projection, you can use all the other projection maps that they're out there. That does not mean, however, Gleason's AE even included into that bunch, that they are the end all be all for what the Earth shape is. We are getting into the weeds at that point, saying
Yeah,
that
but we're not claiming a shape, though, are we? When we're using the map,
But
we're not
listen,
claiming a shape.
what the map is doing, though, it's laying out the formation of the continents.
It's giving a pattern. A pattern. That's
Right.
all it's doing. A
But so,
template.
but
It's not
so
doing a
is,
shape.
but listen to this. So is the globe on their side. They can do predictions and such with using certain map projections superimposed over over a sphere. So what you got here is two colliding pieces of information that are useful in a sense, but they're not describing what the shape of the Earth is, and
Exactly.
two competing ideas because of the fact that some guy has proven something doesn't mean that he's onto something bigger. It only means that he's figured something out with using that specific map to detail, something that's been happened with flights. Now,
Yeah.
if you were to ask sailors and such, they could probably come up with a different map that's more accurate for their purpose. But
Okay,
now,
but hang on a second. Let's look at the physicality, because the globe is a physical shape, whereas the flat Earth, there is no shape there. You don't experience anything of curvature. It's leveled sailing, leveled flight, leveled observation.
I understand.
Okay, so we can go with that. That's strong. That's strong.
Right, but what I'm saying is it doesn't, that has no coherence to the idea of whatever map projection you're using. It doesn't matter if it's Gleason's or Azimuth. It doesn't, that does not equate to the flatness. It does not, because so all he's doing is figuring out point A to point B. So a
Yeah,
flight.
but they should be. Hang on, even though they're giving you a point A, a point B on a globe, but there should be curvature experience with that, and it's not there. It's totally devoid.
That's
LA to New Zealand. That's an upside downer.
Right. That conversation is not attached to what that gentleman was speaking of with the Gleasons. It's detached from that. It's not the same. It's not. He's equating how that works on a flat plane map with a Gleasons, and so you're brought into the knowledge that he's onto something, and he just debunked something, and he hasn't. So I'm correcting. There's a lot of things that we need to look at because, like I said before, every map has a specific function and it's useful. So, and what I'm telling you is you're not gonna. There's nobody's gonna take that argument of that gentleman just prescribed, and then take it to a globe and then say we're gonna knock down this globe with this argument. It's not going to happen. They have a rebuttal.
It is for me, because with the globe, there's a physical shape that you have to experience. So if you're going from A to B, you must experience that curvature. You have to.
Yeah, but doing what? Listen, when you're saying both sides, right? You have that argument. The rebuttal for the globe is that they do experience a globe. Like I've heard it all, Jen. So
But they don't know. But they don't.
It's a sound argument for you because you've already experienced that there isn't any curvature. You know that, but to you it makes sense. To them, because of the psychology, they're still wrapped up in the understanding that their idea of the globe has been already proven by the maps that have been superimposed over a sphere. So they're superimposed over a sphere. They're not. They're like we can't use a sphere to navigate. We know that, but we know that the maps that we use, the flat maps that we use, are a globe flattened out for for navigation purposes. So your idea, even though it's sound, will never equate to knocking the Glober's idea of the globe down, even though it sounds to you like it's totally legit. How can they deny this?
No, I'm knocking them down with it. I am knocking them down with it because of the physicality of the shape, and it's impossible. Nature's laws dictate beyond man's It's not even up to man's disapproval here. If you're on a ball, you will notice you're on that ball. You cannot be on a ball and not know it. That's impossible. Even if you have a ball in front of you, a basketball, a beach ball, and you put your hand on it and you see it, and you follow the curvature, you will see your hand become inverted. You will see it. That is the law of nature. Okay? And if it's
Well,
spinning, you have to hang on for that spin.
yeah.
So there's
It
no
sounds
two ways around it. No,
yeah,
I'm
it sounds
telling
like
you.
we're talking about a physical observation, right? Something that we
Yeah.
see.
Yep.
Is that right, Jen? So you can argue that point until you're blue in the face, though, don't you think? Because you can tell somebody, hey, when you go on a plane, you don't see
Yeah.
any curve, man. Well, are you seeing curve? Are you nuts? And the guy is gonna be like, dude, I see boats going over a curve. Now, this is something that we have heard. We know that because people
Yeah.
come in and they'll say, I've seen a boat go over a curve. You mean to tell me that it didn't, or they've been on a plane and they've seen curvature from an airplane. And so there's physical observation, like you just mentioned, on both sides.
Yeah.
And physical observation on both sides would dictate that some people, they see curve. Not the fact that they actually see curve, but the spell is strong within them. They're going to project their own reality from their biased viewpoint because they have been taught, or it's been ingrained in them, that this is how the world is. Even if they don't see it, they're supposed to. So
That's correct.
so because of the strong psychology, you're not going to break the walls of that mindset down by using an argument from a Gleason's map standpoint. It's not going to happen. The psychology.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ because
Okay.
it has happened in my case.
But
Not
here's
in
the
every
thing, though.
case. Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. Carry on if that's how you feel. Things are going to work out. But what I'm saying is that it's a pursuit. It can probably wake somebody up if they're already leaning towards the fact that they're questioning themselves. But to
Right.
the staunch glober, you will not break the ice. It will never happen that you're going to convert that mindset because of
No,
the
the staunch glober is a wally, and I'll tell him, he or her, to their face. Because like I said, flat earth is child's play. If you can resort back to your childhood, you know full well water does not stick to any ball because the ball surface is not level. Okay?
Well,
But yet we have water can only lie level. That's it. It never adheres to the surface of a ball. It never will. It cannot. That is the characteristics of water. So don't give me the fucking gravity or the bending or warping of space-time fabric shit that you don't even understand. Not you, but they don't even understand themselves. I am destroying them with this stuff. No, I'm winning. I'm actually winning with this.
Good morning, Jen. And I get that, but that's all preaching. Like we all get that. But when it comes to using the AE map specifically, I don't. I'm with.
Biggie.
Well, I mean it. I mean, because I kind of like when you said, Mickey, that the Earth was. I mean the A map is a projection of the globe flattened out. Isn't that a tricky way of saying it's actually globe? Because that's what we use it as technically. It's just flattened. It kind of gives somebody the idea that a globe was literally flattened out, but actually the map is just a projection of the sky. It's not a projection of the curvature of anything.
Yeah. But it's difficult because of the fact that we see these maps, like I was talking about. There was a 1942 aerial map that was used back in the war. There's a lot of things that use for military purposes. I mean, they can use. It's useful. Every map is useful. It's a tool. It's not used for providing evidence that the whole entire Earth is a specific. It looks a specific way. And it does sound like we can use that because of the fact that we see something similar to what we're talking about, and it's because of that we want to use it in our arguments. And this is where I'm coming from. And so you can do whatever you want because it's your your life, and you can do that. But I'm
My
saying,
style of arguing, yeah.
in regards to being an ambassador to truth, you have to take into consideration the mindsets that you're dealing with. So you're dealing with a victim of secondhand information that they've been lied to.
Yeah, I
So
do.
we don't want to sully the notion of truth by then putting them back in the box of another idea that they can't verify, because what we're dealing with is the whole entire earth. Okay, so here's
Yeah.
the thing that I'm actually talking about here is the whole entire earth, a viewpoint of the whole earth. Now, if we're giving them a viewpoint of the whole earth, then we're back in a claim that we can't substantiate. Now, we're trying to substantiate that with a map projection. That's not evidence of the land. That's what I'm saying. And here's where
I state that at the beginning. I do
but
put that
I agree with you,
disclaimer out
Mickey.
there.
but what we're doing though is we're bringing forward, because of this, the argument that when we talk about this subject, we're not saying it in so many words, but we're actually saying, yes, this is what the earth looks like. I mean, what do you mean? It's flat. So therefore this map projection would fit it. And so we're not saying it in so many words, but we are arguing the point that this is what they can look at as a visual. And so
I'm
they're
saying that. Yes, Mickey, I'm actually saying to them that this is the best we have at the moment
right.
because our experience isn't globe. We're not experiencing curvature, and water, as you know, it's 71%.
But
So
the
it lies flat. So this is
but
more
the
logical of a
Mercator
map, even though we haven't been everywhere on this
but the
planet.
Mercator is more used widely for all your navigation purposes. It's
Mhm.
not even the Gleasons.
That's
So
correct.
it's not how useful is the Gleasons really? Other than trying to look at large distances that people don't really deal with.
Well,
Right.
I mean, Flat Earth Banjo's he's making a killing. Look, he's produced 3 books, right? He's got 3 books
It's kind
out.
of a red herring, isn't it? Because I get it. I love Flat Earth Banjo. I know what he does.
Yeah, he's doing great stuff.
I support him, but what's that got to do with the point being made?
You're right.
What I'm saying is he's using the Gleason's map to prove that we are getting to our destinations without being on a globe.
Yeah. So
I think you could do that. I mean, I think you could show why you shouldn't take the layout on a map as the layout of the land, because when you use 2 different projections from the same data set, it looks like you're going 2 different routes. He could argue it that way. And I think that would be very sufficient, more than sufficient.
yeah, I wasn't talking like when we look at this, we're not mentioning that it wasn't he didn't provide evidence for something that he was his argument, but what the underlying premise is here is the whole entire earth. This is what's at stake here. The whole entire, and so people's eyes are looking at this visuals, and they're hearing the information. What they're taking in is a guy talking about what the earth would look like if it was a flat level surface. So they're now attaching, so I don't see a globe, but it could be this thing that this guy's showing me. And so what they're doing is I don't want to say the word false converts, but they're making somebody back up an idea that can't be substantiated. So these guys are running around, becoming like, okay, now I got this guy's videos and I'm full of this knowledge. I'm going head first to talk to these Globers. And the Globers will say like, well, dude, we were using other things that were a globe flattened out. Like that's just a globe flattened out. And so they're not going to be able to say, no, you're not getting what I'm saying. And so it's going to be a back and forth till you're blue in the face kind of argument. And there's nobody on either side that's going to substantiate the claim.
I will make them see that there is no measurable curvature for your globe, and it is not spinning, and it is not in the vacuum of
You can't do that with a map. That's the point. We know that you're gonna argue sufficiently in general, but you can't do that with the map. It's just, the conversation is just about using the map and leading newcomers to think that the map is the layout of the
The
land
map.
because that is what they
Well, the
think.
map, we're getting from A to B on it. We're getting to A, from A to B, straight lines, and we're making our destination. I'm obviously saying to them that as for the shape, I can't give you that, and that's clear. But what I can tell you is that it is definitely not a globe spinning in space. Now, I haven't had the opportunity or the chance to cover the length and breadth of this earth. No human has at this point, because of the powers that shouldn't be, have restricted us on this. Okay, and they've kept it. If they know it, they're keeping it from us. But
Yeah.
we know it is not a globe.
So
That's
say,
what they
but
don't forget.
in the same breath saying that, Jen, you're also helping the conversation for the globe side, and they're like, "Well, you see, you don't even know if it's like what you because and it's not saying that it's flat. They're talking about what they're saying. What you're saying are almost like two different things. They're talking about the whole Earth, so they're seeing the Earth as a globe being the whole Earth, and you're saying that you're not talking about the shape of the Earth. You're talking about the land, what it looks like. So
That's
you're
correct, because there is no shape.
it's almost
At this point,
it's
there
almost like
is no shape.
it's almost like talking past each other in this conversation when what they want
Not
to get
really.
up is what the earth looks like as a whole. So the map for them wraps
Yeah.
around here and it works.
No,
But for
I told them it doesn't work because you've never seen it. Every image you've seen hasn't been. You've never seen the real image of this up.
right.
NASA told you that. We know you. I know you haven't. I haven't. I've lived longer than you, and if you've lived longer than me, you haven't, because I haven't seen it still. You
And the
haven't seen it. No
and the
one
reason,
has.
yeah, the reason I'm fleshing this out, Jen, the reason
Yeah.
I'm fleshing it out is you have to flesh out the idea that the premise of the conversation should be about the shape, not about a particular. The focus has been shifted from the shape to how things can work
To the
using a
map.
projection. Yeah,
Well,
how
that's not been my stance. That's not been my stance. My stance has always been about the shape. It doesn't exist, and all I've seen is a leveled, plain surface. It's all I've
sure.
experienced, and that's exactly what I argue. I've never experienced a curvature, and I say to them, if you have, please bring me your photographs, your personal photographs, when you had a picnic, you had the ocean, where the cup, please bring it. Let me see it. Because when I bring mine, there's no curvature there.
Yeah,
So let's
like,
see what you got.
like I don't know. That's maybe something different. Visuals can never truly identify. Um,
We've only got our eyes. That's a sense we've
no,
been
no, no,
given
no.
by
I'm
the
saying
Creator. Got
no,
to
no, no.
use
This
it, man.
this isn't the way that we do verification. Verification is not only using visuals.
No,
That's
it's
not
using high-tech equipment with like the convex Earth group from Brazil. Now, I don't agree with their kind of like conclusion with lands and certain things, but the actual integrity of measuring for curvature, they use 7 methods and they all proved level with the highest technology we have today.
right. So there's other things that we use in the conversation. So it can't stop with just saying, "Hey, let's look out into the horizon." And what we see here is a flat level horizon because the glober, even though we're both seeing the same thing, Jen. We both go out there, and if you're a glober, you're gonna be like, "I don't see what you're saying. I'm looking at a globe." They don't. The perception has been warped. So your conversation about viewing something will never be won until the determination is how can we settle the dispute between me looking out into the horizon and I see flat and you see globe, or you're on an airplane and you see globe and I see flat. Like, how are we gonna? What's gonna solve that? Because visuals are not the hallmark of solving a conversation between that. It's not. It just isn't. It's not sufficient. It needs to be verified. Verification and going through the process is the ultimate way we can verify.
That's correct. Yeah.
So and so and so, the burden of proof lies on those who make the claim.
That's
So
correct.
that's okay. So this is the road we need to be focused on. The focus of the road that we used to be on was, dude, come on, get with it, dude. You're looking out there and you're telling me you see a globe. What's wrong with you? That isn't this is where conversations go astray because we're trying to get them to look at what we're seeing because they're heavy under the spell. They don't realize that secondhand information they've been taught is not the ultimate. And so what we should be telling them is not go out and just look. It's actually verify. That's the thing we should be saying. And because
Well, yeah, that's what
once
I
the
say to them.
verification process happens, because we always say the burden of proof lands on them. So they need to say, how is this a globe? Let's go check it out. And if they
Yeah,
can't
that's what I
figure out
say.
that all they measures, then there you go. Then
That's exactly what I say to them. They need to
but
go out there and how have you confirmed to yourself in your everyday lives that you've been living on a globe that spins? How have you
yeah.
confirmed that without someone telling you? What have you done to confirm it for yourself? Those are
Yeah.
the questions I
Well,
ask,
and
and they can't tell me. They have
and
never
so
done it.
and so like I'm always making sure that when we're talking with our fellow truthers,
Yeah.
that we're handling this information correctly, because when it comes to these staunch glober, or the person who's been in a position where they've only heard the secondhand information about the globe, they don't see what we see. And it's not
That's
because
correct.
they're not looking at the same thing. It's because the information has warped the perception of reality. It's
Yeah.
warped. You can't
They
get
are.
them warped perception until you get them to the point to verify that
Yeah.
information. So
Yeah.
we can say, hey, you're looking at a flat level horizon out there. What's wrong with you? Get with it. And they're like, dude, there's not a flat, and this is the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
We
I
want
fully understand that they've been brainwashed because I was brainwashed for, let's say, 53 years. And I actually tell them that. So when I'm talking to them about the 3 points question, I say to them, before you even answer, I didn't know the answer to any of these questions. So you needn't feel embarrassed if you don't know. I never knew the answers to them myself because I took them as given. I'm always setting it up like that. So the people I speak to about the flat earth, I try to relax them into a situation where the most important thing is to be honest to yourself. That's the only way you're going to reach the truth, right? It's not reliant on me. You've got to be honest to yourself. Okay, I already know that this earth is a level plane. I know this. This is what I know. Now it's up to you to get to this level if you
So
want to really know.
that's why Jen, I brought up the notion that whoever it is, it doesn't matter if it's that gentleman who was talking about the Gleasons or anybody else. When we speak about visuals, we need to be very careful in how we deal with this information, because it sounds like a sound argument for our side, because we've already experienced that there is no such evidence to support the claim. But when
Absolutely.
we deal with others who have not, it cannot be that we're using this specific argument to argue what they can experience, either globe or flat. So even though, like I said before, for us we can understand how it supports it, but we can't use it for those who don't understand. So we always fall back on verifying.
Yeah, verification. You've got to
Right.
go and
So
verify it for yourself. Yeah,
that needs to
exactly.
be, yeah, that needs to be I can't verify that Gleason's map is the accurate layout of the land.
Yeah,
Because,
and I've said that to them. I
right.
always say that this is not what I'm calling. It's not the be all end all. This is not it. This is the best we have at the moment.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity to go out and become a cartographer and map this land. But the routes I've taken match this map to a point. That's what I do say. I say that. The places I've travelled on match exactly what this map is showing.
And that should be information once the mind has already reconciled that they're not able to perceive
Be
it
on the
and
globe.
because they
Yeah.
can't verify. That's information after the fact. That
Yeah.
shouldn't be beforehand. So when
No, it
when
never
we're
is.
when we're dealing with the mind, we have to make sure that they fully understand. There's no way they can see how the globe actually has been verified. So
Look,
and
we've been
that
accused, Miggy, we've been accused that we don't present the flat earth. We always attack the globe because that's the way to do it. We need to get you to understand that the globe doesn't exist. And how have you verified that? After we can then talk about the flat earth and what we have, because we're not claiming a shape. That's been, wherever I've gone around to other servers, especially like the Gem Pandas, that's exactly what they attacked me with. You're attacking the globe. I'm asking you about the flat earth, they said. I said, first of all, you need to understand that your globe doesn't exist first.
Yeah.
How have you verified that the globe actually exists? Where's your evidence? Can you please present that?
Yeah.
So I
That should be the
can
conversation
for about 30 minutes once he goes on.
and we have and like they want to they want to skim over that, they want to gloss over it because for them it's easier to argue from a point of ignorance.
Yeah.
Point of ignorance is let's not look at that, let's talk about how flat earth is incorrect. And you're like, no, you should bring them right back around to like, no, we're not going to go anywhere until we figure out
Yeah.
why this globe that has been told to everybody is some mainstream information that we can't verify. And once we get to that point, then we can get to like what flat earth is about and we can talk about Gleason's and whatever. Like before that, we did and flights and all that stuff, that doesn't mean a hill of beans until we figure out how you can tell me we verify that the earth is a globe. Then we
Thank
can
you.
talk
And
about
that's look, when I'm not in the 24/7, rest assured that is how I operate. They hate me for it, and I love it. I love that hate because they know I'm holding them to a high standard. Their feet, both their feet and their head is held to the fire. I don't give in. Not 1 degree. That's how I am, you know. And then with those who are tentative and new and very open to the idea that the globe doesn't exist, I get them to admit that they haven't experienced the globe and they only know it because they were told. Then I explain my life story on how I took it as a big one up to 53 years. And I said, these years mean something because I've lived longer than you. You're younger than me, right? So obviously I have something to give you here, right? And then we start to talk about the flat earth after that. And then we show maps, and we were going to go for maps if they bring it up. But yeah, no, I've got my way.
yeah, the reason I'm not specifically speaking to you only, Jen. I'm speaking to
I know that.
the whole
Miggy, I
server
know.
that
It's the
everybody
listeners.
has been coming through this whole argument in the sense of like already having them understand that when we look at visuals and such things, that we can already start talking about flattened globe to somebody who doesn't have that same perspective. And like warp
See, Miggy,
reality, never see our point, man, ever.
yeah. Miggy, what you're doing, you see, if people are listening to this particular episode, we're holding ourselves to a high standard of integrity, and that's what it's about. We're not here to push another narrative or anything like that. We've got to be sticking with what we know, and that's it. What we can verify and confirm only. And when we cannot confirm something, we are the first to say that and let the individuals who are listening and the listeners know this. We're not arrogant to push it forward like it's a given. We can't do that. We don't have that right. That's what you're talking about. And I love that. So I understand. Okay? I'm with you all the way. I'm in your camp, as you always knew anyway, I think. Yeah. So, yeah. You're right. Mic check. Am I still alive? Seem to have died. Mic check. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay,
Yeah, I hear you. I got in my vehicle, started driving, so I couldn't right away answer.
So yeah, that was the correct thing. You see, you're holding us to a high standard, which we need to. Do you remember Jem Panda came to the server and said our standards are too high and we should do away with the scientific method? And
I think that was great.
Do you remember?
I think that was great because we did prove that we hold ourselves to that high standard. But like, that's how isn't that how we should hold every part of information of truth? Why are we not going to hold
facet?
Why wouldn't we hold that standard? It should be high because we're dealing with specific truths, man, about the shape of the earth.
We're talking about God's creation here. That's what we're talking about. So it should be held to the highest standard because God is watching us. Okay? The Creator is watching us. So we cannot be lying about the creation He created. We haven't got the right to do that. We're not that arrogant. Otherwise, we're going to be just as bad as the astrophysicists, the astronomers, and those bloody NASA bunch. So no, we're not like that. No, I'm glad Jem Panda said. I always remind him. I remind Jem Panda of that, and he lies. No, you didn't, because we've got it on record. We recorded you saying that we should do away with the scientific method, and our standards are too high. Impossible standards, you said, Jim. So shut up.
Yeah, but I mean that's how we should all view our arguments to be. Like, we should hold ourselves to that higher standard and shouldn't fall back to one of the things that I see that people do is, well, we're using this because this is the best that we got kind of information. I think it should be leaning more towards, I don't have to provide any information if the information that's been provided is not, it doesn't substantiate any claim.
Right.
So we should always go back to, well, if it's supported with information, you could verify that it is indeed what you say it is. The truth is the truth, and it's so when we speak about it, it stands alone as truth. So whether it is a globe or it's not,
absolutely 100%. If it's a globe, it'll stand out as a globe.
It
no
should be
matter
self-evident. What. It should be self-evident is the word we use there. Yeah, it should be self-evident, and the globe is not there at all. It's not there. And when they ask, okay, it's not a globe, show us the flat Earth. Then they do say that. So there you go.
Yeah, your mic quality just dropped. I don't know what you did just then.
Yeah, sorry about that. Bad Wi-Fi here today. I apologize.
Well, yeah, like I find that when I'm at Gym Pandas, specifically like when I talk to Jim, as a matter of fact, no, just in general, it's not really a conversation about details, because when we bring details, they say, well, these details are out of context, so let's flush those. Let's talk about these details. So it's really a game of repositioning over there. And if you don't continue to reposition and make sure your stance is separated from what they're trying to straw man you with,
yeah.
then you failed already.
Yeah. Guess what they say? But you always repeat yourself, Chin. I goes, yeah, because the facts are there. They stand the testimony of time. That's why. What you have said is a load of baloney, and you know it. There's no evidence. Otherwise, you would present it. Your listeners are listening. Okay, Mike Rounder.
so how's everybody doing in the server, man? You guys doing all right? What we got in here?
Good, man. All good.
Haven't spoken to Royal in a while. What's up, Royal? Adam Unsalted. What up, Elijah? You probably started your morning route, huh? Shout out to the homies.
It's mad how you have like a mega interaction like that, and it's all this amazing info, and then suddenly just stops dead. It's mad.
What happened, Flatty?
Like you and Jin were having this cool conversation, loads of cool info coming out of it, and then all of a sudden it just stops. Like, get to the end of it, and it's just like radio silence.
Dead air. No, I can keep it going, man. Don't worry. I'll talk your ear off. You're now listening to Radio Flat Earth with your host, Jin CBR1. Oh, he ducked out. Okay. It's all good.
We got my boy Quetzalcoatl up in here.
Yeah, I'm glad you came in at a time such as this, though, Flatty, because it took us a while to get to this point, man. All of us in this server, and I mean, it was. We still can get, and I get in that mode myself sometimes, but it's only when I feel like, I'm just gonna get into a senseless argument just for the sake of getting into it, because I get sucked in sometimes too, because it's like, dude, there's no information that they can provide, and I find myself like, dude, what am I doing? Like, I know it sounds like entertaining for me because it's like, they don't have any way they can substantiate any claim that they're saying, but I'm engaging anyway, and I just like that's why I'm coming back. I'm like, no, that shouldn't be the way I should be doing it. Like there needs to be another level of ways that we should deal with it, and I'm coming back around and like now it needs to be different. It needs to start with providing that evidence, man. Always going back to it. It sounds a bit redundant to the point of the flat earther who's already is very knowledgeable and has a lot of information, but if they cannot provide that information, they're really DOA, man. They're DOA. They're not going to be able to go any farther. So it's
This is so true. Like, and people, I think they find that boring. You know,
yeah. I think it is.
like, no, like because what they're trying to do is weasel into the club without paying. That's what they're trying to do, so that they can stay here and have a conversation. And it's no, you don't have any evidence. The moment that you say, "Yeah, I got evidence," you ask us a question. Here's my evidence. How is it that you can have this on a flat earth? That's not, this is a game. Get out. You haven't paid.
Yeah, exactly. We've been through
Yeah, they love playing jujitsu in the weeds.
Yeah, and some of us get, like I said, most of the times we don't get caught in it, but there's a very few oftentimes we get kind of sucked into a conversation like that, man. And I mean, we all do. It's just human nature, man. We all get sucked into a conversation like that, but at the end of the day, it needs to come right back around to the boring stuff and say, hey, okay, provide the evidence, substantiate your claim, do it, and then we can talk about anything you'd like to talk about. Like, ask us about questions of flat Earth if you'd like, but you haven't done the work yet. You want to gloss over that, like Elijah was saying, and want to be a part of this group, and you haven't done that. And so, once you do, then it's okay. We can go off into those conversations and talk about celestial navigation and whatnot. But I need to know if you know what you're talking about. Now, admittedly, you can say I know or I don't know, and then move forward. But you always have to hear that confession. That has to happen if a person who's in here wants to be an honest character. If they want to be a dishonest character, they can do so at their own detriment. But you have to establish the fact that they are going to have an honest conversation with you in this server. And that to me has to be, like Jen was saying, we have to hold people to this highest of standards. If they don't want to, and we don't want to be honest, like in that, say, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I don't know something, I'm not gonna run off and tell you that the whole entire Earth looks like this, man, because I don't have a way to support that claim. There's no way I can show you some maps. What is that gonna do? I'm good, better off not telling you that. I'll say I don't know, because I don't know what the whole entire Earth looks like, and neither do you. Now, if you do, then support it.
Yeah, I like when you said keeping a high standard. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, at least it gives us room for a lot of ways that we, and like I said, when we talk amongst ourselves, I don't mind speculating, man, because that's we can further our conversations that way. But um, the mystery is a beautiful thing. Mystery and everything is beautiful. When you look up at the moon and you really don't know what it is, but you see how its beauty is, you marvel, right? You can marvel at things like that, or look at nature. When you're out there in nature, and just be in awe and captivated by how magnificent it is and complex. And you don't have to know every single detail about it. You just have to know that it exists in a realm where you are, and that you're somehow connected to it. There's like this metaphysical way that you can see reality, man. It's like it's a spiritual journey even, and that's beyond things that you can quantify, even though people would like to. But yeah, you can have those conversations a bit differently when you can see it at that viewpoint, and it doesn't have to be more of a uh, studied out everything, and everything doesn't have to be spiritual, and it's more physical, and that. So to me, I think it lends credence to a lot more of a duality of life. It gives it more of a spiritual and physical when we see the truth for what it is. That you could marvel in the mystery, and also uh, in what we know as well. Like, because we know some things, but what we don't know, we should be forthcoming and say we don't know. And that part of humanity has always been trying to be filled with people who want to claim things. Oh, well, we know this. We've been there. We know that because this happened. And when pressed on issues, they're just rely on secondhand information, and that gets us nowhere in a conversation. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like the Globers, it's like their ego or their worldview is as thin as the thinnest piece of glass, and any kind of thinking outside of the narrative they've been taught will just shatter their worldview completely. And it's just like they're just scared to kind of accept anything different.
And I think that's you just said the bulk of what the wall that they set up is like. They don't want to face that, and they'd rather just go off and say something like, well, we can't know everything, or I don't know that information, the scientists know it, or they'll use some other way of escaping the reality. And so they'll pin it on like somebody somewhere out there's got the answer. I might not have that answer. I'm not smart enough to know that answer, but someone figured it out. And that's how the mind reconciles that whole conversation, because that's the easy way out, right? They'll use terms like, well, science, right? That's easy to say. That's easy enough. Just use that word as a shield, and you can escape out of any argument. Or, I don't know. They know. Who's they? Let me speak to they. Bring them in the server. Let's see if they know what they're talking about.
You got the Rig in you, who's a Glober. How do you feel about all this, Rig?
Who, the rig? Oh yeah, he's been in here for quite some time. He doesn't usually get in conversations. He just sits here. He lurks a bit. And what about you, Flatty? How has your journey been so far? Your overall journey. I mean, you've been in flat Earth for, let's say, 2 months, 3 months.
No, in the server for two-ish months, but flat Earth. I don't know, maybe about 5 years. But I I think Flat Earth Dave and his app kind of put me off a bit because it was a bit jarring, the fact that he sticks to that kind of model.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't it put me off researching anything further than that for a while. But then I started like just avoiding him for a bit and then looking into other stuff. And then I came across you guys. I was actually looking at the Gateway tapes. Have you heard of the CIA tapes?
Mm-hmm.
Where they use sounds to kind of alter your mind and things like that. And then I just went looking on you and then found you guys, and everything just clicked for me then.
That's great, man. That's great. And yeah, we definitely need more people to come to the realization on their own. I always want to say that, I don't want to be the persuasive part of your mind that actually makes you see that the truth is what it is. But if it so happens to be the case, it's just a byproduct of us having the conversation. But the heart of the aim that I want to do is challenge you. That's what I want to do. I want to challenge you so that you can see things in a perspective where you don't take things for everything that you hear. Like you turn on the TV and you just listen and do, this is going on. Oh, read the newspaper. Like you look into stuff. It's building somebody who wants to be curious about information that they know. Like, do I really know this information? Can I dig a little deeper? And that's all it is. Challenge the mind. And once you can do that, then the next step is yours. You don't have to be there to guide everyone to the path of truth. Truth becomes self-evident. So that's what I want to do, is to challenge people. I don't care if they come to Flat Earth or not. Like, that to me is not what my intentions are. That's the byproduct of it, but the intention is for them to investigate. Look into it. That's all I'm saying. Just look into it. Like the gentleman who was here before, and his friend was pretty upset because that whole sense of some other reality has been presented that he can't fathom. And so his reaction is to give an outward burst of obscenities. So
Yeah, that guy. Yeah,
but that happens to all of us, I think, when we come into new information that we can't reconcile. Yeah, right. Get out of here kind of idea, right? I mean, we all do that. But the lashing out happens, to somebody who's really under the spell, who really doesn't want to give a second thought to what could be. And I think that curiosity part of us has been snuffed out to the point where we're just collectively starting to become people who just accept what we hear as for what it is. We stop being curious. And if you are curious, you can be only curious within a certain set of parameters they give you. And those parameters are within the education that they tell you. You can only look this far. And if you go outside of that, then you're nuts. You got to stay within the boundaries of what we tell you. So the construct has been already made, and you're within that construct. Like, okay, I could take on this information, but I can't think about if it maybe is not this, or you know what I mean? Like when they say think outside the box, that was cut because it's like anything outside of what they consider norm is, you being some kind of conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, 100%.
When it's your own mind of being, curious. I mean, and then that's almost like in every topic, right? It could be useful in every topic. You could use it for politics. You could use it for religion. You could use it for, the shape of the earth, whatever. I mean, it's useful, but they snuff out the curiosity when they try to be the arbiters of truth, which they are not. And when I say they, it's those who would propose themselves to be the experts, right? The intellects of high standing, those who want to have their lofty positions lorded over you so that you can be subjugated by their information. And then any questions to their authoritative information is then shot down by the mob mentality, which then comes to you as like, oh, what are you doing, man? Look, get a load of this guy, man. He thinks the earth is flat, man. What a quack, what a conspiracy theorist. And then you feel, back in line, guy. What are you doing,
Yeah.
Or you straying off to lemming? You got to get back in line. And so you tend not to go there, Stay in your comfort zone. Why exit? Why exit when it's easier to go with the crowd, And so we stop being those
Yeah.
people who look into stuff, man. And it's when you're actually on the other side, when you start to question, you're curious, you want to know things, you start to sense of like how amazing the life can be because you do. It becomes it's a wonderful journey, man. Like you start to realize Earth and life and everything that what it's supposed to be and how it's meant to be for us. It becomes more like you're connected, I should say. I think that's a more apt word to use is connected. You become more connected to the earth, to family, to everything because like you're curious and truth is the only thing you'll settle for, right? You won't settle for anything less unless people are being honest or they're truthful about things, and then you're good, right? But if somebody's telling you something and it sounds like I don't know, like I should look into this, that kind of thing. So I don't know. I get
You're
on
right, man. It's all good.
I get on my rants, Flatty, but I do it because I care about people who are in this server. I mean, I've been speaking to these truthers for a while now, so I can almost tell you everybody that's in here I've spoken to at some point. Like Royal, like Adam, Elijah, Batman, Ghost, Julius, you, Quetz, Sasha, Shalambro, The Rig, Trinity, Will Be Flat, Car, of course, the infamous Car. What's up, brother? You're at work? Car's always vigilant. He's always listening.
I really like what you've been saying about not using the old info, like learning from the outdated stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been going back and listening to some old stuff. I wrote in the on one of the things on here that it'd be good to have a resource of what not to say anymore, what we've learned from or whatever, and what's good.
Well, we haven't really gotten any pushback from talking about the observation of the sun from the north during the, let's say, the summer and the winter, because people who try to give people this visualization, even I have said, at one point that the sun makes tighter circles in the summer and wider circles in the winter. But then, is that what we see? I haven't really heard anybody on our side like say, well, no, you're wrong because this. Like,
Yep.
not because I'm seeking opposition, but because if what I'm saying is true, then then it's kind of that much more dangerous to go ahead and say things like that, like it circles us and this, that, and I don't know, because it's hard to let go. You know what I mean? It's like, of course it circles us, at least, and I'm like, I don't know.
It's I guess that's kind of one of the arguments that you were talking about, Flatty. Like, what can we say? What should we not say? And I think that was one of the ones that we were actually talking about. We've been talking about this for some time. I know Elijah and I were it's been months, man. I want to say more than a year, or a year at least. We've talked about it roundabout, pun intended. But I think that we come back. Here comes another pun, full circle to the conversation of the sun going around in tighter concentric circles and moving out, spiraling out to the Tropic
Later.
of Cancer,
Later.
Capricorn.
Be safe. My bad.
So as it's doing that, we are saying that because of, and you know what, this always comes back to the thing that I always say that we shouldn't be using, like, and then it falls back to the AE map or the Gleason, like these flat Earth models. And not that there is one, but these visuals, flat Earth visuals that we're using, it always falls back to how they are not the correct thing to be showing people, because if you're doing that, you're going to have to substantiate that spiraling in and out in such a way that's going to make sense to the visual. That when you look in the sky and you observe the sun, because anybody can do this, anyone. If you had enough time and you were making these daily observations, then you would notice the sun to move across the sky from east to west in this specific pattern. So the circle you would see would be from your perspective looking south, right? So you would look south, and as the day happens, the sun rises from the east, and it comes in a circular path. So it'd be always like, to you, when you look up at the sky, it would always go from northeast to northwest. Always. Always, 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 always. The moment that it goes straight across, you're done skis. That's the end of the argument of it going in a tighter circle outward, or a bigger circle outwards. That's it. You can't move the conversation to say that it follows the circular path outward, because you're gonna try to reconcile that information, but it's gonna fall back to like, but it doesn't do that on the equinox. It goes straight across. So how are you then going to say that it does? And then the same when it actually goes southeast to southwest. Now you're in trouble, because it's going to do the opposite of the tighter circle or the expanding circle. It's going to go like I would say, for your mind to visualize this, like a rainbow. It's going to start in the southeast and end up in the southwest in the wintertime if you're in the north. And if you follow the sun, it's what it does. It's what it's going to do, and it's what it does. So yeah, that throws that whole verifying it with the visual out the window, because that's not what it does. It just moves across the sky from east to west. That's what we can say assuredly. Every time, all the time. I don't know if that makes sense, Flatty. But that has been a conversation that people have been holding, as
yeah. Sorry, I was trying to reply to you, and I was muted. I was pressing talk to speak. And I was yeah, man, it made perfect sense. That's all I had to say.
Have you? Well, I mean, if you've noticed the sun if you've seen it rise, could you verify what I'm saying is what's happening, or does it seem to be different in your perspective? Because some people would say no, it's what's flat Earth. It just goes and it spirals outward, makes a bigger circle. But saying that it would have to always come northeast to northwest, always, to make that circle bigger and bigger, just a bigger circle. And it could never go
Yeah,
straight across.
I think I have to wait till the summertime. I live in the UK, so we don't see the sun much throughout the winter, autumn, or spring.
Oh yeah, you guys are always cloudy days, huh? It's always raining over there where you're at.
Yeah, it's actually sunny today, and it was yesterday. But so I'm gonna keep an eye on it today, see what happens.
Yeah, until it goes straight across. I mean, that's been noted. People know this. It's like it's almost to the point where everybody knows that this is how it is. But it doesn't, and that's one of the arguments that I say that Flat Earth was using. I think there's even visuals still out there, if I'm not mistaken. You probably can see some of the Flat Earth visuals that are out there. They're supporting what I'm just telling you about right now. The whole concept, the spiraling outward, then spiraling back in. It's a huge argument. It's a huge argument that needs to go into the bin, man. Like, seriously, like it does. It needs to go into the bin. Like, it can't be using that anymore. If it was being used, like, get rid of the visual, or at least keep it for, just to see like where we came from, but don't use it.
Well, I mean, damn, I mean, the problem extends out as far as you can imagine, because some people talk about the prevailing winds, and then they talk about, well, why it's doing that because of what up above is doing, which would be circling, which is why the prevailing winds are in a circle. And it's like, yeah, is it? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, but then, how are they? It's almost like supporting an argument with an argument that's not hasn't been supported. So you're piling arguments on top of another argument that hasn't been supported with, or hasn't been substantiated to have been the truth. So because the sun moves out circular outward, summer, winter, then we see prevailing wind. And so how, if the sun doesn't do that circular, it moves east to west. There's no doubt about that. So if what their conversation was that because of it moving east to west, it does this, then I could see that being the case. But it doing something other than that would then be detrimental to that argument, like a circle motion. That would be something you can't use.
I really like to see this. I don't know. I wish somebody would say, I don't know. I don't know. I'd like this to be more of a conversation because, yeah, it is an argument people use. Like, well, people use, this concept as a way to argue different points, like various different things. I don't know.
Oh, the specific conversation about the sun making larger circles as it moves out to the south, or it gets bigger. That argument, or just the prevailing wind argument, or
Just that the sun moves in a, I don't know. I don't know.
in a circle outward. Okay. I haven't heard it personally, like that somebody's actually standing on it and saying, yeah, it does. Like, maybe that's probably why nobody's really like getting into it, I guess. I've just seen the visuals. It's like, where did the visual come from? Who made that visual? Like, why was it? Oh, I think, maybe it's the whole clock idea that the Earth is like a giant clock. Maybe that's what it could be. Because they see it like
Yeah.
within time zones that it's a clock. So the clock itself is like the face of a clock. So you'd see that the sun would move like the hands of a clock. That's it. The hands of a clock. So it started really forming with the hands of a clock, with the sun moving like a tighter circle in and out, like it's spiraling out. Like the hands of a clock. But that's not what we see the sun doing, and that's the point where that argument doesn't work.
Or the sun and moon move on the hands of a clock rather than be in the hands of a clock. Yeah, so they slide in and out on those lines.
Yep. That's what the argument or the conversation about it. Like that's where it started to form. So then you got the guy who made that clock with the sun and the moon, or going over the flat Earth AE map and such.
Yeah,
And
David Weiss's app works like that, I think.
Yeah,
There's a
and
clock
because you can make predictions, but that's not verification. Making a prediction, you can make predictions using globe construction, right? That's not what's going to give you the answer to the question, right? So that doesn't work in that way. We need to verify that if the claim is the sun is making these circles, then it needs to be verified that visual matches the representation of what we're showing people. When you go out in reality and you go look at the sun, do what it does in the sky, it needs to match what you're saying, the visual that you're saying.
Good morning, one and all.
How's it going?
Morning, Jay.
Hey, good morning, guys. Not too bad. What's going on this morning? Solving all the world's problems again?
Yeah, of course. The whole world's a stage. We're just characters, bro.
Indeed. We're just waiting for our the director to tell us what to do next.
How's it going, JE? You doing all right?
Yeah, I can't complain. Seems like it's a nice morning here. Must have rained last night. But it's a nice sunny morning. About, let's see here, 70 Fahrenheit. And nice little breeze with it. So Blaine and the twins are having some fun in some of these little puddles out here. So it's a pretty good morning.
Awesome, man.
Tell you what, there's a lot in this world that makes them happy, but I don't know how much that makes them happier than some water puddles out after it's rained.
Probably some warm cookies with milk. That'd be a close, huh?
Yeah, I think my phone cut out when you said that. Say that again.
I said, I bet you what else could make them happy is warm cookies with milk.
Some kind of treat, some kind of candy or something that would absolutely make them go crazy.
Yeah, we're just having a conversation about, the road in which we came from, the flat earth, and the journey that we had from our discussions about what we know, what we don't know, that sort of thing. Getting into conversation with the globe earth characters that come in here. and how to approach that, I should say. Because a lot of times people feel ill-equipped into how we should deal with that whole conversation. Or how do I talk to somebody, even in my own family? How is it possible that I can share truth with them without getting in their face or offensive or bombarding them with like, you don't know what you're talking about kind of stuff? But I think we've come a long way. It should be more of your mindset should be somewhat relaxed going into it. Like, you shouldn't have to feel like you're coming forward with the spear of truth. I mean, like you're attacking the globe head on, because people really, and what it is just they're misguided right now, man. They've been given this information that is not supported. It's got secondhand information, and really you've already won the conversation. There's no need to spice it up or make it any better. You just got to tell them, hey, just tell me how you figured it all out. Because if you can substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe and you're able to verify this, then that's great. Because nobody has. So if you can do it, go ahead. Please do. But make sure your case is airtight and you can be able to verify. That way, when you do that, however you came about that information, you can give that to me, and I can go do it, and I can verify it, and then I will know myself, just like you know.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you 100%, because so many of them simply parrot what they've heard. And the truth of the matter is that a lot of flat earth people do the exact same thing. They just parrot what they've heard, and oh yeah, there's this experiment and blah 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 blah. Okay, well, did you do the experiment? Well, no. Okay, then why are you talking about the experiment? Go out and do the experiment, and that's the key.
You have somebody listening in right now on the live stream, or if you feel like you have a question, you should pop in here and jump in the conversation. I think it's interesting that people today, of this day and age, of all the information that's out there, you can do the research yourself, guys. If you're listening right now on the live stream, you can do the research yourself and figure out if there is any way that you could support the claim that the Earth is a globe, and why they've been telling us for such time that there is curvature, and everything that they've been saying about it. But if you can support that claim and you can bring that forward and as evidence, because I'm gonna tell you guys, it's been about 6 to 7 years already. Nobody has come in here with evidence to be able to support the claim. Now, evidence isn't just something that you go out and say, okay, you're looking over at a body of water and you see a boat doing something. That's it. That's evidence. No, I meant to verify the very information that you're consuming when you go onto the internet or look at a book, and then going out into reality and checking out if the measurements line up with what they tell you. So you'd have to do a bit of legwork when it comes to that, but it's useful if you are going to come in here and engage in a conversation as to what the Earth is, that sort of thing. So if you're on the standpoint that you know what the Earth is and you've done something about it and you have some evidence, please come in here and we can talk about it, or at least do that as homework and then come in here later on.
Yeah, exactly. And if you use the boats disappearing over a supposed horizon, then you better have a good explanation other than just some claim of unproven refraction that can bring it back in with a telescope. So, and that's the thing I realize about most of the globe supporters is they always fall back on the appeal to authority, that they always fall back to the authority told them this, it must be true, damned the observations. It's true because Neil deGrasse Tyson dropped a microphone. It's true because Bill Nye the Science Guy threw his hands up in the air and hollered out and said, "It's science." So it must be true without question. And that's not proof either. And over the last month or so, I've really been, and I stopped about a week ago. I had really been interacting with the Globe Trolls through Fascist Book. And my perennial question is where do they come up with so much time to spend 8-10 hours a day with people that they hate?
Yeah, it usually happens with those who are entrenched in the idea that the Earth is a globe. There's others who are very what's the word I'm looking for? They don't care either way what the shape is. Indifferent, that's the word I want to use. They're very indifferent to the fact. They don't care. And so the majority of them are, I don't really care. Well, if you didn't care, then I wouldn't be speaking to you. But obviously, it kind of gets to you because somebody out there is challenging the idea that the Earth isn't what you heard that it was. So you're talking to me now because it is something that's intrigued your mind. Otherwise, if you did not really care, you'd be playing Fortnite or talking to your buddy on the phone about what you're going to do for the rest of the day. So you're here, though, and I'm talking to you. Therefore, you do care. So it's psychological. You do care about it because I'm speaking to you about it. That's the truth. Or you're lurking. Or you're lurking because you think, I'm just listening to Flat Earth because it's funny. Well, no, it's not. It's challenging you every moment that you're in here. That's what it's doing. There isn't some kind of funny conspiracy going on. There isn't some weird stuff happening in here. All it is people investigating what they've been telling us this whole time. And this whole time they've been saying it's a globe. That information cannot be substantiated. It's not.
You shamed him out of here, Miggy.
Did I?
The rig. You're halfway through your sentence, and I saw him dip out.
I'm doing this. Listen, this is a wake-up call, man. To all the globers who are listening to me right now. Everybody who thinks the Earth is a globe, right? Call them globers. Globers are people who believe the Earth is a globe. Now, guys, you don't have to feel bad. Everybody, we all were globers at one point, right? All of us were. Unless you were completely born into somebody in a family who taught you flat Earth from the very beginning. That's, highly rare. But anyway, we were all there at one point, and we understand. But the only thing that we're telling you is that there's no point of being here if it's not getting you somewhere farther in the knowledge of truth. There's no point. You might as well go talk about whatever you think is interesting in life. Flat Earth shouldn't be the thing that's interesting in life to you if it's not challenging you every day to break the resistance of that mental barrier you have about the shape of the Earth. And it's chipping away. If you're listening to us every single day, it's chipping away at that. It's chipping away. At some point, you're going to go from lurker to engager. And you're going to want to know who and why and when and where and all that good stuff. And that's good. Curiosity, right? That's going to get you to that point. But for now, I think at some point, there should be a time where you're asking yourself if that information that you're listening to about the globe and wherever you learned it from is actually true. That's what you should be looking at. So I know there's people out there in YouTube land and probably talking in the comment section or engaging in text chats. Get your little keyboard warriors. But I mean, the best way to confront this is to make sure that you know what you know. And if you don't know, then why are you talking about things that you don't know? You gotta look inside yourself and ask yourself, do I really know what I'm talking about? Or am I just spitting kind of weird notions of ideas that I don't even know myself?
No, you're making a good point, man. We are to try to make people think for themselves, teach them, or at least, guide them in the right way. And then they will do the rest, hopefully.
But these minds we deal with, Quets, most of the time, they are not people who are coming from a lofty position of knowledge, man. These aren't like the intellects of high standing. Those are in the university and all that. They're not. They're just your average person who's learned about the Earth being a globe from being taught from elementary on forward. Like, this is the only the people that we talk to. And so their reality is warped. And we can't talk to them about any other conversation other than, I know it sounds like we should be engaging them on every front, but if they can't internally realize that they are deceived, or they don't know, at least, then we're not helping them. The cause is not helping them. We're not doing them any favors by talking about what the moon is, or other conversations not pertaining to their knowledge of what they should be looking at. We're really harming them. They can't see what we see right now. They won't be able to. And you could tell them, man, look, just go out to the horizon. Go to the beach, man. What do you see? They'll be like, I see a globe. I see a boat going over a curve. That's what I see. And you're like, no, you don't. You see a flat level horizon. You kind of get into, yeah, it's kind of interesting, right, to do that whole thing, but it's not beneficial to them. It doesn't help them realize.
I would use the word stunting instead of harming.
It's difficult because I know we feel like, sometimes you just want to get the information, just like bash them over the head with it. You need to learn it. That doesn't work either. Like, the tone of your voice isn't going to change the fact that they can't perceive reality the way we do. Because of the fact that it's always going back to that information, right, that they've received. It's can't substantiate.
That's why I asked them, what do you want, or what do you hope to get from a conversation with me? And if they're speaking in these like general vague terms, then I nail them down as to what specifically they think that I can answer, and then I point out what I can answer immediately and why. Because eventually it has to get down to, well, why are you here then? I don't get it. And it's like, well, now are we at a genuine point where you really want to know what's going on, why I'm here? And now I can kind of set things up in a way that's like not this. I throw something at you that you think is random, is not relevant, and you're gonna say something to me that I know is not relevant, and it's gonna go back. That's annoying. But the first thing is, what are you here for? Can I help you? If I can't, well, I can't help you. I'm not going to argue with a stranger about not being able to help them. Well, I shouldn't anyway. I know I have.
I mean, Yeah, we're dealing with people who have been seeing the perception of reality in that manner for all their life, and I think that needs to be handled with a bit of more tact, a bit more care. It's almost like diffusing a bomb. I see it like, and you're trying to make sure you're not clipping the wrong wire because it could set them off, and then you lose them. You lose them in the sense of like you're not going to be able to come back from that. Not at least not in that particular moment in time. And I don't mean walk on eggshells. I mean be diligent in how the truth is delved out. So if you delve out truth in a manner that is consistent in the way that challenges them, so they're able to latch on to new information, then you're doing it right. You're clipping the right wires. You're diffusing the bomb. But if you go at it head first and just start bashing things and thinking that, with the big, huge mallet, you're going to make it work, you're not the Fonzie, man. You're not going to bang on something that, hey, it works. Dude. It's not going to happen. And some people can get the reference from Fonzie from Happy Days, but if you're not old enough, then sorry about your luck. Yeah, that's just I feel like you just got to get it to the point where it's like a conversation across the couch. You want to talk to somebody, just talk to them, man. Now, I'm not talking about coddling either. You don't have to be like, oh, just direct with them. Hey, man, do you know what you're talking about? It doesn't sound like it, but go ahead, tell me if you do. Or you can just use your big old mallet and just beat them. You can't see the curvature of the earth.
Yeah, a neighbor was talking to me there a moment, so I'm going to back out a second. But what I keep coming up with, really dealing with the Globetrotters on fascist book, is they are a lonely, lonely breed. I keep hearing people say, "Oh yeah, well they're paid by the government," blah blah blah, and some of them I think there might be some truth to that, but for the most part, I think they are a very, very lonely breed who has nobody else that'll talk to them, and they and makes them somehow feel like,
hey, GE, you're breaking up. GE, you're breaking up real bad, man.
Switch my internet connection here.
All right.
Okay, is this any better?
Yeah, you sound clear right there. Yep.
Cool, sweet. Yeah, no, what I was saying is that now that I had to back out here because the neighbor was talking to me a moment. But I've really been dealing with the globe trolls over the last month, and I've switched up my tactics on them. And the thing I keep coming back to is,
oh, we lost you, bud.
They're out now on a merry-go-round.
We lost the beginning part of what you said.
Oh goodness, huh? I tell you what, give me a few minutes and I'll cut back in and I'll try it again here when I move from the spot I'm in.
Okay. Yep. Morning, Ildiko. She's like, "Why'd you call on me?"
I think somebody brought up the word lonely. I think I heard. I think that's really accurate. There's some people that just want to be part of something, even if they're the hostile component of that community or group or whatever. They're just wanting to, like, how some children misbehave but they only are misbehaving because they just want a moment of attention from their mom or dad.
Negative attention.
Yeah, I think that there's just that loneliness aspect for the people that are like, man, you've been fighting for the globe for like 3 years now, or 4 or 5 years now. What's
You know, gospel. You know what it is though. It's because they've taken all the mystery out of everything. Everything is already known. Like everything, we know everything. Like all the stuff is known. Well, because of that, it's like, well, there isn't really any mystery left in the world that we haven't discovered yet. It's all been known already. But on the other hand, when you look at what we're talking about, everything's a mystery. It's all mysterious. Do we know what the moon is and the sun is? Do we know what the whole entire earth looks like? There is mystery in almost everything. Like
Oh yeah.
how things
Oh,
operate.
Truman. Oh,
And if you know,
Truman.
because they've been hidden it
You're
from
too
you.
late. You're too late, Truman. Everything's already been discovered.
Yeah, it's all we all know everything. So we become people with a bunch of head knowledge, right? Thinking we're walking around like we know what we're saying,
Yeah, it's crazy.
parroting the narrative. And oh, sorry, go ahead, Jack. You want to come in here?
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no. I was just co-signing with you, man. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, it's a journey, man, and I guess the whole loneliness part happens because of that, right? And there's a lot of depression in that whole system and that whole ecosystem when you're talking about how the global viewpoint is. And it's intriguing, right? Because some of the ones who are still entrenched in the idea that the earth is a globe, they want to have that mystery. They see how we are like, man, I don't know what it is, man. I'm just looking out and it's beautiful. Like that's all I can say. It's beauty and all this nature and everything. I don't need to know how it operates. I just need to know how I'm connected to it. I can feel differently because of it. I don't have to be the way that it was when it was so cold and not knowing or knowing everything. And just because I know planets and other exoplanets, and I know that there might be life out there and stuff like that, that is not a sense of me being connected to the reality in which I'm in. That's more of a disconnected way of looking at stuff, because you never can get to like, well, we can't define what it is that connects us to this reality that we are in, but there is a strong notion that's ingrained in every one of us when you experience certain things in life. So that mystery that's there, it should be there even more so when you don't know what things are. So I can't tell you what the moon is. Like no one can. And the ones who do, you tell them, okay, you're saying that it's a rock floating around in space and whatnot. Now the thing that you gotta do is substantiate that claim. Go. And you'll be like, oh, NASA, right? We can see it through a telescope. And does that tell you what it is? No. You're just making up stories. Like, well, they told you a story that they made up, and now you're parroting that story that they made up. But if you say that, do you really know what it is? Because we don't. But there's this.
But Miggy, it's true because they made it up themselves.
What up, dude?
We have
What's up, my guy? What's going on, brother?
How you
Good
know,
to
man?
hear you this morning.
Yeah, I'm hanging out here, man. Markets are a bit rough right now, so I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna hang out with the fam.
I even had one who, a Globery the other day, tell me that yes, we went to the moon. The pictures you see are fake, but that's because the photography wouldn't work. But yes, we really went there. Those are just publicity shots.
Okay.
That's a great story.
Yeah. Yeah, that needs to be followed, and maybe not sarcastically, but well, could be, right? Because there's no other way to say it but sarcastically. But cool story, bro.
Yeah, it was a cool story. I'll give them that.
And or followed up by something even more sarcastic. Oh, what else happened? Because it's like they don't know. Nobody knows, man. They're just saying things. You're just saying stuff. You like
Yeah,
saying
they just learned from someone they trusted, who learned from someone they trusted, and
Morning, Lou. You know,
What's up, Biggie?
what up, dude? You on your way to work or what?
Hey, you called it. You hear it? Yeah, I'll go back on mute, but good morning, man.
Morning, dude. That Globus. What's up, Globus? Haven't seen you in a minute.
Not much, man. Yourself?
Doing right. How about you, man?
Yeah, good,
Doing all
bro.
right?
Doing well, thank you. Yeah.
Where do you
It's
think
been ages
wins?
since I've heard you as well.
Yeah. The turmoil got a little bit better for you guys over there.
Yeah, to be honest, never really affected me per se. I've always been an advocate of you have your own choices, and
Yeah.
I sort of followed that philosophy. And like I said, I wasn't affected. But I mean, that's easier said than done for a lot of people. But
Yeah, I'm looking for
we're
the
good.
Aussie fam. Make sure the Aussie fam's doing okay, man. Gotta do a head count, man. Batman in here. All right, make sure you guys ain't disappearing, man. They're like, I see sometimes these videos where people are out just in the park or something. Ma'am, you need to go get out of here. We just told you to leave. I'm like, damn, you got some strict rules over there. You can't, like,
yeah, it's calmed down a lot.
you got the freaking park police, man. Like,
Yeah.
what the hell's going on?
Yeah. Yeah, that's sort of gone away quite a lot. It's not really like that anymore. So, I mean, they sort of bombarded us with that approach for a while, but
They've
yeah,
kind of chilled out.
chilled out a lot. Yeah, it's as was sort of foreseen by a lot of people, but I mean, they really needed to
You're
pump us
feeding
full of fear.
you're feeding the pigeons, bread at the park and stuff, and a group of thugs come at you and be like, "Sir, you need to go home right now." You're like,
Yeah,
really not
yeah,
gonna do that. Go ahead and somebody must be doing something bad somewhere in the city, right? Why are they coming at me?
that's right. Yeah, they're like asking you for permits for the bread that you're feeding pigeons and shit. I mean, yeah, it's getting
They have an app that's tracking that, dude.
yeah. Oh yeah, it definitely got
Oh,
ridiculous for
man.
a while, but yeah, just so
I'm
you
glad.
know, yeah,
Well,
it's all good.
dude, I'm glad, man. I'm thankful that you guys are. It's now all leveling out, pun intended.
Yeah.
Um, it's good. It's good. So now we can
Definitely.
on the real issues, right?
That's right. Exactly.
To talk of other things. Cabbages and kings.
Cabbages and kings. The hell?
It's just from that scene in Alice in Wonderland. The Walrus and the Carpenter. Truthfully, the moon and Mars, they always seem stupid anyway. Like, who wants to go hang out with a bunch of dust?
They were asking. I was watching some because I flipped to TikTok because it's kind of funny. You get in those TikTok rabbit holes. That was a video that they were asking Elon Musk about that. Well, wouldn't going to Mars be something that would be a bad thing because only the rich would be there? And he rebutted something that's kind of strange because his rebuttal was, he's like, I don't think that would be the case. People that would want to go live there wouldn't want to escape this place to go to a worse place. He's like, that the way he was describing it though, I mean, I know it's still all Glober propaganda, But it was what he responded though about the rich going to be the ones who actually are the ones living on Mars. He's like, they wouldn't like that wouldn't be the thing that a rich person would want to do, because it's like being living in the harshest environment, and there's no land is barren, and he's making life would be a challenge every day, and like what he was saying was, he's like, it's not something a wealthy person would want to do, basically. I just thought that was interesting, not the fact that he was full of propaganda. That I didn't care too much, but the fact that he was kind of correcting the people that were even using that as a way that rich people are going to be the ones that are going to be going to Mars. He's like, that's not going to be it. But that doesn't exist anyways. It's just.
I feel like he plays one of those roles where they every now and then say something contrarian to what you'd think, just to sort of. It's like a controlled opposition thing. Like I feel like Kanye does that kind of stuff.
Yeah, isn't that weird? You kind of see a glimpse of that. It's almost like a prisoner who's dropping lines like he needs help, but he's not using.
Yeah. It's like, are they slipping? Or is the programming like glitching, or are they is that part of the role that they play? Are they like the Tulsi Gabbard that like just says a nice thing every now and then that everyone can agree with, or?
Yeah, he learns how to do like subliminal messaging when he's speaking, right? Like, so he's talking to a group of people, and he's like, so yeah, we're thinking about going to Mars. Somebody please help me. We're thinking about going to Mars, and we're, they'll like something subliminal will pop up, like he's like, I don't know, man. Because when you get to that level, it's like not your life anymore. You belong to whatever entity is now telling you what to say. But that goes for anything as if you get that big, right? Because I mean,
yeah, people just don't pay attention to it. Like even during the whole pandemic thing, when Andrew Bogut, the ex NBA player, came out and was like, "Hey guys, you shouldn't be believing these athletes because they called me and they offered me money to tell you to do certain things, and just so you'd be aware that that's happening out there." And still, if you don't want to believe it, then you won't, I guess.
Paid actors, of course. Oldest trick in the book. Get somebody of high regard in the athletic realm to say something and make that a selling point for your product.
It's like Flat Earth is like finally realizing the game that you're playing. Like you're playing you've been playing a board game for like 20 years and you've never really understood.
Yeah, how it's
it, and then now it's sort of like, oh, like the objective becomes just actually kind of clear.
A good way to look at it too, man, is just see advertising as how it operates, how advertising operates, and how how it's even how the whole advertising world, how it's done. Data gathering to like most of these tactics are used for other purposes, but data is one of the most precious things. Like they're mining data now. It's a precious resource. And why is it so precious? Because it can make millions of dollars by knowing what people want or creating the want. You can create the want. You just have to make the idea that they need something they didn't know they needed in the past. Whether it's a particular utensil, a tool that they need, or something to cook, or I'm just thinking of other stuff. But you create the need for it, then people want it, then they'll buy it. So gather some information, right? What the population wants.
Exactly.
Toilet paper, of course.
Yeah. Bottled water.
Yeah, there was just a whole lane of like 300 or 400 cases of water bottles at the grocery store last time I was there. It's like they're trying to say something.
Yeah. There's this guy who invented a machine that can extract water from the air.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys have probably seen it. And yeah, he makes pure clean water out of this giant machine, and it can give water to hundreds of people in a local area. Clean fresh water every day out of the air.
Yeah, I actually sell something like that, Mickey. And it's effectively just an air conditioner. An air conditioner used to drip outside because it scrubbed the moisture from the air. And it's like the reverse system. The water that you collect is also nutrient deficient. So it's incredibly distilled water. So you actually have to add salts and minerals back to it to make it usable. But it seems like an ingenious design, but it is effectively just an air conditioner. It's crazy.
Or dehumidifier.
Yeah, but it's possible to generate water where there is no water source using that machine.
Correct. And even a desert has like a 20% or 30% humidity. And in the desert condition, obviously at sea level where you've got highest humidity, that's where you can make thousands of liters per day from this machine. But the water humidity is a factor in terms of how much production. But even in desert-like conditions, you can still extract water straight from the air.
Hey there. So, sorry, you guys had mentioned data collection earlier, and then mentioned about all the water at the store. Have any of you seen any of the documentaries that talk about Walmart's forecasting center?
I haven't.
So they have this big like command center in Bentonville where a number of things happen. One is that every transaction that happens at every Walmart across the country flashes on a screen for a bit of a second. And they actually have like the computer is tied into pretty much every weather forecast. And so for instance, when there's a change in the weather forecast, it dynamically changes what things are ordered for each store. So, for instance, if there's a tropical storm or a big storm, they send things like Pop Tarts. If there's things like snowstorms being predicted, they start sending more hot chocolate. Just that was one of the examples they gave. They didn't go obviously into very big detail, but they their computers watch everything from the news to weather to whatever, and they start sending stuff out. So, for instance, if they're predicting there's going to be gas shortages or whatever else, the next thing Walmart and Kroger and all the other big chains are going to start sending lots of bottles of water out, and they actually have protocols to where they will the truck will like a truck driver will automatically get an order to go stop at a factory, and they'll start putting a race in to get those items that they think are getting ready to be in high demand based on all of their forecasting and their experience. And so somebody there had asked, what are they trying to tell us? And I tell you exactly what they're trying to tell is that they're predicting that there's going to be a run on things like bottled water and toilet paper and gas and that. And so they're wanting to make sure they can capitalize on that as much as possible.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
They actually have some really interesting documentaries about Walmart where they don't actually call it their, they don't make it explicit, but like, so you get watching it about halfway through, they start talking about the predictive analysis and such that they do. And it's really fascinating. So if you're ever turning through television, the television or whatever, or if you come across on YouTube something about Walmart's operations, it's worth at least skipping through and seeing if you can find that, because I've seen them talk about it in several different documentaries and news magazines, whatever you want to call those things, like 60 Minutes and stuff like that. It's rather interesting.
Well, thanks for the tip, man. I'm gonna just have to check it out.
And the interesting thing is whatever they send, they always sell. So you don't see these big stockpiles of extra Pop Tarts and extra cases of water that are there weeks down the road. That what they send, they sell. It's rather fascinating. Somehow they know. They don't just predict. Somehow they know.
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 2, 1.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jaronism back with another video for you today. Just a few things, mostly wanted to point out a little Twitter exchange I had with everyone's favorite professor, Mr. Cryan Box, or as you might know him, Brian Cox. It all started with an interview I read, linked in the description, with Brian talking to I Freaking Love Science. And in that interview, a question was asked, and Brian gave an answer that I felt was, well, pretty unscientific. The question was, we've also seen a bizarre spate of people coming out in favor of Earth being flat recently. How do you deal with people like that? And Brian responded, again, I don't think you can change the opinion of people who are ridiculous. And that is the most ridiculous example of not thinking that you can possibly imagine. I think what you can do is just turn them into laughingstocks, which is, I think, my general approach to people. It's very difficult to argue with an idiot, particularly in a forum such as a chat show where you've got a limited amount of time. So my view is you have to sort of essentially show them up to be fools as quickly as possible. I think that's the only way that you can proceed. Oh wow, it'd be really cool if you'd grab me those 2 spheres over there. Yes, I love balls. Spheres make me so happy. See how they repel each other? Of course they do, because it's science. And everyone knows that the most perfect shape of all time, of all shapes, are spheres. You know, the reason I became a physicist, I've always loved to test and yank on spheres. They're everywhere in space, and sometimes they even bump into each other, and when they do, they go this way and that. They might fly here or there. If they break into new pieces, well, guess what? They just reform as spheres again. Because spheres, like science, are perfect. But sometimes there's some bigger spheres, and they are not kind to smaller ones. Sometimes the bigger ones even call the small ones small cocks. Small cocks. Little tiny baby cocks. And for almost no reason at all. We can't all be great and overwhelming. So we need a way for little spheres to push away the big ones. And that's why I became a scientist. Because this way I'm always right. Then I can handle myself by simply shaming anyone who doesn't worship the sphere like I do. There's nothing more perfect in the entire world than spheres. I love them. I love science. Alright, well, he definitely got a little carried away there. It was actually only the first part, the quote that you see on the screen now, that had me upset. So what I did was I made a little meme really quickly that basically is the scientific method versus the Cox scientific method. And then the tweet said, "Thank goodness we have scientific educators like Professor Brian Cox. He tells us all how to act when people question our claims." So in the scientific method that we've all been raised with, that we all know, it goes purpose, research, hypothesis, experiment, analysis, and conclusion. But Cryon Box's is a little bit different. His starts out with the purpose, same thing, but then you have to ask an authority, and then you have to agree with anything that they say as long as it's consensus, and then you have to show graphs and charts, and then you have to cry when anybody is skeptical of your claims, and then you must shame them and turn them into laughingstocks, and then collect your check as you enslave the human race. So, I sent that tweet expecting it to be over. But then, just minutes later, he decided to respond by saying, "I'm sure somewhere I also said a jab-jab cross combination might be helpful." Which I guess that means that not only are they idiots and you should shame them, but you should also beat them up. At least as far as I can tell, with some sort of jab-jab cross uppercut thing. So then I said, so being I'm an idiot flat earther, why not join me on my channel and explain to my 60,000 subs how wrong we are while you prove the ball? Well, he responded to that one too by saying, because I'm too busy talking to my 2.6 million intelligent followers and can't be arsed wasting my time. So I finally replied, yeah, so intelligent. Believing every word you say without proof or evidence sounds like a religion. The divine words of Pope Cox. #scientism. And then after waiting a little while and not receiving a response to that, I posted one final GIF image and said, when Professor Brian Cox walks into a room and someone mentions proof or evidence. And that's got to be the funniest thing ever. Could watch this over and over again. Here comes Brian Cox and, oh, proof, evidence? Oh, can't do that. Oh, proof, evidence? No, sorry, ain't gonna do it. Alright, and then I also tweeted out this little final Jeopardy question here. Let's play. The category is frauds. These pathetic clowns have spent nearly 60 years lying to the world and pretending they can travel in space, while faking moon landings, rovers on Mars, and images of Saturn, and even faking satellites. They have stolen over $1 trillion from the U.S. taxpayer.
NASA.
Hello.
NASA.
You have to wait till the
NASA.
You guys aren't playing right.
NASA.
Alex.
NASA.
What are you guys?
NASA.
Yeah. What are you doing?
NASA.
This isn't how you play.
NASA.
All right, but that's not even how you play. I guess all three of you won. Johnny, tell them what they won. You lucky three have just won a worthless trip to Cape Canaveral. You and a guest will fly round-trip coach on the ISS while you... round-trip coach on the NASA Super Guppy while you enjoy a 2-day tour at Kennedy Space Center. Yes, for only $125, you get to witness what your tax money already paid for. Plus, you'll enjoy a short walk to the gates when you pay only $10 for priority parking. Yeah, you may think this prize already included too much for you three, but of course we have much more. because while you eat, learn at the same time while you pay $199 for lunch with a space actor. Yes, you and your guest will each get to eat lunch for $199 each with an astronaut, asking whatever questions we give you to ask. And after your food settles, you'll get to expand your imagination while you get an up-close and personal look with a model of the space shuttle. That's absolutely right. You'll get to enjoy a tour of the set where scenes from space and the shuttle were filmed. Look but don't touch. The shuttle that braved the vacuum of space is very delicate. And just when you think your day is over, jump aboard as we count down to blast off as you enjoy a bus tour of the facility. Yes, you and your guests will get to inspect the swamp and even see the tallest building in the history of the world, the VAB. Yes, the VAB is so large, it has its own climate and even its own population and economy. And when that tour is over, we invite you back inside, where you can be like NASA as you fake it with a green screen. You'll see how the magic all works as we magically transport you to orbit. Then, you get to magically transport something to us when you spend the rest of your money at the gift shop. Who can't live without a NASA cup or a special edition NASA keychain on sale right now for $39.99? And when you finally spent your last dollar, go backstage with us to see how we spend our money as we pay off the round earth shill Joe Rogan. Enjoy the laughs that come with purposefully fooling the world's population. And what Space Center trip is complete without getting to touch the truly unbelievable. Yes, put your hands on this piece of petrified wood. Yes, our moonwalkers had to go quite far to get this petrified wood for you. How far? Well, why don't you tell us while you lean back and take a lesson in how we use helium as you and your friend enjoy a real-life NASA rocket launch. Don't forget to plug your ears as up, up, and away. And as it ends in the ocean. All this is yours. A fantastic trip with a value of 7 cents. However, you couldn't pay me to go to that hellhole. Congratulations, Jared. Back to you.
I tell you what, Jaron did say that very well and very entertaining, of course, but I don't know if you got to see my comment I put in the voice stream text chat about it, but we no longer have a scientific method. It's now just all they've bypassed that and just gone straight to appeal to authority. And that's which I'm coming to the conclusion that appeal to authority, I guess it could be described as a logical fallacy, but really appeal to authority seems that it's a basic human need. And only very few can ever get beyond having to appeal to authority.
Parents, your teachers, your principal, your boss, the government, experts, scientists. It's all ingrained to appeal.
Yeah, I like how you said the Soylent Green there. Of course, it's made by people for people. And hey, the science is solid. The science is solid. This is good stuff. It's made by people for people. So how could you not just come on over? Let me break you off a bar. It's a great day to just have some Soylent Green. I'm telling you, you're 100% on the money.
Yeah, I got a real dislike for that Brian Cox character. I don't know, did his terrible band or that terrible song they made make its way across the pond back in the 90s? Pop star turned scientific communicator. Gotta trust that guy.
Yo, I smoked pot once and it made me loaded, and I smoked pot twice and it gave me COVID, and I hotboxed the house and my brain reloaded. Yo, shot goes out to plain decoded. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids all across the land. This is the thought today. Stephen COVID Hawking band. Me and Stephen, believe me, we got this, man. I'm never sitting shiver, and he's not gonna stand. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment in space-time that you've all been waiting for. I'd like to introduce a special guest we have here this evening. Joining us tonight, playing on the straw flute and the grand piano. Please stand up and put your hands together if they still work. Without further ado, for flat today, Stephen and the COVID Hawking band. I'll shed some light and let it go free, and I can't be quiet, y'all already know me. But to survive hate, I gotta be low-key, still let it shine. Just keep the low beats on at all times so they don't close me down at night like a bar with no drinks. We do an AA meeting just to shatter their faith. Latter-day Saints walking barefoot while you stay masking your face, till eventually all your masculinity breaks down like solid waste drains into a lake. And if you're still sipping lattes, the astronauts make you couldn't stomach the fact that NASA's fake. Critics say my rap sucks like the vacuum of space. Adjacent to Amy's gas, pressure debates. And if the jab was medicine, you was pressure to take. The deep scabs are shedding wherever they lay, like Apollo 11's confetti parade. Build a wall if you want to make America great, or just pay Bill Gates to build a gate. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. These mass talks get so exasperated, follow me around Target, asking, hey, did I want to put a mask on, cause that's what they did. So if all your friends got vaccinated, like 100%, yeah, gladly take it. Well, I'm a son of a bitch, handsome maybe, you loving the piss, that today becomes somehow decaffeinated. The astronauts have on the spaceship, ready to drink by tomorrow. How amazing! By now I'm wow when the crowd and the ladies all get aroused. When I talk about space, pennies falling on the ground when I'm on a debate, till eventually they want to slap me in the face. Liberation warp speed, I don't need any brakes. Until the wheels fall off, I don't feel any shakes. This airplane spray is peeling the paint. Everything you were taught, not as real as fake. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a standing ovation. Let's hear it again for Saturday Saint. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me. Big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me. Big waste of time they get paid to be. Think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on the medicine they love to give. Your freedom is something that they love to strip. Try breathing through a mask when it's 110 degrees outside. Is a shoveling shit? Well, that's astronauts. I'm smuggling kids. No wonder why Greg says I'm a son of a bitch, cause I never forget about these events. If you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. Get hungry enough and you'll be jumping ship. Justify it by saying, no, it's just a chip. Only thing I don't trust is the government. Doctor's office is ground zero for a kid. No wonder why Craig says I'm a piece of shit, cause I never forget to speak at these events. And if you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. I get awfully nauseous when I'm near a syringe. I'm a Baraka, and I'm nearly unhinged. These buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time. waste of time. They get paid to be. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show. So until next time, can I have another round of applause for the Flat-A-Day Stephen COVID Hawking Man? Everybody, please stand. Everybody except Stephen. He may stay seated. I hope that doesn't get deleted. Play this song or repeat it. Yo, Steve Grant, let's do that. Diet Woke too. I'm the man for the job, homie. I'm the man, homie. Flat-A-Day Saints, aka Flat Nasty. This has been the Flat-A-Day Saints show. Yes, it has.
Aristotle, Copernicus, Newton, Einstein, and the rest. Even Aristophanes was wrong. Now you'll hear this amazing song. They don't have a shred of proof, cause the earth is still and just don't move. Horizons at eye level and flat. Stars show no stellar parallax. Michelson, Morley, Sagdat, and Gale. The famous series experiment failed. The Earth is the center of the universe. Bury the truth and the things get worse. NASA Neely takes the lead. Bill, that science guy, shares his creed. Groaning's left so magic crew. Be sure they're Satan's children too. Jesuits and Masons rule. They push agenda. Make us tools. They use Mythbusters on TV to push the evil reality. Yeah. Tesla's energy was new, then World War I and World War II. And what did Apelberg do? Toxic first and then on to anarchic chasing the Nazi troops with the ships and planes and cascadoos. And what did they find? We don't know. Some say German, some say snow. Some say that they reached the wall of the glass dome that's way too tall. But even though many of us are needy, they blocked us all with the Antarctic Treaty. Back to Project Paperclip, NASA's Nazi scientists, UFOs in Area 51, where all the secret tests are done. Yeah. They started Project Fishbowl. They try to make a great big hole in the firmament that's way up high. Planes and bombs, they try and try. False flags, pretend terrorists are actors that just don't exist. And fake Cold Wars and nuclear woes. TV tells us how it goes. Duck and cover, take your little pill. NASA's proven exactly nil. No Russia, U.S. space race. Debunkers make too good of a case. How come I can see way past the curve? Eh? I mean way past. Yeah. Incoming asteroids, could it be Earth? We'd be destroyed. We'd be destroyed. One big sun flare, that's all she wrote. We'd be destroyed. We'd be destroyed. Clinton and Obama, they just both went on Jimmy Kimmel's late night TV show. They mention secret files and make a note. The flat earth changed, aliens disclosed. Yeah. Now aliens will have to wait. Sphere versus flat debate. The more of us who know the earth isn't round will make this house of cards fall down. Careful what you wish for, friend. The flat earth, the real is not the M. This system, it just has to crash. New world order from the ass. The next step of the evil plan is to make you take the mark in your head of your hand. I know that it's a real low blow. They got the money in your mind and now they want your soul. Big Bang, random life everywhere, evolution, Where's God? Where's God? Aristotle, Copernicus, Newton, Einstein, and the rest. Even Aristophanes was wrong. Now you've heard this amazing song.
And ye shall know the truth. The truth shall make you free.
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry.
I can see that how that would affect your Christmas.
I made that whole thing up.
What?
I'm sorry. I guess I just wanted to seem interesting. I guess there's a real danger of that on this show.
The pressure.
Well, yeah, people come out and they've run out of anecdotes, you know, and they just start making stuff up.
Yeah.
Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
I have two brief questions I'd like to ask, if I may. When you were carrying out that incredible moonwalk, did you find that the surface was equally firm anywhere, or were there harder and softer spots that you could detect? And secondly, when you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
9 steps are what you take walking on the moon. I hope my legs don't break walking on.
This time I'd like to introduce the Apollo 11 crew. Astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin.
Bob, what the hell you doing? What the fuck does Stanley Kubrick have to do with astronauts and movement? Who the hell you fooling? Fuck you and this whole stupid flat earth movement. Well, you don't like assuming if it's science proven. You a college student, shouldn't be assuming green screen, sound stage, soundproofing. Time to film a movie shoot. Gotta use my tools in a glass case, astronaut suit, footprint don't match the boot. Been to the moon once and ain't been back since. And I'm I'm just trying to figure out where the tax dollars went. NASA.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Okay? If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you, so don't leave me alone.
I don't tomorrow, another
day, walking on.
Well, I take your stuff and get the fuck out.
Not a huge fan of the award for the best rapper, but they give the Moon Man award to the best actor. Guess we must go straight to the source. Let's ask NASA. How do you explain the occurrence of lunar waves? Why do we only see one half of the lunar face? How do you explain air bubbles you view in space? Why is it so important to lie to the human race? Million-mile internet that travels light years, but they can show a space shuttle re-enter the atmosphere. Okay, to blast off, you gotta practice Freemasonry, an acronym that stands for not a space agency.
Some may say, I'm wishing my days away. No way, and if it's the price I pay, some say, tomorrow's another day. You stay, walking on the moon.
And put your hand on the Bible. Swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Cyril, knowing you, that's probably a fake. Fine.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator in NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight.
When the shadows in the wrong place, I don't give a damn about all that shit.
Good morning, everyone. What I want to discuss with you today is the word idiot. Now, if you'll look in the dictionary, the word idiot is defined as a stupid person. And that seems to be the definition that we've all adapted to in society. But the word idiot actually comes from the word idiosyncratic. Now, the definition of idiosyncratic relating to idiosyncrasy, peculiar or individual. Idiosyncratic personality type, not being like anyone else, marching to your own beat, being unconventional, being original, standing out from the crowd, being tuned into and sustained by your own feelings and belief system, being self-directed and independent, being open to anything, engaging in abstract and speculative thinking, being inner-directed, following your own heart and mind, being a keen observer of others. Originality, integrity, bravery, confidence, independence, purposefulness, creativity, artistry, openness to experience, curiosity, spirituality, open-mindedness, alertness, sensitivity. Now, I particularly don't like to talk about Einstein because I personally don't believe in such nonsense, but the majority do. So, let's look at our final definition. Idiosyncratic means unique to an individual. Albert Einstein famously had lots of idiosyncratic habits. For example, he rarely wore socks and he talked to his cat. But one thing that Einstein definitely wasn't was an idiot. Idio is an ancient Greek for one's own. An idiosyncratic person is someone who does things in his own way, and the original meaning of idiot was basically a regular Joe, an ordinary person who keeps to himself.
The reality is, I'm an idiot. And I'm not being flip about it. I don't understand very complicated things. And so I ask a lot of questions so that the person who's telling me something complicated, who's talking in terms as if I understand them, finance or neuroscience. I don't know what you're talking about. Right. And I ask enough questions just so that I understand it. So is what you're saying this? No, that's not what I'm saying. Well, what are you? So, I'll give you a perfect example. So, a long time ago, I had a client. They were a public company, and they brought me on to do some work for them. But they invited me to sit in on a meeting from the consultant that they had hired. And so all the C-level executives and me, and this consultant was giving a presentation about something or other.
This is your marketing.
This is when I had my little marketing company, and all the C-level executives sitting there nodding and taking notes on the PowerPoint that they had printed up in front of them, and I had it as well, and I didn't understand a frickin' word of it. Yeah. Right? I was like looking around, like, yeah, and so I'd raise my hand and say, I'm really, really sorry. I know I'm the only person in this room without an MBA, but this doesn't make sense. Like, you say A plus B equals C, but based on your logic, A plus B equals D. Can you just say it again, please? I'm really sorry to slow the meeting down, everybody. And you could see the consultant getting frustrated with me and would try and explain it again. I said, I'm so sorry. And one by one, all the C-level executives said, yeah, I don't understand it either. Now, if the idiot hadn't spoken up and said, I don't understand, they all would have nodded their heads for fear of looking stupid because they don't understand. And they would have paid a lot of money for a document they didn't understand, and they would never have used it and would have sat on a shelf. And it's because I'm okay being the idiot. Like, that's why I'm not being flip. I'm okay everybody in the room going, oh, because I have to ask questions until I understand it. But the reality is once I can get to the point where I understand it, I can get it so simple that I understand it, and I can say it in simple terms. That means other people understand it too.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of value being the idiot.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition.
Christoph, let me ask you, why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
It's really, really simple. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Hey, who is the guy that has the deep voice that talks there? I always hear him, and I've seen him on Nathan Oakley's server and such, and I think I've even come across him here, but I never catch his name.
There's a couple guys with deep voices. You may be thinking Dave Hinkle or Hank Hill.
The guy that was just on this last thing the Flat Earth music bot was playing.
Flat Earth guy? There was a Flat Earth guy in that last...
Maybe. I've heard his voice a long, long time, and he's always got some really good stuff, but I'm just not sure what his name is. And every time he's around, I'm always off into something else, and like there's across from the phone a bit. So every time I see him talking or whatever, it's not like I can run over and see his name.
I don't know. Helio's got a deep voice too. Helio Skeptic.
Certainly not Helio. This is this guy. I think he's got some kind of channel or something, but he's on Nathan Oakley's server a lot.
Okay. Not too sure. I don't even have Nathan Oakley's server, so I'm not sure.
Understood. Yeah, no worries.
Sorry, man. How you doing this morning, Barrington?
Oh, I can't complain. Just working on our meals for the next several days. I typically try to prepare some stuff we can pull out of the freezer and put in the oven. And,
Gotcha. Little meal prep?
Yeah, because we have twins, especially when I work, it's really hard for my beautiful bride to get out and do a lot of cooking. So I try to have at least the main course prepared to where she can just put it in the oven. And so right now I got some pork shoulder that was on sale at Winn-Dixie, and so I'm marinating it with Italian dressing and some onions and green peppers, and then she'll just be able to take it out and put it in the oven for about 45 minutes, and then make a couple sides with it, and it'll actually be really good.
Nice. It's nice that you help her out like that. I'm sure twins is a handful. How old are they?
2.5.
So definitely a handful.
Oh yeah, for sure. They yeah. It's like, as I always say, it's not doubling your troubles, it's squaring your troubles.
Right.
But it definitely more than squares your blessings, though, because they are just wonderful.
Nice. Yeah,
They're so much fun to have around.
question for you. Is pork shoulder the same as what is sometimes called pork steak?
To tell you the truth, I'm not sure, because as much as I've tried to remember all the different cuts that are on beef and pork and lamb, I'm terrible at it. But it's I think it's this. But in my mind, when I think of pork steak, it's very, very similar. So, but I'm sure if there's a butcher among us, he'd probably school me and correct me.
Right. Just curious, because where I'm originally from, we ate a bunch of pork steak.
Where are you originally from?
St. Louis.
So the Midwest, yeah. I tell you what, I probably would think that it's the same sort of thing. Yeah. Because I grew up in Indiana, so.
Gotcha.
You are probably more right than you are wrong.
A lot of decent amount of fat in it, or what my mother would call gristle.
Yeah, but not overwhelming. But yeah, there's a decent amount of it, especially around it. So like,
yeah,
if you think ham, a lot of time will have the fat around it. That's kind of.
Yeah, we ate a lot of that stuff for sure. Growing up, that was a go-to. I think probably because it's a decent amount of meat for a fairly inexpensive, meal.
Oh yeah. Yeah, what I try to do is I try to get whatever's on sale, and then just like this was 2 to a package. If it was more, I'd have broken it up to smaller packages. But I probably, truth be told, could have turned this into 1 instead of 2 in each package, and it'd been just as useful. But I try to break it up and then marinate it. So even if we're not going to eat it in the next few weeks, it'll sit in there, and then when it thaws out, that marinade will start getting in the meat and everything. And so I try to plan ahead, and sometimes works, sometimes like anything else. But it is really nice because just to be able to pull something out that's already marinated and flavored and doesn't have to taste like just plain meat. And like you say, and then it's just easier to deal with instead of getting the $6.99 pound stuff at Publix. When it's on sale at Winn-Dixie or whatever it is. Let's see what this was on sale for. If I can still see the package. Well, I don't know. Here we go. So this was it was buy one get one free, and I got the 2 about the same price, penny or 2 different. $4.49 a pound, so that's what, $2.25 a pound, I guess, what I actually paid for it. So
Gotcha.
And,
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you marinate that for a while and cook it. It'll soften up and taste just like the $6.99 a pound.
Yeah, absolutely. And then yeah, I've been watching some various homesteading videos on YouTube, and the marinating meat before you freeze it was something I had never thought of. And then I saw a couple videos on that, and because like it's marinating while it's tenderizing while it's freezing, and then once it's frozen, of course, it's not going to be doing any of that, as far as we know. But then once it starts to thaw out, it'll start that out again, and so I started doing that in December, and Publix then that next week had standing rib roast on sale for like $5.99 a pound instead of like $15.99 a pound. So I ended up buying 2, and then cooking them in the oven, and then maybe about 3 weeks ago we ate the last of it. It was too good to let sit around for too long, but probably. And since I was testing how I was going to do it, I didn't I didn't want to have too much stuff to go bad or whatever, or find out I was doing it wrong or whatever. So next year I'll probably get like 4 or 5 of those, and then that way we'll have them for the year. And
nice. Always good to think ahead, man.
Yeah.
I'll tell you another decent recipe for pork steak or pork shoulder, pork blade steak, whatever they call it. We would sometimes take the pork steaks and basically marinate them for a little while in tomato and rice soup, like Campbell's tomato and rice soup, and then bake it with the tomato and rice soup on it. Doesn't initially sound like it would be good, but it's pretty delicious.
I bet it is. That does actually sound really good.
Yeah, I think the acidity within the kind of tomato soup might break down some of the meat a little bit there and tenderize it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's for sure. It would certainly do that.
And using the tomato and rice soup, it's almost like you're getting a little carbs in there too with your meat. It's like a main course with a side already built in.
Yeah. And then if you want to, you wouldn't have to, but if you wanted to add in some, make some more rice or whatever else, that'd be really good. Or if you
Yeah,
had with it, yeah, that'd be perfect.
it's surprisingly delicious and fairly inexpensive, especially if you're using the pork steak cut of meat, which is usually fairly cheap. And can of tomato rice soup isn't expensive either, so it's a pretty good inexpensive go-to.
And the other, the one of the first things I tried was, I can't remember what cut of meat it was, but it was a very cheap beef that was obviously something you wouldn't, something that'd be fairly, you wouldn't think of it as being a tender cut. And so I took limes and squeezed a lime in each package. And long story short is that worked out tremendously well. I was surprised how tender that meat was. I put lime and some just a regular Sazon, and some onions and garlic, and a little bit of oil, and that lime juice got right into the meat. I was very, very pleasantly surprised how well that worked out.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That acidity will break down and actually pretty much kind of cook the meat within the lime juice. I know they do that a lot with fish, ceviche, with basically fresh fish, just put some lemon on it, and the acidity kind of just breaks the fish down, cooks the fish right there.
Yeah. No, that's one of the. It's funny you say that, because when I was reading about that technique, it said not to do it with fish for that reason, and I didn't realize that. So that at that time that was new to me, and
typically with fish, you would use lemon juice as opposed to lime juice. Sure. So I don't know if there's a difference there.
Well, they were saying using either, but I used lime because I thought the lime would go with the Sazon spice that we have. But I did at later time use lemon, and just that citrus in either one will do the trick, because I still really, to tell you the truth, I'm actually confused, and I live in Florida, so I should have a better idea, but I'm not sure exactly what the difference between a lemon and a lime is, because in Spanish they're just both called limon.
Yeah. I'm in Florida as well. One's green and one's yellow.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, like, one, because the green lime will eventually turn yellow.
Yep.
So I don't know. I mean, is it a baby lemon? Is it just a are they slightly a different breed, or I'm not 100% sure.
I think it's just a different breed. The lime is, I don't want to say less tart, because they're both pretty tart. It's just and I don't want to say that the lime has sweetness to it, but that's kind of the way I look at them. The lemon is, to me, is just straight tart, and the lime is tart with a little bit of a sweetness to it.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
But I need to start. I need to start growing some.
Now, have you come to any of the Florida meetups yet, or are you near any of the Florida meetups?
No, you were saying you have some, but you're You're East Coast South, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I'm up near Tampa.
Oh, there's oh wow, we've got a bunch of meetups over there now. We got Tampa, St. Petersburg, Sarasota, Bradenton, and Fort Myers.
Oh wow, okay. No, I haven't. I have not. I kind of hosted a small one a while back, but
Yeah, that's cool. I tell you, they're a lot of fun. Just what we've tried to do in organizing them is we've tried to just have them like in a neutral park kind of place. Just that way, it's not really owned by anybody. It's just the only thing we've tried to do, I think, the most is just keep it at a neutral point like that. And the second is to try to have just a smidgen of coordination so somebody could drive in a reasonable amount of time and have a meet up 2 or 3 weeks of the month if they wanted to, if they missed one or wanted to go to more than one.
right, so they can plan ahead a little bit.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, no, is that just on like meetup.com or whatever? Like the meetup app?
So they get advertised a lot. Some of them are posted on the meetup site, but then we push them on the Dave Weiss's Flat Earth Clock app and then through the Florida Flat Earth Fascist Book Group. And then
okay.
Karen B has a really nice page where she's got them all listed for the month on hers. And Mark Sargent advertises them some.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's been a real nice community effort that it's got, to use the buzzwords that the Globies like, it's been a great community building experience.
Nice. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I don't have, as you would term it, fascist book, nor do I have Dave Weiss's app. So
Yeah. Well, I'll get you the link here. If you would, since I'm kind of still cooking and washing the boys here, since Mama left, would you mind sending me a private message, and in a little bit I'll send you a link?
yeah, I'll do that. That works. Yeah. Down to meet up. It's always good to hang out with like-minded individuals.
Yeah. Because the truth be told is that meeting through the internet is a great thing. We get to talk and get to share ideas and things like that. But really, I don't want to say the word win because science isn't about winning or losing. It's about exploring and learning. But more or less, we win with that when we meet in person and get to know our neighbors and.
Oh yeah. That's how you build meaningful networks. For sure.
Yeah. Because, it's easier to call people shill that you don't know and haven't sit across the table with. But when you sit across the table with them several times, it turns from, you don't say he's a shill. You say, you know what? Yeah. I see him a lot of our meetups. And yeah, we sure do disagree on a lot. But we sure do agree on a lot more than we disagree.
Yep. Yeah, that happens for sure. Yeah, it's much better meeting somebody in person and building that in-person relationship. Conversations are just different when you're face-to-face.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I had the...
kids really want to play with their favorite toys, which is the knives.
Yeah, I had I had Austin and Nathan Thompson come stay with me for a little bit when they were on their tour, so it was good to meet some people you see in videos and on YouTube, and we had a little meetup while they were here. Had some people at a local watering hole, and some trickled back to my house, and we hung out. It's a good time.
Oh yeah, it was really good. I'll give an example here. Last night, somebody posted a thing on Facebook about this formula talking about a airliner would have to dip its nose like 3,000 feet every 500 miles if we believed in this spinning, squishy water ball. And then he showed this math. And of course, the math is wrong that he used. So, you don't want to sit here and think, okay, well, is this guy like seeding this out? So then his Globy friends will make fun of us and say, see, I just shared this, and they shared it without checking it. Because I don't know who this guy is. I have no idea. And so I answered back, certainly not sarcastic, certainly not in any tone other than, the math here is slightly wrong. And so he then just says, this fake accounts need to go back to basic geometry. And I'm like, oh, okay. So immediately he pulls out calling me a fake account. And then it's like, I hate to say it. I didn't say it to him, but I'm just kind of like, do you know who I am? No,
right.
Of course you don't know. You don't know because rather than listening to what I had to say, you just pulled out, a fake account. And, and it doesn't matter exactly who I am, but it's just the fact that if he was acquainted with me, then he wouldn't have said that. But then he kind of doubled down on it. So I'm really am kind of suspicious that this probably is somebody trying to make us look stupid.
That happens a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
People
exactly.
claiming to be flat earthers intentionally spreading incorrect information so that the casual observer can come by and say, well, I heard you guys think this and this is totally wrong, and associate whatever somebody else had claimed with the whole entire community,
Exactly right. And regardless of however we work the math, we know that there's no curvature. So we know that that's
right.
never been proven. So regardless, it's kicking around this absurd, asinine claim anyway. But still, at least if we're going to do that and we're going to present mathematics, we should present them correct as we can. And if we're not able to, then for whatever reason, if we just don't know the math or whatever, then we need to either fix it or not do it. Even
or at least
that's right.
Oh, I was just going to say, or at least throw out the caveat, sometimes I'll be in the middle of a conversation and I can't necessarily remember 100% the specific details. And I'll say, check me on this, but based on my memory, it's X, Y, and Z, but go ahead and check that for yourself just to make sure, instead of throwing out just random ass math as if it's 100% correct when you haven't checked it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's commonplace for people to just kind of start throwing things out there. And unfortunately, you get a lot of people coming in thinking that we're some sort of one cohesive body that all believes or whatever the exact same things. And, we all share in common that we know that there's no curvature. And outside of that, everybody's got difference of opinion on a lot of different things. It's not one cohesive body of people that all have, some sort of specific doctrine of the things that we can't necessarily prove, and we all just believe the same things. We all have different beliefs and speculations and things like that. Now, the stuff that we can prove, that's stuff that we can stick to and all agree upon. But there's a whole lot that goes along with this topic that is unfortunately just kind of unfalsifiable to the average person. So but I think that's a good thing. That's some of the things that I enjoy, is having conversations with people that I can agree with on the fact that there is no curvature, but we may be both trying to work towards finding a truth in another subject or topic, tangentially related to the flat earth. But those are the conversations I enjoy having, is conversations with people that we're not in 100% agreement on something, banty things back and forth so we can both get a better understanding of what somebody else thinks about a certain topic, take that information in, do a little more research. Might be something I haven't thought about before,
Yeah, because that's the because that's even how the mainstream quote unquote scientific community operates. Not very few of them actually hold the same beliefs or conclusions or whatever the heck they have, because I don't know that they have conclusions anymore. I think they just have allegiance to authority. And which one follows a particular authority changes. And then they just kind of leave that unscathed. They just kind of leave it be. And so it's kind of like a popularity contest, to where as long as you got somebody who's popular agreeing with you, you're okay. Or you agree, I should say, not agreeing with you, but as long as you agree with somebody who's popular, one of the cool kids, then you are a scientist. And that's the interesting thing. But what science then has to do, and this is probably the biggest reason I don't care for, well, I should say the second biggest reason I don't care for what they call modern science, is that the first thing you do is, of course, find the authority and then parrot what he says. And then the second thing you do is you come up with your thesis, and then you come up with your antithesis. And the antithesis then is a caricature that you decide. So you don't actually discuss the concept of flat earth or the biblical cosmology or whatever you want to call it. What you do is you first define what this means, and then for the purposes of your study, you make that straw man, and then you beat up that straw man. And how can you ever lose when you get to define your own straw man?
Yeah.
And they
right.
codify that in terms of thesis and antithesis.
Yeah, that's a good way to always win your argument, I guess you could say, or if you're working in the realm of science, right? To further your the validity of your hypothesis if you're beating up straw men the whole time. I mean,
Yeah, I had some
you know,
cat. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, you notice in the main flat Earth debunkers, quote unquote, typically they're 95% of their information is just debunking straw men, right? We see that often. It's not like they're actually having a conversation most of the time about the arguments that we put forth. They typically want to build a straw man so they can beat that up, so they can have the W and make it look like flat Earth is something that it's not. But sorry, go ahead.
No, don't apologize. I thought you were done, and then you start talking, and no worries, no problem. If I was interrupting you, but anyway, yeah, it's exactly what happens, and what they do is you hear them saying, like this one cat came in, he was trying to argue with me about something, and I told him, I said, look, I tell you what, I'm glad to discuss, but you need to make a claim, and then you need to show me proof of the claim. And then we'll discuss from there. So, and so then he made some kind of claim, and I said, okay, well, prove it. And then he said, well, you Google it, man. Come on, you can do. You can go do your own homework. I said, no. I said, you've just made a claim. Now show me the evidence of your claim. I'll look forward to seeing the evidence of your claim. Once you do, then feel free to come back. And then he's trying to pivot the subject. Oh, well, flat Earth people believe that the sun is 3,000 miles away. Is that a fair statement or something like that? And I said, I don't know. What's your proof for that? And then he kept going on and saying, well, can you speculate this? I said, I don't know. I'm asking you for the proof that this is what the Orthodox flat Earth community teaches. You made a specific claim and a specific pronouncement, and I'd like to see your evidence of that. And then who says it, when did they say it, where did they say it, what was the full context, not just a quote. Do all the basic scientific analysis. And then the guy started cussing a bit, and Facebook banned him. They put him in they zucked him. And then another guy came along. Oh, you're stupid, you're this, you're that, because you know that all flat Earth people believe that. And I said, okay, well, what I know or I don't know isn't in question here. You've made your buddy's made a claim. So do you have evidence of his claim now that he's no longer able to participate? I'll be glad to continue this conversation with you. Just send me some links to a few conversations or whatever is fine. Show me any evidence that all flat Earth people teach this. And he then started cussing. He got zucked. And then a third guy came along. And then finally, when I was about guy number 6, then they finally stopped. And it was just over and over again of, okay, show me any evidence. Where did you get this? Did you get this? Is this something that somebody said to you? And then, I wanted to see his proof, which would then obviously have the person saying they hypothesize or whatever. And then I was going to go back to, so you don't know the difference between somebody saying that they guess that the sun's 3,000 miles away versus whatever. And so that's the thing that I've noticed is once you start asking them for proof, really the only thing they have is Google it, man, or they'll send you a big long list. It's in these books here. Okay, no. What page and what book is it in?
Right.
Yep. I'll be more than happy to discuss your point. Just show me the evidence. Show me, And if you don't have evidence, tell me, okay, I don't have evidence for this. That's fine too. Now I'm willing to have a conversation. But, let's first acknowledge where you plagiarized what you're saying from. And then second, if you don't, if it's something you truly have no evidence for too, that's fine too. Let's just accurately identify what we're working with, and we'll figure it out from there. And what I've noticed is that none of the Globe people can get past that stage, period, ever.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. And I feel like sometimes, especially in platforms like Facebook or YouTube, I feel like these characters are intentionally in there to muddy up the comment sections or the responses to a thread or something like that with all of these straw man bogus claims, and just kind of beat that dead horse for long enough to where it completely shifts the conversation away from what was intentionally said or I'm sorry, initially said or something like that. It's almost as if like, if these people aren't getting paid to do it, like I don't know what's up with your personality, but it seems like people are very adamant in just kind of putting forth incorrect information, really trying to hold us down to these straw men, and just kind of come into the comment thread or whatever and just drop a turd in the punch bowl, for lack of a better analogy.
So what I've been doing is I've started responding to them when they do that stuff and say, hey, thank you. I really, really, really appreciate your contribution to our flat Earth community. I don't know many more people who have spent more hours around us than you. So I can't thank you enough. And on behalf of the Flat Earth community, I'm very honored to present you this award. Now, hold on one second. I'm going to drop it into the voice text here. Hang on a second. Here we go. So then I send them that. And so when they drop a turd like that, I just remind them, hey, look, the Facebook algorithm works on the more comments that are on a post and the more discussion, the more Facebook pushes that content out. So even though you're disagreeing with the original post here, more and more people are seeing it because of your activity. So we cannot thank you enough. And I for one, hope to stay around for a long time, because, most of the Globe Trolls that come to this group, they're only here a few days and they go away, or they start blocking people. So
yeah,
I hope to have a long-term relationship with you. And then when they, and then they start getting angry at that because they cannot stand that, because they know it's the truth and they cannot stand it. And then I start saying, man, that's a really creative comment you come up with there. I mean, I'm like, man, I just, buddy, what are you doing? He wants the phone charger.
Oh.
So he, and he's, what? Now to give it to him here, laughing.
Oh yeah.
But but you should see how angry it makes them when you start thanking them for their contributions to the community. And I tell them, like, look, without you Globe Trolls, we wouldn't have a community. You know that, don't you? I said, because, and here's the one thing is that before I started really actively interacting with the trolls, I would get 2 to 3 real flat Earth people requesting to add me on Fascist Book as a friend. While I was actively interacting with them, that number turned to 20 to 30 to 40. In fact, I had so many friend requests for about a month that I cannot I simply cannot respond to all of them. And I've tried. Because I try to look and make sure the person's really a flat earther and not somebody pretending. Before I add them as a friend, but regardless, my point is and that's because I was continuing to respond to them, and just keep thanking them, and that many more people were seeing our posts. And then in the Florida Flat Earth Fascist Book Group, we were getting a spate of, a big run of a lot of people requesting to join, and none of that would be possible without the Globe Trolls causing the drama, and Facebook profits off the drama. So when there's drama, that's how they suggest your group to other people. That's how they even suggest you.
That helps the algorithm.
Yeah, and they literally you should watch the meltdowns they have when you tell them that.
Thank you for boosting us in the algorithm, Mr. Glober.
Did you see that award that I give them in the voice text?
Yeah, that's funny. Here's your participation trophy. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Keep coming around. We need more like you. Do you got any friends to send around?
Yeah, invite all your friends. See if your friends in real life see the way that you act in your demeanor online, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and then the other thing, because here's what I've realized, is that most of these globies are very lonely. I mean, because you think about it, why else would you spend hours a day around a community that you profess to hate? That you think we're so stupid. And now I keep some of these people, the stuff they come up with, it's so stupid that there's no way they're being paid. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm going to see if I can get him out of his van. He keeps opening and closing the doors. He's having a thrill a minute here, and as soon as I try to stop him, he's squalling. So give me a second.
No worries. Yeah, take care of them kiddos.
Yeah, and the more that and the more comments that they make, where you can tell, obviously they got the copy and paste stuff that they do really well, but then when they start actually talking, and you start actually talking about physics or whatever else, and then you start asking, have you ever actually gone on a merry-go-round? Like, I know they don't put merry-go-rounds in playgrounds anymore, but
yeah, I'm in my 40s. I'm familiar with the old merry-go-round.
Oh, yeah. No, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about them, of course.
Gotcha.
And I asked them, did you ever get on a merry-go-round? Did you ever just once when you were a kid get on a merry-go-round? And they start to, they have no idea that getting on a merry-go-round is going to actually teach you something. And then I realized that these are probably bound to a wheelchair, or have another disability, so they never got to play on teeter-totters and swings. And, they never actually jumped on a trampoline. They never done these basic things that
teach a little bit about physics.
Yeah, and not for nothing. I'm off Tuesday and Wednesday, so you usually catch me around here the most on Tuesday and Wednesday. But not for nothing, I don't have time. Even when I didn't have kids, I didn't have time to be on Fascist Book for hours and hours and hours, arguing with people about people I don't know about stuff that I don't know. And
right.
Yeah, sure. Of course, I'd get in conversations and discussions and such here and there, but you're talking they'd take the course of a day or 2 days. They wouldn't be this instant back and forth thing that the Globe Trolls do. And so I realized that their need, we're scratching their back because we're making them feel like they have a purpose. And they're scratching our back by getting us a lot more views. They're getting us a lot more free content. And I hate to say it, but a common enemy sure does help build a community.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, we may not agree on lots of things in the Flat Earth community. I'm sure if you and I talked for long enough, we'd find stuff we disagreed with. But I'll tell you what, we do have that common enemy of the Globe Troll.
Yes, we do. And we probably have a lot of other things that we agree on, for sure.
Oh, I'm sure. One of the first nights I got on in here was ladies' night, and they asked me to talk to this fellow from the UK. And they wanted me to give him the three points as to why the Earth is not a globe. And one of those points was that the horizon always meets you at eye level. And
go ahead.
As he kept talking about it, I asked him, well, have you ever gone out and seen it? And I asked him where he lived, and he's like, oh, I'm in the UK. And I said, well, man, I tell you what, there's nothing more than I'd love to hop over to the UK and go drive around some of those hills and drive around and stop at some of those pubs, meet some of the local folk, take some pictures, and then when you get back home afterward, do a drawing in AutoCAD and compare with what you see versus what would actually be predicted. And this was a totally foreign concept to this kid. Okay, maybe you won't agree with what I say. Maybe you'll go out with your buddies and have a good time, and you'll say, you know what, this fits the prediction. We went out and we tested it, and it fits the prediction of AutoCAD. It fits the prediction of whatever. Okay, great. That's what I'm asking you to do. I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm just asking you to go out and test it yourself. Why sit around and talk about it with strangers?
Right.
Why not meet up with some of your friends and, hey, you know what? Let's take the channel and go over to France and spend a day or two tooling around France, and then we'll head into Germany and drive around Germany and have some beer and some fruit of the vine, and why not? I think that'd be and I realize the more and more I'm talking to these yahoos is it seems foreign to them, but somebody that's in a wheelchair or has some other disability will never be able to go out and do those things. They'll not maybe they can get somebody out to take them out when they're going to somewhere. They can ride along and say, oh, please, would you stop and take a picture for me? And And I truly feel bad. I truly do, because, you know, that I would hate for sure. But the more that I'm around them, it's the only conclusion that I can come to. And I'm not saying it's the right conclusion, but and so
Yeah.
I hope that, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, that's the funny thing about the two sides of the argument is not everyone, but a lot of people on our side of the argument have gone out in the real world and kind of put things to the test. Tried to do something or see something for themselves with their own eyes, as opposed to just making that appeal to authority that somebody allegedly smarter than me has figured it out, and or just trusting images or videos that you see online. Most people in this community have gone out and put things to the test themselves to find out for themselves. And I think that's what separates us from them lots of times, is our willingness to go out and actually put our claims to the test.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Though I can't recall right offhand, I do recall not too terribly long ago coming across some flat Earth experiment that I thought was poorly constructed. I can't remember what it was. I thought the way they had the test set up, it was a foregone conclusion. You set it up because you already think that.
Yeah.
But you know, by the same token, I was like, you know, this is cool.
Yeah, at least people are going out and trying stuff, right?
Yeah. And you may not get the result you're looking for, or you may, but I'll tell you what, you'll learn something about something else.
Oh yeah, you'll find that typically Murphy comes along with you on those expeditions and ensures that anything that can go wrong will go wrong. That tends to happen.
Yeah, and I heard some Globe Troll was laughing at Bob Nodell for, I guess that's how you pronounce his last name, you know, Bob from Globebusters.
Yeah.
That he, one of his experiments supposedly proved the rotation of the Earth. And so I said to him, the person, I knew that was a stretch anyway. I said, yeah, okay, so what test did you do that proves the opposite? You must have done something. So what did you do? And then, of course, the person had done nothing. The person had just come on to a fascist book group to help us get more views and get more likes and everything else. So, which I'm very thankful for. But having said that, it just goes to show you there's a big difference. There's one side whose entire life is devoted to appealing to the authority, and then there's another side who doesn't always come up with the right things, but they actually go out and observe and test and experiment. And so I think those are two sides that are entirely incompatible.
Yeah. Yep. 100%. The average Joe flat earther is actually going out and trying to confirm or deny what they are thinking may or may not be taking place within the world that we live in. And the other side is just easily accepting what somebody else may tell them is or is not taking place within the world in which we live in. I call that being lazy, but that's just me. And the appeal to authority is a big key component there. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times in here. That is my biggest. Oh, sorry. That is my biggest contention with our current society is people's blind faith in authority, or people that are in a perceived position of authority over them. I think that's the root cause of many of the issues and the ills that we have within our society, is people's blind faith and trust in authority or perceived authority figures. But yeah, going back to the going out and doing stuff, it's like that's what got me here, actually going out and doing things in the real world for myself. And I had a lot of long conversations for a very long period of time with close friends and family, which, by the way, are the hardest people to get to see your points, right? As we all seem to know, the people closest to you are the ones that are going to be the most resistant to the information, or at least seems to be.
Jesus himself said that a prophet is never accepted in his hometown.
Yep, 100% true. And, I had these issues with that, trying to, I guess, me naively, when, first coming into this realm, this information, all of that, naively thinking that it would be easy to explain this information to those around me, and they should be as open-minded as I am, and at least look at it with a critical eye, the way that I did. Boy, was I wrong. But I even went out to do a observation. You would be familiar with the point in which I was observing, which was the Skyway Bridge.
Oh, yeah.
And I was viewing that from a place called Picnic Island, which is in kind of South Tampa. And from the point in which I was viewing it, I've done this a couple times, it's over 17 miles away. So you're talking a 17-mile observation. And was there some occlusion or perceived portion of the bridge that was not being able to be resolved? For sure. But the problem is there was hundreds of feet of curvature that was missing consistently on all the observations that I made. And I actually live streamed to a group of 5 or 6 of my friends my whole drive out there, my whole setup, setting up a camera, giving them the measurements, how far off the water I was, which was about 3 feet, showing them the target distance prior to making the excursion, that the target distance to the Skyway Bridge was a little over 17 miles, giving them the Earth curve calculator, and live streaming the whole entire operation and showing them the images and the results that I'm getting. And even after going out of my way to do that for close friends and family, the general response I received back was, well, I believe in science.
You're right.
I believe in science. You're not a scientist. Like, you literally saw me show you where I'm at, confirm my location, measure my height above the water, give you the measurement to the object that you are personally seeing, and you are personally seeing a lack of curvature. I mean, how much, what expert needs to come in to interpret this data any differently? And, you know, people can throw out the whole refraction, this, whatever. But the fact of the matter still remains. This is what I'm observing with my eyes, and I'm providing to you live and direct.
Absolutely. I agree with you. You know, that's what they do but that's how strong that appeal to authority is.
Mm-hmm.
I think the appeal to authority, that's just like, so they don't look like completely biased people. I think that's secondary. I think it's the more important thing is whatever confirms their bias is what they're going to attach themselves to. And Bob Nodell and his so-called gyroscope is a perfect example of that, right? Bob's not an authority. Bob gave absolutely no data to support his conclusion of 15 degrees per hour. In fact, Bob never even had the gyroscope. And on top of that, the data doesn't show that, because the only way it would have 15 degrees per hour is if he was on the North or South Pole. But for some reason, when Bob says that, they believe him. They believe that that's what he got. Not because he's an authority. It's just because it confirms their bias and no other reason.
Yeah.
Confirmation bias. That made him an authority. So when you say what they want you to say, you are an authority. It's it's entirely circular logic. If the authority doesn't say what they want to hear, then they go to it's they cherry pick and get what they want.
And I'll also say this: Jeranism's test at the cow, that was the worst conceived test I've ever seen in my life. That couldn't have possibly worked in any world, flat globe, triangle. It could have never have worked. You think you can shine a light through a freaking 8-inch hole from like a mile and a half away? Are you high?
I think
not just an 8-inch hole. After already went through 2 other 8-inch holes. It's not possible. It's just simply not possible. Not with a laser, not with anything. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
I think you answered your own question there when you asked, "Are you high?" I think you're much more right than you are wrong there.
Because when light passes, every time light passes through a hole, it spreads out again. And it's the same way as like if you take say I took a board and I cut a hole in the board and I stuck it in a river. Where the water passes through that hole in the board, you're going to see ripples, right? The ripples of the waves as it passes through that one single hole. Light behaves the exact same way. When it goes through a hole, it spreads out.
It's called diffraction.
So it goes through one hole, spreads out. Yeah, diffraction. I was explaining it for like people. When you say words, sometimes they just go, blank. So
yeah, no, I gotcha. Sorry.
Yeah.
I like that, by the way. That's really good because, avoiding technical jargon is always the best. That was good.
Yeah, people get lost in the terminology, and it's not like they can't understand it. It's just like, and maybe it's just a human thing. Like when they start hearing a bunch of words they don't understand, their brain shuts off. Even though the underlying concept behind it, we actually experience it in everyday life. I know that they're capable of understanding it. It's just the terms of art.
Yeah, did you ever find yourself reading a book, say, or reading an article or whatever, but you were sitting along reading, and then all of a sudden you stopped and you said, "What the hell have I been reading the last 10 minutes or 5 minutes or half hour or whatever?" And you stop and say, "I don't remember a thing that I've just read."
Oh, yeah.
A friend of mine told me this, and I thought it was dubious at first, but then I found myself like 2 days later in that exact situation. What happens there is you came across a word that you didn't understand, and your brain shut down. And you kept reading, but your brain wasn't processing anything because you heard a word that you didn't understand, or not heard, but saw a word you didn't understand. And your brain stopped processing. And that was like really, really, really interesting. And like I say, I thought that was a little dubious when he told me, but then sure as crap, I found myself in that position like 2 or 3 days later, and stopped. And then I start reading back, and then I realized, well, you know what? I did not understand that word, and I had to go look it up. And then I started reading again, and then everything was fine.
Yeah, I've had that happen often. And sometimes it's just my brain seeing a word that triggers me into some other thought, and then my mind goes into that other thought, but I'll still be reading, and then it's like, oh crap, I just read a whole entire page, but my brain wasn't there comprehending that whole entire page. It was subconsciously off into another avenue that was triggered by some sort of specific word or something that I was reading. It happens. But that's a good point, yeah. Sometimes you hear a word that you don't understand and your brain immediately goes on this hunt, I guess you could say, to figure out what that word means, and you're totally tuning out the rest of either the conversation or the rest of what you're reading. Hadn't really thought of it that way.
And by the way, I just sent over that meetup list to you.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. I'll take a look.
Yeah. Like I say, I mean, what you doing? You need to take your diaper out. You went to a French play. Don't you know anybody? You boys need nappies? I think I'll put them down for a nap.
I do.
Give me a few minutes and I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
Alrighty. One of the things I try to do for at least a portion of their day off is I try to let them hear me talking to other people, either in person or on the phone, about actual stuff rather than just spoon feeding them baby television.
Yeah, that's good. That's real good.
Yeah, I hope that, who knows, but I hope that at least over time, the words, they'll have more exposure to a lot more words that way, rather than just picking up whatever's geared to babies and
I don't know. I don't know about you. I don't have children, so I'm certainly not an authority on this topic and don't really have a lot of experience to speak on. But I feel like sometimes we hinder children by thinking that we have to speak to them as children.
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
I feel like they pick up and comprehend a lot more than we give them credit for, even though they may not be able to articulate it back very well. I think sometimes adults can hinder children, especially in their learning process and or building their vocabulary and their intellect by trying to treat them as if they are children, even though they are children, but having conversations as if the child will not be able to understand you. So you're already formulating your conversation, your sentences, and your cadence towards a child, and I feel like that may hinder progress, but that's just me.
It's like I remember from my human sexuality class in college way back in the day that the teacher there, I actually really, really, really liked her. She was one of the most flaming liberals I've ever met. But my God, she had some great, great, great advice, and like she was, I almost wonder if she was actually as liberal as she claimed. She, uh, but one of her things that really, really resonated with me is she said, never teach your kids little funny names for their genitalia. Teach them what the actual names are. So first off, there's not a stigma around it, but if they are actually molested by somebody, they don't go to court and say, "Well, he played with my hee hee," and the other lawyer says, "Well, okay, well, what's your hee hee?" And then the lawyer goes on and says, "Well, when you say he's playing with your hee hee, was that your knee? Maybe could your knee be your hee hee? How do you know this is your hee hee's what you say it is?" And so she actually showed some cases where that is actually what happened, and the scumbag's lawyer confused the jury.
Instilled doubt, right?
Yeah. And that if that thing happens, that then when the kid starts telling the parents, "Oh, he played with my hee hee," they think, "Oh, that's a cute little term we tell our kid." But then when the kid comes and says, "He played with my penis," then all of a sudden it's something you'll subconsciously take much more serious. And I thought, and that's one of the things that I try not to do. It's unavoidable because they are babies after all; they're 2.5 years old. But that's one of the things I try to avoid is a lot of as a lot of baby talk. We have our games and we got our they kind of play like leapfrog kind of. They don't jump for each other, but they get down, they start jumping, and we call it ribbit. Go play ribbit, But like, if anything that's serious, I've tried to make sure they're exposed, even though they're still a little delayed in talking to some degree, because they're twins and they have their own language. What we're learning though is that when they start talking, they're actually saying some pretty advanced words. So they may not say any intelligible words for half the day, and then all of a sudden they'll start talking about. You'll hear them say tree, then you'll hear them say shoe, and they've said some other things that's kind of blown our minds. That like, okay, you kids know how to talk a lot more than you're letting on.
Oh yeah.
But they so yeah, they're like a sponge. I promise you, one of the things I say about our dog, and I think it's true about kids too, is if we're talking about astronomy, they may not exactly get when we say star and parallax and things like this, but I'm convinced that they know what we're talking about as far as they know that we're talking about the sky. And because a lot of times if you say, like today, I was telling our neighbor that about one of them hurt his finger, and she looked up and said, "Oh, did you hurt your finger?" And then he was kind of standing a bit a ways, and then he holds one of his fingers out to her, and he's not said the word finger yet, or neither of them have, but a lot of times, like if we'll say a word to a leg or something like that, you'll watch them, they'll start twitching their leg or something.
Yeah, have kind of like a subconscious response or what. I don't know how you phrase that, but yeah, interesting.
Yeah, when we change your diapers, they lift up your legs, then they help lift up their legs or whatever. And so I think there's a lot that they know that I would say your typical baby is probably a lot smarter than given credit for.
Than your average Glober? No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe Globe Troll. Because at least the baby usually knows how to smile and get the other person to smile.
Right.
And here's one of the examples I like to give to show you how smart the babies are. Well, the twins are. If you go into the room and one twin is crying quietly, and one twin is screaming at the top of his lungs, which one do you think you need to attend to first?
Probably the quiet one.
Yes. Why do you think that is?
The other one's just probably trying to get attention or get your attention for the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, more or less. That's what we've kind of concluded is that the one guy, like if something happens to him, they'll usually start crying a little bit, but then either, like you say, they get scared, the other one gets scared, or the other one was trying to get our attention, and literally will be much more shooken up than the other one. And the other one may have a wet diaper or something. And that started even like when they were these, just out of the NICU. They would come home and like then Mama would be trying to soothe the one that's squalling the loudest, and then I'd go over to the other one, like, baby, we got to change the diaper, and we change the diaper, and then they're both happy and content, and you know, and then it turned to where you would have one that was crying quietly that would have tears, and then the other one would be squalling and screaming and crying bloody murder, but there'd be no tears. And then, be doing this fake cry. And then I figured out if I went over and tickled that one, then Mama would fix the other one. And then, because then what happens, like I say, you got the one that's crying quietly, you got the one that's crying loudly, and if you don't stop the one crying loudly, well, then the one that's crying quietly, when he gets fixed, he's going to be starting to squall again because his bubby's now crying and thinks there's something wrong with Bubby. So it's a vicious positive feedback loop.
Yeah, that sounds like it, man. It also sounds like you're really enjoying this experience as well, learning a lot along the way.
Oh, I'm telling you. See, I first learned that the Earth was flat in 2008. But I never knew that there was anybody online. I guess I should have thought about it more, but it just it was something that never occurred to me that there'd be people talking about it online. And then I came across that last year. So I think that's how. So I think the way I deal with globe trolls has certainly been affected by what I've learned from these little squirts that the globe trolls who cry the loudest are probably sock puppet accounts. And then once you figure out who the real ones are, then you deal with them. And yeah, and I'll tell you what, it's been I've certainly learned a lot in life, and it's and it has. I myself have learned that when I'm dealing in a business situation or something, and something didn't go the way it should, I actually go back to think about, okay, do I need to be the one crying quietly, or do I need to be the one crying loudly? And so I've learned from both situations, and and it definitely, and knowing when to do which is a big it's a big help, because when you do the right one at the right time, you get a lot more help than so I've definitely, they've definitely taught me a lot about life.
Quick question. Has anybody got any evidence of alleged physical earth curvature this morning?
Not yet.
I watched a NASA video from the 80s.
Dude, that's gotta mean it's a globe then, man. It's got to.
Yeah, so for my stream, oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say I haven't been holding my breath, so still haven't found any evidence of alleged earth curvature.
Yeah, for my live stream I'm doing Thursday night, I found some old NASA videos, and they're really some gems. I really love, at a couple points, they're showing Saturn, and it's clearly a painted styrofoam ball.
Right. That's all they got are cartoon imaging and fake models. So what's your live stream on?
It's on Fascist Book on the Florida Flat Earth Fascist Book group.
Florida Flat Earth Fascist Book Group? Is that what it's called?
Well, yeah. When you get on, are you on Fascist Book?
Yes, I'm on Fascist Book.
Yeah. So if you go to the Florida Flat Earth group, I live stream in there on Thursday nights, usually about 8:30.
What part of Florida are you from?
The Treasure Coast, near Stewart and Vero Beach.
Okay, I got you. I live in Pensacola.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, there's
So,
actually.
Go ahead. My bad.
We got a nice lady there in Pensacola, a member of the group that she's been really active, but she just got sucked.
I got you. Well, when I get on later today, I'm at work right now. Even if it just, I'm kind of busy right now. I do electrical work full time. I'm an electrician, so my hands are kind of busy right now. But if you could just message me that group, I'll go ahead and join it. And then you'll have another Florida member to the group.
Yeah. Let's see here. Because I'm kind of putting a stroller together. What's your name?
I'm a Flathead on here.
Flathead. Hang on. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let me find you here.
Hey Flathead, that's one tool I wouldn't mind if it just disappeared and we no longer needed them.
Guys, I thought I was sitting here. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
That you got a nice Klein screwdriver as your, or is that a nut driver? I can't see exactly, but is that a Klein nut driver?
That is a Klein stubby screwdriver.
Nice. Yeah, I still have tools.
That's what I was referring to. Flathead was your name and your profile pic. I said that's one tool I wouldn't mind if it just disappeared and we no longer had to use them.
Ooh, my bad, dude. I'm sitting here filing down this Unistrut, and I thought you could hear it in the background. I thought you.
No,
My bad. I misread that completely. Yeah, I did my profile pic kind of as a joke, obviously flat earther, but it was appropriate because I'm an electrician and I can't stand stubby flathead screwdrivers. But I'll tell you, I need it more often than not.
And I was having this discussion actually with Lou Lunatic maybe a week or so ago, and we were talking about flathead screws and how flatheads are just completely obsolete, especially with Torx bits and Phillips.
Individual that created the flathead screwdriver.
And I did say the only time I think that a flathead screw is appropriate is in a switch plate. That's the only time that I don't mind dealing with a flathead screw, because I feel like the look of a flathead screw on your switch plate is something that can't be replicated with any other screw.
Exactly.
Yeah, I used to do work, but I have flat feet, so I couldn't stand on ladders all day, so I had to give it up, unfortunately.
Right. It is hard work, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it'll be worth it in the end. I'm in an electrical apprenticeship program. I'll be taking my journeyman's exam by the end of this year, beginning of next year, and then I'll be taking my master's about a year after that.
Yeah, I was accepted into the IBEW as well, and then when it got to a point where I was realizing I just couldn't stand on the ladders, I was working for a scab contractor, and
yeah, you got to do that.
Yeah, and then when I realized I just couldn't stand on the ladders, I sent in the information and said, "Look, let me not hold up a spot for somebody else, because I figured that'd be knocking somebody else out of a career."
Right. I completely understand. I'll be right back, guys. I got to go in and add it real quick.
Yeah, go get busy. I messaged you that group.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll talk to y'all later.
There you go, another Florida flat earther for you. I did look at that list you sent me, and I have met the St. Pete contact there in the past. So
Yeah, she's on here, or at least she was anyway. I've not seen her in a while.
yeah, she was. She's no longer on this particular server, but she's on other servers.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's an interesting one there, because see, the person who's been traveling around the state, while he's a snowbird from New Hampshire, and so he was traveling around the state this winter looking for meetup places and such. And then I put him in touch with her, because they were looking for a spot for St. Petersburg, and his concern with any of them is to keep in mind that this is no one particular person's meetup. That these are nobody's in charge. Nobody's.
Yeah, it's a community thing, not an individual's thing.
In St. Petersburg, I think that's going to be a problem. I think keeping that, like I say, where it's not owned by any particular person.
Gotcha.
That's I'm hoping that we're wrong there, and that it'll be it'll continue on and blossom to be a nice one. But You may know some of the dynamics I allude to there.
Yeah, sure. I'm familiar with situations that have taken place, but yep, probably a topic for another time, another place.
Yeah, but but then again, it takes all kinds of nuts to make a can of mixed nuts we call flat Earth. So I'm
Yep,
not in a position to judge anybody.
I agree completely. It also helps to have somebody take the reins, otherwise things don't get done. So,
Yeah.
yep.
Well, and if it does become an issue, hopefully, the people there will resolve it and keep meetups going. I I think everything will be fine. Just that's how you just have to always always be planning ahead, I guess.
Yep. People are people. Everybody's different.
Yeah. No goodness. Uh, I put the boys down for a nap, but it sounds like they're not going to nap. But there. Okay, cool. Yeah, but it is, like I say, it is really interesting to see what you can learn from kids with, learn from kids about dealing with globe trolls. As I was saying earlier, that's uh, because at the same token, we have to always keep in mind that uh, they may be really questioning it, but they don't know how to question it, and they can't just say, "Hey, you might be onto something. Can you tell me more?" So some of these, I think, they legitimately question, but they are uh, not really sure what to do. So they make big asses of themselves, and here we are. But like I was saying earlier, uh, they help us a lot. They give us great content on here. Uh, Now, how long have you been coming on the server here?
Almost a year, a little less than a year.
Okay, gotcha. So I've only been on here really. I got on here in August for a little bit, and then I got distracted and couldn't stick around. And then I came back on maybe in February, maybe January, maybe it's February. Dr. Law reminded me about coming on here. I was like, well, yeah, so then I did. And oh yeah, they're definitely a great. They are. I have to go take this box out and.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed being here in this community. I came into the topic or the information really on my own before the big boom in 2014-15. Came into the information, kind of stumbled upon it really myself in 2013 timeframe, just by my own admitted ignorance of the globe model, the heliocentric model. And I started doing some investigating just based on a observation I made that didn't make sense to me. And then I realized, of course, it doesn't make sense because I'm thinking about it incorrectly. And then I just went on a path of inquiry. I'm kind of an autodidact. And when I get onto a subject, I really kind of throw myself into it. And went into a very extensive line of inquiry into, what is the heliocentric model? What do we understand of it? What do we know of it? And I found some circular arguments that didn't leave me fulfilled with the official explanations. And I guess you could say the rest is history. But yeah, I never really communicated with anybody in person, online, or the like up until, about a year ago. As far as within the community. Took in a lot of I felt bad, I took in a lot of information, but I never gave back. And after, kind of my contribution to giving back to the community was hosting some people here at the house. And then after that, I felt like, maybe I do have something of value to add. I don't know how much value, but, maybe I need to start participating in the community a little bit.
I'll tell you something. What I've more or less learned is that, see, the person who told me about way back in 2008, he had been on all 6 continents collecting rare snakes. And he married somebody from Brazil. So when I went over one day to his house, which was really an apartment above a serpentarium, he had probably like 2 to 3 reams of printouts of stuff in Portuguese. And he told me that a large number of people in Brazil actually think the earth is flat. And so, well, what do you think? And he said, well, he said, now that I'm reading this stuff, I'm starting to think it is too. And we started reading through the stuff, and because I know a little Spanish, I was kind of pecking out some things here and there, and then we would hand some of the stuff to her to translate. And there was some really interesting observations of things that you should not be able to see under a globe. And I found that really fascinating. And so I started doing some digging. I was like, yeah. And I just kind of took it like that, like saying the earth is flat is like saying my brother's left-handed. It's, it's interesting to say once, but what more really is there to it? And then as so over the years, like when I met my wife, I think that was 1 year, about a year and a half after that, I think is when that was, because it was early 2008. And then I met her July of 2009. And so when we first met, we got talking, and she asked me about chemtrails. And so I said, well, I told her a little bit. I told her I'd actually seen the airplanes. So a lot of people have not actually seen the airplanes, but I've seen the airplanes. And then, so we, yeah, sorry. Something just distracted my attention for a second. But anyway, so then but then I also told her the earth is flat. We never went to the moon, et cetera, et cetera. And then finally, when I took her to the Kennedy Space Center, we went in 2011, so 2 years later. And then there's these big signs up. Here's the rocket that they spent like 11 days in. I said, okay, go ahead and get in it. And then she got in it. I said, okay, I'm going to walk away and I'm going to come back 11 days later and you tell me how your life is for 11 days in this little thing. And you should have seen the look on her face. And then we went and watched a big IMAX presentation of Tom Cruise talking about space. And then and I said, notice how big this space shuttle looks? And she's like, yeah. And then I walked her over to the space shuttle and I said, okay, here's the cockpit from here to here. How does 7 people spend a week up in this thing? You could just see the light go off. I'm like, do you see all that big cargo they were showing that was in the back? How did that fit in here? And she looked at me and she's like, and you could just tell that light bulb went off. And then sometime a few years later, we were watching, or she was watching something from the International Green Station, the green screen station. And the astronauts completely, or the astronauts, I should say, completely disappeared. And we're watching this live. The background and everything else, the whole stuff in the back was all still there, but the astronauts disappeared for probably 10 seconds. And she said, yeah, she said, this isn't real, is it? And so, and I talked to people here and there about that over the years, but it really wasn't until about this time last year that I even knew there were more people talking about it online. All the stuff I've been on Fascist Book, I had seen a few memes here and there, but I never actually knew that there were people making like real content. I'd never seen any of it. And then I was listening to my shortwave radio about this time last year, and then come across the World's Last Chance Ministries, and then they were talking about Dave Weiss. And then so I looked him up and then started watching what he's talking about. And then I showed it to Sierra. And sure enough, we're like, yeah, how could it not be? Like, which I already knew. But then she was like, yeah, she's like, and then so I started looking for more of his videos. And then come across Jaronism. And then started talking in his Telegram group. And then at some point I created the Florida Flat Earth Fascist Book group. And so it's been just a lot of fun to talk to like-minded people, because I didn't know there was as many out there as there are.
Yeah, it can sometimes feel like a lonely endeavor until you start connecting with people, for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I got to jump on a call for work, so I'm gonna have to go away for just a bit.
Yeah, go ahead, my man. And I got to get these boys ready. We're gonna head out, take them to the mall, and let them play around the play area. Now that I got the stroller going and such. So I'll see you this evening here, but send me a private message when you're back around or something. I'll catch up with you at some point.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Thanks, brother, and I'm bouncing out too.
All right, take care.
Got any Glovers in the server with us this morning?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Admiral Richard Byrd explored more uncharted land than any other man in history. He was a man of action, but he was a man of thought as well, an explorer and a scientist, an adventurer and a philosopher, a complete man, one of the men in history who had to lead the way.
On this expedition, we hope to fly across the South Pole into the mysterious land beyond to see what is there.
To the cameramen who made this picture, I want to give full credit. They did not hesitate to risk their lives at their job. Now, the North Pole is the center of a deep ocean, whereas the South Pole is a high plateau which averages 7,000 or 8,000 feet in altitude. There is no life whatever beyond the edge of the world. There are no Eskimo. It is too cold for human beings to live there permanently. When we left on this expedition, we were, to put it very mildly, extremely anxious to find out if it existed. Would we be able to find it? And that was the great question. We left on this expedition from the Navy Yard at Boston. Here is our supply ship, the Rupert, just a big unprotected iron ship of 8,000 tons. And here is our icebreaker, the Bear, which we took as a protection for the personnel of the Rupert, and also to use exploring in dangerous ice areas. We took with us this time 150 Eskimo dogs, and more than 14,000 different kinds of items for 2 years away from civilization, where there were no supply depots around the corner. Day followed day, week followed week, as we penetrated the great Pacific. We headed straight south, and here we have an ordinary unprotected iron ship, sailing in seas no ship had ever been in before since the world began. It wasn't that we were any better than our predecessors. We simply had a more open ice here. We bucked the ice till we were finally stopped by an impossible pack. Impossible, at least, for the Rupert. But we wanted to see what was beyond the horizon. That's what we came for. And for that purpose, we had another string to our bow, aviation. We retreated a few miles and managed to find an open lake in the ice field. So we proceeded to put the plane overboard. We had to execute this maneuver as rapidly as possible, because we knew that under the influence of the wind and the tide, the fields would soon close in around the ship again. In fact, the ice is already beginning to close in. Our plan was to go south with our steamer until we were stopped by ice, and to take up the attack on the unknown with aviation. And now at last we're going to find out what was in the southern part of this mysterious part of the world. We came to this strange phenomenon, ice islands. Steaming through these ice islands was an eerie sensation. Here was the twilight of the gods, and we were curious to know what these somber giants were guarding. At long last, the dice fell our way, for the elements acted in our favor. The wind and the tide, which had closed the ice in around us, finally opened the pack so that we could break our way into more open sea. We had added nearly 500,000 square miles to the Pacific Ocean, and here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier. I knew it would be taking a big chance, but it seemed the only way. As we started alongside the barrier with our ships, suddenly the edge enough of ice falling to sink a fleet of ships. It seemed like a warning from Providence not to go alongside the barrier. We therefore had to unload from the bay ice. We had to put our tractors overboard with the engines running to safeguard the lives of the drivers as the ice was constantly breaking off. We had to get the tractors quickly away from the edge of the crumbling ice. We came within an ace of losing overboard our principal plane of exploration, the William Hawley. It was a critical moment. At times, as the ice broke, then our supplies would fall into the water. We kept a man on watch with a life preserver on line as a safeguard for the men working on the edge of the ice. We were working against time to finish unloading before the fall freeze-up, when the ships would have to return to civilization. You can see what a tough job we had to transport 400 tons of material through this area. The bay ice was constantly shifting and cracking. We call this period the White Nightmare, and a nightmare it was. The hardest work of all was this man-hauling of sleds. Eskimo Huskies, still the backbone of polar exploration. They can go where no tractor could ever go. You can't do without them. The Rupert must go back to civilization because the bay would soon freeze and she couldn't stand the ice. Now the only person out of 150 men to get sick and who would have to go back on the Rupert was the doctor. Suddenly, without warning, a storm hit us before we could get all of our food and other vital supplies stored away. And all hands had to work frantically throughout the storm to prevent the loss of food boxes under deep snowdrifts. The storm lasted for many hours. We found it chilly, working in the wind. And when it was over, there was a bit of digging to do. And here is the original commando.
The honor of leading this expedition belongs to Admiral Richard Byrd. It is a gratifying experience for this 58-year-old explorer, who in the past had to raise his own funds for exploration, and who now has the resources of the United States Navy at his command. In 1955, 2 years before his death, Admiral Richard Byrd departs on his 5th and last expedition. But it's not simply an unknown continent or a distant ocean that lures adventurers like Richard Byrd. As he put it, here is a door ajar through which one may escape from the noise and chaos of civilization into the solace and harmony of the cosmos, and for a moment be part of it.
And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier.
Good morning. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
We'll show 'em, won't we, boy? We sure will. Now, first of all, lad, we've got to get all these medieval ideas out of your head. Clear the way for new ideas. Knowledge of man's fabulous discoveries in the centuries ahead. Now, that'll be a great advantage, boy.
Advantage indeed. If the boy goes about saying the world is round, they'll take him for a lunatic.
The world is round? Yes, yes, that's right. And it also goes around.
You mean it'll be round someday?
No, it's round now. Man will discover this in centuries to come. And he will also find that the world is merely a tiny speck in the universe.
Universe? You're only confusing the boy. Before you're through, he'll be so mixed up, he'll be wearing his shoes on his head. Man has always learned from the past. After all, you can't learn history in reverse. It's confusing enough, for heaven's sakes.
All right. Oh, of all the idiotic guys, blow me to Bermuda!
Where did he go? To Bermuda, I suppose.
Where's that?
Oh, an island way off somewhere that hasn't been discovered yet.
Will he ever come back?
Who knows? Who knows anything?
Take a look at this video of the trajectory of a launched rocket. Think about the path that the rocket follows. Instead of moving in a straight line, the rocket following a curved trajectory. This isn't a mistake. You will see the exact same thing in every other video of a rocket launch. Even so, it doesn't seem to make sense. Rockets are supposed to go into space, right? So wouldn't it make more sense if they went straight up in a line, rather than following a parabolic path? They'd reach space much faster that way, it would seem. There must be a reason, because rocket scientists tend to be pretty smart, so why do they not go straight up? Hello and welcome to Question Spot. Today we will explore the answer of, why is a rocket trajectory curved after launch? So let's get started. Short answer, because they want to get into the orbit around the Earth using as little fuel as possible.
Wait a minute. Now, do you hear what their excuse is for orbiting the whole Earth before going to space? We all know that the fastest way from point A to point B is in a straight line. That's like saying when we get on an airplane, the airplane circles the airport before it takes off onto its destination. Or when I get in my truck in the morning, I circle the block before I actually get on the highway and go to work. Come on now, people. Do you even comprehend how ridiculous that sounds? Saving fuel. And I'll tell you what's even more ridiculous than that. You got these globetards that'll make these videos and put them on YouTube trying to explain that that's why the rockets curve on launch. Knowing good and well that they've never even seen a rocket in person or been beside a rocket or know anything about a rocket, but they'll go Google their information and then put out a little silly video like you see here, 15 minutes and 47 seconds long, trying to explain a lie that they've been lied to, and they had no clue what they're talking about. They're just giving you information that was handed down to them through a space agency. So anyways, I'm here to show you why rockets curve when they launch. Check it out.
And so they send these rockets up, but they don't really go anywhere.
Yeah, if you watch the trajectory,
Right.
it's never straight. It's never straight. It's never straight. Where are you going?
Now, did you know that all rockets are launched from Cape Canaveral, Florida? Now, what's beside Florida? The ocean. You know what's in the ocean beside Florida? The Bermuda Triangle. Now, why don't they launch rockets from Texas, or Colorado, or Kentucky? Because there's no ocean there for
for them to fall back into. And that is why they launched from Cape Canaveral, so they can drop it right in the Bermuda Triangle, and nobody ever know, nobody ever see, because nobody goes there. Now, space shuttles, they do it a little different, but it's still pretty simple how they pull it off. You ever notice once the shuttle gets up so high, its boosters fall down into what? The ocean, the Bermuda Triangle. And then the shuttle, which is not really a space shuttle at all, it's just an airplane, big goofy looking airplane made to look like a shuttle. And then when it comes back, nobody notices how it just looks like an airplane landing on a runway. Check out the wheels. See these little doors on these wheels? And this stuff is supposed to say stay sealed in a vacuum? Yeah, come on now, people. It's time to wake up.
Blow me to Bermuda! Where did he go?
To Bermuda, I suppose.
So, as you can see, the eye is wise. He's trying to teach the child the truth. But the wizard, which is a devil, is trying to lie to him. And then what's he say? Fly me to Bermuda, and takes off like a rocket into the sky and curves off, just like you see real rockets do. And the reason they do, because there is no outer space. There's a firmament. There's nowhere to go. So it's just a little fireworks show to trick you and make you believe all this stuff. None of you have ever seen a rocket. You might have stood there in Florida and watched one go up in the air, but you've never seen one in space. Only on TV did you see one in space, not in real life with your own eyes. Wake up, people. Stop believing this bull crap. Those rockets go straight into that Bermuda Triangle. That's why they make up all these myths and don't want you around there. And they say all these ships are wrecked in there and all these planes have fell in there. Only thing that's fell in there is their rockets and their bull crap.
Sorry to tell you. The only thing that's been to space is your imagination.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good morning. Good morning. Top of the morning. Top of the morning to you. Calling from the Irish side of Southern California.
Top of the morning to you, Sonny. How you doing today?
Hey. Flatty. Are you a Londoner? No, you're not. You're kind of like northern, aren't you? Let me see if I can guess.
Go on, guess.
Okay, let's see. It's not easy for me because in such a small area as England, there are numerous dialects, right? I mean, as far as, or accents rather, I guess you would call that.
I'll give you a clue. I'm not in England. I'm in.
You're not
Britain.
in England.
I'm in UK, but not in England.
Okay. In UK, but not. Oh, okay. Well, you don't sound Scottish. You're actually Irish.
No, I'm Welsh.
Welsh. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, forget about that little wee bit over there, Welsh. I enjoy what I've learned about Welsh history.
You sent me the Welsh language history thing a few weeks ago. Remember?
Yeah, about what's that guy's name? Forget names. I'm Welsh history. Yeah, about King Arthur being in America.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, Sonny, I said I got a left-handed Strat, and I was converting it to right-handed. Right?
Right.
So I've played the guitar for a long time, but I've never messed around too much with customizing or changing out things.
Uh-huh.
Change 2 pickups now and again on a few guitars. So anyway, this guitar is a cheap Strat copy bought for my son because his granddad, because he writes left-handed, he assumed that he'd play left-handed, and it wasn't the case. He's like us, we lefties that play right. And so I put some strings on it, I turned the nut around, and I was doing the intonation. But I was using an iPhone app, tuning app, to do this. And it took me 2 nights, and then I realized that this app was so rubbish for doing the tuning that it had to be like very spot on to the note you were tuning it to. It wouldn't do an octave up. It had to be like, E2 or whatever. So I spent ages, and it was saying it's always too high. I was moving the kind of the intonation thing forwards and backwards and forward, with the little screwdriver.
Right.
And then I tried a different app, and it just worked straight away. It was just very minute turns to get it to work. And finally, I wasted so much time. I could have just got out my analog tuner and used that.
Yeah, right. Some of those tuners are rubbish. I don't know what they're doing. I have this one that's a universal tuner. I just got it on the Play Store, but I have an Android. I don't often use my phone for things like that. But this one you can tune to 432.
Yeah, so the one I downloaded was a bit more advanced. They're still free, but yeah, giving the option to to
change it.
2440 to do whatever. You can actually choose whatever frequency you want, which is a bit over the top, I think. But yeah.
No, I have a Snark. I have one of those little Snark units, which is handy. I don't know if there's a way to make that go to 432. There might be. I'm just not sure how to. Do you know if that's true? You know what I'm talking about? These little Snark tuners go on your headstock.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe it probably depends.
I don't know if they can be adjusted in that way.
So my brother-in-law's just bought it's an Epiphone Les Paul 2 copy, and it's new. It wasn't too expensive. And on the top of one of the pickups, on top of one of the pickup covers, so when you look like straight vertical down onto where your strumming hand is, it's got little tuning lights. So you flick that little switch, and as you're playing, you can tune it without even. It's pretty cool. It looks a bit cheapy.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool though.
Wow. Yeah, my Strat, I've got 5 switches on it. So there's 3 switches in the middle. Instead, I took the 5-way switch out, and I rewired it. What's called what is this one called? I think it's called Wolf Strat. Let me see if I can find it. So basically I have a switch for each pickup, on or off. In front of those 3 switches is let me see, in phase, no, that one's the other one, series or parallel. And then on the other side of the 3 switches is in phase or out of phase. So when I have the regular switch on, it plays just like a regular Strat. Almost like the switch does, you have to have 2 pickups on at a time. You have to have either the front 2 or the back 2 on. And you can't use one pickup by itself. You have to have 2 of them on. You can't use the 2 outside ones, like the neck and the bridge one together. So now when I switch it to parallel, I can use any one single pickup. I can use the neck or the bridge by itself, leaving the middle one out, or I could use anything like the regular Strat with 2 of them at a time, 1 of it at a time, or a single one. Then I have this in phase and out of phase that can make it sound like the squawkiest freaking Strat, like treble, like it's really a trip.
Like an unshielded, old, thin-bodied kind of jazz master, like that real screechy kind of.
Basically, what this guitar can do now is I can make it almost like have the same kind of a range as a wah-wah pedal. So I can make it sound like any of the standard Strat sounds. Or I can, and then like in this parallel, or is it series? I forget. I get those two mixed up. But in one of them, I can use all three as their humbuckers. The way it's wired is it'll use. I can use the two pickups as a humbucker, the front two or the back two, or I can use all three and they are like humbucker, like a three coil humbucker.
So that's amazing. So you can go real high gain or distortion pedal loud and not have that Fender kind of feedback. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like I've always done these kind of trippy things with volume pots and tone pots. Like I have, let's see. Well, I don't have the mid range. I don't need it with the Strat anymore. I used to have a mid range boost that was a passive system by Torres. You ever heard of Torres Engineering?
Yeah, I have. Sorry, man. Yeah, I have.
Yeah. So Torres, I used to write him years ago, before the internet in the 80s, through magazines. I would write and get these kits to hot rod my guitars, so.
Yeah, hot rodding, that's it. Yeah,
hot rod the electronics. So you do passive things. So with the tones, well, first of all, with the volume, you can make a little pigtail thing with a resistor and a capacitor riding on it in parallel. And you put that on the two outside lugs of your volume, and it makes the taper so you don't lose all the highs.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And then, let's see. And then with the tone controls, you could kind of do the same thing with the tone controls. You can do different things with mixing and matching capacitors and using push-pull pots, which is what I have. But so you can give it a darker sound. But like Clapton called those woman tones. Or you can get really, really kind of deep sounding. You know how let's see, like the neck pickup, how the neck pickup has this unique tone, and you can get those jazzy kind of sounds with that neck pickup.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So when you're be able to change the way you're using your volume, I started using my volume knob much more once I got a good one in there,
Yeah, because sometimes with the standard one, they're so I don't know, the smoothness of or the curve of the taper isn't great, so you don't want to touch it in case you lose too much. Like with one little turn, you can lose a lot of sound or whatever.
And I've heard there's even better ways to get that taper right by using a reverse taper or something like that, an algorithm. I forget I don't know. Like when I start doing these projects, then I do all my research again and brush up on what I forgot. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't try to dig too deep into, because I had a nice Japanese jazz master from the 90s, and because they've got the two switches, the top and the bottom, it's complicated. It was complicated for me anyway, as a first guitar to start playing with the electronics,
Right.
Because it's like, what is this? Why is it going up to there and down to there, and why isn't there one that way? And it's I was following diagrams online, and
those are pretty complicated. Is that the one with the buttons and stuff too?
No, it's like a button switch on the top of the body.
Let me see. I'm gonna have to.
It's like a little black switch.
Right. Is it a three-way switch?
I can't remember now.
Yeah,
keeping over it because I'd hit it when I was playing. I'd hit it and I'd change the pickup or whatever.
So you could go to treble or more. So it's changing it which pickup, right? Yeah. Jazzmaster. Let me just look at an image so I can refresh. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, it's got like a 3-way switch there. Yeah. So that's for like neck, both, or bridge, right?
Yeah, I'm struggling to remember what it was. I remember taping over it though, just when I was playing, gigging, because I would hit it as I was strumming.
Oh, it would change it. Yeah.
Change,
So
change the
it's
sound.
similar. It's similar to the way the SG is switched. The two pickup SGs. But that's a
I
strange
know.
shape.
Yeah, Fender do like a Jaguar. Is that the Jaguar that's more complicated, or there's another one? They got the similar, off-shaped bodies.
Yeah. Let's see.
Kurt Cobain would use one of those.
Right. Yeah. Some of the Jaguars have a switch. Oh, that one's a bass. Okay, never mind. That's a Jazzmaster. Where's the Jaguar? What's the difference? Jaguar and Jazzmaster.
Is that Kenny'smusic.co.uk? I've just come across the exact
The
same.
Jaguar has those switches I was talking about. It's got a bunch of freaking switches.
Yeah.
It's got 3 on the bottom. It only has 2 pickups, but besides the volume and the tone on the bottom, it has 3 switches. On, off, and then on the top, it's got 3 switches. One looks like a toggle. The other 2 look like they're, I don't know, maybe even like mini volume controls or something. I don't know what.
Yeah, the top switch looks the same as the Jazzmaster.
Oh, they're slider switches, I think. Yeah, they go click, click.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the Jazzmaster's got it's an up and down toggle and then 2 roller kind of volumes or tones.
It does. It does have those little. Are those little rollers?
On the Jazzmaster, yeah, top.
Oh, okay. On the top, they are. They're not on-off sliders. They're little rollers. That's what they kind of look like. Yeah, like rollers. Yeah. Interesting. I don't know what those do exactly. I have to read up on that. That's a lot of controls. That's pretty amazing for that year that guitar came out.
Those floating trems on the Jazzmaster is a nightmare as well.
Yeah, I bet. To keep it in tune.
Yeah, changing the strings. When you first change the strings, it's just, because obviously strings stretch and change tone, you don't know where you are for a bit.
Man. Huh. Jaguar bass. Looks pretty cool. Need to get a cheap bass. I think I'm just going to buy like the cheapest kit I can find. I've heard some good things about those cheap kits, actually. If you get the right one.
You can get a good, I bought not a kit, but it was a guy in the UK just making guitars. He's called Wesley, I think the make was. And I bought a bass for £90, which is probably like, I don't know, $60 or something. I don't know which way it works. And so my brother-in-law was a bass player, and he got rid of his Fender E-bass because he just preferred playing this cheap bass I bought. And it's still going 20 years later. The thing is still alive, still sounds great. Nothing needed to be changed on it.
I'm looking at Wesley guitars, actually. I'm looking for this. Looking at this. Wait a minute. It looked like a Strat. What happened? Sent me to some weird site.
He stopped making guitars, but he went through a phase of doing like those acrylic see-through things. and he sold it exclusively on eBay. So everything was kind of cheap, but they were all good quality. He was like quite a good, guitar maker.
Yeah, my brother has this Strat copy. It's called a Shane. It's pretty darn good. Like, I'm surprised. I don't know where this guitar. I never heard of that brand before, but I like. He's got a plexiglass one too. Trippy. See, I'd like to make those plexiglass guitars like that with different items inside the plexiglass.
Oh yeah,
like dollar bills or silver dollars or freaking
starfish and shells
or something. You could do anything you want. You put like flowers in there.
You can get toilet seats like that. Have you seen them? Some
What's that?
barbed wire in them. You can get toilet seats that have got like made of that acrylic with things inside. So
Actually,
barbed wire and things like that.
Yeah. Those are so weird. I remember when they first came out with those. What was the name of that guitar maker?
It's going to jump off for 5 cents. I'll catch you in a bit.
All right. Have a good one. Later. Dan Armstrong, he was the one that made the acrylic guitars. Ampeg. Oh, that's right. Keith Richards was playing at Dan Armstrong for a few years.
Where do you guys think the wind comes from?
What'd you say? Is that you, Jack? I didn't catch what you said. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Jack, could you ask your question again?
Yeah, I was saying, where do you think the wind comes from?
The wind?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's well, we pretty much know it's convection, conduction, circulation. We have changes in temperature. We have changes in humidity. We have changes in pressure. All this is going on at the same time. This huge energy creating sun comes over the surface, starts heating up the ground as it's moving along. It's causing, it's causing massive temperature changes as it's moving along the surface. So that's only part of it. The other part is that's undefined is that the heavens, the skies, and everything in it is circulating above us. That's a rotational motion also. Did that answer your question a little bit?
Yeah.
Hmm? Yeah, we have the ocean as a huge moderator of temperature. So there's all kinds of things going on. It's a very, very, very dynamic system, Earth is. And I know that's only a partial answer because we don't have the entire answer of how these systems work here on Earth. We just don't have the ability to know everything about the way this all works.
Morning, Sonny. Mic check.
Morning, Dave. Mike sounds good.
We talking to somebody?
Jack was asked. Jack Whispers asked a question about what I thought the wind was caused by.
Okay.
And so I told him it's a convection, conduction, circulation. We have the sun. It's a heat generator. The surface heats up. We have these circulating motions above us.
Yep, all that's happening.
Very dynamic system we have here. So
some kind of electromagnetic field or system, whatever you want to call it, but it's speculation. But yeah, that's a good answer.
Yeah, we know it's heating up and there's cooling and heating. So those things right there cause quite a bit of motion. When you have a closed system, you have heating and convection, circulation going on, temperature, humidity changes, all of this. There, you have the water cycles.
Well, I don't want to interrupt. If you're still talking to him, go ahead, Jack.
Well, that was pretty much. He had the question. I gave the best answer I could give at this time. So
Jack, where is he at right now, or does he want to speak for himself as far as this investigation of the globe? Are you there, Jack? Guess not. Dead Dave strikes again.
nah, it's okay. I'm sure he'll ask when he has to.
You probably couldn't hear him.
Did he already tell you where he's at in looking into this, or how long you been talking to him?
No, only for 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't spoken with him before this.
Looks like I chased off the only new person. Let me look at the list again.
I think he just had one question about the wind.
Bob Seger used to be running against the wind.
Running against the wind.
He was young and strong. He was young running against the wind. There's probably people on here who don't know who Bob Seger is, unfortunately.
Yeah, huh? That's amazing.
Who's the All Z's? That's a regular here. Yeah, Silver, Flat Earther. All right, as you were, Sonny.
Mm-hmm.
We still need curvature measurement, rotation detection, and vacuum space sitting next to the gas pressure system without containment. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't those Globers show us their model?
They
We
speak
haven't seen
highly of
their
the globe model,
we
but they
haven't
never
seen their
show us.
model.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for their model. They're asking for us for a model.
Yeah, they speak highly of the globe model, but we still need to see a scientific version of this, whatever they're talking about.
Mm-hmm. It has to have all the elements of that fairy tale too. So good luck with that. All that spinning, 4 different vectors, like speeds. Okay.
With the gas system attached to the outside of the ball
Mm-hmm.
while all that's going on.
A couple of things that don't exist in reality: gas next to a vacuum without a container, and water without a container sticking to the outside of an object. That's spinning.
There's some bold claims they're yet to back up, put it simply. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, correct?
Yep. And that is a very extraordinary claim. Now, if somebody wants to hold on to those types of claims, you're going to have to bring something very substantial to the table.
We're going to need empirical proof of these claims. They're just not happening.
Mm-hmm.
Start out with curvature of the earth. If you're on a ball,
exactly.
I always say this 1,000 times, but I'll say it one more time. If you're on a ball, it has to have a curvature rate, and that should be detectable. And so far as I know, nobody has. But continue.
Yep. So curvature, that is the number one. Just get right down to it. The very first step. They say it's a ball. That's the first claim. So we need proof of this ball. Surface of a ball would curve in all direction at a given rate based on the size of the ball. They told us the size. That's not adjustable. That is a size. Glober, stop complaining about the size of your ball.
I know I should look this up. I've always wondered what year that somebody, who was the first person said, okay, it's 39.59, and we know this for a fact. There had been one person that did that.
Yeah, how did that come about? Nobody seems to be able to tell us. Trying to go to 200 BC is not helping your case. Last I heard, we're in 2022. We're kind of beyond the technology of sticks and shadows. If that's all you got to offer, you might as well just go back home, do some more homework. Think of a plan on your own instead of bringing this thoroughly bludgeoned Eratosthenes. It's a joke.
Well, to be fair, saying they also have NASA pictures and appeal to consensus and ridicule of flat earthers. They have that. Okay.
Yeah, so they start with Eratosthenes, 200 BC, sticks and shadows, and they jump to flying around in a supposed orbit. What about all the stuff in between those two events? How did they jump from sticks and shadows to Stone Age to the Space Age in one breath? How did they do that? How? Please, anyone, can you tell me?
So if anyone happens to be listening to this for the first time, we're here to discover the globe that we were all taught. And Sonny and I are pointing out that these claims are outstanding and they have not been met with empirical evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yeah. And one of the most common things I hear Glovers ask when they come in is they want to know why do flat earthers think the way they do? And so the way to find out what flat earthers think or what we know is go try to investigate the globe first. That's how. You want to know how? Go find evidence for the globe. That's going to be the start.
Yeah, basically they're coming in here, generally speaking. I've got a story, and why don't y'all believe my story? I can't prove any of it, but and why don't y'all have a story that's better?
Because see, and that's the thing. They believe, and they make no qualms about saying this. They come in here because they ask us what we believe. They want to know what we believe because they believe. Because in their paradigm, you have to believe it because you can't prove it. So when you come in here, this is not a belief server. We don't have a bunch of people and 50,000 people in here that believe anything. What you believe is absolutely separate from the topic of the surface of the earth.
100%.
Has nothing to do with someone's opinion or a belief or anything else other than the empirical data that we see in front of us. That's it. We don't believe. I know the earth is flat. I know it. Without a shadow of a doubt, I would take it to a court of law with my evidence. The reason I know is because I've done this myself. That's the thing. You get people like Paza in here, want to sit in here day after day after day, obfuscating the whole entire thing, every single turn, try to just go nah in a very nice British way of tone of speaking. That's fine and dandy. I don't have a problem with that.
You'll be curious to see if he comes back, because I listened to most of that, and especially AI and the rest of the guys that were talking to Pazza. I think you were too, but anyway, if he's going to have that moment where he actually stops and thinks about it and is honest, it might have happened yesterday. I'm not saying, but
maybe.
We can always hope, right?
Well, there was a moment there where it got very silent, and it came about when, well, not only what I asked him, but the whole conversation, like you said, Dave. But what has he done himself to go prove his globe for himself? Absolute silence was the response.
Yeah. Any of these anti-flat earthers, I'm not saying he's one, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, they never go out and do a laser test or a mirror flash or anything.
And if they do, which they've shown us several images, they've shown us some photos, still shots from videos, but there's no empirical data about the observation.
Right.
Where it is, height, the
A few of those to be heard.
None of the information is not there. I've never seen one that has that information.
And meanwhile, us reality deniers, supposedly, we have thousands of legit documented, you go do it yourself if you don't believe me, observations.
That's the difference. So see, I could show you a picture of Catalina Island from Malibu in Los Angeles.
That's what I was going to ask you. Something. Is there an island that right about 20 miles off the coast down there?
Yeah, 27 miles off the coast of Santa Monica is Catalina Island. Yeah.
What if we did the force the line experiment and built a 20-mile bridge up there?
Yeah, no, it's open ocean, man. I don't think you're gonna. It's one of the deepest parts of the California coast.
Wouldn't it be cool if somewhere along the coast, somewhere we could do that? Remember that Brian Mullen forced the line?
Yeah.
You literally build level, and there's no way the Glovers could say it wasn't level because every block is fucking next 90 degrees next to the other one.
Yeah.
And you can go all the way 20 miles and show them that there's no 270-foot imaginary ball underneath it.
That would be awesome, man.
And that would be the end of refraction. And I mean, refraction's already dead for anybody who's investigated it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Because right now,
the point I was trying to make about Catalina is like, see, I can show you a photo, which are common, of that island off the coast of Los Angeles there. Now, I can show you the photo, but the difference is I can actually go there myself and do it. I can do it myself and show this thing all with the water going all the way up to the shoreline at 27 miles. Basically, you see the whole thing all the way out and the entire top to the top of the mountains on the island. So I could go there, do it myself, put my camera 1, 2, 3 feet above the surface of the water and zoom into Catalina 27 miles. I could do this myself. Anyone else could do it too.
and what he's talking about would not be possible on the globe model that you think you live on if you're listening to me.
Yeah, at least half of the island would be gone. On a good day, you could probably see this ferry going into Avalon Harbor if you were at the right place. How could you possibly see the surface of water and zoom into a ship that far away? And in the area, depending on the conditions, in the area of the harbor itself. These things are totally impossible on a globe.
Yeah, if that's where we're at in 2022, we have a large percentage of the population pretty much believing the exact opposite of what reality is and calling us people that accept reality, we're the crazy ones.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And instead of proof, they just have words, a bunch of words connected together. They don't have the proof to back it up. That's the difference. Most of the time when people are saying something here, they can back it up.
Yeah, we have citations, we have observations that people can repeat and test for themselves. If you don't believe that black swan, go out to the beach and do it yourself.
Wait till I start doing my own observations out here. I'll have 100 black swans.
You can get a shot of Catalina with a good camera, right? On a good day.
It's a very rare occurrence, but all the way from San Diego, Catalina has been seen.
And that's 30 plus.
No, that's like 80 kilometers.
Oh, 80 kilometers, like 50 miles, somewhere in there.
Yeah, or more. As the crow flies, it's probably more. Because by road, it's 120 miles. So probably at least 60 miles, 70 miles over on the ocean from San Diego to Catalina. Probably 70 miles.
As the crow flies, the ancient sailors, I assume, came up with that.
Yeah.
Why do you think they picked the crow instead of the hawk or any other bird?
Well, crows are land birds, so it wouldn't have been a sailor. But,
okay.
Yeah. Like a sailor probably would be as the seagull flies.
Speaking of ancient sailors, they used to take out this thing called a sextant. You ever heard of it?
Mm-hmm.
And they used to measure a 90-degree angle in a straight line and use a celestial object as a reference, and they could figure out where they were going on this level water ocean that's not a ball.
Yeah, that must be an archaic device because Globers can't figure it out how they're used and what the purpose is. They think it's measuring the distance to the stars.
It's like QE says, they can't even breathe. They can't even think about a sextant. They better not even talk about one.
Yeah.
You cannot have a curved adjacent to successfully navigate across flat water.
So you have to do like Pazza does and act like flat earthers made everything that flat earthers say up, that we made it all up. We made the sextant up. We made elevation angles up. We just added these stories of the nurse at Lookout Mountain. Yeah, why did we add? He's like, why did you add the nurse story? We didn't add the nurse story. It's in the story already, bro. Who does that in a conversation? That's the funniest thing ever. Shit.
Sad state of affairs. We're here in March 2022. Anybody new on here?
Not yet.
I gotta get dressed and go start driving.
All right. Well, you have a good one. Be careful out there.
I'll be listening in and roboting when I need to. I'm becoming a strategic robot voice on the road. So.
Yeah, it's all right. Be careful when you're out there because remember, there's people that think UFOs are real.
Yeah, that's my prediction. The aliens are going to strike, are going to come down in Ukraine, and they're going to give everybody Miley Cyrus virus.
Unless the flat earthers are onto it first. Oops. And they'll have to change the plan to something else. Maybe another war somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because they have to find a place that's cleared off of flat earthers because we find out about everything before they're going to do it. And that must be really aggravating for them. So they have to keep changing their plans because we keep figuring it out.
Total speculation, of course, but I like to think of the powers that shouldn't be or whoever these controllers think they are. They're running scared at this point, and they're just in their death throes. They're throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. But
yep, exactly.
That's my opinion. Could be totally different. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't think many people are playing along. There's a few cucks out there still. They're just stupid. They're just the really, really stupid ones.
If it
barely fog a mirror. Just can't even fog a mirror.
People only have power if you give them attention that gives them the power, you know? You just quit playing their games and quit putting your attention to this bullshit.
Yep.
Well, I'll be a lot better off.
Yeah, here's what stops something the fastest: lack of participation.
Right.
Stop participating, and then they fucking will go away.
To use a simple analogy, if you put out a bad product, no people are going to buy it. So people need to quit buying the bad product from these idiots.
Yeah, the bad product was the fake fucking government, the fake fucking control system. All you assholes. You think you got it going on, huh? We don't care how much money you got, how much property you own, how many people you brainwash. You're never going to stop us.
Yeah, we speak truth to power, and we'll let the creator sort it all out.
That's right.
Anyway, I'm off my soapbox.
Right on. We'll talk later, Dave. Check in later. Good to hear from you this morning.
Yeah, somebody else pipe up, or Sonny can maybe play some music, maybe.
Yeah, it might be a good segue unless someone else has anything else to say. Anyone? Flatty there and Wells. Hey, do you know Martin?
No, someone else mentioned him. I need to look into him.
You should go on his channel and say hi. I used to go to his live streams a lot. I just enjoy hearing him, what he talks about, the content. It's nice, relaxing. He's funny. It's good stuff.
What was his surname?
Martin Liedtke, Flat Earth British.
Cool. I'll have a look.
I'll put his channel in. Shout out to Martin. I know he listens. All those guys believe in all those guys listen to us.
Does he even believe in science?
I don't know. I haven't questioned him on that topic.
That's right.
I haven't spoken with him personally, only in live stream.
What about you, Sonny? Do you believe in science?
I don't believe in science. No, I don't.
Me neither, yeah.
I don't believe in science. You know how much I believe in science? None.
Yeah.
Nunca.
You either know it or you don't.
Yeah. We
There's
don't have
no
to.
belief works with it. Yeah.
Either science shows the cause and effect or it doesn't. So that's all the belief you have to have. It does or doesn't.
Yeah. Observing and accepting the facts, the experiment, the verification result. Yeah. Yeah, that's why people don't like to come in here anymore to talk to us, because we don't believe in science, in planets, in outer space, in spaceships, and lightsabers and holes without any drilling or perforation.
Well, we've just narrowed it down so precisely to what they will have to show in order to prove it. So they're narrowed into this little narrow area that they have to pass through, and it's, what do they say? The eye of the needle. That's exactly what it is.
Well,
that's exactly what this is here.
You know, it's that needle that punches a hole and pulls the string through it. So how can you put the string if you don't have the needle to punch a hole?
Right. Or a tether ball without the string.
Yeah.
Yeah, Martin Liedtke's great. He also has what Tartarian research. What is that one?
That's interesting. Yeah. It's fascinating. About the old stuff that was before and we built on top of it. Yeah.
Where's that Tartarian channel? Mud Flood Advanced Research.
That question about the winds, it was interesting, intriguing. I would say that air convection doesn't really explain like 300, 400 miles winds. It cannot produce them, you know. Any kind of convection, air convection. So for that, I'm going exclusively with electricity and electrostatics. I've seen actually even they are a group of artists. They have a website like we make money, not art, something like this. And these guys built a giant Tesla coil. I mean, giant. It's like in the on a not truck, but this that you hang on your truck, and you can carry a car, a platform. You know, it was on that platform. It was 3 meter, 4 meter tall, and they use it. They were able to deflect hurricanes, tornadoes with that device. It's just a Tesla coil. So they can make a storm go around you, like change its path. Mic check. Oh.
I am listening get beget, but this time of day, I'm usually up running around doing different things, lots of different projects, so I can't be sitting here still. I'm not like on a mobile system, but I have my speakers on, so I hear hear everything you're saying.
I was not sure if my line dropped. Yeah.
No, actually,
Well, me too.
I've rarely ever heard any problem with your connection, you know?
Yeah, lately when I'm using the German Wi-Fi, having some issues, but because my phone damaged and I'm using a temporary, and this one is sometimes funny.
Yeah,
It's not
see,
that
usually
perfect.
like just happened, you have just a little bit of robot, but then it like passes pretty quickly, and it's not as severe as some people.
Yeah.
Hey, Miggy, how's it going, man?
Hello, Miguel.
How you doing, homie?
Guys.
Welcome.
Much. Just popping in, seeing what you guys are up to.
Yeah, pretty quiet.
No doubt, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking about what generates the winds.
What generates winds?
What causes the winds? Yeah.
That's a question we had earlier today.
I've seen there's a couple of tests that they do online. I've seen in some of the videos. They can do like where this guy has like a match or like a I guess it's a match or something that he lights, and then he has like I don't want to say like a little wind tunnel, but made of like electricity. Like it's an ion wind.
Right?
Seen that happen, and it's created with the energy. So
yeah, so we have this huge
Yes.
energy source moving overhead above the surface, you know, causing
right.
you know,
I don't want to get too like biblical with it, but it does say that is, that the sun is carried on by the winds. Like, I
right.
think it's in the book of Enoch that it talks about it.
Yes, exactly.
So it does match up with something that we understand, like how that energy source would be able to create wind, but whether or not, like, because there's wind at night too, so you're not going to be like, I'm just saying, as far as like where it is or what it's doing, where it's at.
Yeah.
It could be doing it for the whole Earth, but we couldn't substantiate that. You know, this
Yeah.
is all. The only thing that we could verify is that you can, with energy, create wind, because that you can do little tests that you can do. I've
I
seen on.
would say liquid helium would be a great source of energy.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're able to test certain things, you could be able to verify that that is the case. But
yep.
Yeah, for example, there is, let's say, about hot oxygen, which is rising above. At high altitudes, it encounter a very cold medium, so it loses its energy quite rapidly because it's a gas. It releases the energy that it has very quickly, very easy.
something that I think about also that confounds people too, is that when you look at clouds moving across the sky,
Yeah.
you sometimes see clouds moving in oppositions to each other. Like, have you ever seen clouds moving
Yeah.
in
I've
different
seen
directions?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, the globe has issue with that, but like some of them will try to make do with like their
Big
explanations.
time issue. Yeah.
But if they're saying that if the sky is being dragged along, with the spin of the Earth or whatever they claim, then that would be an issue for them. But it's cool because you could see two different. I haven't seen now three. I haven't seen three different directions. I've only seen two so far. I've been able to notice that you can have like these low level clouds, and then like the clouds that are bit higher than that in elevation. They're moving in two opposite directions.
Yeah. See it here quite a bit, actually.
Yep. But it's interesting, right? Because, I mean, subject that we're talking about.
Yeah, I've seen because you have a mostly west prevailing winds here, but sometimes they'll switch to the south and then the east. But then, like, you could have west winds. You could also have a north, north to south kind of like flow as well at the same time. I've seen that. High clouds moving to the south, faster clouds moving to the west.
Yep.
I mean, moving to the east. Think about that. How would I ever have prevailing western winds when the surface is supposed to be moving at 1,500 feet per second to the east?
And it's kind of crazy because we hear things that can't be explained, things that can't be verified either, man. You know, stuff that's biblical. But I mean, it's interesting, right? Like when we talk about like the origin of like where they come from, like how they begin to be like powerful as they are.
Yes.
That's interesting. I mean,
Well, it's interesting being that it starts with some kind of word or frequency or vibration.
vibration, yeah. So
The wind could also be electromagnetic wind as well, which I guess that we can verify some of that. We have electrostatics happening in the air. This is objective.
Yeah, that Tesla coil that I saw is actually creating like electrostatic voltage.
yeah, I've seen
And
a guy do a test and he drops water in between like a coil, and it
yeah,
generates electricity. Just water going to a,
yeah,
I want to say copper coil,
definitely. Yeah,
it generates electricity, and then you could keep using some kind of system where that water droplet just goes right in between the coil, and what it generates as it's falling through is a current. It's crazy.
yeah, you can make like a fountain flow through that. Mm.
And there is such thing as a wind currents that we know of. Like there's the jet stream, they call it the jet stream. You guys know about that? So there's currents that the Earth has
Yep.
that is known, and ocean currents as well.
Yeah.
So there's currents in the sky, currents in the water, and these currents are affected. You know, when they move or they're doing things, then weather is affected too. So it's like a giant machine that we're living in. You know, giant.
It definitely is.
And it's predictable too. You could predict certain phenomena. You know, that's a lot of the weather forecasting gets into that, but ancients used to be able to do it also.
I was searching recently today uh, about any helium chemical compounds.
Mm-hmm.
Like to have a substance, anything, yeah. Like a protein, amino acid, or acid, or whatever, but to contain helium, and there is none. This element, it doesn't bond to anything. You know, it doesn't establish a bond. And the stuff I saw, they say at certain temperatures and pressures. They can do something, and like they say, it's actually a helium compound, but actually that's a very special state what you're creating with some substances, and you can achieve a state where you can keep the helium trapped in that substance, but it will not be bonded to it, So when you release it in the natural medium environment, uh, when it reaches normal temperature and pressure, that substance, salt or whatever it will be, um, those special molecules, they will start departing from each other, and they will not hold the helium trapped anymore, and it escapes. And probably there will be also some chemical reactions, because I've seen they use natrium, chloride, hydrogen, carbon stuff. Some special cocktails. Yeah.
Got
Hey,
El
again, there. I'm just getting back for a few more minutes.
What's up, Boricua? Haven't seen you in a minute, man.
Yo, what's up, man? Just on the phone right quick. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. How you been, bro?
Pretty good, man. Been in and out.
Gotcha.
Usually streaming at this time, that's why I'm usually not on.
Oh, you still doing the Twitch thing?
Yeah.
Right on, man.
How's everything been, man?
Yeah, pretty good actually. I've been into the crypto scene for a while, so I've been absent from this server, but yeah, man. Just the markets haven't been doing too good lately. We're taking a hit from all the normie news stuff that's going on. Everybody's taking their money and other things with it, but
Yeah, panicking.
once the markets bounce back, we'll be all right. Once everybody realizes everything's still going to be doing all right, there's no need to take money out and stuff it under a mattress or something. Just be cool, We're going to be okay. Although I will say, look into certain stocks right now, Amazon and Google. Not financial advice. Tell you, just look at it.
Yeah. Hey, I was going to tell you, Mickey, I will be positioning myself in the next few months here. It's just I have to get myself a little bit higher in the Maslow's pyramid. You know what I'm talking about, like the survival. I have to get to a level of survival where I'm able to do more, and that looks like it is coming around slowly, but it's just going to take me a little bit of time. But in the next 6, 8, 10 months, I'll be looking really good to be able to make
for sure.
small moves, short-term goals, like set some goals to,
Don't ever overextend yourself when it comes to making investments. Always invest in what you can afford to lose.
Right.
At the end of the day, sometimes you can do the best predictability AI algorithms, but I mean, when it comes to how the market moves, like it's unpredictable and volatile. So you have to be ready to, if you take a hit, you'll be able to withstand the hit. So long as it's not like your mortgage money, or you're selling your car or putting it up for pawning your vehicle or something. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you're being doing things the way an investor would be doing it, like don't overextend, you'll be all right. So,
well, the fortunate thing for me is things are kind of like been shaved down to mostly only the very necessary. So I'm very simple as far as that goes. Like I like a minimalist kind of view. I have everything I need, and I can live very simply on very little. I'll just say that. I know how to do pretty well with not very much.
That's
so I'm
good.
doing all right there, like so that way I can take care of myself well and I know how much I need. And things have kind of settled down, even though prices keep going up, and that keeps changing. That's always been the case, though. And
Yeah,
so,
coastal cities are the ones that are being affected more with the prices on economy going
yeah,
pretty high at the moment.
it's totally gouged here, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're in the West Coast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're feeling the pinch, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So just for the moment, I guess, live minimal.
Yeah, I do pretty well.
And then just ride the storm out, man. And here's the thing, though. When times are tough and things are at its lowest point, buy as much as you can. That's what the whole buy
Yeah.
low, sell high. The whole
Mhm.
idea.
Yeah.
So now is the time of accumulation. So if you are curious or thinking about jumping into the crypto scene, I would say be cautious.
The
But you can.
reset is about to end.
Well, you know what's funny? I put $30 in crypto about a year and a half, 2 years, might have been 2 years ago. And and then it turned around where I ended up needing that $30 and it was still $30. It went down, it went up a little bit, it was still $30. So I'm like, I mean, that's only chicken feed, I know, but I did it as a test.
Sure.
Let's see how this $30 does. And it stayed $30 the whole time. So I'm like, I don't know.
Well, yeah, man. For sure.
But, if I could put certain amount in, like, put a small amount in a month, then that accumulates. And then if I'm able to, like, move that around wisely, and that can make a difference. Try to take the hedge off of inflation.
It's always good to look into not just the blue chip tokens or coins. You want to go into the smaller community projects. If you're going to use only like $30, go into something that's just starting out, and you do the research first. But after you do that, due diligence, and then buy in with that little $30, which could turn you into like maybe $300, dollars.
Yeah, but if I could start with a couple hundred here and there, that I think that's a better way to go. So,
well, I mean, yeah, you kind of in that sense, crypto is it's changing, man. It's always moving.
mm-hmm.
So, like I said, look for a project that you can start in on when it barely launches, and it could make your small $30 investment, kind of
Something more substantial. Yeah, yeah. Build it up.
I'll tell you, the Donald Trump Truth social media thing, when it when it came out, I bought 10 shares of it, and I started getting out at different prices because I knew that it was going to go back down at some point once the market stopped, because they were manipulating the price of the stock. So what I always say is go look for something that's got some extra hype to it that you can get into it and do your best to get out of it, or the alternative being find something, a tried and true investment that's boring, and get into it when it's a value and sell it down the road. And I like that where saying $30. Investment doesn't start with a $10,000 purchase. It starts with regular $30 purchases, $50 purchases, $100 purchases, whatever. But regular small purchases will snowball over a lifetime. I think those are some great tips.
Yeah, they call that dollar cost average. When you dollar cost average into something, it's kind of like a savings account or a piggy bank, if you will, and then you compound whatever money you put into it, with a little bit more here and a little bit more there. But you always want to go into, like, if you were to buy, was it Chevron? I think it was the beginning of the whole Ukraine situation. Then you would have probably, just on that stock alone, made pretty good amount. Some of the people that you can see do it are the richest people. They can see where the stock's going to actually start making money due to the fact of, like, where, politics, what they're saying, or just media, what they're talking about. Certain commodities start becoming more expensive or something, then you're like, whoa, why is that? So just depends. You got to keep your eyes on the market.
When the Democrat Party goes out and shuts down a pipeline, or they start talking about regulation of an industry, rush and buy that industry, whatever it is, whether it's tobacco or pipelines or gas. Those are those are code words and code signals that those industries are about to take off. Now, go do your own research, of course. Don't follow anyone particular's advice, but anytime you hear that, watch out. It's getting ready to boom and skyrocket.
Yeah, it was the same way with the green technology. It's funny, man. Those people made bank, tell a story about CO2, and then freaking take that all the way to the bank. What a scam. Anyway, this is not financial advice. Ask your financial advisor if it's okay for you to make profit in today's world.
What I want to know is, where are the customers' yachts? Do you know about that adage?
The customers' yachts?
Correct.
I'm not sure I get the context.
So, a friend of mine went to New York City, and a buddy of his was showing them all around. And then they went down to where the yachts are stored at the dock. And so the person pointed, oh, yeah, this here is the yacht that belongs to the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase. This one here is the person who owns Goldman Sachs, or the CEO of Goldman Sachs. Here's the CEO of Citibank. And just went down and down and down the list. And my buddy said, oh, so that's all the bankers' yachts. Now, where's the customers' yachts? Of course, there are no customers' yachts. The bankers keep all the money.
Yeah, the answer is the customer yachts. Exactly. So the thing is, the customers that thought they could afford a yacht during a boom, the yachts that were actually bought by the customers, in the subsequently were taken back by the rich and their front corporations and banking institutions. So now they own your yacht too. Then of course they're going to tax the shit out of you. So then any chance you might have had to buy a yacht is going to be whittled away along with your children's future. I bet they don't like me very much, eh? Too bad. No choice. And back to our regularly scheduled search for Globe Proof at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live. Welcome.
Mic check. Thank you, sir.
It's all good. Why don't we listen to this little clip from our friend Dandelion? And I'll put this in the live stream, so if you want to watch the video and follow along. From the Flat Earth Discord. Hold on a second. Flat Earth Discord animated.
Big shout out to Flat Earth Dude. What's up, Kenny?
Like, what is the
Never mind.
major, like the biggest proof? If you had to come up with one piece of evidence for the flat Earth, like what would you give me?
Long distance observations that show conclusively that it's impossible for us to be on a globe with a radius of 959 miles.
Correct.
We have a flat Earth wiki.
Okay.
I'll put the link to it in the voice text. Basically, every single one of these observations is impossible on a globe of dimensions claim, because if we did live on a curved surface, then by definition, by the geometry of a sphere, that surface would have to curve away from us, because they give us these exact dimensions. Then we're able to and use the approximate rate that is given to us. If you Google what's the curvature of the Earth, they tell you the curvature of the Earth is roughly 8 inches per mile squared. That's the rate at which the curvature increases as you're looking off into the distance, which means that when you get up to, for example, at 25 miles, at which measurement we have many laser tests that have hit a target at 25 miles, when those targets should be obscured by over, around 300 feet of curvature, as well as long distance observations seeing the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan at a distance 52 miles, when that should be obscured behind thousands of feet of curvature. We can see the entire city skyline. And just backing that up a little bit, those are what we can observe in reality that disproves the model. But on the other hand, if you have something like that where you're claiming we live on a spinning ball, you should have some kind of evidence for it. And they have no credible, no scientific evidence, no testable, repeatable, verifiable information whatsoever. It's a complete fantasy. So there's my best.
So as far as that information, wouldn't like satellite imaging and stuff like that be conclusive scientific evidence? It's just like that's
No,
something
it's
that's
not.
physical and tangible.
That's a good question. That's a good question. But it isn't, for many reasons. Those images, one, they cannot be, you cannot verify them. They're telling us that they're taking them from this fantasy medium of outer space, which in and of itself cannot exist, because you cannot have a vacuum or near vacuum right next to the atmosphere of Earth. So they're already suspicious, and we can't repeat them. Science has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. We have to rely on the word of an agency that's proven to be unreliable. But even if you believe NASA, they'll tell you right on their own website they don't, that they cannot go up there and snap a picture of Earth, that they use CGI.
Do you have a
Robinson,
link to
and
that?
that's
I'd just
right
be
on the
interested to
website there.
check
Yep,
it out.
yep, it's right there. I got memes,
Okay,
Blue
just on.
Marble, which is the quote from NASA.gov. Now I'll give you links, Blue Marble, so you can go
Okay.
right to the link. Can't believe they left that up there. The reason I made that screenshot back when I did 9/5/2020 is because I thought, no way are they going to keep this up there on their website. They can't possibly keep this up there on their website. But there it is. It's still there. Says right there, on NASA.gov. Yep. Then we wrapped the flat
Oh,
map
okay.
around
Yeah,
the
I see
ball.
that.
My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and ocean to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. I'll tell you right up there. They
Wow.
can't even go up there. When you see these images, they are, they're created images, which we know is possible with photography.
Right.
Nonetheless, even if you believe these images, they're widely contradictory with each other, as well as contradicting all the amateur weather balloons, which go up there at over 100,000 feet and show an completely horizon. So you have to either, when you take all of this evidence into account, think that all of these amateurs have gone up there faking a flat horizon to try to make you believe the Earth is flat, though they have absolutely zero reason to do that, no motivation when flat earthers are clearly ridiculed, lose jobs, lose family members, have to deal with, constant headache and hassle, don't get any money from it, or a government organization when we already know that the media, government, military, education system is all in each other's pockets, all about profit, and that that they are profiting from the globe lie, NASA raking in billions of years, that they are coming together and conspiring to try to present this globe image, and they can't even be consistent with their own globe images.
All right, then. She doesn't mince words, does she?
Can't disagree with anything she stated there. Spot on.
It's pretty incredible that people would say, well, I guess it's not incredible. By using that statement, aren't satellites definitive proof? No, that's anecdotal. That's someone telling a story that some device is in a place that doesn't exist. Hilarious. And the flat earth comedy just gets better and better as time goes on. All these excuses for why we never see curvature in nature is entertainment for us. Bring it on. Keep it coming.
Keep it coming, baby.
Kenny.
Hey, it's Take It Off Tuesday, man. Take it off. Came up with
Oh,
that
did I
this
miss
morning.
it?
Take it off Tuesday.
Take it all off.
Take it all off. This is not scientific advice. Ask your scientist if it's okay to think for yourself.
Ask your doctor if it's okay for you to experience beach weather and the associated attire in your area. Kenny knows what I'm talking about. It gets warmer.
Hey,
Things start to heat up, apparently.
yeah, as the sun gets closer, it kind of heats up. Wow,
And
isn't
it
that
heats
weird?
everybody up. They all start getting a little warm. And changes the how would you say it? What's the right word to use? Changes the local environment. The
Oh shit! Oh shit, man! Don't- fucked up here. How's the time change treating everybody, man?
It's weird,
I don't
as
know.
usual.
I like the longer day. It is weird, right? It's like,
It's strange at first.
is it 9 or is it 10? What the fuck time is it? I don't know what time it is.
It seems like it
It's
gets
the
late too
sun's
fast.
out.
And
That's what.
all of a sudden, the sun will be out longer and longer and longer. So then,
Yeah, it's pretty. It's interesting.
that part's pretty cool.
That whole time change thing, man, really it messes up. This is like the stupidest thing in the world, man. Here, let's cut the rope off and sew it on the other end, and that's all. What? Fuck off.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing a full moon in the daytime here coming up this week.
Yeah, it's pretty full yesterday. I don't
Yeah,
know, but it's going to
it's
get
about
real full
70
here.
or 80% or something today. It's like pretty amazing. I wish it was a little bit warmer at night, though. Like about 80. No, just kidding. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I know. I'm going. Fuck.
It's nice when the overnight weather is about 72 or 3. That's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, I love those warm summer nights, man. Just love it.
Like to be at some really cool place where you could just lay, camp out and just lay under the stars and smoke weed.
Yeah.
Go down to the creek for some water or something. I don't know.
Take a swim. Nighttime swimming. Nice.
How about nighttime swimming at the freaking hot springs?
Oh.
In the moonlight out in the desert, like the most beautiful. That's it. I know where the place is, man. I just haven't been there in freaking more than 25 years.
Yeah, they block off a lot of those hot springs, man, that used to be around back in the
Oh no, it's
70s
still
and
up there. You could still get to it. You could walk up from San Bernardino, walk up the spillway where it lets out. You could walk up that trail, and that's only about 6 miles, I think. So
I heard about those places.
Mhm.
I've never been to that one.
If you go from the top, from the backside over on the Hesperia side,
Yeah, it's easier on that side.
it's a lot more. It's a lot more driving. It's a steeper. It's a steeper trail coming down, 2.5 mile hike coming down into the canyon. So going up from the spillway, I think, is more gradual. Mountain bikes would be freaking killer to do that.
Electric
mountain bikes with all your camping gear. You could go all the way up to Arrowhead. You could go all the way up to the PCH. I would love to do something like that, but I wouldn't do it alone. That's the only problem.
No.
I would do it with a group of people, maybe like 4 to 6 people.
Yeah, you can rent bikes, man, these days.
That's true. When you can travel like that, man, think of how much better that is than covered wagons. They tried to move that shit.
I always been like, this is nice. You got air conditioning, you got radio. This is good.
What are you
Heater.
talking? What are you talking about?
Just we got it so good, man, compared to the covered
Are you talking
wagon.
about your luxury covered wagon you got there? You got air conditioning, you got a heater, you got everything, huh?
It's an 18-year-old car, man. Speaking of cars, I'm going over to pick apart, man. My fucking mirror fell off, my side mirror, and they happen to have a fucking junkyard one with the exact same color as my car. Perfect.
So you're going down to South Bay pick apart?
Over near Knott's Berry Farm here.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, forgot you're on Orange County.
Yeah. You ever go to one of those water parks?
To what?
Like a water park, like with the slides and
Yeah, I have actually.
Yeah, those are pretty fun, man. All that shit got shut down because of the cocoa.
It's funny you say that because the pick apart, all the yards, all those junkyards and stuff like that are close to where the water park is. They are. They're like
Wonder what's going on there.
I would love to go to one of those places and find me another 1970 Ford Cortina. That was my first car. I wish I'd never lost that car. God, a British Ford.
I've never even heard of that, man. What the heck?
Little freaking rally car, man. That thing was rad.
That was your first ride, huh?
Yeah, my first one. I had to push start it for a few months till I could find a starter to the solenoid for the starter. So I had to go find a Triumph or something in a junkyard and pull it out of there.
Cortina.
Hydraulic clutch. Like, it had some pretty cool stuff on that car. It had an electric antenna. I put in an electric antenna on my
I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
How do used car parts work on a spinning globe?
Well, you pull the part and then you measure it, and it comes back perfectly flat every time.
I got the answer. The entire technology of a car is meant to run. The car is meant to roll over a flat plane. All the technology on the car is related to driving on a flat surface.
Damn.
I guess I'll accept that answer. Continue going to pull apart or whatever y'all were doing. Just thought I would hit the subject for a second.
Well, the world looks like it's the same today as it was yesterday.
I don't see any of the buildings chipped away from rotation. You think there'd be pieces of the building falling off? There'd definitely be some tilted buildings. They don't appear to be tilting. Wait a minute. Is that one tilting?
Yeah. It's not noticeable. It's not
here.
noticeable, man.
Seems to be in the same position. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Why is it in the same position? All that spinning overnight? And nothing's changed position? What?
I told the wife this morning, I go, if you watch the TV, you think the world is on fire. But if you go outside, man, it looks good. It's good.
Perfectly beautiful, still. It's just like nothing fucking happening, man.
It's like nothing's going on, man.
Yeah.
Huh.
Tuesday,
Weird.
people
You just
taking
hit the,
pictures in front of the donut shop.
you just hit on the cure for all this insanity and started with turning off the TV, right?
I just passed the covered wagon motel. We were talking about covered wagons.
Now, if you had a flying covered wagon, that would be pretty killer. I'd go for that action.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I don't know why they didn't think of that. They had fucking balloons since like the 1500 or something.
Oh man, that would be so cool.
But what did we like destroy that technology? No one knew how to fill up a hot air balloon and carry their
Right.
shit.
Right.
They forgot how to do that. What?
Aw.
No, they didn't forget. Guess what? In 1890, a supposed UFO was in Texas and ran into some gentleman's windmill. And there was some alien people in there. They were probably from France. They
So you
came
get
over.
Say
They
something.
come
You know
over.
what's
Huh?
weird about aliens is that they come all this way and they forget how to drive when they get here. Like what's up with that?
Yeah.
What's up with that?
He's like the alien beside him is like windmill. Windmill.
Windmill, watch out. What kind of fucking UFO? They has a rudder.
It's got a rudder? Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm just making that part up. It probably was a dirigible. Think if you're out in the middle of fucking Texas somewhere, you're on a farm for generations, and a dirigible comes by with somebody from, I don't know, Persia. Who knows? Like they look like an alien.
It don't make sense though. Like if you hear spacecrafts flying into windmills, dude, like that. How the hell do you get this advanced technology? You can fly around the cosmos, pinpoint accuracy all the way to a planet that's life, and once you get here, you run into a windmill like that. It's just
That's a non sequitur.
it's weird, right?
That doesn't apply. That doesn't follow at all.
Follow, no.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Makes you wonder about all this the Roswell stuff. Like as a kid, like I was totally hooked on that. Probably as much of many of you were as well, right? Like that was fascinating shit. I'm like, really? There's freaking aliens out there somewhere? I was all about reading all about that stuff. For years, I read every book I could get my hands on about aliens.
What's weird is that it turned into that, and then it went inward into like what's in the outer edge of the flat Earth. Well, there might be some other lands and aliens. I was like, dude, you just morphed the globe mentality into the flat Earth.
And twisted that whole thing into all kinds of weird shit, man. Like they started out in the 90s, right at the beginning of the internet, like when the internet started getting really big in the early mid 90s. Like then they were with these Martian stuff and these pyramids on Mars and all this stuff. There's like we're showing civilization on Mars. Then the weird shit about the moon landings. Oh, the reason they didn't go back because they met this giant freaking alien princess with all this stuff on her and jewelry and stuff. And then the twisted story about they were told to stay away because they'll be destroyed. You found something you weren't supposed to show, but nonetheless, they're showing it anyway.
Oh.
David Icke's channel and other people like that. Weird. So weird. Face on Mars. Face on the moon.
The face on Mars. Oh yeah, and there's a face on the moon too, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. lights on the moon, in the craters, lights in the craters. All these little stories that go along with that fantasy is all a diversion. It's all part of the space diversion. They're all part of the same team. NASA and the alien.
Don't forget pyramids.
Propagators. Probably Bigfoot too. And all the other crazy shit.
Pyramids everywhere.
They're in the mix. They got their dirty little fingers in everybody's pie. Give me dirty laundry. Some bubblehead bleach blonde.
Don Henley, 1987-ish.
She'll tell you about the plane crash and the people with the gleam in her eye. It's interesting when people die. Give me dirty laundry. Kick 'em when they're up, kick 'em when they're down. Kick 'em when they're up, kick 'em all around. Hey, Pausa. Good morning. Good afternoon or good evening.
Also been joined by the infamous Crypto. Maybe he's got something to say.
Hey, Crypto.
Yo, what's up?
Yo.
Yeah, how about you guys?
Alrighty. Crypto, I think Pausa's got a measurement of the geometric horizon. Right, Pausa?
Oh, sweet.
He was going to go out and make his own measurement or observation, right?
Cool. I can't hear him. Don't know if he's in.
Yeah, he's not speaking.
He's probably away. Sure, he's white.
It's all right.
You been sunny on that side of this River 7 today, Crypto?
What's
so what was that?
Has it been sunny on that side of the Severn Bridge?
No, just clouds.
We had all the sun today.
You had some sun in Wales?
2 days in a row, man.
2 days in a row? Okay,
That's wild.
Cheaper than the time around.
that anywhere in the UK is 2 days of sun is amazing. I would think. I don't know. Never being there. Just just an American trying to be funny with my friends from from over there.
No, there's a lot of good things about England, but I'll tell you, the weather definitely isn't one of them.
I don't know. I think I'm particularly fond of the birds, actually.
The ladies or the winged birds?
The ladies.
Fair enough. So have we had any interesting conversations on here last sort of day or so?
Not a whole lot.
Fair enough. Maybe Professor will give us that Earth curvature measurement after all.
We could only hope so.
You know, I was listening to that the Witsit MC Toon debate from about
Yeah.
5 months ago.
Yeah.
Involving Kai and Carissa as well.
Right.
Yeah, that MC Toon guy doesn't know what a straw man is. He has no idea.
I know.
Every time Witsit said anything at all that was different to what the general conversation was, even if slightly, he'd call it a straw man. It's like,
Wow.
if he's claiming that that's your position, like, and he said it about 7 or 8 times. Like when Witsit would just make a statement, he would go, "That's a straw man." It's not a straw man. Like, it's just making a statement isn't misrepresenting you. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And
I know.
he literally did it about 10 times. And it was painful to listen to.
It is. So why don't they go look up logicalfallacies.org and just like check yourself?
The thing is, he already thinks he knows what it means.
Check
So
yourself.
it's like,
check yourself before you wet yourself.
oh yeah. But it's just like, yeah, I don't know, man. Just getting basic things like that wrong in a debate is just unforgivable.
Yeah.
I would be embarrassed if I said the wrong fallacy, and I would I would either want it to be pointed out so I could improve, or I would, if I was doing it deliberately, I would be just really embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
So I
and then to double down on it and just continue on, after.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, and it was, I don't know, man. A lot of it was like the subject matter was just being ignored. And
that's common.
Yeah. And that Carissa chick as well, she is so thick.
Dumb
Like,
as Dorn.
She doesn't even have like a veneer of intelligence, like she seems like a nice girl, but she's not.
Yeah, I agree. Seemed nice, but didn't know really, like, the level of intellect is just such this lower level of thinking, and it's kind of want to feel sorry for the people. You go, holy shit, really? You like think along these kind of lines, but yet anything substantial to back up this line of reasoning. It's just vacuous.
Yeah, I mean, they even, I can't remember which one of them made the argument, but they even in the debate over what the shape of the Earth is, one of them said, "But most scientists think the Earth is a globe." Like, but that's what's under discussion. Like, if that was a good point, there would be no point in having this debate at all. It was just exasperating at times. It's like, do you think I don't already know that most scientists think that?
Yeah, that's mind blowing that anyone would bring that to say that as a as a support of some kind. that most scientists. That's like, you really have to get down to terms and definitions. Not descriptions, definition. We have to get, because the language has been so hijacked that people think complete opposite of what really is going on. This is part of it. This deception through the language.
Yeah, true.
And that's why you have people that are saying the word science. They don't have any idea what science actually is, because the only thing that's taught in the mainstream and all the education or mind control camps. There's this fantasy thing that can't be proven by science. It's not anything to do with science.
Yeah, true. But I mean, I think in some ways they're using the word science or scientist as like a proxy for knowledge or intelligence, right? But I would wager that 99.9% of scientists haven't even thought about this. They haven't even considered it.
Yeah.
So what they think literally doesn't matter. They haven't done any study on it, and they haven't even thought about it. So, well, like, you're appealing to someone who doesn't like. I don't know. I can't even come up with a good analogy. It just doesn't mean anything. So my mate Dave, who doesn't know anything about cars, thinks that Ferraris are the best car. Brilliant. That doesn't mean anything.
But my opinion means something because I'm a scientist.
Yeah. That's funny. I raced a Lamborghini. I won.
Were you in a Lamborghini?
No, I'm on my bicycle.
Oh, sweet.
That's
Yeah,
Lamborghini.
I beat the Lamborghini in a 2-block distance. I took off faster from the line. He couldn't catch me.
Was he in traffic?
No, clear street. Probably wasn't trying because he was like where he was, but I don't give a fuck. So I asked these. I roll up with these fast cars and I say, "I'll race you." I could beat him. I could beat him in a block. Look off the line. My bike is so fucking fast, and I'm only in second gear. I could go to third, and I could almost smoke the tire.
No, you're not talking about a push bike. I thought you were talking about a push bike.
What?
I thought you were talking about a push bike.
No, I'm talking about a regular bicycle.
Yeah.
With a motor on the front wheel.
Yeah.
A big ass hub motor. It's like one of the biggest ones. One of the most powerful ones.
Crypto, though, you made a good point there a couple minutes back. I don't know if it's 99%, but the large majority of scientists haven't properly engaged this information. I would agree.
The large majority of automobile manufacturers, including Lamborghini, would think their car is faster than a bicycle also.
Yeah. That's a good point. And it probably is at the top speed. I was trying to think of an analogy between torque and horsepower, but to be honest, I don't know exactly how torque and horsepower are measured. Because I was thinking this, like in my head, they measure horsepower through the tire in a wheel, and they measure torque in the engine itself, right? Now, I know that there's differences because one's literally just turning force and one's... I don't know actually exactly how horsepower is defined. But I was thinking that this might be a good analogy for where the Globers don't understand what the Black Swan is doing, because they'll kind of take the... This might be an incorrect analogy because I don't know enough about this process, but go with me anyway. If you do know, maybe you can correct me. But it's like they're taking the horsepower measurement, not knowing what tire is being used or what wheel is being used, and then deriving a torque measurement from it. And then we're saying, well, how do you know which tire you're using? And they're like, oh, well, we can just assume that it's a regular tire. Right? It's like, well, no, you can't.
That seems analogous to me, but what do I know?
I don't know enough about cars to really, but it was just something that I was thinking about. Like, there must be an analogy where you've got like one measurement laid over the top of another measurement with an assumption in between, where we can present it and just say, look, this is what you're doing, because it is what they're doing. It's like when we point it out in plain language, they don't get it. So maybe an analogy would help.
So horsepower, here we go. This is from what is it? crosschop.com. Anyway, what is horsepower? So horsepower, like any unit of power, is simply a rate at which work is being done. Literally, the horsepower unit originates from an experiment which set out to measure the power of a single horse. It was determined that a horse is capable of performing 33,000 foot-pounds of work per minute. So this is addressed. Power equals work over distance. Force,
I don't think that's right.
distance
There's no
over time for electric power motors can be calculated from the torque and speed. For example, if you have a motor rated at 3,000 RPM in 6 pound-feet, then the horsepower is calculated below. That would be horsepower equals 3,000, which is 3,000 RPM times 6 foot-pounds over 63,025 equals 0.286 for torque units. Torque is more like at the axle. See how they use RPM, so 6,000 RPM. But horsepower is defined in how much work can be done, like pulling a 33,000 pounds and a foot. How long does it take to do that much work? A distance of pulling a weight, like.
Yeah, maybe the analogy is a bit too complicated for them then. I might find a better one. Also, you said that 1 horsepower is 33,000 foot-pounds. I don't think that's right.
No, that's not what I said. Hold on. This is just an example they used. Hold on.
Oh, okay, right.
Mm-hmm.
Can I weigh in on this and simplify it a little bit?
Foot-pounds, 33,000 foot-pounds of force is how they measured a horsepower from the original experiment. It was 33,000 foot-pounds of work per minute.
So,
yeah, go on.
Can I simplify this? Okay, so think of torque as the amount of leverage or twist. Okay, so that's why it's foot-pounds or pound-feet. You can think of a pound hanging at the end of a 350 foot-long bar, or you can think of a foot-long bar with 350 pounds on the end of it. That's the amount of twist or leverage that you have, okay? Horsepower is about zip or speed, the amount of work done in an amount of time. So just think about, like if you're talking about an engine, right? Horsepower is the amount of zip or amount of speed it can get work done in a certain amount of time. The more power in that amount of time, the more, the best way I can describe it is like zip. Torque is about how much twist and leverage it has. I hope that kind of simplifies it.
Yeah, I mean, that was more or less the impression I had. What I'm trying to get to is to put it into a simple analogy for Globers. So, like, obviously I understand that you can just convert torque to horsepower with a formula, but I'm actually asking how those are measured. So, like, how would you actually measure the torque of an engine? And how would you actually measure the horsepower of a car?
Yeah, it has to do with this ability to pull a certain amount of weight per minute. The other one is an amount of leverage, like you have a gauge attached to a bar that's detect, and how much leverage does this torque of this axle make when it spins?
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm still don't know how it's measured. How is it measured?
Well, I have to make sure that you understand that they're not related. Torque and horsepower are not related. That's why there are 2 ratings for an engine in both torque and horsepower. They are separate. So the way they're measured is in the amount of leverage and the amount of work done over time. Like they're 2 separate actual measurements.
You're not really answering the question. Like, so to measure horsepower, they get the car and they put it on a little
a dynamometer. Yeah.
Okay,
right.
Fine. This is what I'm asking. How is it measured?
Well, it was kind of described, but it's that particular dynamometer detects how much work the engine can do. It puts a certain amount of resistance to it, and it sees how much work it can do over a certain amount of time. It also detects how much pound-feet of torque it has in a given range of RPM. So it's about weight. Most of it is about weight, to be honest with you.
Sure.
If you were to ask a Glober that question, they'd probably say, you just got to look at the sky.
Well, just looking for the practical kind of, the practicalities. Like if someone said to you, like, how is the Earth measured, right? If you were to say, well, they took a bunch of formulas, that wouldn't be a satisfactory answer, right? Whereas if someone said, oh, they took a tool station and they used this and they did, at least they would be telling you how it was measured, even if it's like largely conceptual. That's basically where I'm getting frustrated is, like, I'm still not clear on how torque is measured. Is like, I'm not looking for formulas. I'm not looking for concepts. I want the actual practical, what do they do, nuts and bolts of it.
You could actually do it just like I said with a bar and measure the force or the lift power of this lever attached to an axle.
And then what? Like, do you get a machine and you attach it to the machine that measures it, or what? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, how is it?
Yeah, how it's actually done. You're right. I get what you're saying. How is it actually done? Like I figured out. I knew what you were talking about when you said, what did they do with the car? They put it actually on, yes, they roll it on this thing and they measure that force. So you're right. I don't know. Like, I don't know particularly exactly how they do that, if they do it, or if they only do it with the calculations based on the mechanical nature of the actual structures of the device itself.
Sure.
I'm not sure myself. That's my take on it. Torque, yeah. Let's see.
So now I'm wondering, I know that electric cars have more torque than gas-powered cars, but now I'm wondering how they compare as far as horsepower goes. I have no idea.
Just depends on how much work they could do over the same amount of time.
Oh yeah, I guess it really boils down to the individual electric car.
Or a bike.
So an electric motors have all of their torque available as soon as they are fed power. So all the torque you get from an electric motor can be delivered all at once right away. Petroleum powered motors take time to kind of get to that stage. Like, they have to get wound up essentially to get all that momentum and inertia for their maximum amount of torque to be used. So electric motors don't necessarily have more torque. It's just where they can apply it. That's why you'll see these races with the Teslas where the Tesla will take off from the line right away and just like smoke the Lamborghini, right? But the Lamborghini will catch it later because they lose torque as they speed up. Like, there's less and less torque as that motor spins faster. So later on, you don't see the rest of the race where the Tesla does get caught, essentially.
I should find me a Tesla, see if I could beat it.
So then I guess the question after that would be, which can pull a trailer better, the Tesla or the Lamborghini?
No, what did I see the other day? A Maserati. I said, I'll race you.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So would horsepower be demonstrated by which one could pull a trailer better, the Lamborghini or the Tesla?
Well, see, if you want to think of it in these terms, the torque is going to tell you how big a trailer you can tow. Like, it has enough torque, enough leverage to pull, a certain weight of trailer. The horsepower is how fast it can tow that trailer from one place to another. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got it now.
Okay, so they are separate, and they're not. It's weird how they're not related to a certain degree, because more horses can pull more stuff faster, if you want to think of it that way. But by consequent, they also have more leverage. But the two are not always synonymous. So it's kind of a weird way. Like that's why they're always separate when people talk about how much power, horsepower, and torque their engine has, and where the maximum amount of those two particular measures, or those powers, are measured in an RPM band. So it's weird, but I'm a gearhead, so it's kind of my thing.
Yeah, because tell me if I'm correct. Because with torque, it has a lot to do with a lot of other variables, such as every single part of that engine that is translating combustion to the torque of the shaft. So there's everything that is happening in that motor has an effect on the torque value.
Yeah. Typically, okay. So just for an example, you're right. On your bicycle, if anybody's ever ridden a bicycle or more than one, some bicycles have pedals, or the shaft of the pedal is longer on one bike than it is on another, right? So the longer the length of that particular pedal shaft, the more leverage you have. We know this instinctually. If you want to break a bolt loose on something, or you want to lift something, the longer the bar, the more leverage you have, depending on how much bite you get. Okay.
Yeah.
But if you want speed, you want those pedals a little shorter, because you can spin those faster. There's a bigger angular, like it's the distance, right, in the circle. It takes longer for the outer end of a long shaft to come all the way around, right? Smaller ones come around a little quicker. So now with an engine, there are connecting rods to the pistons, and they vary in length depending on what that engine is designed for. If it's designed for a lot of torque, the connecting rods are going to be longer. The throws on the crankshaft are going to be longer, but that in turn decreases the amount of horsepower you're going to get by nature, because the longer the reciprocating angle, or the longer the rotational angle, the less speed you're going to be able to get in a short amount of time. So it's just trade-off. Like a pickup's going to have a lot of torque. The throws on that engine, on that crankshaft, are going to be longer. The race car is going to be really small. They're zippy. You can hear them like a Lamborghini wraps tight. They spin at high RPMs because they want to do more work in less time. So the way things are designed determine what they're actually going to be used for. It's all thought about in the engineering process.
Right. And to make more sense, maybe of this torque idea, maybe for someone like Crypto was asking about this, it might make more sense. We measure torque even when we're tightening bolts with a torque wrench, right? So that has like a certain foot pounds. This thing goes click or whatever, or it's a needle going to a gauge, right? Same thing, because you're bending this rod in one case, and it has a known resistance to bending in foot pounds, or it just has this little click. So the same thing. And then going back to like the pedal length. So exactly like the pedal length, and what's going to make a difference, let's say on a bicycle, is the muscle, that your leg muscle. It is the leg designed so it has a longer femur. You see what I'm saying? More torque, longer length with a longer pedal. So if you have a balance of, if you have a weaker leg that's trying to push the longer pedal, it's gonna have a more difficult on startup, right? But if you have a stronger leg that can push that longer pedal, then you have this balance of power, right? Horsepower and torque balance.
Yep.
So if you don't have the balance, you could have a weaker engine. You could have a system with quite a bit more torque, but not enough horsepower to like push that torque over to where it's efficient, let's say, or balanced, right? So then you would take that engine longer to spin that shaft up. Does that make sense?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, to a degree. And I didn't really mean to like frustrate Crypto. I guess I didn't understand quite what he was asking. But with a dynamometer, there's two different types. There's a chassis dyno, which has a really, like, you put your tires on there to find out actually how much wheel horsepower you have. It won't tell you about the engine, because between the engine and the wheels, you can lose as much as 100 horsepower, believe it or not, or foot-pounds of torque, because all the reciprocating mass and all the gears and all the friction and everything. Especially when you get it back to your differential, you'll lose a lot of power, but it'll tell you how much power you have at your wheel. But there's a big drum in there. There's a big weight that's actually being spun, and how fast and efficiently that engine can spin that weight. Since the weight of the actual drum is known, that flywheel will tell the computer essentially how much work is being done and how much leverage is within that engine at a given RPM range. The smaller ones, the engine dynos, they have a counterweight in them as well, but theirs is also friction based. So a certain amount of tension can be applied to a flywheel friction wise to give them a reading as to how much resistance is being applied to the engine and how much the engine can overcome that resistance. So it's all about weight and resistance.
Yeah, and so the different, all these different things that go into that, like you have valve blow by, you have your ring, how much compression the motor has in the cylinder itself, like is there blow by through the valves, is there blow by through the ring set, is there loose bearing, the bearings tight enough tolerances, any deflection in this motion is gonna cause a decrease.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense then. Actually, so then what I was thinking, kind of instinctively, is true. There's, if you wanted to, you could say, well, of course, the horsepower that the engine should give should be the same as the horsepower on the wheel, but it's not true in reality. And because what you're saying is that you could lose up to 100 horsepower, which is analogous for them saying refraction. But they don't actually know what they don't they don't know what the flywheel is producing, but they're telling you they do because they're measuring from the tire, right? You can only measure from the tire. It's like measuring horsepower from the tire and then trying to tell us what the torque of the engine is.
Well, what they're trying to do is go by the RPM of the axles. They're trying to say 1 degree of motion per hour or whatever they're trying to say. That's you can only measure that angle at the axle, not at the edge of the tire. Imagine
if someone said that they could, and then you ask them how, and then they go, well, we just get the tire and we measure that. That's essentially what they're doing.
They never measured either.
Well, yeah, true. You see what I'm getting at? I'm trying to find out some analogy. I think a lot of them think that they're very technically minded, but I don't know enough about cars. But I was thinking about an argument that involved cars, just because, to be honest, I've been playing a lot of driving games lately. I've been playing a lot of Gran Turismo. And it got me thinking, like, maybe there's an analogy with cars that we could use.
Yeah, I think there is. I think you can use that.
Well, the absurdity of their argument is kind of like, it doesn't matter what analogy you use, but with cars, right, you would say, well, we're trying to determine if the car even has horsepower or not. And they're starting from a presupposition every time. So they're presupposing that there is a car on the dyno that isn't really there. It's kind of that absurd.
Well, the almanac says it's a Lotus, so therefore
It's a Lotus. Right.
My mum's partner says to me that Lotus stands for lots of trouble, usually serious.
Yeah, right. Interesting. I like those little roadsters though. These newer roadsters I've seen in the last 10 years or so.
So, Crypto, in your driving games, y'all drive on the left side of the road or not?
Sorry?
In your driving games you play, are you on the left side of the road, the right side, or are you on the correct side, which is the right side?
I'm sorry, mate. I can't hear you.
He's
Go again.
asking you if you're on the wrong side still when you're
Oh, yeah.
driving.
Oh, well, the thing on Gran Turismo is that you actually go around. There's no left and right lanes in the game, so it's just everyone races on the track in both directions. So you might do like a certain track, and you have to go kind of clockwise, and then you go clockwise and then anti-clockwise, like in the two races. So unfortunately, there's no way to answer that question. But it's fun.
Why did that happen in the first place?
Well, why did you drive on the wrong side of the road?
Yeah.
The same reason you butchered our beautiful language.
What?
The same reason you butcher our beautiful language.
Oh shit! Come on, man. I mean, specifically.
I think it's all part of the divide and conquer. You know, electric system and everything.
Wow, Dave, you came out super hot, bro. Like distortingly hot.
I bet it on mute.
I don't know why. I can hear you, but it's rough, like Alex Jones setting or something. I don't know why that is. But permanent Alex Jones, you talk quietly, but it sounds like Alex Jones. Anyway, no, specifically about automobiles, like who decided that? When did that happen? I'm just curious if anyone knows. Or on the other hand, like Crypto said, why did us Americans butcher it and go on the wrong side? I don't know. Why did we do that? Anyone know that? I'll take either side, either answer. Just curious.
What's the question?
What? The question?
Yeah.
Okay, you said what's the question? Yeah, the question is, why do Americans drive on how did it start that either, let's say, the British started driving on the left-hand side of the street? When was that decided? Or, on the other hand, how most English-speaking countries drive on the right-hand side like we do here in America? So who determined these differences or the differences, or who determined either way individually? How did those decisions get made, specifically speaking with automobile driving? I hope I made myself clear.
So we're being taught in school some nonsense about the left-hand side, the English horse riding knights, because they carry the sword in their right hand. That's why they'd ride on the left-hand side. But I don't know how that connects to car use.
Okay, let's see. We'll find out. I'll get to the bottom of this.
I also didn't pay much attention in school.
Yeah, it's funny. I think I paid too much attention in school and then realized that most of what
I just put a search in. Put, why are autos driven on the left side? Let's see.
we don't call them autos, we call them cars.
Oh, I blew it. Cars.
My mic's still not working.
The cars in Chicago too. Car. Where'd you park the
It's pretty hot
car?
there.
Where'd you park the car, Joni?
Park the car in the garage.
Park the car at the garage, Joni.
You sound good then, Dave.
Mic check, am I working?
Yeah, you work. 35% of the world population drives on the left. And countries that do, mostly old British colonies. The strange quirk perplexes the rest of the world. There's a perfectly good reason. In the past, most everybody traveled on the left side road because the most sensible option for feudal violent society. Since most people are right-handed, swordsmen preferred to keep in the left in order to have their right arm nearest to the opponent and their scabbard further from him. Moreover, it reduced the chance of the scabbard, worn on the left, hitting other people. Furthermore, a right-handed person finds it easier to mount a horse from the left side of the horse, and it would be very difficult to do this. Otherwise, if wearing a sword, which should be worn on the left, it is safer to mount and dismount towards the side of the road rather than in the middle of traffic. So if one mounts on the left, the horse should be ridden on the left side of the road.
So none of that actually matters. Like, why would you need to mount a horse in traffic? Doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. Well, they're saying if you mounted on the right-hand side of the horse, then you would have traffic coming towards you. But so it was about the sword hand, and mostly it's all about the sword hand in Britain.
No, but Sonny, you wouldn't do it in traffic anyway, is the point.
What?
You wouldn't do it in traffic at all.
No, you wouldn't.
So
yeah, you could be crosswise, lateral. Most of the time, you'd be off the freaking road. You dumb shit. Get off the road. What the hell are you doing? Block the trail, doofus. Those people didn't survive.
Probably, yeah.
So we drive on the left in Britain to honor those dead people that couldn't get off the fucking bloody road.
Do you reckon any of them tried stabbing cars with their swords?
They all died, and we just honor their existence by driving on the left.
Hey, Sonny.
The American way makes no more sense either, though. What the hell?
Hey, Sonny. We got a couple of VC verifieds in here, Braxton and Ram. If you want to try to talk to them.
Oh, sweet. Let's do it.
No, why don't you guys? No, I don't want to. Why don't you guys talk to them? But welcome to the server anyway.
Hello, Braxton and Ram. Either one of you want to talk?
Sonny.
I'll pick you then.
Jenny.
Can I hear one thing I heard?
What? We do want to talk to them. I'm just joking.
No, he's not.
Of course I want to talk. I want to hear you guys talk. I'm tired of hearing my own voice.
We're not. You're good, dude.
Who do I have to talk to?
Okay, here we go. Braxton. Are you there, Braxton? You are VC verified. Well, if you want to speak up later, feel free.
He says that, well, he's in the lobby right now, and he says he's just listening while he's working.
Okie doke.
Now try Ram. Hello, Ram. Welcome to the server.
Ram has a about me statement. It's really interesting and serendipitous that we're sitting here because I knew that the earth was flat since the day I was born.
Oh, man.
Welcome, Ram.
Don't express such disappointment, Jenny.
Oh,
people
man.
People know the earth is flat. It's just a fact, you know.
Oh, we get our new flat earthers. Darn it.
Darn it.
I got to make more coffee. Yay.
Chop, chop. You got to be back here and do stuff.
Put some water on the boil. Matey.
Ram.
Wait a minute. Can you hear the sound? Hold on.
Mix.
Sonny is being mischievous, doing something.
I think it's the American version of Tiny Kangaroo Down Sport.
He just won the weirdest sound on the live stream award. Good job, son.
Right?
Is that just him talking, or?
Nope.
No, I mean the weirdest sound.
Okay, I got another one. Hold on a second.
Sounds from Sunny.
Funny sound.
Sunny sounds.
What you got, Sonny?
Come on, Sonny. What you got? Hey, Flatty, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to let you know, I met a few New Zealanders last week, and they informed me that New Zealand has more sheep than Wales. I just wanted to know how jealous you are.
That means they got more sheep shaggers then.
They're basically like you, but down under.
Upside down sheep, you're saying then?
Okay, here comes the second one. Hold on.
It's like an orchestra.
Has to be. It's really specific.
Oh, dude.
How much water?
Little dude is nailed it with that.
So
going on?
There's the first one. Oh, that was that's too full now. Can't use it anymore. Hold on. I don't want to waste that.
Look in the text. There's a picture of you.
Sonny, look at voice text for a minute.
I cannot imagine. Hold on. I better sit down.
That's what I was laughing about a second ago for so hard, man. I had a picture of Sonny and just sitting there. Doink, doink.
1 second. So the first one is my teapot. And the second one is
pretty funny, dude.
my stainless steel French press.
Ooh. Oh, I love French presses, but I'll tell you what, a mocha pot is way better.
I bet it is.
It is. You should have
coffee. But I make mine like really steaming hot, and then I put like almost half like cream and a bunch of
it's perfect.
And cinnamon. Yeah, it's freaking great.
Ooh, cinnamon's awesome. It's really good for you. You already know that probably.
Cinnamon's fantastic. Yeah. Oh. You know what? Cinnamon's normally put into sweet things, but if you ever try cinnamon in like a savoury dish, it's really nice as well. Like cinnamon eggs or something is just really nice.
Really?
Oh yeah. You can use cinnamon in ways like that. Yeah, even cooking it with like chicken dishes and stuff like that.
Yeah, cinnamon is great in chili.
Yeah,
How about this?
Like cinnamon and paprika.
Cinnamon, cayenne, and brown sugar, and red and green peppers. Maybe a little honey in there. Maybe a little honey.
Savory.
Maybe a little honey in there, or some real maple syrup, and cook the chicken in that.
You cannot be serious, Sonny.
I am deadly
maple
serious.
syrup.
Yes.
You cannot be.
Cayenne. Yeah, you could do all kinds of stuff with ginger, garlic, cayenne. That stuff, man.
Don't forget about half of all curries have cinnamon in them.
Curry,
you
could do curry. You could do curry, cayenne, and ginger. I know how to cook.
I've never had cinnamon without sugar though.
Try it once. See if you like it. It's nice.
Yeah, have you had Skyline chili, Jenny?
Mm-mm.
It's a little south of that's the Cincinnati thing, and there's a couple different places that make chili. You can actually get it at Walmart and other places, but that's
Oh no, I won't be doing that. It'd have to be somewhere else.
the secret of the chili is the cinnamon, though.
Okay. I will have to investigate that next time I make chili. I'll have to kick it up a notch. Thanks. Yeah, I just do it kind of just plain ingredients. I should get a little more scientific about it. Well, I guess it would be chemistry. I mean, mixing spices together, that's what that would be, right?
Alchemy.
Okay. I'm all right with that. Sure. Why not? I love my kitchen.
You have to start referring to your cooking pots as like, what are they called? The ones the witches use, like
Cauldrons?
yeah. Refer to all your pots as cauldrons, and make sure you always wear like a nice pointy hat whenever you cook, and just always
Oh, I
cackle.
don't have any hat. I don't have any hats.
What's he saying about you, Jenny?
I don't call it anything like that. I call it lunch.
Well, okay,
Or
so
dinner.
not a pointed hat, but well, it reminds me of that movie that I need to watch again. But I always listen to the soundtrack, and that's by Harry Nilsson, The Point. And I sang this. Oh well, I'm gonna be singing it this Friday. Open mic night. I will not be at ladies' night. But yeah, so I have my sights on a certain individual. So on ladies' night, well, if you happen to notice I'm not there, think of positive vibes my way because I need all the help I can get. And this one girl who is just like so, she has an enlightened spirit. You can tell every time you see her. It's crazy. But anyway, I made her this like sunflower themed kind of pot holder because I do the little loom pot holders like kids do, but I, get more creative than what kids just throw them on there any old way. But anyway, so she said, "This is perfect. I don't have any pot holders." And then I saw her today and she said she was going to be at open mic night and she was just going to watch because she needs to bring up the courage to sing. But so anyway, she was going to send some positive vibes. And I said to her, well, when I first saw her, I said, "Well, I'm doing real good. How about you?" And she said, "I think of you when I use my pot holders." I said, "Well, that's probably why I've been doing so good lately. You've been sending me good thoughts." I was like, "Thank
I got a joke for you.
Go.
Saint Jenny.
Saint
Hi,
Jenny.
yeah, think about it. It's double entendre for you, especially in your
I have a debate, guys. Please listen.
geographically and your
I
name.
did see
And your name. So, Kitty, sorry. Sorry.
Hi guys.
I'll
Hi
shut
guys.
up.
Let me talk. Right. So I'm a new person to the Flat Earth Discord, right? And I've believed that the Earth was actually round. So I want to ask you guys why you think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it measures flat. It's observably and practically used as flat.
Why do you think that?
Because people have done it. Actual
Because
people.
I look out my window and let's say the moon or the sun, and they look pretty round to me, and they're also a planet like Earth. So why are they round and the Earth isn't?
Hold on.
We've all been in your.
Let's clarify a couple of things. First of all, is the sun or the moon a planet?
Yeah.
You think the sun is a planet?
No, it's a star, but the moon is a planet.
No, the moon also isn't a planet. So
what's the moon then?
Well, no, but I'm talking about in your like worldview. Like, so if you're talking about the
My
globe
world.
Earth, yeah, if you're talking about the globe Earth, the sun and the moon aren't planets. So that's the first thing I want to start with. The second thing is, why do you think that we are anything like those two things?
What do you mean?
So,
This
okay,
is
I'll give you an example. I'm currently driving a Renault. Okay, so if I drive my Renault into a Porsche dealership and I look around and I see Porsches everywhere, am I to assume that my car is actually a Porsche?
Well, why are you comparing cars? I want about planets. Like,
No,
what
but
is that
understand
got
me.
to do? Nah,
I
that's
drive
just
a Renault.
that's like just a shit
No,
car compared to a nice car. That's something to do with
yeah,
anything.
okay. No, it has something to do with this. If you understand what I'm saying, right? So if I drive a
No.
Renault,
Okay.
well, you're saying no, but that's because you're not understanding. I think that you will understand if you actually try. So if I drive a
Alright.
Renault into a
Okay.
Porsche garage and I look around and I see
Mhm.
Porsches everywhere, do I assume that
Yeah.
I'm driving a Porsche?
No.
Why not?
That's not even what I'm saying. All you're saying is you're driving your shit car into a nice place with nice cars.
Okay.
That's all you're
I'm driving
saying.
my shit car into a place with nice cars. Why should I not assume that my car is a nice car?
Well, because of the shit brand. That's why.
Well, because it's not the same thing, is it? Like, so what you're doing this as well. You're looking out and you're going, I see lots of things, therefore the thing that I'm on is that thing. It's the same logic. So if I drive into a Porsche
Okay, so
dealership,
if I'm walking on
my shit
concrete, does
car's a
that mean
Porsche.
I'm concrete?
Well,
If I walk
exactly.
on
That's your.
grass, does that mean I'm grass? What are you
Well,
talking
this
Oh,
is
about?
your
I
logic.
have something to bring up.
Listen,
Okay.
listen. This
So if
is.
I'm sitting on my bed right now, does that mean now I'm bed? Is that what we're
Well, that's
saying?
my point. Is that isn't logical. It's your logic, and it isn't logical. So we need to
Because
break these things. We need to break these things down, yeah? So if you want to
right.
know what the Earth is, you need to look at the Earth. Don't look at the sun. Don't look at the moon. They're different things. They're not necessarily what the Earth is. That's my point.
Okay,
See
so
that?
back to the if I may, back to the part where we observe it to be flat. Okay, so think about like the bigger picture here. Railroads, they don't curve at all. And so you
Yeah,
have
because
to
it's built.
hold on. Oh, hold on, hon. Okay, so then you got to figure out what is the curve supposed to be. So when you start looking at the math of what the heliocentric model tells us, it's actually based on an assumption, and so that's really a problem. And what I'm referring to is the radius, which we need to use to calculate the curvature of the Earth. So
Well,
people
have
are
you?
doing this.
Right.
So we've all been in your spot at one point, and there's a lot of indoctrination out there.
I just want
But
to
you
say
don't
one
need
thing.
science to figure out what's going on with what the shape of the Earth is, because science answers a how-why question. And all you need to figure out the Earth is simply a what is question.
Okay, right. Okay. So I live in England, right? And let's say I would get a plane to Australia, right? Why don't you look up on YouTube a video of like a plane point of view over to Australia? You would see a curve when you're going over.
Planes, you don't. I'm
So
sorry.
you think it just goes straight, straight all the way to Australia?
Kitty,
No.
planes are not measuring devices, Kitty.
I'm not saying they are.
Yeah,
Planes go up in the air and fly. I'm in England and I'm gonna fly all the way to Australia. If you point of view from
yeah.
the plane, you can
We
see
need to
that it
stay
bends
closer
and it
to
goes
home.
in a
We're not talking about
circle way.
planes. You're in the wrong
Yes.
discussion.
Like we need
What?
to. Okay. Jesus
Look up
Christ!
on
Everyone,
YouTube right now.
everyone,
England
Can I
to
ask one
Australia
thing?
plane point of view,
I'm
and you
gonna
will
start
see a
muting people.
curve.
Everyone,
That
shut up.
literally go on YouTube right now. YouTube is free. Go watch
Right.
it.
Okay.
Kitty,
You
we
need.
have done that. We've done it
Okay,
multiple
then
times.
why are
So
you arguing with
you
me if you
can't
can obviously see a little
do that.
fucking
You
thing?
can't do that. We are
Can't
So
do
not
anyway.
what?
going to go there.
Anyway.
What do you mean?
We have to speak about
Everyone,
the
shut up.
ground.
I'm gonna start. Right. I'm gonna start muting people. Fuck this. Right. Okay. So, Kitty, have you ever taken that flight?
Yeah.
You've flown to
I
Australia.
literally have. Huh?
Okay. Well, I've flown to New Zealand and I didn't see a curve.
Oh, for real? You just thought
Yeah, for real.
it went straight there. So we're in space, right? And you just think
No,
everything
we're not.
else is like circular, and there was like a flat thing just floating in space. That's what
You
you think we are.
believe. That's all you're doing is believing.
Right, Justin, don't let her filibuster. Kitty.
I
I'm
don't
not
want to go there,
believing.
though.
You
That's
are
what I'm
the
trying to
guys that
say.
are
We need to
believing.
stop going there with them. We need to
Why is
stop
it happening?
entertaining
I'm
them
trying
because we
to
need
get
to
a
make sure that they
conversation
stay
going.
away from that entertainment.
You guys are believers.
Hold on,
It's
Kitty.
not me.
Kitty, stop. Can we just let Crypto and Kitty have at it, please?
Yeah, just for 2 minutes, like, because what you need to do, Kitty, is don't run around in 500 different pieces of information. You're not going to get anywhere, right? We've all heard all of these things before, but you need to actually examine what you're really thinking. The first thing you said was that sun and moon, therefore Earth is planet, right? That this isn't logical. The second thing you assert is that you can see the curvature from a plane. You can't. This is actually something that even Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see from 120,000 feet. Planes fly at around 37,000 feet. You cannot see curvature of the Earth from there.
Wait, I have
So
a quick question. I have a quick question here, please.
no, but
So no. So do
Kitty,
you think
wait your turn.
No.
you haven't even addressed what I've said. You haven't even taken it in, right? You said I can see curve from a plane. I said no, you can't, and you've moved on. This isn't productive. Can you at
Yeah,
least?
because it's just two different opinions. We've both been on the plane.
No, but
If
it's
you
not.
don't see it, that's on you. That's something to do with
No,
me. If I saw it, then that's
Seen
on
it
me.
too. I haven't seen it
yeah,
either.
your
Okay.
opinion is based on nothing, and my opinion is backed up by every expert in your field.
Oh, really?
It really
Yes.
is,
Oh, wait,
actually.
I have a quick question. So, do you think the
Okay.
moon is round? Do you
Not,
think the
not,
moon is round?
again, we're
Hey,
not
why
doing any
stop skipping to other
more
subjects?
questions.
Yeah, but why are
Fixate.
you dodging the question? Why are you dodging the question? Do you think the moon's
Okay,
round?
not avoiding the question. I'm trying to get you to actually engage in your previous
No,
question.
no, I
You haven't
understand what you're
done
saying. I
so.
understand what you're
So
saying, but I'm
we're
asking a
going
question.
to engage.
The moon's round.
We're going to engage in your previous question. Can you at least admit that when you said I see the curvature of the Earth from a plane, that's just your opinion that no one else shares?
Oh, I think my opinion shares with a lot of people because a lot of
No.
people have had that plane trip, and I think they thought the same.
Experts
Because
in your field,
I'm sure
not
that
my
I saw a
field.
curve. My mum and dad did. My sister did. So I think
No,
you're just
you
like
can't see a
a
curve.
few weirdos, and everyone else sees a curve.
Okay, cool. So the ego thing can go to the side. You think we're weird, you can just leave if you think that.
Ego? No, I'm
With
not.
regard
No, I'm
to,
not.
well, then
I'm
don't
joking.
call us weirdos.
I'm
I'm not.
joking.
I'm not
Sorry, it
calling
just
you
slipped
weirdos.
out. It just slipped out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
All a
sorry.
joke.
Look, I know that you think we're weird. Cool. I don't really care what people think of me. If you think that I care what people think of me, I wouldn't be here. So put your ego to the side. We're here to discuss reality. Okay. When you're on a plane, experts in your fields, i.e., astrophysicists, i.e., different kinds of scientists who deal with high altitudes, meteorologists, etc., they all say you cannot see the curve of the Earth from a plane. All of them say this, right? So it's literally just you thinking you saw a curve that you didn't see.
All right, it was just my imagination. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It really was.
Maybe I have
And so this,
schizophrenia or something. I just see things, I don't know.
but again, you're flitting around to different topics. On the subject of seeing a curve from a plane, you don't see it. And if you don't admit this, or at least look into it, we can't go on to another topic. There's no point.
All right, fine. Let's move on then.
Okay.
So my next question: do you think the moon is round?
Yes.
So, so you think the moon is round, but you
Yeah.
don't think Earth is round?
Round is not exclusive to a sphere. There's round pizzas.
Yeah, the moon is circular, isn't it?
No, I mean, so do you think the moon is circular?
No, we don't think it's a pizza.
Can I just? Can I just? Yeah. Like what? Can we just have a chat, please? Yeah, I think the moon is round. What's that got to do with the Earth?
You guys, are you actually being for real right now? Right. So
Yeah, but-
how is the moon round, but then the Earth is flat?
Well, I observe the moon to be round and I observe the Earth to be flat. That's like saying, why is the Porsche yellow and the Lamborghini is red? Well, because the Porsche is yellow and the Lamborghini is red. That really is.
that was really shit.
No, but you're not understanding your own logic. It's like sitting in a Porsche.
How? It's not logic. I'm just stating
a
facts right now.
Lamborghini, saying that Lamborghini is red, therefore my Porsche is red. That doesn't make any sense, right? I observe the moon separate to the Earth, properties of the moon don't necessarily comport to the properties of the Earth. There is no reason to think that they do.
Crypto, could I go back to the analogy she even used that said that's ludicrous, which was if you're walking, Kitty, if you're walking on grass, that means you're grass?
No, that was his logic. That wasn't
No,
mine.
exactly. No, that was his point.
No, it was his.
That was his point. That was his point.
His point for what? His point for what?
Listen. Because the moon is round doesn't mean the earth is round. Because you walk on grass, it doesn't mean the earth that you are grass. You understand that?
What?
Because you walk on grass.
You're not understanding.
Listen. Because you walk on grass does not mean that you are grass, right?
Right.
So because the moon is round does not mean that the earth is round, right?
No.
No. How is that different?
No. You're saying that the Earth is flat, right? So if I walk
it's
on
measured
the Earth,
flat.
Does that mean that I'm flat? That's what you're saying. So
is that what I'm saying? Are you Earth? Are you the Earth, Kitty?
I'm walking on Earth.
Okay,
does that mean I'm flat?
Basic logic. This is what's called a false equivalency, right? You could also call it a non sequitur. So I mean, you can laugh if you like, but you're comparing two things.
Kitty. Is the Earth? Is the Earth the moon?
Oh, but I get it.
No, I'm not
exactly our point. Exactly our point.
So you think the moon and the sun is round?
I don't know why you're talking over me. If you can hear me talking, shut up. Okay. So again, the thing I was saying, Kitty, to you is that I was trying to give you an analogy for your own logic. Thing A has property X, therefore thing B has property X, right? But this doesn't necessarily happen. This isn't necessarily true. And I was showing you this with the Porsche analogy. El Baraquar was showing you this with the grass analogy, right? Just because thing A has property X, roundness, doesn't mean that thing B, the Earth, has that same property. There's no reason to think that.
Okay. So what is your reason why the Earth isn't the same as like the moon or the sun? Because they're both round. So why is the Earth not?
We observe the Earth to be flat.
So you observe. It's how you observe it. So that means lots of people can observe things differently. So you're just saying this is your own little world. You're observing these things.
You missed the part where he said measure. It was measured.
Kitty, I know you want to just talk over me once I've said 5 words, but let me actually say my statement, please. So we observe it as flat, we measure it as flat, and we practically use it as flat. Now, those 3 things, we do. Those 3 things trump anything that the TV says. It trumps any ridicule that you or anyone else brings. It trumps every other piece of irrelevant rhetoric and bullshit that I hear from anyone. We use it as flat, we observe it as flat, and we measure it as flat. Those 3 things matter.
Right. But you're the key word that I hear is observe. Observe. You can observe anything like differently to other people. But with the Earth, like literally in school you learn about geography and you know the inner crust and all the shit inside the Earth and how circular and round it is, and you're just saying nah, it's flat.
That's really cool. You learned about geography in school. Did you learn?
What about water? What about the ocean? The ocean just like stops. Like where does it go? Like where's the land go? Like where do the clouds go? The clouds just like go. Like you guys are so delusional. You guys need a mental health. It is unreal. You guys have mental issues.
Stop.
Just stop talking. Once you've asked your question, you wait for someone else to talk. You can't
I
just
was talking
carry
the whole
on.
time and you were interrupting me.
You asked 2 questions and then carried on talking. How is anyone supposed to answer that? Just wait. Ask a question and shut up. It's easy. So, your first question was about geography. Sorry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
The thing is, Kitty, I'm sure that in real life you're actually quite a nice person. What really winds me up about this debate is that you've come in here, you think we're weird, you think we're stupid, and you're treating us like dirt. It's not on. Why don't you treat us like you would treat your friends, and then we can have a productive conversation?
All right, I apologize, everyone. Sorry, guys.
Okay. So if you were talking with your friend, would you ask them a question, then carry on talking, and then just call them weirdos? Or would you ask them a question and wait for the answer?
All right, I'll wait for the answer. Sorry, yeah.
Cool. So please just do that. Like, what's getting me frustrated is that we can't even have the conversation because of how you're acting, right? As I say, I'm sure you're a lovely person in real life, but right now this is not working. Okay, we can't get anywhere if you just go, oh, in geography you learn that the Earth's a ball, and you guys are weird and stupid, and oh, what about oceans? And oh, by the way, the crust. We can't address any of that if you just carry on talking.
All right, let's address it then. So, what's your
Okay.
opinions on the ocean?
Well, the ocean's. What's my opinions on the ocean?
Well, so
Don't
let's
even-
see. So the Earth, right? We have the ocean, and it goes very deep, right? Ocean
Okay.
goes so far. So if you're thinking the Earth is flat, right? Let me just imagine this, right? So the Earth is flat. I've got my hand out as a little. Yeah. So
Okay.
how deep? What's the depth of the Earth? Who thought it was flat?
Well, the deepest part of the ocean is allegedly the Marianas Trench. That's, I don't know how that is, but it's a few miles. They then tell us below the deepest parts of the ocean is then you've got a crust, you've got a mantle, and then you've got an inner and outer core, right? None of these things have actually ever been verified to exist. So they might tell you, I'm serious. Like, the furthest we've ever drilled down is about 8.5 miles. So the radius of the Earth is said to be, actually, let's see, do you know how big is the radius of the Earth?
I forgot.
Okay, so they teach you in geography class that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, right? So 8 miles is not very far into a nearly 4,000 mile radius, right? And bear in mind the radius is only, it's only to the center. So they can't tell you what's below 8 miles because they haven't been. They can paint you pretty diagrams, and they can say, we think the X, Y, and Z is here. We put a machine to the Earth, and it came back with these readings. But they can't actually physically tell you what's below 8 miles. So, what do I think's below the ocean? Don't know, but no one else can tell you that either. They don't. They're going to give you pretty diagrams. They're going to give you pretty pictures. They're going to tell you, oh well, we think that there's a core there. Blah blah blah. They can't tell you any of that for sure. They're just guessing. Anyway, I've got to go.
Where'd he go? Who else can debate with me? Go on mute.
He just had to go. It's okay. What's your next question?
Okay, so next question. Right. Can someone put a picture of the map in chat, please? That'd be very helpful.
Hold on, everybody. Just calm down. What map?
So the world map, right? So let's say
Have you seen the hold on. Have you seen the whole world at the same time? All at the same time?
Hold on. So there's the map, right? The world map. So let's say America's right.
What
so
pull up the world map?
So, hold on. So let's say I'm using like a flat map right now, yeah. So in the right corner there's like Russia, yeah. So there's Russia.
Do you know what a presupposition is, Kitty?
Let me talk. So there's Russia in the right corner, and then in the left corner is America, right? If the Earth was flat, you would have to like go from all the way from America to Russia, like a really like 24 hours.
Do you think the Earth is a
No, Kitty.
Hold on. She's just trying to describe the Earth as a rectangle.
I know. Maps aren't reality. Let's get with the reality of the surface of Earth as we actually experience it, Kitty. That's what we're on about here, okay?
It doesn't matter what kind of drawing someone makes of the Earth's surface. What matters is what the Earth's surface
Step
measures.
in right now. If you keep laughing, Kitty, we're not going to keep inducing this. We have to have a conversation here because you aren't doing anything but laughing. So stop it. Okay? This is not getting anywhere, Kitty.
And then you just muted me. I couldn't even get my point across.
Kitty, you aren't listening to anything that is being said.
Yeah, you never respond to what Ruth said.
You are not being responsible here. You really aren't.
I'm going to keep her muted because she is not cooperating at all. It's very childish.
So
hold on, I want to let me try and speak to her.
Yeah, I tried Wolfgang. I didn't get a chance
Okay.
because other people were
Give
talking.
Wolfgang a chance. Give Wolfgang a chance.
Okay, everybody else, mic discipline. All right.
I'll speak to her a little bit and then I'll pass it off to you, Gospel, if you were trying to get in before. But Kitty, are you there?
Yeah.
Are you
Hi.
calm?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was trying to talk and put a point across. Everyone muted me and started having a go at me. I couldn't even finish my point. So
Yeah.
can I say it again?
No,
Your robot.
it's okay. It's just because, you know, it's a big room.
Okay. You good, Wolfgang, or
You roboted out completely, Wolfgang.
All right.
okay?
Where
Kitty,
did that
before you
go?
Hold on,
before
Kitty.
you proceed,
Hold on, Kitty.
you mentioned maps. I responded,
Yeah,
"What?"
but I didn't even finish my
Hold
point.
Hold
You
on,
muted
You're
me.
not.
Kitty. You're gonna have to stop doing that, Kitty.
I didn't finish a sentence, young one.
All right, fine.
Okay. Shh. Go ahead,
I
Gospel.
asked you what map. It seems
Well,
as though. Hold on. Hold on. Oh
Wait
my
a
God.
second. This is the problem, Kitty. Every time someone's in the middle of their sentence, you're jumping in before they're even finished. You're going to have to give it a couple breaths. If someone's speaking, keep yourself muted till they stop. If you can't trust yourself, keep it on mute until they stop talking. Because you've done it every time. I'm counting now. It's like 6 times. So please, okay, please help us. We want to help you to help yourself.
One cohesive conversation going.
What map? Do you think that there's more? There's only one map that exists, or are you aware that there are many styles of maps?
Can I see the map that you believe in then?
I don't believe in maps. What makes you think that I would believe in a map?
So no one believes in maps here.
Kitty, you're jumping to conclusions, and it's not a
I'm
logical
not.
question.
I'm asking a question. I'm asking
What?
a question. Does anyone believe in maps here, or is it just me? But
What do you mean
mine.
you believe in maps?
Believe
My point
implies you
was.
don't know. Believe implies you don't know. That's why you would believe something. It's in the case that you don't know something, you would have to
Alright, I
believe
don't know.
you don't
Sorry.
know it.
So my point was, so if the Earth was flat, in the right corner is Russia. If in the left corner is
Listen, you don't. No, listen.
America.
No,
No, I'm just saying.
no, a corner. You
But you
said
can
corner.
literally go from
No,
America
you're
to
gonna have to
Russia
stop.
in
I'm
like
sorry.
an
I will
hour.
stop you. I will stop.
Stop. Right. Guys, we're just going to let her finish her point, right? Because she might just be one of these people that if they don't finish their point, they're not going to get anywhere, right? So we're just going to let her finish her point.
Thank
Katie,
you.
make
Just
your
let me
point.
finish my point. Right. So left corner is Russia. Right corner, America. If the Earth was flat, you would have to like fly 24 hours to get to the Russia if it was flat. But then you can go from Russia to America in like an hour plane. Like this, they're right next to each other. So how would the Earth be flat if they're right next to each other?
Okay,
That's my point.
so Kitty, you understand that layout that you're shown, the Mercator projection, that's not like what the Earth looks like from above.
Yeah, but how can you go from Russia to America then in like an hour? If
So
it's on
what
the
you're
other side of the
talking
world.
about, so what you need to think about is circumnavigation, right? How do people do it? By treating the Earth as flat and motionless, and by going from port to port, right? So, are you in the live stream voice text channel? Can you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at it.
Right. So, can some of the guys post some of the circumnavigation images?
I
Right.
just did one of them. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. So this is a projection called the azimuthal equidistant, where north is in the center, east and west are circles around that center, and south is any direction away from north, right? If you look in the additional information sections down below on the server, you'll see one called flight path, right? And there's a bunch of information in there that shows you that actually flight paths make a lot more sense on this projection that you're seeing there than they do on a Mercator projection. Okay, but that's, again, something like some of these things that you bring up, you're going to have to go and do a little bit of research into to understand what we're telling you. So for the sake of the conversation, I'll just point those things out, tell you what to look at and what channel to look in, and then if you like, we can move to another point. But basically, flight paths and circumnavigation don't prove a globe. They work perfectly well on a flat surface, right? Same way you can draw a circle around a dinner plate, you can do a circle on a flat surface, right? And this is what people are doing when they're navigating. They're adjusting towards north. North is the only direction.
Just arguing with geography and science.
Does that make sense, Kitty?
Yeah, that makes like 100% sense. So yeah,
Okay.
really.
Do you have any other questions? Do you have it? Okay. Do you have any other
I'll
things?
be back. Hold on one sec.
I didn't catch that.
She'll be right back. Congratulations on your efficacy, good sir.
Well, I try. I mean, sometimes you get people and they're not very conducive to a chill conversation, but if you can see where their hang-ups are, and one of hers sounds like not being able to finish a point, even if we know it's not really, or we know exactly where it's going,
Yeah.
just got to let some of these people get it out, or they're going to feel like they're not part of the conversation, not being listened to, blah blah blah.
You're
So
right.
she seems to calm down. She can probably have a normal, chill conversation if you give her space and she calms
Yeah,
down.
so I'm fine. So how old are you, by the way? The guy that's talking.
Who?
I'm in my 30s, but that's not really relevant.
When you're 30. So you're
Yeah.
30. So what was it like in school when you were taught about the Earth and how it was round? So you were just like, no, this is not true.
No. We all believed it was, right? We all thought the same thing as you do because we were all taught the same thing. You go to school not being able to spell your name, and you get in and they're like, okay, put your shoes over there, put your jackets over there. The Earth is a spinning ball. You live on the side of it, and now we're going to do some maths. You're like, oh, okay. I guess we live on that spinning blue ball thing. That's not evidence, though, is it? That's just being told it. So yeah, we all thought the same thing. I wasn't in school being like, show me the curve. I was just like, okay, I've got to put this down to pass the test. I guess that's where we live. Why would all the teachers be telling us this if it's not where we live? So no, I believe the same thing that you do. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So you just think everything from school and geography is just not true? Like everything they say is just false?
No,
like
what I'm
from
saying
pictures
is,
of the Earth, you think NASA is fake. You think the moon landing was fake. You just think it's just flat. It's flat, but then they think the moon and sun is round.
right, okay, well, let's think about it from a logical inquiry type of position. If we're trying to figure out what the Earth is, let's pretend we don't know. We're just going to start from scratch and say, hey, where do we live? Right? So first things first, we're going to observe it. We're going to think about how we experience it, right? So when you go to the coast, right, you sound like you live in England somewhere, right? She's still there?
She dipped out randomly. It didn't make the noise, but yeah, she's not here right this second.
All right, well, I'm driving, so if there's anyone else new, I don't know, Sunny or Gospel, do you want to have a look and unmute some of the new people? If there's anyone else who's got questions.
Yeah, we have someone named Ram. Did we hear from Ram? Are you there, Ram?
Hello.
Hello.
What's your favorite color?
You sound like the same person. Kitty?
No, I'm a different person. What's everyone's favorite color?
Different from who?
Irrelevant. We don't care. I like
Okay.
blue, though.
Do you like milk?
But
what's your
the
favorite
topic is
shoelace?
the Earth. man.
Why don't you go find the 24/7 Cool Colors Discord.
Cool Colors Discord. Yeah, you're in the wrong server. Sorry about that. Sorry you lost your way.
I just want to know.
Maybe we can come back to Ram if there's
How
anything
about the
else. Ram, do
surface?
you have any
Do
questions?
No, I just want to know.
Here?
you have any questions
any
about the surface of Earth? Surface of Earth? We're on about
Yeah,
that.
what color is the Earth?
What color is Earth? Well,
Yeah.
different colors. Yeah.
Can you tell me?
Can you tell me?
I don't know what color Earth is.
Okay. What about the surface? Is it flat?
Hey, Ram.
Yeah, I think the Earth
might be
is
speaking to a
round.
blind person. I might be speaking to a blind person. You never know.
Okay. What proof do you have that it's flat?
I don't need proof. I just know it's flat.
Oh, you don't. Oh, okay, sure. Okay. Well, how about proof of the globe? Do you have any proof of that? Let's try someone else.
Yeah, let's try that Sido guy. Who's this Sido guy? Try to mute him. Side Carl. Someone wants to try and mute him. Oh, he's got VC verified, I think. Side Carl, are you there?
What's up?
Can you improve on the previous contribution?
On the previous contribution?
Yeah, from Ram there. It's a bit of a mess. So, how did you find the server, Side Carl?
Someone posted it on another server I was in, playing games.
All right, nice. Have you ever looked into the topic before?
Yeah, a little bit.
What have you looked into?
Just some videos on YouTube.
Okay. And what were those videos showing or saying?
A lot. I went over this with Draco, I think his name was.
Could you be more specific? Like a lot of what topic? Any particular topic?
No, I went over this like that. I was here mostly to listen, and I'm not. I don't want to make a fool of myself, so I'm just trying to.
Oh no,
educate
it's
myself.
okay. It's nothing
Because-
like
Yeah, all right. I mean, if you've got questions, feel free.
No, I have no questions. Like I just want to listen. If you don't mind.
Yeah, no worries. Chill.
Thank you.
I always wonder if someone thinks they live in a globe, though. So that's like the question that comes to mind most often. I can't seem to stay away from that question. I didn't think I was supposed to, but no one has to answer. Listen, nobody's forcing anyone to answer or say something. We don't care. Like, we've heard it all. We're just trying to have a conversation. Thank you, Wolfgang, for your efforts, your continued efforts as usual.
We've got Dex and also Sith Carl.
Yes, Side Carl's just listening.
Okay.
Yeah, we just spoke to Side Carl. Is Dex here? Dex, what's up, bro? Dex, you there?
Dex likes avalanches and is VC verified.
Likes avalanches.
I don't know. I'm just reading.